The novel narrates the story of Yishi, who, after collapsing from a sudden heart attack, finds his soul transported to a strange prehistoric world, where he inhabits the body of a 13-year-old orphan named Songcao. This world is a fusion of the Carboniferous period's giant insects, the Jurassic period's dinosaurs, and the Paleogene's fearsome beasts, where humanity struggles to survive amidst these formidable creatures. Upon awakening, Yishi discovers himself tightly bound among a group of primitive people, facing imminent danger of being slaughtered. Utilizing his intellect, he reveals to the tribe's leader the existence of an edible food source, thereby securing his life and successfully joining the Tushan Tribe as a disciple of the shaman. Within the tribe, Yishi leverages his knowledge and skills to aid in its growth and development. He teaches the primitive people how to procure water, refine salt, and craft weapons and traps, helping the tribe fend off various ferocious beasts and rival tribes. Simultaneously, Yishi experiences continuous growth and awakening. Evolving into a formidable warrior as the tribe flourishes, he embarks on journeys of training, facing numerous dangers and challenges, and forming friendships and alliances, including with the beautiful siren Cangwu. As the story unfolds, Yishi gradually uncovers secrets and truths about this world. He leads the tribe through migrations and developments, confronting countless hardships and crises, ultimately achieving the status of ancestral shaman and guiding humanity toward prosperity. In the grand finale, the world undergoes destruction and rebirth, as Yishi and his companions continue to inscribe their legends upon this land. Chapter 1. The Prehistoric Tribe. In one fleeting moment, Yishi is plummeting from 30,000 feet, succumbing to a heart attack, and in the next, he opens his eyes to find himself bound and thrown amidst a group of naked primitives. Before him, a blazing bonfire crackles, and beside him sits a robust tribal man clad in grass skirts, roasting a human leg on a forked stick. The rich aroma of grilled meat permeates the in bewilderment. Yishi scrutinizes the object being roasted. It is unmistakably a human leg. Looking around, he sees muscular men in grass skirts seated in a circle around the fire, their eyes fixated hungrily on the leg, their throats working to swallow. Turning his gaze to the right, he notices a figure hanging by the neck from a wooden post, with a stone basin beneath. The man's heels have been severed, and he convulses, blood pouring from the wound into the basin below. Beside him, another bound man is being shoved toward another post by a stone axe-wielding brute, swiftly becoming ensnared. The bound man shouts angrily at his captor, but the brute merely kicks him and, with a cruel grin, cleanly severs his Achilles tendon. Yishi recoils in horror, his gaze shifting to the convulsing man, who soon ceases his struggles, his head drooping as he takes his final breath, filling the basin beneath him with blood. The stone axe-wielding man hurriedly crouches down, exchanging the full basin for an empty one, and lifts the basin of blood with apparent ease, showcasing immense strength. The basin, roughly the diameter of a car tire and filled with blood, weighs an estimated 500 to 600 pounds. The primitive man carries it effortlessly. What incredible strength! The world record for weightlifting in the 69-kilogram category is around 600 pounds. This brute would undoubtedly be a world champion. Carefully, the basin is set down without spilling a drop of blood. The surrounding primitives, no longer focused on the roasting leg, watch as a fierce-looking man adorned with tattoos and bone ornaments stands up, easily lifting the basin to his lips, drinking deeply as if quenching a thirst. The sequence of blood drinkers follows a systematic order, each taking their turn without deviation. As the last man leans in, even dipping his head into the basin to savor the final drops. A weak, childlike voice calls out from behind, "Wah." Yishi turns to see a gathering of women and children from the tribe, their eyes filled with longing as they watch the men feast on blood and flesh. The sound comes from a small boy, perhaps 3 or 4 years old, swiftly silenced by a nearby woman. How did he end up in such a place? Yishi glances down at his own body, clad in a tattered straw skirt, his emaciated form revealing prominent ribs and spindly legs. It dawns on him that he has indeed traversed dimensions unbelievable. Had he truly perished from a heart attack on the plane? Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washes over him as memories of this body flicker in his mind like a film reel. Just as he grapples with the haze, the stone axe-wielding brute approaches, lifting Yishi as if he were a mere chick, dragging him toward the bloodletting corner. The memories of this body clash with his soul, leaving him powerless to control his own actions. He is helplessly bound to the wooden post, his left foot gripped by another. No, he must awaken. Yi Zai's spirit struggles, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In a moment of desperation, he breaks free from the confines of confusion, shouting, "Wait!" To his surprise, the words spill forth not in Mandarin, but in the primitive tongue he has acquired through the memories. The stone axe-wielding man pauses, momentarily taken aback, yet seems intent on continuing his grim task. Why Ishi seizes the moment, raising his voice. "I possess crucial information that you must hear." The man halts his actions. "Speak," he commands tersely, and this information is of utmost importance. It can only be divulged to your leader or shaman, Yishi insists. A smirk of disdain crosses the brute's face. "Food," Yishi interjects before the man can respond, quickly adding, "It pertains to an undiscovered edible plant." The brute's demeanor shifts, his eagle-like eyes narrowing in concentration. Yishi maintains his composure under the scrutiny. "Wait here," the brute finally concedes. Turning to rejoin the gathering around the fire, Ishi breathes a sigh of relief, fearing the man would dismiss him, resulting in his new life being cut short before it truly began. This body, originally Songcao, a 13-year-old orphan, had recently escaped a massacre at the hands of a tribe known as Hei's, with only 7 survivors, including Songcao himself. Now, they faced the grim prospect of being devoured by the Tushan Tribe, perhaps driven by fear or sheer hunger, leading to the unfortunate circumstance in which Yi Zai's soul has taken residence. Yet, what troubles Yishi most is not the violent clash of tribes, but the revelation that he exists in a world where dinosaurs, giant insects, and ferocious beasts coexist, a place where humanity, meant to flourish in the relative safety of the Quaternary period, now struggles for survival amidst relentless peril. Ishi raised his gaze to the heavens, where a colossal white celestial body hung in the sky, larger than the sun he had previously known, radiating a searing brilliance. Not far from this white orb, a slightly smaller red star also emitted heat, jointly scorching the earth beneath them. This body was profoundly dehydrated, yet under the relentless glare of the sun, no sweat was produced. Yi Zai's tongue flicked across his parched mouth. He was immensely thirsty. Even the gnawing hunger in his stomach was momentarily forgotten. Having inexplicably traversed to this perilous prehistoric realm, perhaps succumbing to a swift demise would be more merciful. Chapter 2. The torture of roasting alive. The towering chieftain of the primitive tribe approached, his presence as imposing as a colossal tower. As he stood before Yishi, an overwhelming sense of pressure, akin to that of a mountain, enveloped him. The chieftain scrutinized Yishi from head to toe and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "You claim to have discovered an edible plant? If you deceive me, the consequences will be unbearable." His tone was calm, yet Yishi could sense the underlying cruelty within his words. Food scarcity plagued the primitive tribe, with many succumbing to starvation each year. This jungle, teeming with monstrous creatures, was a treacherous battleground for sustenance. The thought of competing for food against such terrifying beasts sent shivers down Yishi's spine. Hunting was fraught with danger and yielded unpredictable results, which rendered plants a crucial staple for the tribe. The known edible plants had been painstakingly uncovered at great risk, each discovery cherished for its rarity. Thus, it was no surprise that even the chieftain came to interrogate Yishi upon hearing his claim. Yishi nodded firmly, stating, "I survived on the fruit of that plant after my father and mother perished when I was 8. He lied. His survival thus far was due to the occasional kindness of relatives. However, to bolster his credibility, he had to speak with unwavering confidence. "How far is that place?" the chieftain inquired. "Approximately 3 to 4 miles, Yishi replied. Upon hearing this, the chieftain immediately turned to a muscular man wielding a stone axe and commanded, "Jiao, release him." The man named Jiao complied, lifting Yishi from the post. Weakened by hunger and thirst, Yishi struggled to maintain his balance. Yet years of hardship compelled him to stand tall. "Thank you, great chieftain," he said, but the chieftain ignored him, turning to the men gathered around the fire, bellowing, "This slave claims he has discovered new food." Silence fell abruptly as all eyes turned toward Yishi. The men, especially those encircling the fire, bore an aura akin to predatory beasts, and being scrutinized by such ferocity made Yishi's hair stand on end. The chieftain shouted to the crowd, "Jue, Kangpan." 2 tribesmen immediately rose, their voices booming, "Yes, chieftain, tomorrow, you 2 will accompany this boy. If he speaks falsehoods, he shall be roasted alive." The tribe erupted in a frenzy, pounding their chests and exclaiming with fervor, "Roast alive." Roast alive! Roast alive! A chill settled within Yushi as he witnessed the scene before him. Roasting alive, as the name suggests, involved placing a living person upon a spit, slowly cooking them over flames until they were fully done, an excruciatingly cruel punishment reserved for those who had committed grave offenses. As the sun descended, darkness enveloped the land. Before nightfall, the tribe's people meticulously cleared the remnants of food from the square and retreated into a cavern. This cavern was vast and well concealed, its entrance partially buried underground. All members of the Tushan tribe sought refuge within it at night. The cave walls were composed of hard, dark rocks, while the ground was moist, a stark contrast to the dry soil outside. Though the entrance was narrow, barely allowing one to pass through, the interior expanded to an impressive height, reaching an elevation comparable to that of a two-story building in the farthest reaches visible to Yushi. Standing at the entrance, Yushi gazed into the cavern's depths, which appeared unfathomably dark. He pondered how long it must have taken to carve such a large cavern. The tribe rose with the sun and rested with its setting. Once the sun dipped below the horizon, all members were required to enter the cave, barred from leaving thereafter. It seemed every tribe person possessed a designated sleeping area, and Yushi stood uncertain of where he would be assigned. "Excuse me, could you tell me where I shall sleep?" he asked, but upon receiving no response, he reluctantly grasped the arm of a passerby. The individual cast a cold glance at Yushi and replied, "Sleep here," before departing without waiting for further conversation. As twilight deepened, Yushi observed the primitive inhabitants spreading animal skins or hay upon the ground before lying down and covering themselves with another layer of hide. Positioned near the entrance, Yushi received no such comforts. Everyone appeared engrossed in their own slumber, utterly disregarding him. A bitter smile crept across his face as he realized he would remain unattended. 5 robust tribesmen adorned with red totems worked together to push a massive stone to the entrance, sealing it tightly. They filled the surrounding gaps with branches and grasses to ensure ventilation. Once the stone was in place, darkness enveloped the cave, with only a faint glimmer of light seeping through the cracks. Devoid of any provisions, Yushi lay directly on the earthen floor, clad only in a straw skirt, his skin pressing against the unyielding soil. He closed his eyes, urging himself to fall asleep quickly, reminding himself that he needed ample rest before venturing into the perilous prehistoric jungle the following day. Yet, hunger gnawed at him like a relentless flame, and his throat felt as if it were being sliced open by a knife due to dehydration. "Sleep, and you shall not feel hunger or thirst," he reassured himself. Suddenly, a tickling sensation coursed through his skin where it touched the earth. Yushi instinctively reached down and grasped a wriggling insect, feeling it squirm in his palm. It was the size of a fingernail, but its identity remained obscured in the darkness. He crushed it and discarded it, exhaling deeply as he attempted to lull himself back to sleep. The temperature fluctuations between day and night were stark, and Yushi began to feel the chill. There must have been other openings in the cave, as a cold draft brushed against his back, intensifying the discomfort. In the darkness, he fixated on the faint light filtering through the rock crevices, wrapping his arms around himself to minimize heat loss. Suddenly, a piece of animal hide was tossed onto him. Yushi jolted awake, sitting up and feeling the coarse fur with curiosity. The cave was too dim to discern who had thrown it. "Thank you," he ventured cautiously. A distant, indifferent voice replied, "I fear you might freeze to death, and that would deprive the tribe of sustenance." Understanding the implication, Yushi fell silent. He spread the hide, which was small and barely sufficient to cover his abdomen. The texture was rough, poorly tanned, and emitted a pungent odor, riddled with imperfections. Under normal circumstances, Yushi would have recoiled from such a thing, but in his current dire situation, it seemed invaluable. The warmth against his belly gradually lulled him into a sense of drowsiness, and he drifted into a deep slumber. As the night deepened, a faint rustling sound emanated from outside the rocks. The glimmer of light had vanished, replaced by a swarm of dark red appendages slithering through the crevices, moving like worms. This unknown creature's limbs enveloped the stone, its overall size too daunting to contemplate. Unaware of the dreadful presence lurking just beyond the rock, Yushi remained in a profound sleep, oblivious to the peril that lay so close. Chapter 3. Departure into the Jungle. Yushi was roused from his slumber by a sudden kick. Blinking his bleary eyes open, he was immediately blinded by the harsh sunlight streaming in. When had the massive stone at the cave's entrance been moved? "Get up, eat something, and we shall set forth," stated the individual who had kicked him, a man named Kangpan, whose demeanor was as cold as ice. Yushi silently rose to his feet. Stepping outside, a wave of heat assaulted him. It was the dry season, with the sun blazing mercilessly overhead, No rain in sight, rivers running dry, and the land parched. Conversely, during the rainy season, relentless downpours transformed the ground into a vast marsh, where terrifying aquatic beasts crawled ashore to feast on terrestrial creatures until their bellies bulged. Presently, the oppressive heat of the dry season was in full force. In the clearing, the members of the Tushan Tribe had already begun their day's labor. Two men, shirtless, were diligently polishing something on a massive rock. As Yishi approached, he realized they were crafting a stone knife and a bone hoe. The knife and hoe were already quite smooth and entirely usable, yet the two men were fervently focused on sharpening them further against the rock. A white fruit was tossed his way, and Yishi instinctively caught it. Kangpan, having thrown the fruit, remarked in a detached tone, "This is your breakfast for today. Hurry and eat. We depart once you're finished." Yishi felt an unshakable pressure in Kangpan's presence, as if a great beast loomed nearby. His gaze flickered to Kangpan's left chest, where a vivid, intricate totemic pattern was emblazoned, at its center a lifelike flame motif. This was the mark of a warrior. Having assimilated memories from his past, Yishi understood that in this world, humans could seize the powers of ferocious beasts to awaken as warriors, wielding strength rivaling that of dinosaurs and other formidable creatures. The Tushan tribe had actually assigned a warrior to accompany him. This thought flitted through his mind. But Yushi's attention was consumed by the round, heavy fruit in his hands. At last, there was something to eat. Finally, he could quell the hunger that had reduced his stomach to mere acid. Most importantly, he could replenish his hydration. This mysterious fruit resembled an apple in size and shape, its skin white and wrinkled, akin to that of a cantaloupe. As he took a bite, the sweet flavor flooded his mouth, unexpectedly delightful. "What is this called?" Yishi inquired of Kangpan. "This is called the white fruit. Has your wolf-toothed tribe fallen so low that you've never even seen it?" Came a voice, unfamiliar, yet laced with mockery. Turning, Yishi saw a youth with braided hair, bedecked in bone ornaments, lazily crossing his arms and casting a sidelong glance at him. Squinting slightly, Yishi recognized this as Zue, the second individual named by the chief yesterday. During his memory absorption, he had forced himself to remain alert, causing the recollections to be fragmented, leaving him unsure if the wolf-toothed tribe possessed such fruit. Yishi smiled at him and continued to savor the white fruit. Zue raised an eyebrow, observing him with impatience. Yishi meticulously finished the fruit, only then noticing Zue's restless gaze fixed upon him. "Why do you eat like a woman so slowly?" Zue remarked in a teasing tone. In primitive cultures, the emphasis lay on voraciously consuming meat and blood to maximize efficiency, whereas modern practices advocate for slow, mindful eating to enhance digestion. Yishi, having a naturally frail constitution, prioritized health and wellness even more. Despite Zue's evident impatience, he did not urge him to hasten, which was somewhat unexpected for Yishi. At that moment, he noticed a group of men and women carrying animal hide bags and bone hoes, venturing into the jungle. Yishi understood they were going to forage for fruit. The tribe's warriors were responsible for hunting, while the ordinary folk gathered fruits. The foraging spots were relatively close to the tribe and would be accompanied by two warriors for protection. However, this did not imply the task was devoid of danger. The primal jungle was fraught with peril, and a careless encounter with a formidable beast could lead to casualties. The bravery of these ordinary individuals entering the jungle was commendable. Another group, entirely composed of tribal warriors, appeared fierce and imposing, exuding an aura of strength akin to that of feral beasts. This was the tribe's hunting party. From the memories of Songcao, Yishi recalled that the wolf-toothed tribe once had a similar hunting party made up entirely of warriors, but sadly, they had perished in their conflict with the Heish tribe. The gruesome images of that battle flashed through his mind, but Yishi shook his head to dispel the thoughts. After a while, a towering man, easily 2 meters tall, with a bushy beard and bulging muscles, shouted to the hunting party, and they ventured into the jungle. Their figures gradually faded from view. They would delve deeper into the jungle, contending with the terrifying creatures lurking within for sustenance. Those left behind in the tribe, including Kangpan and Zue, silently watched their departing figures. Once they were out of sight, Kangpan turned to cast a cold glance at Yishi, leaving him perplexed. Zue, reveling in Yishi's discomfort, said, "Today, it was originally Kangpan's turn to hunt, but the chief assigned him to protect you instead." Yishi was somewhat taken aback, gaining a new perspective on the primitive inhabitants of this land. Faced with danger and the likelihood of casualties, it was surprising that one would feel anger rather than relief at being spared from the hunt. "Zue, are you a reserve warrior?" Yishi inquired. In every tribe, one must first become a reserve warrior through trials before attaining the status of a warrior. Only reserve warriors were eligible to obtain the precious cores of ferocious beasts. allowing them to awaken as totem warriors during the grand ceremony. Yushi had assumed the chief would assign several reserve warriors for his protection, as the warriors were too busy while the ordinary folk were too weak. Could this seemingly youthful boy before him truly be a reserve warrior? Of course, otherwise. Would the chief have sent me? Zue replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at Yushi. Yushi was astonished. The trials for reserve warriors were said to be exceedingly difficult. Yet this youth, still bearing traces of boyhood, had managed to pass. The hunting party had set off, and it was time for them to leave as well. The sun would only rise higher, and the heat would become more oppressive. A sudden whoosh of wind heralded Kangpan sheathing a long knife at his waist. Yushi turned to observe. It was a bone knife, 3 feet long, gleaming white, its blade elegantly curved, resembling a piece of art. On the other side, Zue wielded a long spear, crafted from an unknown dark wood, exuding a sense of quality, with a sharp, blood-red stone tip that appeared extraordinary. Yushi was handed a bone hoe meant for digging. Compared to their weaponry, it seemed rather inadequate, but it was, after all, a tool for digging. He had initially hoped for a more substantial weapon, but fell silent. Beyond the clearing lay a dense, untamed jungle, and Kangpan and Zue, armed and resolute, stepped forward into its depths. Yushi gazed at the tranquil jungle before him, contemplating the myriad dangers concealed within. After a moment's hesitation, he too stepped into the shadows of the trees. The trio entered the jungle, with Kangpan leading the way, Yushi in the middle, and Zue bringing up the rear. The trees in the jungle towered higher than any Yushi had seen in the modern world, stretching skyward, each estimated to be centuries old. All the colossal trees shared a common trait. Their roots were robust and deeply entrenched in the earth. In the gaps between the giants, many tall shrubs and ferns flourished, some even towering over the trees themselves, creating a lush, verdant canopy. The vegetation here was astonishing. It thrived through the harshest trials of both dry and rainy seasons, flourishing into a vibrant expanse. Which way should we go? Kangpan asked, cautioning, stay close to us and do not wander off. Understood, Yushi replied. He had no intention of engaging in such a reckless endeavor as wandering through a prehistoric jungle. Kangpan then queried, can you climb trees? Yushi glanced at the towering trees, standing as straight as the legendary Rui Jingu Bang, and hesitated, pondering the possibility of climbing them. Ji, walking alongside him, turned to him incredulously, exclaiming, how have you lived this long if you can't even climb a tree? Yushi feigned embarrassment, lowering his gaze. Heh. Is this the sort of tree that a mere human can scale? The trio tread lightly through the jungle, where the indigenous tribes people walked barefoot. Yushi felt quite out of sorts. Fortunately, the soles of this body had developed thick calluses. Had he been in his modern body, he would have likely suffered blisters after just a few steps. Suddenly, Ji yanked his arm sharply. Turn. Stay close. Yushi froze, and upon seeing what lay ahead, a chill ran down his spine. A large, furry green spider, the size of a basin, dangled from a strand of silk just 10 centimeters away. Had Ji not pulled him back, he would have collided directly with it. That spider is highly venomous, capable of bringing down a colossal beast. Be cautious. After hearing Ji's warning, Yushi dared not let his mind wander again, meticulously following in their footsteps, treading where they had walked. Thus, he narrowly avoided a vividly colored caterpillar, the size of a palm, that fell from the tree, skirted around a massive centipede that camouflaged itself as dirt and measured 3 meters in length, and evaded a motionless snake that resembled a tree root. Without Ji and Kangpan by his side, he would have surely met his demise at the hands of these bizarre creatures. Suddenly, something chicken-sized scurried past his feet. Yushi's heart raced, and upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a small dinosaur, a green-skinned creature the size of a chicken. Could this be a juvenile dinosaur? It bore a striking resemblance to a large lizard. He glanced at Ji and Kangpan, who walked ahead and behind him, respectively. They seemed unfazed, as if oblivious to the small dinosaur's presence. Noticing Yushi's gaze, Ji kindly explained, that is a small green four-clawed beast. It is quite cunning, luring prey to follow it. Once you reach its destination, a host of small green four-clawed beasts will be waiting for you, proving to be quite troublesome. You may not die, but you will certainly endure some hardships. Thud, thud. A heavy footfall reverberated nearby, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Yushi tensed. Judging by the sound, it could only belong to a colossal creature. Kangpan turned to Yushi, gesturing for him to remain silent. Yushi nodded. The three of them crouched low, moving carefully behind a dense thicket of ferns. Yushi squatted on the ground, his fist clenched tightly in anxiety. If it were a Tyrannosaurus Rex or a Spinosaurus approaching, would they be able to withstand such a formidable foe? Thump. Thump! Yishi could almost hear the thunderous pounding of his own heart. Chapter 4. The terrifying wild boar. Yishi furrowed his brow, feeling the relentless thumping of his heartbeat. This cacophony could betray his presence. After closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, he held his breath, then breathed deeply again. After repeating this 3 times, his heart finally returned to a steadier rhythm. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps drew ever closer. Yishi's keen eyes caught sight of the ferns nearby trembling slightly. What colossal creature could cause such a disturbance? Zue and Kangpan's facial muscles tensed, their bodies coiled like springs, ready to pounce at a moment's notice if discovered. Thud. The owner of the footsteps finally came into view. Before them stood a colossal dinosaur, approximately 10 meters in length, equivalent to the size of a container truck. Its azure skin, stout limbs, and short torso contrasted sharply with its exaggeratedly long neck and tail. It ambled slowly, swinging its head and tail while munching on ferns. The 3 of them exhaled a sigh of relief, their bodies relaxing. It was a herbivorous dinosaur. In the distance, similar heavy footsteps echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Zoe whispered to Kangpan, "It's its herd." Kangpan nodded. Peering through a gap, Yishi discerned that it resembled a brachiosaurus. An adult brachiosaurus could reach 27 meters. But the one before them, residing in the jungle, was evidently still a juvenile, merely the size of a container truck. The young brachiosaurus left its parents at birth, living in the jungle from the moment it hatched, only emerging into the plains when its immense size could no longer be accommodated by the forest, eventually joining the adult herd. This species was known for its gentle temperament and rarely attacked humans. Kangpan stood up and said to the others, "Let us move." The 3 stepped out from their hiding spot, traversing directly past the brachiosaurus. The dinosaur merely turned its head slightly to glance at them before returning to its meal with disinterest. The experience of encountering such a gigantic dinosaur filled Yishi with both anxiety and wonder. It was an encounter few could ever hope to experience. Who could have imagined that the day after boarding a plane to conduct business in another province, he would find himself face to face with ancient dinosaurs in a primordial jungle? Scholars and biologists studying dinosaurs would undoubtedly envy him, he thought to himself. Stop. Yishi was suddenly yanked by Kangpan. Startled, he turned to look at him, uncertainty flooding his expression. Kangpan brandished his bone knife before him, his eyes fixed intently ahead, and slowly uttered, "Step back." Following Kangpan's gaze, Yishi's heart plunged as he beheld a horrific creature of the size of an off-road vehicle, its crimson eyes glaring back at them. This beast, entirely black, boasted exaggerated muscle mass, a massive body, and short limbs. Its long tusks jutted forward like pitchforks, and atop its head was a remarkably sharp horn, measuring nearly half a meter in length. This creature possessed terrifying natural weaponry, yet bore the visage of a wild boar. How could such a muscular beast exist? It utterly transformed Yishi's understanding of wild boars. Zue pulled Yishi behind a large tree. The wild boar, upon noticing the 2-legged beings moving, erupted in a furious roar and charged toward their hiding spot. Thud, thud, thud. Its terrifying momentum shook the ground with every stride. As the boar closed in, Yishi's heart began to race uncontrollably. The distance had shrunk to where he could see the dark brown bloodstains on its tusks and horn, remnants of countless lives claimed beneath its charge. Could Kangpan defend against it? In a moment of desperation, Yishi watched as Kangpan hurled his bone knife and boldly charged directly at the wild boar. The collision seemed imminent. The boar's sharp horn was poised to impale Kangpan. Just as the horn was about to pierce Kangpan's chest, he deftly twisted his body, evading the attack in a blink, then raised his fist high, muscles rippling, delivering a powerful blow to the boar's head. Though Kangpan was tall among humans, he appeared diminutive against the prehistoric muscular wild boar. Yet, to Yishi's astonishment, the boar swayed to the side from the impact of Kangpan's strike. Kangpan did not halt his assault, launching another heavy punch to the boar's head. The collision echoed with a resounding thud. The boar, severely injured, emitted a pained cry. And in a moment of clarity, its fury intensified. Its crimson eyes glared malevolently at Kangpan, retreating slightly before charging like a dark gust of wind. Yishi was alarmed. How could the boar move with such speed? He tightly gripped Zue, almost ready to flee. He couldn't fathom how Kangpan could possibly evade such force and velocity. In his mind, Kangpan had already been sentenced to death. Yet Kangpan's expression remained calm, betraying no hint of trepidation. Just as the boar was about to collide with him, he executed a swift roll on the ground, retrieving the bone knife he had discarded. With a roar, he leaped onto the boar's back. Without granting the creature a moment to react, he raised the bone knife high, and thrust it downwards towards the boar's head. Before Yushi's wide eyes, the knife plunged deep into the boar's skull, blood erupting forth. With a deafening roar, the wild boar threw its head back, emitting a sound so terrifying that Yushi clamped his hands over his ears. The roar was so intense it made his eardrums ache. A leaf trembled and fell upon Yishi's head, shaken loose by the sheer force of the sound. Thud! The massive body of the wild boar crashed to the ground. Kangpan leapt aside. The boar's crimson eyes glared defiantly, its forelegs twitching, still not entirely lifeless. Zue, witnessing the scene before him, clenched his fist and murmured, "If I become a warrior, I will be just as powerful." The recent battle stirred his emotions, igniting an eagerness within him to become a true warrior. Kangpan withdrew the bone knife from the wild boar's carcass. Zue and Yishi emerged from behind the tree. Yishi gazed at the slowly stilling boar, unable to believe that this behemoth had been vanquished so effortlessly. Was this the power of a totem warrior? Kangpan wiped the blood off his bone knife with a leaf, casually stating, "Let us process the boar." Suddenly, the distant jungle began to rustle ominously, and Kangpan's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on the fern-covered thicket. In an instant, two horned wild boars sprang forth from the foliage. Yushi froze for a moment, caught off guard until Zue shoved him, prompting him to sprint in the opposite direction. With a fierce shout, Kangpan raised his bone knife and charged at the two horned wild boars. Even though Kangpan was a totem warrior, he could only intercept one. The other horned wild boar thundered towards Zue and Yishi, its presence imposing. Zue ran a few steps but then stopped, gripping his spear and bending slightly at the knees, preparing to confront the horned wild boar. "Zue, what are you doing?" "Run." Kangpan, engaged in battle, caught sight of Zue's hesitation and shouted urgently, "I won't run. That kid will be doomed." Zue bellowed, already ready to sacrifice himself. Yet, the wild boar circled around him, charging straight for Yishi. Could he run fast enough? Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled under the weight of the several-ton horned wild boar as it closed in rapidly on Yishi. He understood all too well that if the horned wild boar caught up to him, he would stand no chance of resistance, only death awaited. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps thundered behind him, and he could almost smell the rancid odor emanating from the wild boar. It was about to overtake him. This realization sent a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. Spotting a towering tree ahead, Yishi instinctively scrambled up its rough bark. The trunk stood tall and straight, devoid of branches to aid his ascent. Nevertheless, propelled by the instinct for survival, he climbed 6 or 7 meters high, gripping the trunk tightly with arms and legs outstretched. Suddenly, the tree shook violently. Looking down, Yishi was taken aback to see the long-horned wild boar barreling towards him, its massive horns crashing against the trunk, embedding deeply into the wood. His heart skipped a beat as he imagined the dire consequences had he hesitated even for a moment. Undeterred by Yishi's escape, the boar lowered its head, repeatedly ramming the trunk. With each impact, the tree trembled, shedding leaves that fluttered down upon Yishi. After several attempts, the boar, frustrated by its failure to dislodge its quarry, retreated momentarily before unleashing a deafening roar. The sound pierced his eardrums, and with both hands clinging to the tree, he had no choice but to endure the onslaught. With a renewed fury, the boar charged at the tree once more, shaking it violently. Yishi clung on with all his might, narrowly avoiding a fall. The roar subsided, but a persistent buzzing filled his ears, accompanied by the ominous creaking of the tree under strain. Troubling thoughts raced through his mind. If the boar continued its assault, the tree might soon succumb. Just then, Songpan and Zue arrived in the nick of time. Without hesitation, Songpan brandished his bone knife and struck at the boar. Caught off guard, the beast let out an enraged bellow and turned to confront Songpan. This was the third long-horned boar that Songpan faced. "Watch closely," he instructed Zue, preparing for the encounter. The boar's thick hide had diminished the impact of the initial strike, and it charged at Songpan with renewed fury. As the boar closed in, Songpan anticipated its move, deftly sidestepping just as it lunged, causing the attack to miss. The boar's cunning was evident. Hunters must remain vigilant against its sudden bursts of speed. Zue's eyes sparkled with intensity, captivated by the unfolding clash between Songpan and the wild beast. The live demonstration from the totem warrior was a rare spectacle. Unlike his previous encounter, Songpan did not swiftly dispatch the boar. Instead, he allowed it to launch multiple assaults, skillfully countering each one until he had deciphered all of its tactics. From his perch in the tree, Yishi watched in rapt attention. This was a prehistoric creature, its sheer power bordering on the monstrous. Yet here stood a totem warrior, capable of standing against and even overcoming such a foe. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he wondered if he, too, could become such a totem warrior. Eventually, the longhorn boar, exhausted from its relentless efforts, faltered. Songpan seized the opportunity, aiming for its neck, and with a decisive strike, he ended the confrontation. Chapter 5. The prehistoric burden. Jue shouted at Yishi, who was still in the tree. How long are you going to stay up there? Come down quickly. Yishi released his grip and leaped down from a height of 6 or 7 meters. Jue's heart tightened. He almost rushed to catch the boy. For he was merely an ordinary human. In his previous life, Yishi, a heart patient, had long envied those who could run and jump, especially extreme sports enthusiasts. He had a deep interest in parkour and had amassed a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Unfortunately, due to his heart condition, he could never indulge his desires. Now, he finally had the chance to experience it firsthand. Yishi silently rated his earlier performance with a 9 out of 10. His calves felt a bit numb. Had he bent his knees more upon landing, it might have absorbed some impact. Jue clapped Yishi's shoulder firmly, scrutinizing him from head to toe until Yishi felt a bit uneasy, finally exhaling slowly. Not bad. Kid, you've got some skills. Jue asked, what is your name? This was the first time someone had inquired about his name since his arrival. Yishi hesitated, torn between revealing his true name, Songcao, or sticking with Yishi. Logically, he should present himself as Songcao, especially since there were captured women from the Wurm tribe and the Tushan tribe who would likely recognize him. Yet, he was reluctant to abandon the name Yishi, as it was bestowed upon him by his parents. Jue appeared surprised. Why did your parents give you such a name? It's rather odd. He gestured to himself. I'm called Jue because my father hoped I would be sharp like a spike. And this is Songpan. His name means he should be as firm as stone. After a moment, he asked curiously, but why are you called Yishi? Does she mean sparse? She signifies vitality. To live, one must possess spirit. I suppose my parents hoped I would always breathe and thrive. Yishi fabricated confidently, his eyes steady. Jue nodded, finding some sense in it. Meanwhile, Songpan had drawn out a stone knife and crouched down, pressing it against the wound to suck the wild boar's blood. After a considerable time, he stood up, wiping his mouth with satisfaction, and called to Jue. All right, enough chatting. Come over. Seeing this, Jue abandoned Yishi and bent down to gulp the blood as well. Yishi felt his throat parched, since consuming a fruit that morning. He had not replenished his fluids. Once Jue finished, he stood up, and Songpan turned to Yishi, saying, your turn. Yishi was taken aback. He was included too? However, gazing at the massive wild boar carcass on the ground, he hesitated to drink its blood. Years of civilized living made it difficult for him to quickly accept such an act. Jue grew impatient. What are you waiting for? Drink up. Something else might come along. Yishi shivered. No longer hesitating, he recognized the need to shed certain constraints of his previous civilized life to adapt swiftly to this new existence. He plunged his mouth into the warm, pungent blood of the wild boar, nearly retching from the intensity. As the blood coursed down his throat into his stomach, a wave of warmth surged through him. After the initial physiological disgust faded, a surge of exhilaration welled up. It was his first time running without restraint, climbing a tree, jumping from such a height based on theoretical knowledge, and even drinking blood. These were experiences he had never dared to imagine before. He had even been unable to express emotions. Perhaps being transported to a prehistoric society was not as dreadful as he had anticipated. Once Yishi finished, Songpan and Jue immediately began to dissect the wild boar carcass. Such a substantial catch could not go to waste. They worked swiftly, discarding the entrails and cutting the meat into several pieces. Songpan grabbed some fern leaves to wipe the blood off the meat, laid out 2 large animal hides, and placed the boar meat inside, pinching the 4 corners of the hide and lifting it up. The hides appeared to be made from rhino skin or some other tough material. They looked thin yet remarkably resilient, holding a substantial amount of meat without tearing. It seemed they intended to carry it this way. Wait, Yishi hesitated. Are you really going to carry it like that? Jue inquired, puzzled. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Each of them held a bundle tightly, weapons in their other hands. Yishi responded. Don't you think it's inconvenient to carry it this way? It might hinder your ability to fight. Jue countered, if we don't carry it this way, how else can we manage? Yishi gestured for Jue to lower the bundle. He crouched down, spread the animal hide flat, placed the boar meat in the center, and then rolled it up like a wrap, gripping both ends with effort. He signaled for Jue to assist. He placed the bundle on Jue's back, threading the ends under Jue's arms and over his shoulders, securing the 2 ends in a knot. Thus, a prehistoric version of a package was born. Jue's eyes widened with curiosity as he felt the burden on his back. Even the usually composed Songpan gazed at the package with intrigue. Zhui exclaimed excitedly. Did the Wulfang tribe come up with this? I've never seen anyone from your tribe carry prey like this. Yushi nodded, suppressing his conscience as he said. Yes, I just thought of it. I didn't expect it to be quite practical. Zhui gave Yushi a thumbs up. You're quite clever. Songpan regarded the burden on Zhui's back, deep in thought. The animal hides sewn in their tribe could only be used for carrying fruits. Due to the gaps in the hides, blood would leak from the meat. This new method of carrying would alleviate that concern, allowing for easier transport on one's back. Every warrior in the tribe would benefit from this technique, no longer needing one hand to hold their catch, thus enabling swifter reactions during combat, possibly reducing casualties. Songpan solemnly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Yushi was taken aback by Songpan's thoughtful response and quickly shook his head, indicating it was nothing. There were still 2 slain wild boars at their previous location, and such a bounty of meat could not go to waste. The 3 of them observed the nearby dinosaurs, who paid them no mind, merely raising their heads to issue a warning roar before continuing to feast on the wild boar meat. With the dinosaurs present, they knew the remaining boar meat was unattainable, and though disappointed, they had no choice but to leave hastily. Chapter 6. Food from the earth as the sun ascended higher. The air grew increasingly oppressive. The ground, scorched by the relentless heat, was unbearable to walk upon barefoot. And Yushi thought to himself that he must find the means to craft shoes when the opportunity arose. Apart from a bone hoe, Yushi carried no provisions. The wild boar meat was shouldered by Zhui and Kangpan. This was not due to their consideration of his youth. For how could those who intended to consume him show any regard for sustenance? Rather, they deemed his slender limbs too frail to bear heavy loads, fearing he would slow their pace. For Zhui and Kangpan, the weight was negligible. The heat was stifling, the sun mercilessly roasting the earth. Along the journey, many trees appeared to be withering under the sun's glare, their leaves turning yellow and brittle, and numerous desiccated animal carcasses littered the ground, ignored by Zhui and Kangpan. Yushi mused that these primitive people, who consumed human flesh, had the sense to avoid decaying animal remains, evidently aware that such fare could lead to illness. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, Yushi felt the moisture replenished by the wild boar's blood begin to evaporate as he gradually began to sweat. How much further? Zhui inquired. They had already ventured approximately 4 miles beyond the tribe's territory. Any further would significantly increase the risk, nearly equating it to the dangers of hunting, which was a poor trade for the tribe. Yushi glanced around, contemplating. It's just ahead. Zhui fell silent. Ever since Yushi had imparted the technique of packing, he sensed a subtle shift in their attitudes towards him. Had it been before, they would likely have scolded him by now. As they passed a thicket of lush ferns, Yushi called out, "Wait." The 2 halted and turned to him. Bending down, Yushi parted the tall ferns, revealing clusters of inconspicuous green heart-shaped leaves beneath. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he crouched to dig into the earth with his bone hoe. Zhui and Kangpan exchanged glances, questioning whether this was the edible plant he referred to. Among the known plants of the tribe, there were fruits from trees or seeds, but never had they heard of anything being unearthed from the ground. Was he toying with them? Their eyes flickered with anger. Had the Tushan tribe been fooled by this captive boy? The sweet potato roots were buried deep. As Yushi dug, he grasped a sweet potato leaf and yanked with all his might. He stumbled back, but in doing so, he unearthed a long, plump string of bright red sweet potatoes. Wonderful. It truly is sweet potato. Zhui and Kangpan's anger dissipated, replaced by astonishment as they gaped at the bounty he had unearthed. Zhui hesitantly questioned, "Can this be eaten?" The tribe had learned over time that the brighter the color, the more likely it was to be poisonous. Yushi, with a beaming smile, held up the sweet potato, reveling in the thought that this substantial yield could sustain him for an entire day. After all, he had eaten nothing the day before, and only a single fruit that morning. He glanced at Zhui, who inexplicably seemed to perceive disdain in his expression. In the next moment, Yushi broke off a piece of the sweet potato and said, "Watch closely." The skin was relatively smooth, and without much thought, he wiped off the dry earth, revealing its beautiful red exterior. With a wide mouth, he bit directly into the sweet potato. Typically consumed cooked, it could also be eaten raw, posing no toxicity, albeit lacking the sweetness and digestibility of its cooked counterpart. As he took a bite, the creamy white interior emerged, and a translucent juice oozed from the fissure. Savoring the sweet potato, Yushi was enveloped by its crisp, sweet flavor. Perhaps the ancient sweet potatoes were exceptionally cultivated, as their raw sweetness rivaled that of the cooked variety. Zhui and Kangpan, observing his satisfied demeanor, swallowed hard. Is it truly that delicious? They wondered, intrigued by his enjoyment. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zue exclaimed, "Give me one too." Having grown up consuming such delicacies, he felt confident it posed no threat. Yishi tossed him a sweet potato. Zue casually brushed off the dirt and took a bite. Instantly, he was captivated by the refreshing sweetness, squinting his eyes in delight. "Kingpan, it's surprisingly good, sweet, and quite tasty." Kingpan hesitated for a moment before requesting, "May I have one as well?" The three ultimately shared the entire string of sweet potatoes. Yishi licked his lips, patting his belly, satisfied and full. Kingpan nodded in agreement. Beneath the ferns, many more heart-shaped plants thrived, undoubtedly concealing more plump sweet potatoes. Only Yishi possessed a bow and hoe as a digging tool. Zue and Kangpan wielded a spear and a stone knife, neither of which were suitable for excavation. They resorted to digging with their hands, unperturbed by the dirt. Yishi noticed the dark grime beneath their fingernails and grimaced, only to realize his own nails were not much better. Is it feasible to trim nails with a stone knife? He pondered doubtfully. Together, they unearthed all the sweet potatoes in the area, discovering an unexpectedly abundant harvest. However, the two animal skins they carried were already filled with wild boar meat. How were they to carry such a bounty of sweet potatoes? Yishi surveyed the surroundings and spotted a cluster of dried plants resembling palms, their leaves larger than any he had previously encountered, nearly half a person's height. Dehydrated and yellowed, these fan-shaped leaves were divided into long strips, resembling a palm frond. Yishi approached and snapped off one of the leaves, testing its resilience. Satisfied, he plucked an entire frond. Each strip was about half a person's height. He tied two of them together, feeling the length was sufficient. "Are you using that as a vine?" Kingpan asked. Yishi nodded, though not as sturdy as a vine. It should suffice to carry the sweet potatoes. They refrained from removing the sweet potato leaves, and Yishi tied the fronds around the junction of the leaves and the tubers, creating bundles that could hold roughly 10 strings of sweet potatoes each. Seeing Yushi's actions, Zue and Kangpan quickly joined in to assist, their movements swift and efficient, soon binding all the sweet potatoes. In total, they prepared 8 bundles, amounting to approximately 80 strings of sweet potatoes. As Yishi gazed at the bounty, a sense of fulfillment washed over him. His small frame could only bear one bundle, while the remaining were shared between Zue and Kangpan. Although they were already laden with wild boar meat, the additional strings of sweet potatoes felt almost weightless as they moved with ease. Curious, they wondered why Yishi had displayed such vigor while digging sweet potatoes. What treasure had he uncovered? Soon, Yishi unearthed a string of yellowish, lumpy objects, cradling them with a smile. Zue eyed the dirt-colored items skeptically. "What are those? Can they be eaten?" Yishi waved his hand dismissively. "These are not for consumption." "Oh, not food?" Zue's interest waned instantly, and he ceased to inquire further. Yishi paused, contemplating explaining further. But seeing the indifferent attitude of these primitive Gurmans upon learning it was not edible, he decided against it. Chapter 7. Doubt in the Tushan tribe. The weather has grown increasingly sweltering, and the edible fruits are becoming scarce. Today, their harvest was meager, and fortunately, they encountered no dangers. They lamented as they placed all their meager finds upon a rock in the clearing, the heat intensifying, and if this continued, their food supply would dwindle. The chief's expression darkened slightly, hoping the hunting party would return with a bountiful catch. It is known that to ensure the tribe's martial strength, meat is prioritized for the warriors, leaving the common folk to subsist largely on fruits and seeds. A diminished harvest for them meant a looming hunger. Someone approached to tally their findings, with each gatherer permitted to keep a mere 30% of their foraged fruits, while the remainder was surrendered to the tribe for redistribution. Just then, a rustling in the jungle heralded the arrival of Zue and Kangpan, who emerged from the thicket, shouldering their heavy loads. Upon seeing their full arms, Chief Yin immediately rose, his voice tinged with excitement. "Is this your harvest for today?" Zue and Kangpan set down their burdens, revealing the wild boar meat. "Indeed, Chief," Zue replied, "this is the wild boar we hunted today, and this," he gestured to a large heap of sweet potatoes, "is what she led us to find. We've tasted it, and it is safe to eat. Moreover, there is an abundance. We unearthed so much from just one spot." The chief's countenance grew solemn as he picked up a sweet potato, breaking off a piece to taste, his eyes lighting up in surprise. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by anxious voices. "Quickly, summon the shaman. The shaman must come to see Chi. He is injured." You glanced at the wound, while Kangpan anxiously declared, "I shall fetch the shaman," and rushed towards the cave. Yu was deeply curious about the shaman. From the memories of Songcao, she learned that the tribe held the shaman in profound reverence. as they could predict the weather and heal the sick without medicine. Was it mere luck? Or did they possess true abilities? Yu yearned to discover the truth. Having never seen the shaman before, and with food consistently brought to the cave by tribesmen, she pondered the shaman's affinity for darkness. Was it a form of albinism? After a short while, Kangpan returned, accompanied by a frail old man draped in burlap. Wielding a bone staff, his gaze deep and penetrating. Previously, you had thought all were clad in straw, yet it appeared that weaving techniques had emerged, crafting burlap. However, this cloth must be exceedingly precious, for the shaman of the Wurm tribe, from her recollections, also wore straw. The shaman appeared very aged. With hair and beard as white as snow, you estimated he was at least 70 years old, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, unlike those of typical elders. The shaman. The tribe bowed their heads in respect, and you quickly followed suit. Leaning on his staff, the shaman nodded slightly to the crowd, then made his way directly to where Chi lay among the people. As the shaman passed, it was as though Moses parting the sea. The tribe instinctively stepped aside to make way. He knelt beside Chi, who was barely clinging to life, blood oozing from his lips. Despite his condition, Chi struggled to rise in respect for the shaman. "Do not speak," the shaman intoned gravely. The shaman extended his right hand, closed his eyes, and placed it upon Chi's wound. Before Yu's astonished gaze, the injury began to close at an observable pace beneath the shaman's gnarled and withered hand, the exposed innards gradually disappearing from view. Just as the wound appeared on the brink of healing, the shaman swayed slightly, expressing regret. "The divination from a few days past drained too much of my shamanic energy. This is all I can accomplish." Yet the wound remained unhealed, still bleeding profusely. Although Chi's injury had lessened, the loss of blood was critical, and if it continued, death was inevitable. The atmosphere grew heavy with sorrow. The loss of even one warrior was a significant blow to the tribe. Chi's pallor was alarming, yet he gasped, attempting to reassure the shaman. "Thank you, shaman. I feel much better." Young's facial muscles twitched, and after a pause, he suggested, "We should cauterize the wound." "No, Chi is already so weak. He may not withstand the searing heat," someone interjected. Chi, though gasping, insisted with a faint voice, "It's all right, proceed with the cauterization." The group fell silent, the air thick with despair. If fire were used to staunch the flow, Chi might not endure the pain. You suddenly brightened with a thought. "I found Sanchi." "Sanchi? What is that?" The tribe members turned their gazes toward her, including the shaman. You explained, "It is a type of herb that can stop bleeding." "Herb?" The tribe exchanged puzzled looks. They had no concept of medicinal herbs. In this primitive society, injuries were generally left to the body's innate healing abilities. And if one could not endure, death was the only outcome. Holding the Sanchi, you presented its stem for them to see. "This is Sanchi. It may not look remarkable, but its efficacy in halting bleeding, reducing swelling, and alleviating pain is quite remarkable. In simple terms, it is a remedy for external wounds." This unassuming plant bore no extraordinary traits and was evidently not a miraculous herb. Such commonplace weeds could heal wounds? Suddenly, Kangpan seized you by the throat. His face clouded with suspicion. "Who are you? And how do you know so much?" Why was he so certain? It was as if he were intimately familiar with medicinal properties. While sweet potatoes might be discovered by chance, what of Sanchi? If what she claimed about its ability to halt bleeding was true, what did that imply? You felt the grip tighten around her neck. Her face flushed as she struggled to breathe, the Sanchi slipping from her grasp as she fought against his hold. Around them, the expressions of the tribe turned cold, their eyes filled with skepticism as they regarded her. Chapter 8. The child of the shaman. Could he reveal to them that he was a traveler from another time? Who could say whether they might bind him and roast him alive? The thought of such torment sent a shiver down Yushi's spine. He had underestimated them, believing primitive people to be foolish, only to discover their remarkable vigilance. A single herb had alerted them to his presence. However, he could not continuously conceal his knowledge. To improve his living conditions, it was impossible to hide all that he knew from the past. Coughing, Songpan loosened his grip slightly and said coldly, "Speak. Who sent you here?" The relationships among the tribes were far from amicable. In the struggle for limited resources, especially the cores of fierce beasts, some tribes that welcomed others with smiles could secretly harbor a desire for their annihilation. The recently destroyed Wurm tribe was not weak among the tribes of the Black Spine Mountains, yet it had perished without warning. The strength of the Tushan tribe was merely average, and for survival, they had to remain vigilant at all times. Yushi replied, "No one sent me." "Do you really believe your enemies would recognize this?" Indeed, they had never heard of nearby tribes harvesting sweet potatoes, nor had they encountered any herb named Sanchi for stopping blood loss. The Wulfang tribe was also unaware of this medicine. How do you know about it? Song Pan tightened his grip once more. Yishi's face turned crimson from suffocation, and he painfully attempted to pry Song Pan's fingers away. Let go of me. Song Pan released his hold, yet his wolf-like eyes remained fixed on Yishi, as if any hint of deceit would lead to his utter destruction. The others around them displayed hostility as well. Yishi realized that a single misstep could lead to a dire fate. With unprecedented danger looming, his mind raced. And in a flash, an idea crossed his thoughts. This item was given to me by a wandering shaman. She scoffed at his words, but before she could retort, Yishi spoke in a somber, melancholic tone. The shaman, with the heavens above and the earth below, and two figures on either side representing yin and yang, is the embodiment of the balance between the two. To connect heaven and earth, to comprehend yin and yang, is the essence of being a shaman. We are born in desolate lands, struggling for survival in arid fields, snatching sustenance from the jaws of fierce beasts. Though the thorns of heaven and earth may at times exhaust a shaman's power, they taste countless herbs to contribute their meager strength for the benefit of the people. These were the words of that shaman. Song Pan's voice was hoarse. Where is the shaman? All eyes were fixed on Yishi, filled with concern. In the midst of their anticipation, Yishi shook his head, his expression somber. He has passed away. I discovered him while gathering sweet potatoes. He was sitting on the ground, smiling and beckoning me over, telling me he was a shaman who possessed vast knowledge, and he asked if I wished to learn. I nodded, and he placed his hand on my head, filling my mind with wisdom. But his complexion grew increasingly purple, and he informed me that he had ingested too many herbs, and now the poison was taking effect. A warrior's roar echoed. Why did such a shaman have to die like this? He did not deserve such an end. Song Pan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he envisioned the figure of a once crooked shaman who, despite belonging to a safe tribe, traversed mountains and rivers solely to grant humanity an advantage, only to perish in the wilderness. Yishi added, he said his name was Shinnon. The crowd fell silent, lost in reverie and reverence for Shinnon. We are born in desolate lands, struggling for survival in arid fields, snatching sustenance from the jaws of fierce beasts. Though the thorns of heaven and earth may at times exhaust a shaman's power, they taste countless herbs to contribute their meager strength for the benefit of the people. The shaman's expression was filled with sorrow. I am but a mere shadow of his greatness. This shaman carried the hopes of all humanity, unlike me, who only considers my own tribe. The word shaman struck Song Pan and the surrounding tribespeople with a profound impact. They all knelt down in reverence. Save for the chieftain and Yishi. The shaman looked at Yishi with deep eyes. Such a respected shaman, lamentably, met his end in the wilderness. Since he imparted his knowledge to you, you are now his disciple and no longer a slave of Tushan. Yushi's heart sank. Was this a suggestion to cast him out? In such a primitive jungle, a solitary individual would face certain death. Chapter 9. Roasting wild boar. Are you Yishi? Yes. Yishi, we have captured 7 of you in total. I lament the loss of the 4 who have already been consumed. The shaman's voice was aged, deliberate yet powerful. You have just saved one of our warriors. In gratitude, I am willing to grant freedom to the remaining 2 female captives, allowing them to live as commoners. However, since the Wulfang tribe has been annihilated, you have nowhere to go. Would you consider joining our Tushan tribe? There was no intention of expelling him from the tribe, and Yishi exhaled in relief, although he held no fondness for this cannibalistic tribe. Surviving alone in the primitive jungle would undoubtedly lead to his demise. From Yishi's perspective, he was not truly a part of Songcao. The 4 deceased from the Wulfang tribe were strangers to him, and he harbored no thoughts of vengeance. From Songcao's perspective, it was likely that in order to spare the women of the Wulfang tribe from slavery, they would also agree to this. I am willing. The shaman nodded with satisfaction. Although he had not received the full inheritance, he was nonetheless a formidable disciple of the powerful wandering shaman, which would greatly benefit the tribe. Their gaze towards Yishi had shifted. They were now eager to welcome him into the Tushan tribe. His identity as the shaman's disciple was indisputable. And just moments ago, he had used his knowledge to save Qi. At that moment, the shaman leaned heavily on his bone staff, his expression solemn. And the conversing tribespeople gradually quieted. The shaman slowly surveyed the surroundings. The tribe members are all present. Excellent. I must announce something. You have likely guessed it. With his left hand resting on the staff, he raised Yushi's hand high with his right. This is Yishi, a disciple of a great shaman. Yishi, Yishi, Yishi. The entire tribe erupted in enthusiastic shouts. Once the excitement subsided, the shaman continued. A great wandering shaman chose Yishi as his disciple before his death. This shaman, who had tasted all herbs, could use ordinary plants to evoke the effects of spiritual herbs and fruits. Although Yishi did not receive the shaman's complete inheritance just moments ago, he utilized this precious knowledge to save a member of our tribe. The crowd stirred once more. Yishi, Yishi, Yishi. From now on, Yishi will be a member of our Tushan tribe. You must all respect him as you would respect my disciple, understood? The tribe members responded in unison. Yes. Shaman. Yishi understood that from that moment forward, he was no longer merely a captive youth. He had ascended from the bottom to the top, becoming a disciple of the Tushan tribe's shaman. The gazes directed at him were no longer cold and calculating, akin to those assessing food, but rather filled with respect and gratitude. Yishi smiled outwardly, yet a chill coursed through him. The Tushan tribe welcomed him solely for his utility, for the benefits he could bring. Nevertheless, both Tushan and he needed each other at this juncture. As evening fell, the chief distributed food to the tribe's people. Each evening, food was allocated before dinner. All provisions were placed around a massive rock, and the tribe members lined up to receive their rations from the chief. Yishi received his share in line. Due to his status as a disciple of the shaman, he received a slightly larger portion, 12 sweet potatoes, 2 ginkgo nuts, a large piece of meat, and most precious of all, a water pouch. Yishi set aside the other items and gazed at the water pouch in his hands. This pouch was crafted from snake skin, the seams bound with an unknown adhesive, not particularly sturdy but effective in holding water without leaking. He uncorked it and eagerly took a sip. The crisp, clean water flowed down his throat, bringing a long-awaited coolness and refreshment. A ginkgo nut rolled from his embrace. Yishi, let me help you. A robust voice called from behind. Just as Yishi bent down to retrieve it, he paused and turned to face the newcomer. Songpan strode over, bent down to pick up the ginkgo nut, and then unceremoniously took most of the food Yishi was carrying. It's too much to carry. I'll get you a beast skin bag later to make it easier. Yishi looked at him in surprise. Upon noticing Yishi's gaze, Songpan felt somewhat awkward and stammered, I apologize for earlier. So he came to apologize? Yishi shook his head. It's nothing. Your reaction was perfectly normal. Songpan was momentarily taken aback. He had prepared himself for hostility and coldness, yet Yishi's response was unexpectedly gracious, and he could discern that Yishi's words were sincere. Songpan stole a glance at Yishi's neck, which was still red and showed no sign of fading, indicating how forcefully he had been gripped. Yet Yishi bore no sign of resentment, displaying remarkable magnanimity. Feeling more guilty than before, Songpan thought, what a good person. I shouldn't have doubted him. Yishi, come join us by the fire. With this thought, Songpan enthusiastically suggested. By this time, several bonfires had been lit in the clearing, with many tribe members gathered around roasting food. Yishi nodded. He had no objections. Seeing Yishi agree, Songpan happily led him to one of the bonfires. Around this fire sat 7 or 8 people. Yishi glanced around and noticed Ji and Yong among them. Ji was crouched with his back turned, cutting chunks of meat, while 2 unfamiliar men were roasting meat that looked nearly cooked, sizzling and exuding a fragrant aroma. Yong was the first to spot them approaching. He stood up and greeted Yishi warmly. Yishi, you're here? The others looked up and welcomed him with expressions of joy. Yishi nodded at them. Sorry to intrude. Intrude? How can you even say that? Yong replied, pulling Yishi to sit beside him. Yishi complied with Yong's pull and sat down. Yong, you usually invite me to sit next to you, but now you forget about me just because Yishi is here, Ji teased, having finished cutting the meat and plopping down on Yishi's other side, feigning annoyance. Yong responded, hey, go cool off over there. Who cares about you? The two bantered back and forth across Yishi, while the onlookers remained unfazed, their eyelids barely twitching. The two appeared to be of different generations, yet their camaraderie was evident, Yishi mused. Once Yong and Ji settled down, wishing to avoid being a mere divider, Yishi swiftly shifted the topic. Since we have sweet potatoes today, why don't we roast some? At the mention of food, everyone's ears perked up. Is this something that should be roasted? Ji asked, pointing at the sweet potatoes. Aren't they meant to be eaten raw, like fruit? I've never heard of roasting fruit. Yishi affirmed, roasting will make them more fragrant and sweeter. You'll enjoy them. The others remained hesitant. Songpan, feeling guilty towards Yishi, was the first to respond without question, immediately pulling out a sweet potato and starting to peel a stick. Seeing Songpan attempt to roast the sweet potato like meat, Yishi's face darkened as he quickly intervened. Under the curious gazes of the others, Yishi stood up, borrowed a bone spade from a woman, and dug a narrow pit beneath the fire, burying his sweet potatoes entirely, then covering them with soil. noticing everyone staring at him in stunned silence. Yishi blinked in surprise and chuckled. Don't worry, the sweet potatoes will cook slowly underground and will be ready to eat shortly. The few had never witnessed such a roasting method before. Yet, unwilling to question their tribe's freshly anointed shaman disciple, they held their tongues, suppressing their doubts. After all, even if the sweet potatoes didn't cook fully, they could still be eaten raw, so nothing would go to waste. Contemplating the scene, it became evident that no one paid any mind to the sweet potatoes anymore. The tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat over the bonfire captivated their full attention. Eyes gleamed with an insatiable hunger, whether belonging to warriors or women, as they fixated on the tantalizing pieces of meat. Their urgency reminiscent of having not tasted meat for centuries, a longing that pierced the very soul. It was a disconcerting sight. At this moment, Yishi could not help but mock the others for their famished appearances, yet he failed to realize that his own gaze was equally fixated on the meat. His eyes reflecting the same green glimmer as theirs. His stomach rumbled audibly. Oh, how intoxicatingly fragrant was that meat. Tender yet tinged with a hint of crimson. Crispy on the outside, it exuded a delightful aroma that was simply irresistible. One could only imagine the ecstasy of sinking their teeth into it. He could not afford to think any further, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Under the eager gazes of all present, the first piece of meat was finally ready. The cook, amidst the hungry stares, presented the skewered meat to Yong. The savory scent wafted through the air. Yong inhaled deeply, swallowing audibly as he savored the aroma. Just as Yishi was enviously watching Yong hold the roasted meat, Yong unexpectedly turned and offered it to him. For me? Yishi exclaimed in astonishment, pointing to himself. Yong cast a pained glance at the delectable meat, his expression a tragic mix of determination and sorrow. Yet he forced a smile and said, Go ahead, take it. Is this appropriate? Yishi hesitated, though his body betrayed him, swiftly accepting the offering. His stomach grumbled again. Since you are so gracious, I suppose I cannot refuse. Yishi flashed Yong a grateful smile, then lowered his head to take a hearty bite of the roasted meat. Yong's face momentarily reflected a pang of longing. As the meat entered his mouth, Yishi's eyes widened with delight. This meat was exquisite. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, it boasted a delightful chewiness, leaving a lingering taste that was nearly perfect, save for the absence of salt. What kind of meat is this? Yishi turned to inquire of Yong. However, he found Yong gazing longingly at the piece in his hand, swallowing repeatedly. A glance around revealed that everyone else was similarly transfixed, their eyes glistening with anticipation, leaning forward as if ready to pounce at any moment. As Yishi caught their gaze, they quickly feigned nonchalance, straightening their posture and averting their eyes. A sense of unease surged within Yishi as he tightened his grip on the stick, choosing silence as he resumed devouring the meat. Ah, truly. This was the flavor of prehistoric wild boar. It was simply divine. With each hearty bite, warmth spread through his stomach. After devouring half the portion ravenously, his hunger began to subside, and a consciousness of moderation emerged, prompting him to slow his pace. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zue, who had been watching intently, swallowed hard, mustering the courage to stammer, Could I possibly have a bite? Before he could finish, Yang delivered a light smack to the back of his head. What are you staring at? Let Yishi eat first. You know that? Hold your horses. Zue sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Yishi wiped the grease from his lips and smiled at Zue, who looked back with hopeful eyes. Only to witness Yishi stooping down to tear off another generous piece of meat and resume his feast. Zue was momentarily taken aback, feeling a surge of indignation. In just a few bites, Yishi finished the meat, smacking his lips in contentment, still craving more. He glanced at the roaring bonfire. The sweet potatoes, surely they could be enjoyed now? Chapter 10. The thirsty tribe we can dig now, announced Yishi. Before he could even rise, Ji rushed forward eagerly, digging into the earth with fervor. Yishi stood there, astonished. Ji worked swiftly, unearthing a sweet potato in mere moments. The vibrant red sweet potato was plump and endearing. Still steaming from the ground, Ji grasped it in his hands, hissing from the heat, yet he couldn't bear to part with it, tossing it playfully into the air like a juggler. This tastes delightful raw, but I wonder if it's even better roasted, he mused, disregarding the heat as he bit into it without peeling. Ouch, it's hot, but so delicious, Ji exclaimed, his words barely coherent. It's much easier to peel once it's cooked, Yishi kindly suggested. Oh, Ji replied incoherently, taking another large bite. Yishi sighed, realizing that primitive folk were not so particular. He should be accustomed to this by now. He called out to the others who remained inactive, you all should eat too. Since this was Yishi's sweet potato, the others hesitated, feeling shy compared to Yi's boldness. However, upon hearing Yi's invitation, a child could no longer contain himself and dashed forward to begin digging. Go ahead, eat, Yi encouraged. Having just enjoyed a piece of meat himself, there was no reason to be stingy. The others, upon hearing this, shed their reluctance and hurriedly joined in to unearth the sweet potatoes. Though not large, they were plentiful, ensuring everyone received a portion. Delicious, so sweet, they exclaimed, their satisfaction palpable. Yi, too, took a sweet potato, peeled it, and began to eat, having already filled his belly with wild boar meat. He savored the sweet potato leisurely. At that moment, he noticed two women watching him from a distance. He recognized them as fellow captives from the Tushan Tribe. One named Shimu, and the other Yawan. They had never harmed him, though they hadn't aided him either. The two women hesitated, unsure whether to approach. Yi finished the last bite of his sweet potato and walked over, asking directly, "Are you looking for me?" Jimu kicked at the dirt, stammering, "Songcao. How did you become a shaman's disciple?" In her memory, Songcao was merely an orphan boy, bullied and alone, now unexpectedly a shaman's apprentice. Yawan quickly nudged Jimu, reproaching her softly, "Don't call him Songcao, he is now Yushi." Yushi smiled sheepishly. "It was the esteemed shaman who bestowed me this name." He no longer troubled himself over identity, he could simply attribute it to the shaman's whims. Jimu and Yawan exchanged knowing glances, realizing it was indeed the shaman who had renamed him. Yawan, being more straightforward than Jimu, said, "We came to thank you. Thanks to you, we do not face slavery. Otherwise, we could have been devoured at any moment." In their tribe, slaves were treated as mere livestock, to be consumed when hunger struck. Women fared slightly better, sometimes kept for breeding, but in times of famine, they too could be sacrificed. Yi shook his head, indicating it was no trouble. Jimu's expression turned somber as she remarked, "Now only 3 of us remain in the Tushan Tribe. We must strive to survive." Yi fell silent, pondering the grim fate that awaited those captured by the Hezi tribe. By the fire, the tribe members feasted contentedly. The atmosphere warm and cheerful. As the 2 women ate, they excitedly shared, "We heard that sweet potatoes are easy to dig. We should gather more tomorrow." Yes, agreed another woman nearby, reveling in the satisfaction of a full belly. Suddenly, a child, having eaten too quickly, began to cough violently, his face turning red. A nearby woman patted his back anxiously, but the child continued to struggle, nearly gasping for air. "Just give him some water, that should help," Yushi suggested to the child's mother. It was common knowledge that one should not eat sweet potatoes too hastily and that water should accompany them to prevent choking. However, the tribe seemed unaware or too hungry to heed this advice, and Yushi had forgotten to remind them. The woman appeared anxious, shaking her head in response. Yong explained, "Water is too precious, blood will suffice." Just then, a man approached holding a creature that resembled both a wild rabbit and a field mouse, still alive and squirming. Typically, blood coagulates quickly after leaving the body, so the tribe preferred to drink it fresh to avoid waste. The man, wielding a stone knife, swiftly slit the creature's throat, bringing the wound close to the child's lips. The child greedily drank the warm blood, finally ceasing his cough. Yushi asked Yang, "Is drinking water really wasteful?" His memories were incomplete, leaving him unaware of many basic facts. Yang looked at Yushi incredulously, finding the question peculiar, but he explained, "Fetching water is perilous. The lake is teeming with terrifying water beasts. To minimize casualties, we naturally drink blood when we can." Yang did not question why Yushi asked such a fundamental query. For the tribe, once they accepted Yushi as one of their own, doubts would not arise again, and situations like choking would not repeat. "Is there a lake nearby?" Yushi inquired. "Yes, but it's far too dangerous to approach," Yang replied. Yushi frowned in contemplation, pondering if there might be a way to safely procure water, as enduring without it was intolerable. After dinner, night fell, enveloping the cave in darkness. The chieftain held a torch aloft, leading the way, while Yushi followed closely behind, clutching his share of food. Having transformed into a shaman's disciple, Yushi's sleeping arrangements were reassigned. He no longer needed to sleep at the cave entrance. Many had already laid out their beds in the cavern, rows of people ready for slumber. At first glance, the cave resembled a vast dormitory. The chieftain walked steadily ahead, torch in hand, guiding Yushi through the throngs. The flames danced, casting light as Yushi carefully navigated around the bodies sprawled on the ground. When they reached a section where no more sleeping figures were visible, the chieftain continued deeper into the cave without pausing. The path twisted and turned, devoid of any light. Without the torch, It would be so dark that one could not see their own fingers. Yishi was taken aback. The mountain was substantial, and he had anticipated a deep cavern, but he had not expected it to be this extensive. The warriors of the Tushan tribe were numerous. Yet the effort to carve out such a vast cave was unfathomable. Ahead lay a vast circular chamber, illuminated by the torchlight, revealing 5 dark openings in its rocky walls. The chieftain led Yishi into one of these entrances. The opening was narrow, barely allowing one person to pass, yet inside was a hidden paradise. The chieftain explained, "All warriors of level 2 and above have their own private caves. As the shaman's disciple, your status is unique. You too will have your own cave. This will be yours from now on." Yishi remained silent, surveying the stone chamber. It was spacious, approximately 10 square meters, with a height of about 2.5 meters. He reflected that the ceiling was likely carved high to accommodate the towering stature of the warriors. Yo alone stood at 2 meters tall. Had the chamber been any shorter, it would have been uncomfortable for them. "Thank you. This place is wonderful." Originally, he believed he would be assigned a position within the communal space, yet to his astonishment, he was granted a solitary cave, an unexpected delight. "Wait a moment. I shall fetch some animal hides for you," he said. Yishi nodded in acknowledgement. As the chieftain departed with his torch held high, the brilliance of the flames swiftly vanished, plunging the cave into utter darkness. Yishi, navigating through the obscurity, placed the food he was carrying into a corner. "This is the hide of a great boar. It shall serve as your bedding. And here is the pelt of a horned rabbit, softer in texture, to cover you and protect against the chill." Yishi accepted the hides, noting their substantial softness, imbued with a scent reminiscent of sunlight, indicative of meticulous processing. He unfurled the boar hide, discovering its impressive dimensions, 2 meters in both length and width. He couldn't help but marvel. Such a complete hide must have come from an enormous creature, certainly not from the tigers or brown bears that populated his memories. The horned rabbit's pelt was white and remarkably smooth, rivaling the meticulously treated furs of modern times. Although slightly smaller, it would undoubtedly envelop his entire body. "Prehistoric rabbits are astonishingly large," he mused. Grateful for the pelts, Yishi expressed his thanks to the chieftain, who nodded in acknowledgement. "I shall take my leave now. Call for me should you require anything." "Very well." Once the chieftain departed, darkness enveloped the cave once more. Yishi, feeling his way, reclined upon the pelts. The softness and comfort of the hides cradled him, drawing him into their embrace. With his eyes wide open, he gazed at the ceiling of the stone cave. Time passed, and eventually his vision adapted to the darkness, yet the surroundings remained obscured, shrouded in pitch blackness. "This cave shall be my sanctuary in this primordial jungle," thought Yishi. Outside, peril surely lurked, but within, he found safety. Although exceedingly rudimentary, it was the first semblance of security he had felt since being thrust into this savage world. Chapter 11. What is this? Awakening from a deep slumber, all the fatigue that had accompanied Yishi since his arrival in this realm vanished like a wisp of smoke. Stepping out of the cave, he was greeted by blinding light and a wave of heat. Looking up at the sky, he noticed the brilliant sun just peeking over the horizon, while the red celestial body remained suspended in the central heavens, its position seemingly unchanged for eternity. Yishi had risen late today. The hunting party had already set off. The remaining members of the Tushan tribe were engaged in various chores, some chopping wood in the clearing, others honing stone tools on the rocks, while the women mostly processed animal hides and dried meat. Numerous small pterosaurs, resembling birds in size, soared around the tribe, their mouths agape as they captured airborne insects for sustenance. The tribe did not chase away these creatures nor hunted them, for their meat was scarce and unpalatable, and they served the beneficial purpose of reducing the insect population. After observing this peculiar scene for a while, Yishi averted his gaze and was abruptly drawn to a commotion in the clearing to his right. Where did these unruly children come from? Where are their parents? A group of youngsters wielding spears were engaged in a fierce mock battle, the sharpened spearheads glinting menacingly, a true testament to their lethality. Their fighting style exuded a ferocity that suggested intentions far from playful. It was as if they sought to inflict real harm upon one another. The oldest among them appeared no more than 9 years of age, their wild demeanor and fierce eyes reminiscent of young predators, a sight both startling and disconcerting. Yishi felt a surge of alarm. Yet, the nearby adults, engrossed in their tasks, offered only cursory glances, as if such unruliness was a commonplace occurrence. Yishi opened his mouth to voice a protest, but ultimately remained silent. "Come again. That doesn't count," a youthful yet fierce voice shouted. Yishi turned to see a little one, no taller than his waist, caked in dirt, yet glaring defiantly at an imposing adult who stood before him like a tower. The red totem emblazoned on the warrior's left chest was vibrant, marking him as a totem warrior. All right, let's go again. To Yushi's surprise, the warrior did not take offense at the child's tone. Rather, he seemed quite pleased. The little one wiped the dirt from his eyes. His sharp gaze locked onto the towering figure, and with a fierce cry, he lunged forward, brandishing a bone knife. The warrior clearly held back, allowing the child to land a strike after several exchanges, the bone knife leaving merely a red mark upon his skin. Well done, young one. In the face of a beast, remember to be bold and strong. The child listened intently, his eyes sparkling with determination. I will become a second-level warrior like Chief and Uncle Tai, he declared, clenching his fists with resolute conviction. The child's father, with hands as broad as fans, playfully swatted the back of his head and laughed heartily, his voice booming. If you wish to be a second-level warrior, you must first surpass your old man, or at least become a reserve warrior. The child stumbled slightly from the playful blow, but retorted defiantly, I will become a reserve warrior before I turn 16. Oh, the most gifted among us only succeeded at 15. You are far from that, my boy. The child fell silent, yet his determination only seemed to intensify. Creak, creak. What sound was that? Yishi looked up to see a warrior, as robust as a bear, scratching his back against a giant tree, causing it to groan under the strain. After a brief respite, the warrior leaned forward to glance at the ground. A sense of foreboding washed over Yishi, prompting him to step back. Thud. In the next moment, the warrior leaped from the hillside, landing with a resounding crash that sent tremors through the earth and a cloud of dust into the air. The dust enveloped the nearby children, who paused their sparring to protest in unison. Uncle Luo? Luo chuckled. That was close. I almost ended up like you, covered in dust. There's no place to bathe here. Yishi. Luo's physique was impressive, yet when compared to the towering figure of Yong approaching him, he appeared somewhat diminished, the earth trembling beneath Yong's stride. How did you sleep last night? Due to Yong's towering height, Yishi, still in his youthful form, found himself craning his neck to meet his gaze. Yishi subtly retreated a step, his neck feeling slightly more at ease. Very well, though I overslept. Haha, that's good to hear. Come, let me show you our tribe. Yishi's eyes sparkled with interest as he nodded affirmatively. Yong guided him around the area before they reached the outskirts of the tribe. Here, rows of sharpened wooden stakes dotted the ground, bloodstains marking their tips, indicating that many creatures had fallen victim to them. Nearby, dark, fecal-like remnants lay scattered. This is the dung of the Bakong beast. Intelligent creatures fear the Bakong and avoid this area, though some mindless or powerful beings may still venture close. Yishi understood that the tribe referred to dinosaurs as Kong beasts, and he surmised that the Bakong was a particularly formidable and terrifying species among them. Yong pointed to the stakes. These are primarily to deter weaker, mindless beings. Be careful. Some stakes are buried deep, and you wouldn't want to step on one. Yishi took a cautious step back, noticing a row of stakes nearly camouflaged against the earth, with only their sharp tips visible. Without Yong's warning, he would have easily overlooked them, risking serious injury. This is the tribal perimeter. Within it, you are safe. Do not venture beyond these bounds. Not far from where they stood, Yishi spotted a disturbing pile of white bones resembling small hills, sending chills down his spine. Among them, he even glimpsed human skulls. Noticing Yishi's gaze lingering on the gruesome sight, Yong explained, the leftover food from the tribe is discarded there to avoid the stench near our settlement. Yishi fell silent, recalling the horrifying scene of cannibalism from his first day in this world. Sensing Yishi's dwindling enthusiasm, Yong suggested, come. Let me take you to see the mountain. The mountain he referred to as the one atop their cave, known as Little Two Mountain. Yong moved swiftly through the thicket and ferns, while Yishi gritted his teeth, struggling to keep pace. The sun had risen higher in the sky. Yishi panted heavily. Feeling as though he had reached his physical limits, his heart raced violently in his chest, threatening to leap from his frail body. After running at such a speed for nearly 15 minutes, had he been in his previous life, his heart condition would have surely failed him. Although his current body was lean and skeletal, he managed to push through with sheer willpower. Determined to keep up, Yishi forced himself to run a few more steps. But ultimately, he could go no further. Slow down, he shouted as Yong's figure began to fade into the mountains. In the blink of an eye, Yong reappeared before him from several dozen meters away. You managed to keep up without a word for so long. Well done, young one. At that moment, Yong momentarily forgot Yishi's identity as a disciple of the shaman and regarded him merely as a junior of the Tushan Tribe. You're too kind, Yishi gasped, sweat rolling down his face. But if you continue at this pace, I won't be able to keep up. seeing the state Yishi was in. Yang finally felt a pang of guilt. Then, another thought struck him. Would Yishi think he was intentionally pushing him? By our ancestors, I truly did not mean to. With gritted teeth, Yang retrieved a water pouch from his waist and handed it to Yishi. Assuming it contained water, Yishi paid little mind and opened the lid, only to be assaulted by a pungent, iron-like stench that filled his nostrils. Yang gazed longingly at the pouch, and upon noticing Yishi's scrutiny, managed to muster a dry smile. Drink up. It's a fine concoction, though with your physique, you can only take a few sips. This smile was far more bitter than the one he had worn while grilling meat for Yang the previous night. Could it truly be something precious? Yishi stared at the pouch, and despite his parched throat, the overwhelming metallic scent emanating from it was far more pungent than any wild boar's blood he had ever tasted, causing him to frown in distaste. After a moment's hesitation, he took a small sip. As the blood entered his mouth, the taste was so repugnant that he nearly retched. Initially cool, the liquid transformed into a searing heat as it slid down his throat and settled in his stomach, igniting a fiery sensation within him. Instantly, a warm current surged through his limbs, which had been exhausted just moments before, revitalizing him with newfound strength. Yushi's eyes widened in astonishment as he incredulously inquired of Yang, "What is this?" Chapter 12. This is the great prehistoric era. The blood within his stomach had yet to be fully digested as a continuous warm flow nourished his body, gradually restoring his strength. This was the blood of the fearsome beast, the unicorn-scaled horse. Blood of a ferocious beast. Yishi gazed at Yang in astonishment, his eyes igniting with fervor as they fixated on the water pouch in his hand. This was no jest. It was indeed the blood of a formidable creature. It is known that hunting such beasts is far more challenging than hunting dinosaurs. Even the weakest hybrid beasts require the cooperation of totem warriors to have a chance at slaying one. Yang was willing to offer him this? Yishi was utterly astonished. Hadn't Yang just claimed he could drink 2 sips? His frail body desperately needed the nourishment from the beast's blood, and he felt no need to be polite with Yang. He had heard that reserve warriors must possess a beast core to transform into totem warriors. Was that true? Yes. Why do you ask? Do you wish to become a totem warrior? Yang chuckled at Yishi's inquiry. Yishi slightly curled his lips. What is the matter? Can't a disciple of a shaman become a totem warrior? Of course. By the way, how old are you? 13. 13? Yang was somewhat surprised, having thought Yishi looked merely 10. The talent test for shamans is conducted at 16, so in 3 years, you may have the opportunity to take the test. Perhaps you possess the talent to become a shaman in the future? Yishi shook his head. You know how rare it is to have the talent to become a shaman. Although I can barely be considered a disciple of a shaman now, without talent, even with the inheritance bestowed upon me by the divine farmer, I could never become a true shaman, merely an ordinary person. Yang fell silent, harboring no real hopes for Yishi, as those with shamanic talent were indeed exceedingly rare. It should be noted that among the over 300 individuals in their tribe, excluding children under 16, not a single person possessed the talent of a shaman. For years, they had searched in vain among the Tushan for a shamanic talent, only to discover a slave with such a gift, who was then snatched away by another tribe after the news leaked. Thinking of this, Yang felt a surge of resentment. Yishi, unaware of Yang's thoughts, noticed his sudden grimace and clenched teeth, but chose not to interrupt him. Yang gazed down at Yishi, who could barely be considered a disciple of their Tushan Tribe's shaman, so emaciated he looked like a mere skeleton. After a moment of contemplation, Yang sighed deeply. First, focus on becoming a reserve warrior. You need not think about the trials for reserve warriors in the next 5 years, even 10 years from now. It might be a perilous endeavor. Perhaps 15 years later, you may give it a try. 15 years. Yishi lowered his gaze, his patience not being quite so abundant. Yang wanted to say more, but hesitated and ultimately refrained. He wished to advise Yishi to content himself with being an ordinary person. The trials for reserve warriors were fraught with danger. And given Yushi's inheritance from a wandering shaman, as a member of the Tushan, he did not want Yishi to face any mishaps during the trials. However, he knew that advising him now would be futile. There was no rush. In 15 years, a stretch of time so lengthy, Yishi might very well abandon this notion. At that moment, Yishi felt he had absorbed enough of the beast's blood and suddenly lifted the water pouch, gulping down a generous mouthful. Yang's heart ached as he widened his eyes in disbelief. This kid, was he not afraid of fainting after such a large gulp? He had only just taken a sip. Could he withstand the impact of this beast's blood? Wait, it had been a while since he first drank. So perhaps this little rascal had been stalling for time to digest the first sip while conversing with him? Yang's eyes bulged in realization. With this large gulp of beast blood, Yishi's face flushed crimson. What had begun as a small fireball in his stomach had transformed into a blazing inferno, causing him to feel a surge of heat coursing through his limbs. He felt invigorated, as if power coursed through every fiber of his being. Yong snatched the water pouch from him, unperturbed by Yishi's flushed face and perspiration. This kid was cunning and would be fine. Let us go. Yishi suddenly called out, sprinting up the mountain with great speed. His body was brimming with energy and needed to be unleashed. Yong chuckled, shaking his head as he followed suit. The wind whipped past their ears as Yishi raced up the slope, the effects of the beast's blood invigorating him with boundless energy. Observing Yong's leisurely pace only spurred him to run even faster. The incline grew steeper as they neared the summit. After traversing a patch of fern and shrubbery, Yishi's eyes brightened. No trees obscured his view ahead, replaced instead by the vast expanse of the azure sky. They had reached the mountaintop. Yishi halted, slowly making his way to the edge of the cliff, with Yong trailing behind him. As he surveyed the scene before him, Yishi's breath caught for a moment. The wind tousled his hair, but he paid it no mind, staring blankly into the distance. A magnificent prehistoric panorama violently assaulted his vision. Before him lay an endless expanse of primordial jungle, where gigantic dinosaurs meandered through the greenery, their long necks frequently rising above the treetops, emitting resonant roars. In the sky, enormous pterosaurs soared in spirals, their cries echoing, alongside colossal birds engaged in fierce battles, equally massive as the pterosaurs. At the horizon's edge stood a range of snow-capped mountains, towering into the heavens, shrouded in mist at their midpoints. Not far from the snow-capped peaks, a serpentine river of cerulean blue wove through the jungle, resembling a satin ribbon of blue diamonds embedded in emerald. What an extensive river! Such a lengthy river, yet regrettably, it lay far from their tribe. From this vantage point, one could only ponder the arduous journey it would take to reach that river, with dangers lurking along the way. Yishi's emotions surged tumultuously, unable to settle. This was the prehistoric world. When would he acquire the strength to traverse this perilous jungle alone? Are you mesmerized? Yong patted Yishi on the head. It is said that a man's head and a woman's waist should not be touched. Under normal circumstances, Yishi would have protested vehemently. But now he merely inquired, Uncle Yong, where is that lake you mentioned? Yong pointed toward the jungle to their left. Look over there. The primordial jungle was exceedingly dense from atop the mountain. It appeared as a sea of verdant treetops. Yishi strained his eyes and discerned a hint of blue beside a mountain after a moment of searching. I see it. Yes, part of the lake is obscured by the mountain. With your eyesight, you can only see a fraction of it. That lake is indeed not far from the tribe. Yishi gazed at the lake, and suddenly a thought struck him. Could this method possibly resolve the water shortage? What are you thinking? Yong unexpectedly slapped him on the head again. Yishi shot him an annoyed glare. What do you mean by could it be? Don't you understand? However, Yong paid no heed to Yishi's protest, completely ignoring his glare. Yishi, feeling disgruntled, suddenly recalled something that caused his expression to shift. A slow smile crept onto his face. I was just contemplating the inheritance given to me by my divine farmer teacher. It seems there might be a method to address the water issue, but your slap made me forget. Yong was momentarily stunned, quickly pressing for details. Is there a way to solve it? But the water beasts in the lake are incredibly powerful. Even a second-tier warrior could face casualties. I did have a thought on how to resolve it, but after your slap, it slipped my mind. Yong's eyes widened as he stared at his own hand, incredulous that a solution to the tribe's water scarcity had been dismissed by his own slap. What? Can you think again? I swear I want to interrupt you this time. Seeing him so anxious that he even invoked his ancestors, Yishi relented. All right, let me think again. I assure you I can remember it this time. Yishi felt satisfied with Yong's attitude and offered him a reassuring smile. After a moment of contemplation, Yishi inquired, I recall that the intestines of the Spinosaurus can exceed 20 meters in length. Yong, anxious, interjected, why are we discussing the intestines of a Spinosaurus? You just mentioned seeking a solution. Yishi replied, please remain calm. This matter bears significant relevance to our water issue. Suppressing his impatience, Yong responded, indeed. The intestines of the Spinosaurus are indeed that long, perhaps even longer. After a brief silence, Yong furrowed his brows and said, are you serious? I fail to see how obtaining water could possibly relate to the intestines of a Spinosaurus. Yishi regarded him earnestly. Rest assured, while you may doubt me, you ought to trust my esteemed teacher, Shinong. He is a remarkable shaman. Yishi then smiled and shook his head in silence, for he sought no gratitude from Tushan. He merely wished for the simple pleasure of drinking water. Chapter 13. The Method of Water Extraction. Bang. A colossal beast was thrown onto the clearing of the tribe. Is this the spiked terror beast? Yishi curiously circled the monstrous carcass on the ground. Its body was immense, larger than an elephant by twofold, grotesquely terrifying. Covered in long, sharp spines that made it evident it was a formidable adversary. The warriors of the hunting team shook their weary arms, continuously wiping the sweat from their brows. One warrior, hearing Yushi's words, grumbled, "Indeed, this creature is the spiked terror beast. Our captain has stubbornly insisted on hunting it today for reasons unknown. Yet, this beast is elusive. We spent the entire day searching for it, leaving no time for any other prey." Yushi remained silent. Not far away, Yang heard the warrior's complaint and strode over, his voice booming like thunder. "I intend to hunt the spiked terror beast today, so what? Do you have objections?" It was clear that Yang was irate. The other warriors shot glares at the complaining warrior. The captain's word was law, and there was no room for dissent. The warrior felt indignant. They could have captured more prey, yet today's focus was solely on the spiked terror beast, resulting not only in fewer catches but also injuries. However, seeing his comrades glaring at him with fierce eyes, he bit his lip and ultimately refrained from speaking further. The Tushan Tribe had two hunting teams, one led by Yang and the other by Putai. Putai, the captain of the second team, was a second-level warrior, while Yang was merely a first-level warrior. His position as captain was due to the absence of any second-level warriors in the tribe. And Yang had been a first-level warrior the longest, thus holding seniority. Yushi mused quietly, sensing discontent among the warriors. Yang, seeing the warrior fall silent, knelt beside the spiked terror beast's corpse and began to dissect it with a bone knife. Yushi observed Yang's focused work, pondering why Yang did not reveal that it was he, Yushi, who sought to hunt this beast. Was Yang afraid that if the plan failed, it would adversely affect his standing in the tribe? With this thought, Yushi's gaze towards Yang grew complex. "Everyone," Yushi suddenly declared, raising his voice. "The reason we are hunting the spiked terror beast is because it can resolve our tribe's water shortage issue." Instantly, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of discussion, with some unable to restrain their curiosity, asking, "What does the spiked terror beast have to do with our water problems?" Yushi, however, chose not to elaborate further, simply stating, "Be patient. In due time, you will understand." No warrior dared to question Yang's decision to hunt the spiked terror beast any longer. The pressure had shifted entirely onto Yushi, with everyone now doubting his assertion that the creature could alleviate the tribe's water crisis. Yushi exchanged a glance with Yang, who shook his head helplessly. If they failed to procure water, Yushi's reputation would undoubtedly suffer within the tribe. The following morning, Yushi eagerly went to inspect the processed intestines of the spiked terror beast. Yesterday, he had instructed that it be cleaned and soaked in the sap of the red tang tree, then left to dry in a shaded area. After a night's time, the intestines had hardened, coated in a layer of transparent tree sap, resembling a pipe. Yushi approached to touch it, pleased to find it had become so rigid overnight. "Excellent, this will serve us well," he remarked. Kangpan sighed beside him, saying, "Allow me to take this." The news of their water extraction attempt reached the chief, who arranged for Kangpan and another warrior to accompany Yushi to test whether they could indeed procure water. Kangpan was skeptical, doubting that such a peculiar object could yield water. Yushi nodded. "All right, you take it, but don't forget to bring a wooden bucket to collect the water." The other warrior silently retrieved a large wooden bucket. This warrior was taciturn, with a fierce countenance and a face full of scars, appearing rather unapproachable. Yushi marveled at the craftsmanship of the bucket. It was carved from a single piece of wood, a luxury afforded by the abundance of massive trees in their region. With their preparations complete, the trio set off into the jungle under the watchful eyes of the tribe. Protected by two warriors, they encountered no immediate dangers. They traversed dense thickets and scaled a hill, until a vast lake suddenly appeared in the distance. The water shimmered a deep blue, pristine and undisturbed, its surface tranquil as a giant mirror reflecting the sky. A few pterosaurs soared gracefully overhead, adding to the serene beauty of the scene. "How lovely," thought Yushi. "The untainted prehistoric world is indeed filled with wonders." "Simply place the pipe into the lake," Yushi instructed. "The pipe?" He pointed to the spiked terror beast's intestines. "This is it. After processing, it functions much like a modern pipe." "Well, I'll go and place the pipe in the water. You two stay here," Kangpan said. Li Tu made no objections. Despite the lake's beauty, Kangpan and Li Tu approached it with utmost caution. Kangpan earnestly advised, "No matter the circumstances, we must remain vigilant." Li Tu nodded solemnly. Yushi was perplexed by their unusual wariness. The lake appeared utterly peaceful, with several dinosaurs and ferocious beasts drinking at its edge. Even if there were dangerous creatures lurking beneath, it hardly warranted such extreme caution from a distance. Yet Yushi swallowed his questions, recognizing that they had experienced the lake's perils firsthand, and Kangpan was merely looking out for his safety. "We'll stay here. You can proceed with confidence," Kangpan assured. Before he could finish his sentence, a massive figure erupted from the placid lake with a tremendous splash. A colossal water monster breached the surface, its gaping maw wide enough to consume one of the circling pterosaurs before vanishing back into the depths. Yishi stood frozen in shock. What was this creature? It appeared larger than a whale. The sudden emergence of the monster left him with only a hazy memory of its exaggeratedly large mouth. The once calm lake now rippled violently. The tranquility shattered. Yushi's heart raced. That creature was enormous. As he pondered this, a long tongue shot out from the water, ensnaring a dinosaur that had been drinking at the lake's edge, dragging it back into the depths. Yushi nearly leapt in astonishment. What on earth is this? The creatures drinking by the lakeside scattered in an instant, while the ensnared dinosaur thrashed in panic, desperately shrieking in an attempt to break free. Yet, that tongue was remarkably supple, gradually dragging it into the depths of the water. A chill ran down Yushi's spine as he gazed in disbelief at the lake. A tongue capable of ensnaring a dinosaur. How enormous must this creature be? Where the dinosaur was pulled under, the lake rippled momentarily before settling back into tranquility, only to be marred by wisps of blood rising from its depths. Though the lake appeared modest in size, it concealed such colossal monsters. It could only be said that this lake was profoundly deep, perhaps unfathomably so. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such large aquatic beasts to exist. One must exercise utmost caution around such a lake. It is not an exaggeration. Not to mention that tongue that suddenly erupted from the water. There was simply no evading it. It was too swift. There was no time to react. So, is it truly sufficient to merely place this object in the water? Indeed, the manner of placement is irrelevant, as long as it is submerged in a body of water. Changpan assured that if only one end of the tube were to be immersed, the danger would be significantly mitigated, and with a little care, no issues should arise. Chapter 14. The reward of water collection. The elusive tongue, perhaps satiated, did not dart from the lake. Yishi grasped the other end of the water pipe, declaring, "All right. Next we shall dig a pit on the ground and wait to collect water." Songpan, is it to be here? Yushi surveyed the surroundings, deeming this spot adequately concealed. Yes, here it is. We need to excavate a deeper pit, one that is certainly lower than the lake's water level. The totem warriors possessed ample strength, so digging a deep pit was but a trivial task. Together, they began to dig, and before long, a sizable pit emerged. Concerned it might not be deep enough, they stood in the pit's base and continued to excavate, tossing dirt as if it were mere ash. Yishi, standing above, assessed the depth and concluded it should suffice. He pushed the wooden barrel towards the pit. "I will lower the barrel. You catch it." With a thud, the barrel was caught by two at the pit's bottom. "Step aside. I shall join you," Yishi instructed the two below. The pit's diameter was sufficiently spacious to accommodate a wooden barrel and 3 standing figures. With a thump, Yishi leapt into the pit. Noticing the 2 men at the bottom, covered in dust from digging, he stifled a laugh at their disheveled appearance. No one wished to be caked in dirt. And thus Songpan and Tu felt rather unfortunate, having been sent by the chief to accompany Yishi in this endeavor. Will the water flow through the pipe into the barrel? Yishi cannot conjure magic. How could this possibly happen? Yishi perceived their discontent but chose not to address it. Soon enough, they would realize their efforts were worthwhile. Yishi inserted the water pipe into the barrel, feeling along its length until he grasped a strand of grass rope, hooking it with his fingers. "Now, we shall witness a miracle." With the grass rope secured, Yishi began to pull it outward. The other end was attached to a cork, snugly fitted within the pipe, making it a strenuous task to extract. Songpan and Tu watched intently as Yishi tugged on the grass rope. Thus far, they were bewildered by Yishi's intentions, whether it pertained to the water pipe, the deep pit, or the incessant tugging of the grass rope. The pipe was lengthy, and Yishi continued to pull the rope gradually. As a circle of grass rope accumulated on the ground, just as he thought it was sufficient, a cork, accompanied by lake water, burst forth from the pipe. Songpan and Tu were momentarily stunned. Surely, their eyes did not deceive them. This was indeed water. Yishi quickly pressed the water pipe to the bottom of the barrel. "It truly is water," Tu exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, his typically fierce expression now one of disbelief. The water from the pipe gushed into the barrel, filling it to nearly half its capacity in an instant. Songpan, watching the water flow abundantly, felt as if his eyes might pop out in disbelief. How is this possible? Is it magic? Yishi waved his hand dismissively. It is not magic. It is merely the principle of siphoning. The principle of siphoning? Songpan and Tu exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend. This explanation is complex. Just remember that this method can be used to collect water in the future. Indeed. As long as we can collect water, the tribe's water scarcity issue is resolved? Songpan and Tu were momentarily taken aback. Observing the increasingly full barrel, Yishi, without hesitation, scooped up a handful and took a sip. The splashing sound of water roused the two men from their stupor. They gazed at the clear water in the barrel, feeling an intense thirst surge within them, and without uttering a word, they joined Yishi in drinking. The three indulged in the refreshing water until they were satiated, even enjoying a thorough wash that rid them of the dirt. The once grimy trio now appeared revitalized. I feel as if I have shed 3 pounds, Tu remarked with a sense of relief. Songpan wiped the droplets from his face, exhaling contentedly. Indeed, I do not believe I have ever felt this clean during the dry season. Yishi flicked his hair, feeling invigorated and elated. In the tribe, witnessing the transformed trio and the full barrel of water, the villagers were left in awe, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Wow, you truly collected water. So much water. A full barrel. Are you all unscathed? The crowd scrutinized them repeatedly, ultimately confirming they bore no injuries whatsoever. On the contrary, their cleanliness was striking. Could it be that they bathed? Surely, such extravagance would be a waste of water. The villagers felt a pang of heartache at the thought. What method could possibly allow them to collect water without harm? Could it be the intestines of the spiny terror beast that facilitated this? It must be so. Yishi is truly remarkable. No, it is Yushi's master, the great shaman, who is extraordinary. What does it matter? Yishi has inherited the shaman's knowledge, rendering him equally impressive. The chief approached Songpan and inquired, "How did you accomplish this?" Songpan scratched his head. "To be honest, I am not entirely sure." The lake water flowed out from the intestines of the spiny terror beast. Songpan recounted in detail what Yishi had instructed them to do, from placing one end of the pipe in the lake to digging the deep pit and pulling the grass rope to extract the cork. The chief pondered deeply, puzzled. Could it be that Yishi possesses magical abilities? We thought so as well, but Yishi insists it is not magic. The chief frowned. Not magic? Yet. No matter how he thinks about it, he cannot fathom why the lake water would willingly flow from the other end without some form of sorcery. At that moment, Zue rushed out from the cave. Yishi, the shaman summoned you to see him. Yishi straightened his expression. Very well, I shall go immediately. The news had reached the shaman's ears remarkably swiftly. The shaman resided deep within the cave, and Yishi took a torch, proceeding slowly into the depths. The cave was indeed profound. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, Yishi finally reached the end. To his astonishment, he discovered that the deepest part of the cave was illuminated, rather than shrouded in darkness. A hole was carved into the ceiling, allowing light to filter through. The shaman sat cross-legged upon a stone platform, the beam of light casting a mysterious aura upon him. In the dim light, one could discern a large totem of the Zhushan painted in crimson on the cave wall beside the shaman. Stopping a few paces from the stone platform, Yishi saluted. I pay my respects to the shaman. The shaman smiled warmly. You have arrived. Yes, shaman. The shaman nodded. I am aware of your water collection method. Yishi thought to himself. As expected, it was for this matter. Please, allow me to elaborate on my water collection technique. There was nothing to conceal, and Yishi detailed the method he employed. Upon finishing, the shaman closed his eyes in contemplation for a considerable time before opening them and exclaiming. To devise such a method without magic is indeed a testament to the shaman's vast knowledge. Yishi remained silent. The shaman continued, with this method, the tribe's water collection will be significantly safer. You have resolved our water scarcity issue during the dry season. Yishi credited the warriors who supported him in hunting the spiny terror beast. Without them, he could not have devised this method. The shaman nodded with a smile. You have achieved great merit this time. What reward do you desire? Yishi's heart leaped with joy. This was indeed the moment. Shaman, to be frank, my body is rather frail. I wish to request some blood from fierce beasts to bolster my health. Yishi boldly requested the blood of ferocious beasts. The shaman, however, did not flinch, merely nodding calmly. Very well. In addition to the beast's blood, I can also provide you with some of its meat, which would greatly benefit your health. Yishi was elated. It was truly possible. However, the sorcerer continued, there is a scarcity of ferocious beast meat and blood within the tribe. Presently, only a portion of the ferocious beast's blood can be offered, while other rewards shall be granted in due time. Yishi's expression momentarily faltered with disappointment. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that obtaining the beast's blood was indeed a delightful surprise, and he resolved not to be overly avaricious. Chapter 15. Delicacies. A month later, Yishi cradled a nest of birds in his left hand while dragging a large leafy branch with his right, swiftly weaving through the thickets of Little Two Mountain. The wind tousled his hair, and branches and leaves brushed past his ears. Over the past month, thanks to the constant nourishment from carnivorous beast blood, Yishi's physique had considerably strengthened. Though he still appeared slender, he no longer bore the frailness that once characterized him. An aura of vigor now radiated from his entire being. Moreover, the enrichment from the beast blood had significantly enhanced his agility and explosive power. As he darted through the forest, his speed was now a stark contrast to the first time he had climbed Little Two Mountain. Hey, stop. Let me see what treasures you've found. A figure suddenly leaped from a tree, aiming for the nest in Yishi's hand. Caught off guard by the unexpected ambush, Yishi's brain had yet to register the threat when his body instinctively evaded to the side. Wow. Zue was astonished that Yishi could evade him. Unwilling to relent, Zue was eager to test just how much Yishi had improved. With the swiftness of lightning, he attempted to snatch the nest from Yishi's grasp. Yishi managed to dodge several times, but gradually his speed began to falter against Zue's relentless assaults. Just as Zue was about to seize the nest, Yishi hurled it away as if it were a flying disc. That kid. The eggs will surely break. Zue soared after the nest. Yishi chuckled at the sight of Zue's exposed back. Gripping the branch tightly, he delivered a sharp strike upwards. That's what you get for ambushing. Just as Zue caught the nest, he was unexpectedly struck on the back. Yishi, you're so cunning, Zue exclaimed, cradling the nest. That's called being clever, not cunning, Yishi retorted. As a reserve warrior, under normal circumstances, Zue would have easily outmatched Yishi, so he had to employ a bit of wit. That's still cunning, Zue grumbled. Zue, however, was carefree. After a moment of sulking, he dismissed the incident, reasoning it wasn't that painful. He looked down at the nest in his hands and exclaimed, "Oh, this nest has 6 eggs. Not bad at all. You want the eggs? Go get them yourself." "Those 6 eggs are not for you," Yishi teased. "Hiki, by the way, your skills have improved since a few days ago," Yishi thought to himself. Of course. With daily nourishment from beast blood, any lack of improvement would be surprising. After half a month of diligently absorbing the beast blood and honing his skills, he had finally begun to see some results, albeit modest ones. Don't be modest. Your progress is astonishing. At this rate, you'll be qualified to participate in the reserve trials in 2 years. Yishi shook his head. I've almost exhausted the beast blood. The promised beast meat from Wu has yet to arrive, so it's unlikely I will continue to improve at this pace. By the way, what is the purpose of that branch you're carrying? Firewood. It's far too slender for that. We can gather firewood ourselves. This is food, not firewood. Oh, food. Let me taste, Zue exclaimed, swiftly yanking a few leaves and stuffing them into his mouth. It tastes like leaves, Zue commented after chewing, not very appetizing. Yishi laughed at his antics, that's not how you eat them. Then how do you eat these leaves? Zue shouted from behind. Upon returning to the foot of the mountain, Yishi placed his belongings down and found a middle-aged man crafting stone tools in a cave. This uncle, named Li Gan, was the tribe's craftsman, skilled in both stone and woodwork. Uncle Li, do you have time for a job? Li Gan, his hands dusted with white stone powder, looked up at Yishi and smiled. I'll be done with this piece soon. What do you need me to make? I'd like to. Yishi detailed the design of the item he wished to create. Li Gan nodded. No problem, that's quite simple. By the way, Uncle Li, here is your payment. Is this enough? Yishi offered several strips of jerky. No need. Li Gan waved his hands dismissively. For such a small item, there is no need for payment. Since the successful water retrieval, the tribe's attitude towards him had shifted, becoming more warm and friendly. Take it, Yishi insisted. If you refuse, I'll just find someone else to do it. Though Li Gan was quite skilled in stonework, he was still an ordinary person with limited daily food rations, primarily relying on crafting tools to earn extra sustenance. He couldn't afford to take advantage of Yishi's generosity. Li Gan, feeling a bit touched, reluctantly accepted. All right then. But I will make sure to do an even better job to satisfy you. In the evening, Songpan, Zue Yong, and Li Tu gathered together to prepare dinner as usual. They ignited a bonfire and expertly placed skewered meat over the flames to roast. Yishi asked Songpan to help him start another fire nearby. Songpan queried curiously, why start another fire? Yishi replied mysteriously, tonight, I'll prepare something special. Having eaten roasted meat continuously for over half a month, he had finally grown weary of it. Today, he even ventured up the mountain to forage for ingredients to enhance his meals. Curiosity piqued among them. They wondered what special food he was preparing and whether it would be delicious. Zue speculated, it can't be those leaves, right? Upon this thought, he immediately lost interest. After all, no matter how one prepared leaves, they could never be tasty. Yushi first retrieved a flat stone pot, ensuring the fire was sufficiently hot before placing it over the flames. He then set a wooden cutting board on the ground, borrowed Yong's bone knife, and chopped the freshly picked, washed leaves into fine pieces. Next, he took a large bowl and cracked all the bird eggs into it, stirring the egg mixture with chopsticks. These bird eggs were quite sizable, each only slightly smaller than a chicken egg, and the bowl quickly filled to the brim. Once the egg mixture was thoroughly combined, Yushi added a touch of water to create a more tender and delectable omelet. He then mixed in the chopped leaf fragments with the egg mixture. What kind of leaves are those? Zue couldn't help but inquire. Fragrant ash, Yushi replied without looking up. After completing these steps, Yushi carefully retrieved a small wooden jar. Songpan and Yong gasped at the sight of his actions. Could it be? As he opened the jar, inside lay a crystalline substance, white with hints of brown. Yushi gently shook the jar, sprinkling a small amount into the egg mixture. Indeed, it's salt. How extravagant. Yong marveled. Salt was a precious commodity for the two mountain tribe. They would only use a scant spoonful when absolutely necessary. So it was astonishing that Yushi was willing to use salt this time. Originally, Yushi had no salt, but after his success in retrieving water, Wu had discreetly rewarded him with a small jar of salt. Of course, while it was labeled as a jar, it contained merely a spoonful. Having spent so long without salt, Yushi understood its scarcity, and thus he rarely used it. However, after enduring more than half a month of salt-free roasted meat, he could no longer resist, deciding to indulge a little today. By this time, the stone pot was hot enough, and Yushi tossed in a piece of fatty meat, continuously stirring it. After a while, the fat began sizzling, and once it rendered enough oil, he removed the crispy pieces. The stone pot was now coated with a golden layer of oil, releasing an enticing aroma. Yushi poured in the egg mixture combined with the fragrant ash leaves. The moment the egg mixture met the oil, it turned golden, erupting with an irresistible fragrance. Controlling the heat was challenging with the bonfire. Yushi held the pot's handle, pulling it slightly away when the flames surged and moving closer when they waned. The delightful aroma wafted through the air. Unbeknownst to him, a crowd had gathered around, curious about the new dish he was preparing. Having finished their roasted meat, the tribe members, intrigued by the commotion, gathered around to see what Yushi was concocting. Step aside, step aside. This is food that Yushi is preparing for us, Yong urged, busy shooing the onlookers away. Hee, let us simply observe, shall we? Humph. It is agreed that we shall only observe, Yong and his companions reluctantly remarked. The eggs transformed into a golden hue, exuding a delightful aroma, interwoven with the tender red and green shoots of the fragrant tree, creating an extraordinarily enticing spectacle. As the frying approached perfection, Yushi extinguished the flame and carefully lifted the fragrant tree omelet from the pan using chopsticks. These two makeshift utensils, fashioned from twigs, appeared remarkably agile. The onlookers engaged in hushed whispers. A total of 6 wooden bowls were prepared, one for each individual in their party. Yushi divided the fragrant tree omelet into 6 equal portions, placing them into the bowls and distributing them accordingly. Then, each person was given a pair of chopsticks. These are for us. We can manage with our hands. The tribe members typically indulged in roasted meat using their hands, unaccustomed to chopsticks. Everything was ready. Let us give it a try. They cradled their bowls, chopsticks in hand, feeling somewhat inept at the act of eating, particularly the child Tao, who, at just 5 years old, appeared even more clumsy in comparison to others. Songpan skillfully maneuvered the chopsticks to grasp a piece of the omelet and took a bite. Delicious. Songpan's eyes sparkled with delight. The surrounding crowd swallowed in anticipation. It truly seemed delectable. Indeed, I feel rather hungry all of a sudden. Did you not just eat a piece of roasted meat? I cannot explain it. I simply feel ravenous. Yong, Songpan, and their companions, overhearing the murmurs of those nearby, savored the fragrant tree omelet with evident satisfaction, deliberately making audible sounds of enjoyment. The mischievous child Tao, son of Li Tu, exclaimed loudly, Brother Yushi, this is incredibly delicious. It tastes divine. Indeed, it looks promising, but it tastes even better. Zue chimed in with a loud smack of his lips, ensuring that the surrounding crowd heard him clearly. Yes, it is simply too little. I can hardly bear to finish it all at once, Songpan boisterously agreed. I know where Yushi procured this. I shall seek out more bird eggs and those leaves tomorrow, and prepare a larger feast. The onlookers perked up, Eager to discover the source of this delicacy, yet Zue remained coy. What a jest it would be if they were to learn the location of that tree. Not a single leaf would remain. After relishing the fragrant tree omelet and sipping some fresh water, life truly felt delightful. Chapter 16. The arrival of the Huangpi tribe in the early morning. Several children armed with spears practiced sparring in an open area, while the adults of the tribe worked at the cave entrance, occasionally glancing at the youngsters. The children had been at it for a while, their bodies glistening with sweat and dust. One child paused in his assault, raising his spear and announcing to his companions, "I need a break to drink some water." Another child immediately chimed in, "I'll go too." Eventually, all the children decided to rest and hydrate. They rushed to their respective guardians, requesting water pouches, setting down their spears, and gulping down the refreshing liquid. Washing their faces with water, a luxury during the previous dry seasons for the Tushan tribe, drew no reprimand from the adults this time. After all, the mere thought of the 50 large vats of water stored in the cave made using a bit of water seem trivial. With those 50 vats, even if the tribe ceased fetching water, they had enough to last through the dry season. The chief and Yishi stood at the cave entrance, observing the scene. A look of satisfaction crossed the chief's face as he remarked to Yishi, "Thanks to your initiative, this year's dry season should spare us from any deaths from thirst." Yishi replied, "We must also thank Songpan, who tirelessly fetches water for us, and Uncle Yong, who helped me hunt the thorny dragon beast, along with the craftsmen who worked through the night to prepare the water vats, and the warriors who scoured for stone materials. It is their combined efforts that ensure our tribe is not lacking in water." The chief chuckled heartily. "Indeed, everyone has played a part, but your contribution stands out the most. This cannot be denied." He sighed, recalling, "It's unfortunate that I have yet to fulfill my promise of beast meat to you. The hunting party has not yet located any traces of the ferocious beasts." The chief had been specifically reminded by Wu to keep an eye on the hunting party for signs of the beasts. But more than half a month had passed with no sightings. She felt a twinge of disappointment, but comforted the chief, "It's all right. It's beyond our control. And I'm not in a hurry." At that moment, a warrior of the tribe, covered in gray mud and adorned with paint, hurriedly approached. Yushi recognized him as Hui Wei, the sentinel stationed at the edge of the tribe. Hui Wei saluted the chief and quickly reported, "Chief, for individuals from the Huangpi tribe are outside, requesting entry to trade for food." "The Huangpi tribe has arrived?" The chief nodded, acknowledging the news. "Inform them that I shall come shortly." Hui Wei nodded and dashed away. What could the Huangpi tribe want? Yishi inquired of the chief. "They must be here to exchange salt for goods," the chief replied, upon learning that someone awaited him outside the tribe. The chief did not rush, but instructed the tribe members to promptly tidy away the water pouches they had filled and to erase any traces of water on the ground. Only after the tribe had concealed all evidence of their water supply did the chief say to Yishi, "I will head over now," and proceeded toward the tribal watch post. At the Tushan watch post, an unusual gathering stood conspicuously, starkly contrasting with the Tushan tribe. These individuals were tall and imposing, clad in cool snake skins, wielding weapons made entirely of pristine white bone, their blades finely polished and glinting in the sunlight. Most notably, one of them sat astride a massive brown bear, which remained surprisingly docile and obedient. They were the representatives sent by the Huangpi tribe for this trade. The chief was unfazed by their extravagant appearance. Instead, he greeted them with a hearty smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests. What brings you to our Tushan tribe today? I hope your journey here was without peril." The bear growled threateningly as a strong figure approached, but the chief reassured, "No dangers encountered, I trust. Your safety is of utmost concern to me." Qi Shang, the leader of the Huangpi tribe's delegation and a warrior responsible for trade, responded with a slight smile. "We have come to exchange salt for goods." The chief sighed in relief upon hearing it was merely a trade. "Excellent. We welcome you. Please, come inside." However, the three Huangpi warriors behind Qi Shang seemed to remain immobile, as if they had not heard. After Qi Shang mounted the bear, he blandly instructed the three to follow him, and they trailed behind the bear into the Tushan tribe. Sitting atop a large wooden stump, Yushi suddenly spotted a person riding the enormous brown bear entering the tribe. "What a massive bear!" Yushi exclaimed, astonished that such a creature would willingly serve as a mount for a human. Observing the warrior atop the bear, he noticed the center of a totem design on the warrior's left chest bore two fiery patterns. He was a level 2 warrior. Seeing outsiders approach, the Tushan people gathered around. A female tribeswoman approached, holding 4 purple lotus fruits, and stepped up to them. The chief pointed at the fruits and said to Qi Shang, "Leader Qi Shang, these purple lotus fruits were recently harvested in our tribe. You've traveled a long way. Please enjoy some." The woman was dusty, and her hands, cradling the fruits, bore grime. Qishang frowned slightly, a flash of distaste crossing his eyes, but he made no move to accept the fruits. His silence was mirrored by the 3 Huangpi warriors behind him, leaving the woman awkwardly extending her hands, still holding the 4 purple lotus fruits. The atmosphere grew tense. The chief's expression darkened momentarily, but he burst into laughter. If our esteemed guests are dissatisfied with the purple lotus fruits, we shall set them aside. Yushi stifled a chuckle at the chief's cleverness. The purple lotus fruits were indeed rare, and offering them to esteemed guests was a courteous gesture. However, the woman was exceedingly dirty, especially when the tribe had ample water for bathing. It appeared the chief had prepared well for the arrival of these trade emissaries, ensuring that the tribe's abundant water supply remained undisclosed. Yushi also noted that, although the 4 individuals appeared courteous since entering Tushan territory, their gazes toward the Tushan people carried a barely concealed air of arrogance. Yet, they had reason to feel superior. Clad in comfortable snake skins while the Tushan warriors donned straw skirts, it was a stark contrast. The exquisite craftsmanship of their bone ornaments further highlighted the disparity. As the Tushan warriors wore rudimentary adornments, presenting a picture of relative impoverishment, the chief's arrangements were astute, a move that garnered Yushi's silent admiration. He then inquired, "Gentlemen, how much salt have you brought, and what do you wish to exchange for it?" Qishang replied, "Jiu Xiong, let them see what we have." A warrior named Jiu Xiong placed a large hide pouch on the ground and opened it, revealing an abundance of salt. The salt appeared to weigh around 3 pounds, of poor quality, with a yellowish hue and mixed with dirt. That's a considerable amount of salt. "How long will this last us?" murmured some Tushan tribesmen. "Indeed. But compared to what they brought last year, the quality seems inferior," others commented. Qishang addressed the chief. "This salt is to be exchanged for 1,000 pounds of fresh meat." Yushi's eyebrows shot up. 3 pounds of salt for 1,000 pounds of meat? How audacious. Furthermore, specifying fresh meat was outrageous. The chief frowned. "The quality of this year's salt is significantly lower than last year's. Too much dirt is mixed in." Qishang simply replied, "The dirt is inconsequential. Your tribe's female slaves can sort it out." Yishi raised an eyebrow. If they knew the dirt could be sorted, why hadn't they done so before bringing such a mixture to trade? Observing the poised demeanor of the 4 individuals, it seemed as though they were certain that this transaction would not fall through, leaving Yushi in contemplation. Could it be that the salt was monopolized by the Huangpi tribe? Hence, their unyielding confidence? The chieftain remained silent for a moment, declaring, 1,000 pounds is excessive. It is impossible to exchange for such a quantity. Qishang's eyes sparkled with cunning as he responded with a smile, considering our tribe's frequent dealings. "I can concede a bit. How about 900 pounds? Yushi furrowed her brow in thought. The Huangpi tribe appeared to be confident that Tushan would certainly agree to the exchange. No, the presence of soil particles in the salt would diminish its quantity. 900 pounds were still too much. Qishang's smile gradually faded as he continued to fixate on the chieftain, the two locked in a tense standoff. After a prolonged silence, Qishang's tone turned frigid. "Since the chieftain of Tushan is unwilling to proceed with the exchange, I shall take my leave." With that, he commanded Jiu Xiong to stow away the salt bags and led the way toward the giant bear. The onlookers from Tushan grew agitated. Were they truly departing just like that? What about the salt? They only had this opportunity once a year. They could not afford to be without it. The chieftain remained immobile. Qishang had already mounted the giant bear, leading the other members of the Huangpi tribe out without a hint of regret. "Wait," the chieftain called out. 900 pounds it shall be." He reluctantly shouted. Only then did Qishang pat the giant bear, bringing it to a halt. He jumped down and, with a renewed smile, remarked, "Now, that is the choice of a wise man." Chapter 17. To suffer loss or gain advantage. The chieftain, with a serious expression, summoned a warrior and whispered a few instructions. The warrior complied and dashed towards the cave. The chieftain's face brightened with a smile, as if nothing had transpired, and he said to Qishang, "I have sent someone to prepare the items in the cave. Please, esteemed guests, wait a moment." A fleeting glimmer of pride passed through Qishang's and the other 3 warriors of the Huangpi tribe's eyes. Trading a sack of inferior salt for 900 pounds of fresh meat was a decidedly unfair exchange, yet the Tushan tribe had acquiesced. In high spirits, Qishang was unconcerned about the brief wait and waved cheerfully. "The Tushan chieftain is too gracious." Before long, 4 warriors emerged from the cave, each bearing a large bundle wrapped in animal hides. Yishi understood that it contained fresh meat. He sighed inwardly. 900 pounds of meat was a hefty amount, all earned by Tushan's warriors at the peril of their lives. exchanged for a mere sack of inferior salt. Qishang looked at the meat, forcing down a smirk to maintain a facade of indifference. The chieftain addressed them. "Thank you for your patience." Qishang replied, "Not at all." Suddenly, one of the warriors who fetched the meat called out, "Chieftain, what is it?" The chieftain inquired. The warrior hesitated and said, "We do not have 900 pounds of fresh meat, even with the jerky included." His voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Just enough for the Huangpi tribe to hear. "Oh?" Qishang furrowed his brow, glancing at the bundles of hides on the ground. He turned sharply to Jiuxiong behind him and commanded, "Unwrap them all." Jiuxiong obeyed and stepped forward to unfold the thick animal hides. Upon revealing the contents, it became evident that the meat fell short of 900 pounds, appearing to total only 700 or 800 pounds, and a portion was jerky. A cold glint flashed in Qishang's eyes, and his expression turned frosty as he confronted the chieftain. "What does this mean, Chieftain Tushan?" The chieftain appeared troubled. "Our hunting teams have not yielded much these past few days, so we do not have fresh meat. I did not anticipate that we could not even gather 900 pounds. The chieftain's claim of poor hunting these past few days made Yushi recall the saber-toothed tiger and long-horned deer they encountered yesterday. Admiring the chieftain's audacity in fabricating such a story, as Qishang prepared to respond with anger, the chieftain quickly interjected, "How about this? I will trade you fresh water." At this revelation, Yushi immediately grasped the chieftain's true intent. What their tribe lacked the least was water. To substitute water for meat was indeed a savvy maneuver. Yushi could not help but regard the chieftain with newfound respect. Perhaps the warrior's claim about the lack of meat had been orchestrated by the chieftain himself. Upon hearing the proposal of exchanging water, Qishang's anger dissipated, replaced by hesitation. "Fresh water?" "Indeed." The chieftain replied through gritted teeth, feigning pain. He then gestured to the warrior. "Go, bring forth the water we have stored in the tribe." "Chieftain!" The warrior protested loudly, displaying clear reluctance. Yushi stifled a smile. The warrior, named Chu, was quite the dramatist, likely from their hunting team. "Enough talk. Hurry!" The chieftain barked. With a resigned expression, Chu stomped his foot and hurried towards the cave. Yushi observed as Chu handed a small wooden barrel to the chieftain. Qishang's eyes lit up at the sight of the barrel, his feet inching forward, barely restraining his desire to see how much water it contained. The chieftain paused briefly before cautiously extending the small barrel towards Qishang. A quick glance revealed that it contained more than half a barrel of clear water. Qishang struggled to suppress his delight. "With the meat on the ground combined with this water, I suppose I can trade the salt to you." But the chieftain frowned. "What are you implying? If we include this water, there is no way we can offer you that much meat." "What do you mean then?" 500 pounds of meat, along with this water. If that is unacceptable, then so be it." A glimmer of cunning sparked in Qishang's eyes as he feigned deep contemplation before reluctantly conceding, "Very well. Considering our past relations." The chieftain nodded, his expression neutral, and he instructed others, "Prepare the meat for them." Qishang was satisfied with the outcome of the trade, directing the 3 warriors behind him to carry the meat while he personally embraced the wooden barrel and climbed onto the back of a giant bear. Before departing, Qishang lamented casually to the chieftain, "I can't believe you were willing to trade fresh water with me." The chieftain sighed, "If I were to give you all the meat, our warriors would surely go hungry, but without water, they could survive on blood, as warriors are of utmost importance." Qishang nodded in understanding. "Indeed. The strength of the tribe is paramount. Then I bid you farewell. Please convey my regards to the esteemed shaman." The chieftain nodded and escorted them to the lookout point. Watching them depart, once the Huangpi tribe members were gone, the Tushan tribe members placed the salt upon the rocks, exuberantly circling around it. "Goodness, so much salt. And we only traded 500 pounds of meat for it. Don't forget about the water. They wouldn't have traded without it. But water means little to our tribe. We can simply fetch it from the lakeside." True. So it's effectively trading 500 pounds of meat for all this salt. We've struck a tremendous deal. Indeed. We owe our chieftain our gratitude for his cleverness in using water as a substitute. Yushi remained speechless, observing as they reveled in their apparent fortune. 3 pounds of inferior salt traded for 500 pounds of meat, and they acted as though they had struck gold. The salt on the rocks looked rather unimpressive, tinged with yellow and mixed with dirt, yet the tribespeople gazed at it as if it were a treasure. But it was indeed a treasure. Yushi sighed. Even he hesitated to use salt when eating. Is there a way to resolve this issue? Where does the Huangpi tribe obtain their salt? Yushi pondered. The chieftain stood beside Yushi, calmly watching his people dance with joy around the salt, entirely devoid of the delight they expressed in their supposed good fortune. Yushi was one of the only 2 who did not appear excited. I wonder how the Huangpi tribe sources their salt. Ah, the chieftain's eyes glinted with sarcasm. They publicly claim it is conjured by their shaman sorcery. Sorcery? What absurdity! Yushi thought. According to his current knowledge, shamans could be categorized into 4 types: healing, cursing, divining, and blessing. Their abilities were not entirely clear to him, but they typically revolved around healing, cursing, divination, and blessings. The notion that they could conjure salt through sorcery seemed highly dubious. Is the Huangpi tribe the only one with salt? Indeed, the chieftain sighed heavily. Thus we are at their mercy. A shadow of discontent clouded the chieftain's features. What troubles you? The chieftain gestured towards the salt on the rocks, forcing a bitter smile. You know, the salt the Huangpi tribe brings for trade gets worse every year. Yishi was unfamiliar with the quality of salt in previous years, but it was evident that this year's salt was subpar. The chieftain's eyes darkened as he continued. They have not only figured out that we have no choice but to trade for salt, but they also know that even if we Tushan get angry, we cannot retaliate against them, for our tribe's strength does not compare to theirs. Yishi remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. The issue of tribal strength cannot be resolved overnight, but the salt problem can indeed be addressed. The chieftain trembled in disbelief, staring wide-eyed at Yishi. Did you just say the salt problem can be resolved? Observing the once composed chieftain now consumed by agitation, Yishi could only nod in resignation. There is indeed a method, but we must first locate a certain substance to extract the salt. Saline earth or stones, can they truly yield salt? The chieftain furrowed his brow, questioning the feasibility of this notion. Very well, I shall instruct the hunting party to be vigilant in their pursuit, ensuring they seek out these saline stones or soils during their expeditions. Chapter 18. I have returned. Jungle. As dusk approached, Yishi sat cross-legged atop a large wooden stump, gazing upward at the descending sun while idly toying with the weapon in his hand. The twilight deepened, and the clouds were painted in vast swathes of golden-red sunset hues. Beneath the setting sun, flocks of pterosaurs soared across the horizon. In the distance, the jungle echoed with the roars of dinosaurs. Yishi could vividly imagine the sight of these magnificent creatures, howling beneath the blood-red sky, if he were to stand atop Little Two Mountain. Days had passed, yet the hunting party had failed to discover any salt-laden stones, leaving Yishi unable to extract salt. Why craft your weapon in such a manner? Young approached him, eyeing the peculiar weapon in his grasp. This weapon was fashioned from a piece of pristine white bone. Its form an odd prism with 3 blood grooves carved into its sides, appearing rather bizarre. Recognizing Yong, Yishi smiled. Do not be deceived by its odd appearance. It is, in fact, a most formidable weapon. Oh? Yong expressed skepticism. Is such a shape truly effective? It resembles neither a knife nor a dagger. What is it? It is a triangular military spike, and I owe you my thanks for the beast bone material, Yishi replied. Yong waved dismissively. It is of little consequence. This bone is not from a ferocious beast. The bones of a thunder dragon are merely slightly inferior to those of a savage beast and are seldom found as quality weaponry materials. Should you exchange it with others, you could acquire something noteworthy. Giving it to me is a significant loss for you. You resolved the tribe's water shortage. What does this bone matter? Yong said nonchalantly. Yishi shook his head, explaining that the reward for solving the water issue had already been given to him by the shaman. Moreover, it was not Yong's place to bestow gifts upon him. He ought to be the one expressing gratitude for Yong's assistance in hunting the spiked dragon beast. Yet, he desperately needed a weapon and reluctantly accepted it, promising to repay Yong in kind when the opportunity arose. Why create this weapon? Yong inquired. Because in a few days, I will join the fruit-picking team into the jungle. What? Yong's voice rose in alarm, clearly taken aback. Yishi, exasperated, rubbed his ears. Why such surprise? My current abilities are sufficient to participate in the picking team, are they not? Though he said this, Yong could hardly fathom that Yishi, a disciple of the shaman, would venture into the jungle to gather fruit like an ordinary person. No one in the tribe would dare to summon Yishi for fruit picking unless he expressed a desire to partake. Furrowing his brows in disapproval, Yong insisted, Yishi, you have no idea how perilous the jungle is. Have you discussed your intention to enter the jungle with the chief? Yishi nodded. Not only did the chief agree, but the shaman did as well. What? Both of them consented? Yishi replied calmly, I am aware of the dangers of the jungle, but I must return. My Shinong teacher has imparted invaluable knowledge to me. Numerous useful yet inconspicuous plants lie hidden within this jungle. With that, his gaze drifted towards the distant jungle. Yong gradually ceased his agitation, silently observing the verdant expanse alongside Yishi. After a prolonged silence, Yishi spoke softly once more. These plants could resolve our tribe's food issues, even aid the injured. Sighing deeply, Yang finally conceded, since both the shaman and chief have agreed. What can I say? Seeing Yang's evident concern warmed Yishi's heart. Nonetheless, he was resolute in his decision to enter the jungle. Deep down, he acknowledged that his search for plants was but a pretext. The true reason was his profound yearning for adventure within this magnificent primordial jungle, a craving that had been embedded within his very blood from a past life. Regardless of Yang's reluctance, a few days later, Yishi found himself part of the fruit-picking team. That morning, he consumed a piece of sweet potato and a small portion of jerky to ensure his energy was abundant. Before departing, he meticulously checked his gear, tugging firmly at his belt to ensure the triangular military spike would not fall during his movements. After all, it was a vital tool for self-preservation in the face of danger. At that moment, Songpan and another warrior approached him. Yishi assumed Songpan had come to remind him to stay safe, and smiled. No worries, I won't encounter any danger. Songpan replied, I know. Yishi raised an eyebrow. Oh? Because we will be right beside you to protect you. Yishi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone would be specifically assigned to safeguard him. Did the chief send you? Songpan and the warrior exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with amusement. Indeed. Do you think the chief would truly feel at ease letting you enter the jungle alone? Yishi, touched yet helpless, smiled. After all, if we proceed cautiously along that route, there should be no issues. The chief is overly cautious. You are of great importance to the tribe. It is prudent to be careful, the other warrior chuckled, adding, by the way, I must thank you for using the Sanchi to save me last time. Yishi finally recognized him. You are Chi, the one who was gravely injured by a ferocious beast. Yishi glanced at his abdomen, where only a faint scar remained. The warriors possessed remarkable recovery abilities. He distinctly remembered the gaping wound from before. I am Chi. I truly appreciate your help last time. I thought I would perish. He expressed gratefully. It was nothing, Yishi replied. Songpan clapped his hands together. All right, everyone, enough reminiscing. We must set off. Leading the fruit-picking team, Songpan announced that it was nearly time to depart. Half a month later, Yishi once again stepped into the jungle. The 12-member fruit-picking team subtly surrounded Yishi in a protective formation, positioning him at the center. By his side were Songpan and Chi, both armed with weapons. This area had fewer ferns, with ancient trees shaped by the passage of time surrounding them. Yishi carefully navigated over the gnarled tree roots that rose to knee height. Slick with moss. Chirp, chirp. The clear and melodious calls of birds echoed from above. Yishi looked up to see a remarkably beautiful bird perched on a branch overhead. This bird was slightly larger than a peacock, its plumage a vibrant azure, adorned with a fringe of soft yellow feathers along the edges. Its long feathers and crest cascaded down like exquisite tassels. Curiously, it tilted its head, gazing at them with round, jet-black eyes reminiscent of precious gemstones. What kind of bird is this? It's stunning. Yishi whispered to Songpan, wary of startling it away. Songpan glanced at the bird, seemingly indifferent. That is a long feather sparrow. It is indeed beautiful, but its temperament is fierce and difficult to catch. Fierce? Yishi met its gemstone-like gaze. Chirp. The long feather sparrow innocently tilted its head and called out. One would never suspect such a demeanor. Just then, a swarm of dragonflies, each the size of an eagle, passed by the trees. These dragonflies had blood-red eyes, and their long pincers appeared menacing, clearly not to be trifled with. With a flurry of wings, the long feather sparrow suddenly soared into the air, its splendid plumage unfurling as it darted into the midst of the dragonflies. With sharp claws, it seized one dragonfly, effortlessly fending off the others that attempted to attack. Truly, one must not judge a bird by its appearance. Yishi marveled. As they continued walking, a colossal millipede, measuring over 20 meters in length, leisurely ambled past their group. Such a gigantic millipede. Yishi felt a shiver run down his spine. However, despite its fearsome appearance, it was herbivorous and had a gentle disposition, rarely attacking humans. Over the past few days, Yishi had diligently studied the knowledge of jungle creatures, so upon encountering it, he did not panic. Should we take a ride on it? Chi asked Yishi. Ride a giant millipede? Yishi licked his dry lips. Will it not become agitated? Though it is herbivorous, its immense size could pose danger if it were to become enraged. Songpan chuckled. Not at all. This creature is quite docile. As long as you do not harm it, you can hitch a ride. The colossal millipede is adorned in a pale yellow hue, its myriad of legs propelling it forward in a rhythmic motion, reminiscent of a boat gliding through water. It seems rather enticing to take a ride, doesn't it? So, let us embark on this adventure. Thus, Yishi, Songpan, and Zhu climbed upon the back of the millipede, while the others refrained from joining. Wary of the creature's potential discontent due to their weight, opting instead to follow alongside. They have truly mounted it. Yishi caressed the smooth, hard shell of the millipede, her heart racing with exhilaration, incredulous that she was actually seated upon the back of such a prehistoric giant. How remarkably stable it is. Yishi felt the cool, slick surface beneath her, finding it surprisingly comfortable. From her elevated perch, the creature appeared less menacing, taking on an unexpectedly endearing semblance. Sitting cross-legged atop the colossal millipede, a gentle breeze caressed her, and she leisurely scanned her surroundings, hoping to spot familiar flora. That plant ahead seemed strikingly familiar. Chapter 19. Captured. Yishi stared in a trance at the herbaceous plant towering like a tree before him. What does it resemble? Yishi pondered. The centipede continued to leisurely carry him forward, and just as they were about to pass the plant, Yishi suddenly recalled. That's right. It is the purslane. Its size had rendered it unrecognizable at first glance. The sheer enormity of the purslane ignited a spark of excitement in Yishi's eyes. This plant is edible. Yishi promptly leaped down from the centipede's back and dashed towards the purslane. Did you find something? The surrounding tribe's people immediately perked up, thrilled at the discovery of yet another edible plant. Kangpan and Chi swiftly dismounted from the centipede and hurried to Yishi's side. The centipede seemed oblivious to the loss of 3 riders, maintaining its leisurely pace as it continued to crawl ahead. Which part is edible? I shall harvest it. Kangpan eagerly inquired, raising his bone knife. Yishi examined the prehistoric purslane, noting its remarkable resemblance to the modern variety. It appears that the entire plant is consumable. Kangpan, the onlookers. Can the entire plant be eaten? The eyes of everyone sparkled with excitement, their gazes fixated upon the colossal purslane as if it were about to ignite in flames. If the purslane possessed sentience, it would surely tremble under such intense scrutiny. Without a doubt, the entire plant was ultimately uprooted and packed away for transport. They ambled along, stopping intermittently, and stumbled upon 2 more varieties of prehistoric wild vegetables before finally reaching their destination. It was a sparse fruit grove. The harvesting teams skillfully navigated through the orchard, seeking ripe fruits and climbing trees to pluck them one by one. Yishi had long been curious about the tree that bore ginkgo nuts, and now he observed what resembled an enlarged palm tree, with ginkgo nuts dangling in sparse clusters, either green or white. Yishi felt an urge to climb and try for himself. Over the past month, he had diligently practiced his tree climbing skills, and despite the ginkgo tree standing tall like a flagpole, it posed no challenge for him. With agility, Yishi ascended, using both hands and feet to easily reach the branches. Chi, I shall accompany Yishi. You stay here and keep watch, Kangpan said. With only the 2 of them being warriors from the harvesting team, the safety of the other tribespeople could not be overlooked. Chi remained at the base of the tree, ready to assist should any danger arise. Kangpan nodded, following Yishi up the tree and perching on a branch not far from him. The branch beneath Yishi was not particularly thick, unable to support the weight of both of them. Yishi carefully balanced himself, searching for a ripe ginkgo nut until he finally spotted one. He twisted the nut from its stem and cradled it in his arms. Come over here, catch. Yishi called out to the person stationed below to receive the fruits. The designated catcher dashed over from another tree, bracing a beast hide to catch the falling nuts. Yishi tossed the ginkgo nut down, and the catcher swiftly grasped it. They continued this way, collecting several more nuts until the tree was completely stripped of its bounty. Yishi decided to take a brief rest and settled onto a branch. The surrounding scenery was beautiful, and the Tuyuan tribespeople were diligently harvesting fruits from other trees. A prehistoric butterfly fluttered its wings and landed near a stone, while a gray rabbit hopped by, pausing at the same stone, suddenly reminded of his quest for salt. Yishi turned to Kangpan. By the way, I just thought of a potential method for locating salt. Kangpan, what is it? Suddenly, a robust arm covered in yellow fur reached out from the foliage and seized Yishi's waist, lifting him off the ground with startling force. Yishi. Kangpan reacted swiftly, raising his bone knife to strike at the arm. However, the creature was remarkably agile, evading the attack and leaping with Yishi to another branch. Hearing Kangpan's shout, she immediately looked up, only to discover that a massive iron-armed monkey had seized Yishi. Yishi. Chi's expression changed dramatically. The iron-armed monkey clutched Yishi with one hand while gripping the branch with the other, swinging swiftly into the distance. Chi, gripping his stone knife, sprinted after the monkey, his heart filled with regret for not having noticed its presence sooner. The iron-armed monkey was adept at hiding, and its speed among the trees was astonishing. By the time Kangpan realized the threat, it was too late. Yishi had been captured. The other tribe's people quickly grasped the situation and, disregarding their own roles as warriors, leaped from the trees to pursue the iron-armed monkey. However, the monkey was incredibly swift through the jungle, its powerful arms propelling it forward as it effortlessly leapt from branch to branch, and soon both it and Yishi vanished from sight. King Pan was a step behind Chi, witnessing him stare angrily and helplessly into the forest before he, too, pressed on relentlessly, gripping his bone knife with determination. Chi, gritting his teeth, followed King Pan into the direction they had disappeared. Yishi, ensnared by the iron-armed monkey, swung rapidly through the trees, feeling nauseous. Had he truly been abducted by a gorilla? Where was it taking him? He recalled that gorillas were herbivorous. Why would it capture him? Did prehistoric gorillas have a taste for flesh? Yishi chuckled wryly, contemplating whether he had been chosen due to his slender build, making him appear the easiest target. After a lengthy traversal, the monkey finally halted on a giant tree and carelessly tossed Yishi down. Yishi crashed against the trunk, emitting a muffled groan. The impact to his chest was not the worst of it. The most painful area was his waist, where the gorilla's grip had been exceptionally strong. Fortunately, his physique had considerably improved over the past month. Otherwise, had he endured such pressure before, several ribs would surely have been broken. Yishi surveyed his surroundings. The ancient tree beneath him was extraordinarily tall, its trunk so thick that it would require 5 or 6 adults with arms outstretched to encircle it. The canopy spread broadly like a basketball court, with layers of lush foliage. From his vantage point on the trunk, he realized he was at least 3 stories high. Many muscular yellow-furred gorillas occupied the tree, some curiously observing him while others frolicked, completely ignoring his presence. The gorilla that had captured him stood nearby, letting out a series of howls into the distance before ceasing its movements, gazing around without acknowledging Yishi. Feeling somewhat bemused, Yishi thought, since it seemed indifferent to him, perhaps he should attempt to escape now? As he contemplated this, he stealthily shifted his feet, but before he could move far, a glossy yellow-furred gorilla swung over from another tree. Upon spotting him, its eyes lit up, and the massive creature charged toward Yishi at an alarming speed. Yishi's heart raced with trepidation, and he retreated several steps until his back pressed against the trunk. His hand instinctively tightened around the 3-edged military dagger at his waist. Contemplating whether to attack the gorilla and then leap from the tree, was there any chance of survival? Yet, a glance at the multitude of gorillas above made him quickly abandon this reckless notion. The speed of the gorillas in the jungle was formidable, and he would likely be torn to shreds by the enraged beasts before he could escape. The yellow-furred gorilla charged towards Yishi, its robust physique easily twice his size, and it was composed entirely of solid muscle. If it came to blows, Yishi would surely stand no chance. The gorilla wrapped its arms around him tightly, rocking him back and forth as if comforting a child, emitting soothing gurgling sounds from its throat. Yishi froze, bewildered by the situation. What was happening? The gorilla clutched him tightly, as if fearing he might flee, yet it did not harm him. Instead, it treated him as one would a child, nuzzling its furry face against the crown of his head. Numerous mother gorillas adorned with their offspring occupied the trees, and amidst this suffocating embrace, Yishi's peripheral vision caught sight of them, realizing that their movements mirrored that of the gorilla currently holding him. A sudden understanding dawned upon him. Was he being mistaken for a baby gorilla? Thus, had this large gorilla abducted him to appease the sorrowful mother gorilla? Yishi located the male gorilla who stood a short distance away, casting a glance downward and confirming that it was indeed a male. He speculated that the mother gorilla had perhaps lost her own child and was engulfed in grief, leading this male gorilla to bring him as a substitute. Why had so many chosen to seize him, if not for the fact that he was the smallest among the adult warriors, bearing a resemblance to a young gorilla? It was truly an unfortunate stroke of fate. Chapter 20. The Titan Python. Yishi's face was buried deep in the chest of the female gorilla, which was rigid and exuded an unpleasant odor that defied description. The constriction was unbearably uncomfortable. He tentatively pushed against it, only to be squeezed tighter in response. Good heavens. Rather than being torn asunder by the gorilla, he was at risk of being suffocated. At that moment, the gorilla troop erupted into chaos, their roars and the thunderous thumping of fists against chests resonating in his ears. Struggling to shift his face from the gorilla's embrace, Yishi caught a glimpse of the unfolding scene and gasped, wishing he had not turned his head at all. A colossal python, monstrous in its dimensions, had silently slithered onto the tree, its massive body coiling around the trunk in layers. It was so enormous that the gorillas appeared as mere diminutive creatures in its presence. Could this be the legendary Titan python, a prehistoric serpent that once dominated the earth, feared even by the Tyrannosaurus rex and known as the hell python. The gorillas roared in a frenzy, pounding their chests in a futile attempt to intimidate it, yet the titan python remained indifferent, its fist-sized. Crimson eyes fixated on one particular gorilla, its massive and fearsome head slowly rising. The targeted gorilla faltered. Despite its own roars and chest beating, it instinctively took a step back. Everything unfolded in slow motion, akin to a scene from a film. Yushi's eyes widened in terror, his entire being rigid with fear. The creature before him was more terrifying than the most dreadful nightmare he could conjure. Suddenly, the titan python raised its neck and swallowed the gorilla whole. After devouring one gorilla, the titan python flicked its tongue and resumed scanning the remaining gorillas with its cold, blood-red eyes. It was still hungry. A chill coursed through Yi Shi's body. His mind, still clouded by profound fear, was driven by the primal instinct to flee from this horrifying place. But the female gorilla clung to him tightly. The gorilla troop, once roaring and pounding their chests, had fallen into an eerie silence. One gorilla retreated 2 steps before swiftly grabbing a vine and swinging away, prompting the others to lose all resolve and scatter in panic. The female gorilla, too, seemed inclined to retreat but stubbornly refused to release Yi, clutching him with one arm while attempting to grasp the trunk to swing down. However, her single-handed effort lagged behind the others, and they became targets for the titan python's predatory gaze. The titan python's mouth gaped wide as its head lunged toward the female gorilla and Yi. Yi caught a glimpse of the gaping maw, carrying with it a foul wind, sending a shiver down his spine. It was over. Run. Yi felt a surge of urgency. The female gorilla, realizing the peril, attempted to escape with Yi, but suddenly, a massive tail ensnared her. With its mocking crimson eyes, the titan python seemed to toy with them, choosing not to devour them immediately, but instead tightening its coils around them. Yi felt his bones being crushed, nearly suffocating. Under the threat of death, all fear dissipated. Desperate, he struggled to reach for the triangular military dagger at his waist, trying to fight back, but his hands were firmly bound within the python's constricting body, rendering him immobile. Was this to be the end of his second life? Yi felt a fierce unwillingness. The female gorilla, cradling him, emitted a mournful cry, hoping against hope that the python would spare them. Suddenly, the gorilla that had been knocked from the tree earlier reappeared, launching itself with a tremendous roar and leaping to deliver a powerful punch to the python's head. The titan python, caught off guard, loosened its grip. And in that critical moment, the female gorilla seized her chance, throwing Yi outward with unexpected strength. Yi was propelled from the titan python's coils. In midair, he instinctively feared the imminent impact from 3 stories high, certain he would break bones upon landing. As he descended, he grasped a vine from the tree, colliding hard against the trunk. His hands clung desperately to the vine, sliding down a few centimeters before halting, suspended in midair. Yi ignored the searing pain in his palms, astonished by the recent events. The gorilla had thrown him to safety, disregarding its own perilous entanglement with the titan python. Had it truly regarded him as its own child? Such maternal love inspired such selfless bravery. The male gorilla, which had initially captured him, seemed to be attacking the titan python in a desperate bid to save the female gorilla from its jaws. These 2 gorillas possessed an astonishing humanity. Looking up, he witnessed the titan python relentlessly assaulting the male gorilla, which displayed remarkable agility, dodging and roaring to divert the serpent's attention. The male gorilla aimed to draw the titan python's focus entirely upon itself to rescue the female. Yet, the python's coils remained tightly wound around her, its head continually striking at the male. Despite the male's efforts to evade, the python's speed was overwhelming. Seizing an opening, the titan python's head lunged, its gaping maw sinking its fangs into the gorilla, tearing away a chunk of flesh. The male's movements grew sluggish, and the female emitted a mournful cry. A fire ignited within Yi's heart. He could no longer remain passive. There comes a time for action. If he turned away now, he would forever despise himself. His eyes aflame with determination, he gripped the vine and climbed up the tree trunk, positioning himself behind the titan python. At that moment, he leaped, dagger in hand, roaring as he plunged down, driving the blade into the python's neck. The titan python, a creature of horror, was not invincible, although its scales afforded some protection. The dagger's razor-sharp edge, combined with Yushi's desperate thrust, pierced through its defenses, embedding deeply within its flesh. Yushi clung tightly to the dagger, suspended in midair. The titan python let out an earth-shattering roar, its cries echoing through the forest, shaking the very leaves of the trees. It had been struck at a vital spot. In agony, the Titan python could no longer focus on the two gorillas. It flung them to the ground, its massive tail thrashing violently, snapping a thick branch in its fury as it twisted to dislodge the irritating assailant. Yi Shi, clinging to the Titan python, was tossed about in midair, gritting his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to maintain his grip on the dagger. If he let go, it would mean certain death. With only this thought consuming his mind, he realized that as long as he remained attached to the Titan python, its gaping maw could not reach him, nor could its fearsome tail strike him. However, should he be flung away, the enraged Titan python would undoubtedly end his life within moments. He had no choice but to endure. Chapter 21. Deep within the cave, the mournful cry of the mother gorilla echoed through the trees. Leaves rustled ominously. Suddenly, a great python, in agony, tumbled down from the branches. The impact of its massive body shook the ground. Leaf Shi, caught off guard, plummeted alongside the Titan python from the towering tree, experiencing excruciating pain upon landing. Fortunately, he fell atop the Titan python, sparing him from the crushing weight that could have been fatal. In a desperate attempt to dislodge Leaf Shi, the Titan python whipped its thick tail. At that moment, the gorillas descended from the trees, fist raised, ready to strike. The Titan python managed to roll and evade some blows, opening its enormous jaws and swinging its tail in defense. Yet, it had sustained a grievous injury, rendering it less formidable and agile than before. The gorillas, emboldened by the sight of their comrades attacking the Titan python, began to leap down, some hurling large stones at the creature. Despite the Titan python's overwhelming strength, the combination of its injury and the relentless assault from the gorillas was too much to bear. It began to contemplate retreat. Realizing the peril, the Titan python twisted its body and fled into the jungle, pursued fiercely by the relentless gorillas. One particularly daring gorilla seized a large rock and hurled it at the python, striking near its eye and causing it to bleed profusely. Enraged, the Titan python retaliated by swinging its powerful tail, shattering the approaching stones, but it could not evade all of them. The impact sent scales flying and flesh tearing. Some of the bolder gorillas leapt onto the python, pummeling it with fists and biting into its flesh. Infuriated by the audacity of these once despised creatures, the Titan python let out a deafening roar, its eyes now bloodshot and filled with rage. It thrashed violently, flinging the gorillas and Leaf Shi off its back. In the chaos, the python's jaws snapped shut on one unfortunate gorilla, severing it in two, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. The scene froze in a moment of horror, as if the world had been paused. Leaf Shi, clinging to the python, was violently jostled, his body swinging precariously. He exerted every ounce of strength to remain atop the python, while branches lashed against him like whips, leaving bloody marks. As the Titan python continued its rampage, Leaf Shi felt a sudden looseness beneath him. A few drops of gorilla blood splattered onto his face, but he was fixated on the weapon in his grasp. To his shock, it had indeed loosened. Seizing the opportunity as the Titan python reared its head, Leaf Shi positioned himself on the creature's neck and plunged the weapon deep into its flesh. With a piercing hiss, the Titan python's cry transformed into a distorted wail. Its body stiffened, rolling in agony. The gorillas, invigorated by the turn of events, resumed their assault, abandoning stones for fists and teeth. The python, suffering from excruciating pain, could no longer resist, and, with all its might, thrashed wildly, heedless of the gorillas and Leaf Shi still clinging to it, and fled into the depths of the jungle. The gorillas, driven by fury, pursued relentlessly. The python's tail lashed out, propelling it forward, but those still clinging to its body were flung off along the way. Leaf Shi, however, gripped the weapon tightly, fearing that if he were dislodged, the wounded python might retaliate against the pursuing gorillas. As the wind rushed past him, Leaf Shi clung desperately to the weapon, his body being tossed into the air and crashing down. The Titan python, perhaps intentionally, navigated through dense underbrush, branches and thorns tearing at Leaf Shi's skin, which soon became drenched in blood. He kept his head down, striving to shield his eyes from the onslaught. The three-pronged weapon, a tool of bloodletting, continued to draw forth the python's life force as it writhed in pain. The Titan python showed no signs of stopping, pressing onward with unrelenting determination. After what felt like an eternity, its speed began to wane, and the gorilla's cries echoed closer behind them. With a sudden hiss, the Titan python surged forward, attempting to shake off its pursuers, but its injuries hindered its escape. The gorilla's calls grew nearer. Ahead, a cave loomed, and the python, with a mighty swing of its tail, plunged inside. The gorillas, leaping from the trees, were close on its heels. In a frantic effort, the Titan python attempted to block the entrance with a massive stone. This boulder, as large as a small house, required considerable strength to move even when the python was at its peak, let alone in its current state. The fastest gorilla was nearly at the cave's entrance when the Titan python, in desperation, rammed its head against the stone. The ground shook as the stone finally sealed the entrance, trapping the gorillas outside. However, the effort caused the python's wounded tear open, blood gushing forth. She was splattered with the serpent's blood as the weapon slipped from his grasp, and he fell to the ground. He quickly rolled aside, narrowly avoiding being crushed. Yet the Titan python seemed to disregard him entirely, slowly crawling deeper into the cave. Moving sluggishly, its once vibrant eyes dulled by blood loss, the Titan python continued its retreat. She, recognizing he was trapped by the immense boulder, resolved to follow the python into the depths of its lair. Grasping the fallen weapon, he steeled himself and ventured forth. As the Titan python crawled, blood flowed freely from its wounds. She trailed closely behind, contemplating that he must strike again before the creature could recover. Otherwise, his fate would be sealed. Surveying his surroundings, she discovered he had entered a cavern adorned with stalactites, the ceiling soaring high above. The air was thick with the stench of serpent and blood, and remnants of molted skin littered the ground. This was indeed the python's lair. Suddenly, amidst the overpowering odors, she detected an unusual fragrance. Summoning his courage, he ventured deeper into the cave, where he beheld a small, white pool illuminated by a peculiar bluish flower, gently swaying. His eyes widened in wonder. The petals of this flower glimmered like crystal, surrounded by delicate strands of silver mist, creating an enchanting spectacle. It was said that within this world existed extraordinary flora, rare and imbued with miraculous properties, fiercely guarded by beasts and insects. Could this be one of those wonders? As the Titan python struggled toward the white pool, it was apparent that its strength was dwindling. In the final few steps, she observed the giant python crawling increasingly slower. When it was 3 meters away from the watering hole, she tightened his grip on the triangular military dagger. This extraordinary flower was worth risking everything. He could not allow the python to consume it. Just as she was about to leap forward to strike the python, its body suddenly stiffened, remaining motionless. She, tensed and holding the dagger, waited for a moment. The python still did not move. He cautiously approached, maintaining his distance until he was close to the snake's head. The Titan python's crimson eyes remained wide open, yet their brilliance had dimmed. She did not dare to be careless. He lunged forward and struck its head. The python's body did not budge. It seemed the creature had indeed perished, having shown no reaction to the stab. Only then did she feel a profound sense of relief, allowing himself to relax and slump onto the ground. After battling the python and being dragged along, he had exhausted all his strength. Now that the threat was gone, waves of pain washed over him like a tide. Throughout his journey, there was not a single unscathed patch of skin on his body. She forced a bitter smile, grateful to have survived. He gazed at the white pond. At that moment, a drop of stalactite fell from the cave above into the pond, creating a ripple that spread across the surface. She then noticed that numerous stalactites hung from the dark recess above the pond. Was this water formed drop by drop from the stalactites? She marveled. Ignoring the pain coursing through him, he slowly rose and approached the pond's edge. The stalactite appeared extraordinary. He scooped a handful and brought it to his lips. Taking a sip, the texture was smooth and remarkably thick, with a unique fragrance that compelled him to drink several more sips. The extraordinary flower blossomed in the center of the pond, and She stepped into the stalactite water. Although it seemed deep, it was actually quite shallow. The liquid only reached his ankles. His body was covered in cuts and bruises, and upon contact with the stalactite, his skin itched intensely. Were it not for his strong will, he would have succumbed to the urge to scratch. She furrowed his brow. It seemed he could not linger in the stalactite pond for long. Quickening his pace towards the center, he swiftly plucked the extraordinary flower along with its stem. The flower rested in his palm, its silver-blue petals enveloped in a silvery mist, and the green stem glimmered like jade. Alas, this flower, only half-bloomed, had been severed from its root. One could only imagine its beauty if it had fully blossomed. He stuffed the flower, petals and stem alike, into his mouth. After swallowing it, Shi endured the overwhelming itch below his knees, striving to make his way out. Suddenly, a violent eruption of heat surged within him as the flower settled in his stomach. An intense dizziness overwhelmed him, and Shi collapsed in the stalactite pond, completely losing consciousness. Chapter 22. Rebirth. Shi, awaken. Shi. In the midst of chaos, Shi heard someone calling out to him. He abruptly opened his eyes and was met with several enlarged faces gazing at him with concern. Shi, you're awake, exclaimed a man with a scruffy beard. His face caked in dirt. Yishi's mind took a moment to register that this was Yong. Another individual, Qi, squeezed in and remarked, Yishi, have you been thrown into a dung heap? You smell foul and look filthy. Changpan pushed Qi aside, stating, it doesn't matter whether Yishi fell into a dung pile. What is crucial is whether he is injured. He then turned to Yishi and asked, Yishi, are you hurt? How can I be so dirty and smelly? Yishi sat up and glanced down at his body, which was completely covered in black muck, exuding a terrible stench. What has happened to me? Qi responded, we have no idea. When we found you, you were in this state. Yishi stood up and noticed that the stone milk pool beneath him was completely devoid of any stone milk, leaving only a bare black stone bottom. Where's the stone milk? Did you see any when you arrived? Yong frowned. No. What stone milk? Yishi quickly pressed on. Did you encounter any other people or creatures upon entering? Yishi, perhaps you should wash up first. The odor is unbearable, Qi suggested, seeing that Yishi appeared uninjured. They all felt relieved, but the stench emanating from him was finally too much to bear. Several warriors handed him their water pouches. Yishi, not one to be finicky, opened the lid and began to wash. As the black muck was washed away, his fair and radiant skin gradually emerged. Yishi, how have you suddenly become so pale? Changpan and the others stared in astonishment at Yishi's skin, which was as white and translucent as jade, creating a stark contrast with the tanned warriors standing beside him. Yishi was equally bewildered. I don't know either. Wait, it could be the extraordinary flower. Extraordinary flower. The warriors exclaimed in unison. Yes, I discovered a half-bloomed extraordinary flower here. At the time, I was severely injured, so I consumed it without considering whether it had fully bloomed, and then I lost consciousness, hearing that it was indeed an extraordinary flower. The warriors were taken aback, and their eyes sparkled with envy. How fortunate. Such a rare item. They had only ever seen the shadow of an extraordinary flower from afar. But the places where these flowers grew were perilous, filled with toxic gases that made it impossible to approach, let alone collect the flowers. They never imagined that Yishi, captured by monkeys, would be so fortunate. After the initial envy, they felt happy for Yishi, for he was a part of their tribe. His fortune was theirs. Yang exclaimed, some precious extraordinary flowers may indeed possess such effects. Can you feel any other changes besides your paler complexion? Yishi looked around. My vision seems to have improved. He felt an abundance of strength coursing through him. With this thought, he bent his knees and leaped, soaring 4 to 5 meters into the air. The warriors were dumbfounded. Yishi was not yet a totem warrior, yet he effortlessly jumped to such heights. The extraordinary flower truly is extraordinary. Yong was elated and encouraged. Is there more? Feel it out further. I feel my body is filled with strength. I should be much stronger now. Yong pointed to a nearby rock. There's a stone. Try lifting it with both hands. The rock appeared to weigh 200 to 300 pounds. Under normal circumstances, Yishi would never have considered lifting it, but now, as he approached and sensed his newfound strength, he thought it might be possible. Yishi crouched down, wrapped his arms around the stone, and prepared to exert himself. To his surprise, he found it required no effort at all. He lifted it with ease. The warriors were astonished. Even they could see that Yishi's face was not flushed, nor was he out of breath. He had hardly exerted himself. The extraordinary flower had indeed amplified an ordinary person's strength. Yishi held the rock, feeling no weight, and tried lifting it with one hand. It felt slightly more strenuous, but he could still raise it above his head. The warrior's eyes widened, although his strength could not yet compare to that of a totem warrior. He certainly possessed the power of a reserve warrior. With a thud, Yishi dropped the rock to the ground, exclaiming joyfully, my strength has truly increased. Yong patted Yishi's shoulder. Good. I previously thought you would need several more years to become a reserve warrior, but it seems this year will suffice. Changpan and Qi, unaware of Yishi's desire to become a totem warrior, inquired, Yishi, don't you think being a shaman's disciple is preferable to becoming a totem warrior? Yishi shrugged. Being a shaman's disciple and a totem warrior are not mutually exclusive, are they? Changpan frowned in disapproval. But totem warriors must venture into the jungle to hunt, which is incredibly dangerous. The corpse of the giant python still lay ominously in the cave. The warriors suddenly recalled that they had yet to ask Yishi about the giant python, and they could only imagine the terror they felt when they followed the shaman's guidance to the cave, only to find a pool of blood and the massive corpse of a giant python. Their hearts nearly leaped out of their chests, not from fear of the python, but from the belief that Yishi had surely been consumed by it. Had Qi not discovered Yishi, well camouflaged in the darkness with a layer of black muck, they might have resorted to cutting open the python's belly. Thinking of this, Yong could not help but ask, Yishi, How did you escape? How did the python meet its end? The stone blocking the entrance had certainly not been moved by Yishi himself, but rather by the giant python. The creature bore numerous wounds, yet the fatal injury was located at the 7-inch mark. The shape of the wound bore a striking resemblance to Yishi's weapon. Yet no matter how capable Yishi was, it seemed implausible for him to have slain such a creature. This notion was too absurd for Yong, who promptly dismissed the possibility. First, they needed to remove the massive python's body. Such a large serpent could provide sustenance for the tribe for several days, and its meat should not go to waste. Due to the python's sheer size, several warriors struggled to carry it on their backs as they made their way toward the cave entrance. As Yishi observed the 5 warriors accompanying him, comprised of Yong, Chongpan, and Shi, along with 2 others whom he recognized but could not name, he casually asked one of the shorter warriors, "What is your name?" The short warrior, grinning widely as he bore the python, replied, "I'm Jiao, and this is Dehi. We are both part of Captain Yang's hunting team." The warrior named Dehi smiled at Yishi as he listened to their conversation. In Jiao's eyes, a glimmer of admiration appeared. "Thanks to the shaman's divination. When you had been missing for 3 days, we thought you might not have survived. But the shaman said you were still alive and guided us in your direction." As they spoke, they traversed the cave, and suddenly Yishi halted, saying, "Wait for me." Jiao, puzzled, asked, "What is the matter?" Yang, seeing this, instructed the other 4 to carry the python for a moment while he followed Yishi. He could not risk letting Yishi be alone. What if something happened again? Yishi ran to a rock wall and stopped. It was pitch black, and Yang could see nothing. "What is here?" "There is a sand pit." "A sand pit?" Yang exclaimed in surprise. He had not expected a sand pit to exist within the cave. Yishi's vision, now remarkably keen, allowed him to see clearly even in the darkness. He noticed 3 white objects protruding from the sand surface. Yishi began to dig through the sand, discovering that the 3 white objects were, in fact, 3 eggs. The 3 eggs were elongated ovals, akin to the size of goose eggs, resembling in large capsules. The area was well lit, and the warriors gazed at the eggs in astonishment. One exclaimed, "How could there be eggs here? Could they possibly belong to this enormous python?" However, another swiftly dismissed the notion, stating, "How could that be? The python is so large, its eggs could not possibly be of such a diminutive size." The warriors engaged in lively discussion, all nodding in agreement. After passing the site of the snake's shed skin, they collected the remnants as well. Yishi borrowed a courageous warrior's bone knife to cut a portion of the shed skin, fashioning a rudimentary bundle to carry the eggs upon his back. Chapter 23. The python egg. Upon emerging from the cave, Yishi glanced up at the sun, realizing that the day was indeed growing late. Based on his hazy recollection, he surmised that the distance between the python cave and the 2 mountain tribe was not insignificant, as 5 warriors carried different parts of the massive serpent. The one tasked with holding the tail, Songpan, emerged from beneath the python's body and approached Yishi. He crouched slightly and said, "Yishi, hop on my back." Yishi, uninjured and not one to exhibit such delicacy, replied, "No need. I can walk on my own." Songpan hesitated, concerned that Yishi might lag behind. Yishi assured him, "I feel as though my speed has increased after consuming the exotic flower." After a moment's contemplation, Songpan said, "However, even if you have quickened, it may not match the speed of a totem warrior." Understanding Songpan's implication, Yishi proposed, "How about this? I will walk independently for now, and if I find myself unable to keep up later, you can carry me." As a disciple of the shaman, Yishi was not an ordinary member of the tribe. Seeing his determination, the warriors could not disregard his wishes and reluctantly agreed to his suggestion. They thought to themselves that once they began to run, Yishi would soon experience the strain. With the 5 warriors hoisting the python, they sprinted through the jungle. Their speed was astonishing. From above, one could only glimpse the colossal serpent, with no sight of the men beneath, as the python's corpse seemed to come alive, darting through the forest like a streak of black lightning. Initially, Songpan and the others slowed their pace, fearing Yishi would struggle to keep up. However, they soon noticed that his breathing remained steady, and he was able to match their speed entirely. The warriors were taken aback. The exotic flower had remarkably enhanced a common person's abilities to this extent. This was truly a testament to Yishi's own capabilities. Although he had consumed the flower, which had sharpened his vision and increased his speed, adapting to such physical changes typically required time. Yishi's ability to minimize this adjustment period left them in awe. Observing this, they gradually accelerated, and although Yishi's breathing quickened, he astonishingly kept pace, despite not exerting their full strength. They were already operating at 80% of their capacity, and it was indeed miraculous that Yishi, an ordinary individual who had not passed the reserve trial, could keep up. At the Two-Mountain Tribe, the people working in the clearing suddenly spotted the shaman emerging from the cave, leaning on a bone staff and smiling toward the jungle. The shaman. The tribe's people were startled, for the shaman rarely ventured from the cave. The chief approached the shaman, puzzled, and asked, "Shaman, what is it? There must be something in the jungle that has captured your attention." With a smile, the shaman nodded. News of this spread rapidly among the tribe's people, and soon the entire tribe was in an uproar. "Is it true?" One attentive tribesman remarked. "Yushi might have been injured. I still have plenty of ground ginseng powder. I will fetch it immediately." This remark filled the others with concern. "Now that you mention it, it is quite possible. May our ancestors protect him from severe harm." After a few breaths, a peculiar signal mimicking bird calls echoed from the lookout, and shortly afterward, Songpan and the others appeared in the tribe. "They seem uninjured. How wonderful!" they exclaimed, only to be taken aback by the massive python they bore upon their backs. Yushi was drenched in sweat, gasping for air, his heart racing, the adrenaline from their rapid escape still coursing through his veins. The clearing was bustling with tribespeople, nearly everyone having emerged from the cave. Upon closer inspection, Yishi noticed that the shaman had also come out, smiling at him while leaning on his staff. The chief strode forward, clapping Yishi on the shoulder and surveying him from head to toe. "Excellent. You are unscathed, but why have you grown so pale?" The transformation was so pronounced that he barely recognized him. Wiping his brow, Yishi smiled. This was a fortunate turn of events. He then approached the shaman, saying, "I apologize for worrying you. Had it not been for the shaman's divination and the warriors sent to find me, I might have been trapped in the cave under that massive rock." "Indeed," Yishi continued, recounting the events he had encountered, including the great python and the exotic flower. When he mentioned the python's appearance, gasps echoed among the crowd as they gazed at the massive serpent's corpse. They could easily imagine the terror it would unleash if provoked. Yet an ordinary person like Yishi had summoned the courage to strike it. As he described how the python had blocked the cave entrance with a boulder, their hearts raced with concern for Yishi. However, upon hearing of the python's demise and Yishi's consumption of the exotic flower, their spirits lifted in delight. With each passing moment of Yishi's tale, their emotions fluctuated between anxiety and excitement. As the crowd murmured in astonishment, Yishi untied the bundle containing the serpent's shed skin. Inside lay 3 pristine white eggs. The shaman marveled. "You truly encountered peril this time." He picked up one of the eggs, confirming, "This is indeed a python egg." Hearing that it was genuinely a python egg brought joy to Yishi's heart. Someone nearby whispered, "Wow, this really is a python egg, but why is it so small? One bite and it's gone. This one is spoiled and cannot be eaten." "Spoiled?" Yishi also picked up one to examine. Under the sunlight, he noticed a faint outline of something within the shell. "What about this one?" Yishi inquired, handing the egg to the shaman. The shaman took the snake egg from Yishi and inspected it. This one is viable and can be consumed." He regarded Yishi with curiosity. Yishi explained, "I wish to incubate it and see if I can raise it as a pet." The onlookers exchanged glances, contemplating the notion of nurturing a python. After a moment of reflection, the shaman replied, "That is a possibility. Some creatures, when raised from a young age, indeed respond to their caretakers, much like the bears of the Huangpai tribe. However, others can be quite unruly. If your python," Yishi understood the shaman's unfinished thought and interjected, "if it proves disobedient, I shall dispose of it." The shaman nodded slowly. "Pythons require substantial sustenance, so you will need to invest considerable effort in its care." This indicated his consent for Yishi to keep it, and Yishi promptly replied, "I understand." Chapter 24. The emergence of salt soil. The afternoon sun blazed with intensity. Yishi sat cross-legged in the cool shade of the cave entrance, grappling with a piece of snake skin. Theoretically, crafting clothing seemed straightforward, yet in practice, it left him feeling rather lost. Yishi picked up a bone needle, no thicker than his little finger, pondering where to begin his sewing. "Are you making a water pouch?" A timid, youthful voice broke the silence from above. Yishi looked up and took a moment to recognize the source. It was Jimu. The little girl had previously appeared disheveled due to the tribe's water scarcity, but now, after a cleansing with water, her delicate features emerged, rendering her almost unrecognizable. "No, I'm trying to make some clothing. This snake skin is quite beautiful," he replied. Jimu's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the skin, her hands clasped behind her back, shuffling her feet on the ground. Can I touch it?" "My hands are very clean," she hurriedly added, extending her palms toward Yishi. Yishi regarded her with surprise. When Jimu saw he remained silent, She assumed he was displeased and quickly waved her hands. Then I won't look. Since she had resolved the tribe's water issues, he hadn't seen much of Jimmu. Observing her timid demeanor now, he realized she might have been avoiding him out of fear. Feeling remorseful for having frightened the little girl, Yushi handed her the snake skin, smiling, "Here, feel free to touch it." Jimmu paused, startled by the coolness of the skin in her hands, and softly said, "Thank you." She examined the snake skin closely, her eyes shining with delight, repeatedly exclaiming, "Oh, this is truly fine material." Yushi chuckled, "Do you like the snake skin that much? I have plenty more. I'll give you a piece." Since Yushi had slain the giant python, he was entitled to half of its meat, while the chief decided the distribution of the snake's gall, skin, and fangs, all belonging to Yushi. With the giant python being so large, he had a considerable amount of skin, and gifting a piece to the little girl was no burden. Jimmu was taken aback and quickly protested, "How can this be? I didn't come to ask for snake skin. I just thought it looked lovely and would make a beautiful garment." Yushi shrugged, "In that case, you should definitely accept it, for my attempt at sewing will surely ruin such fine material." Jimmu frowned in confusion, biting her lip. After a moment, she resolutely suggested, "Then, how about you give it to me? I'll make it." Yushi raised an eyebrow. Once she voiced her determination, Jimmu seemed to transform, repeating, "I will make it. I know I can do well." Yushi remained silent, and as Jimmu's anxiety began to mount, he stood up and disappeared deeper into the cave. Shortly after, he emerged carrying a pile of snake skin that resembled a small mountain. Without further ado, he thrust it into Jimmu's hands, smiling, "All of this is for you. Don't be afraid. Go ahead and make it, without worrying about wasting it." Jimmu stood there, stunned, cradling the snake skin, her eyes gleaming ever more brightly. After a moment, she nodded vigorously, smiling, "Okay. Yushi, Yushi." A sudden, urgent shout echoed from outside the cave. Both Yushi and Jimmu turned to look. In the next moment, a warrior, his cheeks flushed, burst into the cave, carrying a bag of something. Breathless and exhilarated, he addressed Yushi, "Yushi, we found it, we found it." Yushi chuckled, "Uncle Luo, please slow down and catch your breath." This warrior appeared somewhat older, with flecks of gray at his temples. Yushi recognized him as the one who had leapt down from the mountainside on the second day after arriving at the tribe, nearly burying Yushi in dirt. Despite not being a youth, the warrior was so excited he could hardly articulate his words. Luo took a deep breath and thrust the beast skin bag toward Yushi. "You take a look." Curious, Yushi accepted the bag, wondering what treasure could evoke such excitement. As he unwrapped the skin, he discovered chunks of white soil inside. Yushi was taken aback. Could it be? The next moment, he too felt a surge of excitement as he pinched a piece of the soil and tasted it. "Is it?" Luo held his breath, his eyes blazing with anticipation, fixated on Yushi. Yushi savored it, confirming, "Yes." Upon hearing Yushi's affirmation, Luo was beside himself with joy, unable to contain himself as he spun in circles, raising his fists in triumph. Jimmu stood to the side, puzzled by the cryptic exchange between the two. Yushi took a deep breath to steady himself. "Uncle Luo, where did you find this? How far is it from the tribe? How much of this salt soil is there?" Luo, still brimming with excitement, stammered, "A lot, a lot. It's not far, just a bit farther than the water source." Though his words were jumbled, Yushi grasped the gist. There was an abundance of salt soil not far from the tribe, and his spirits soared. "In that case, Uncle Luo, go inform the chief. We may have hope for salt in our tribe." Yushi's last words were intentionally subdued. Knowing they could produce salt, Luo echoed enthusiastically, "Good, good. I'll go right away." After Luo departed, Jimmu curiously gazed at the chunks of soil wrapped in beast skin on the ground and asked Yushi, "What is this? Were you talking about salt? What does this soil have to do with it?" Yushi crouched down, feeling the soil with a cheerful demeanor. Hearing Jimmu's question, he smiled enigmatically. "This, well, is a secret for now." Jimmu pouted slightly, dissatisfied. After a while, the chief and Luo rushed back. The chief seeming to glide over the ground with the intricate bone ornaments on his body jingling, while Luo struggled to keep pace behind him. "Where is it?" The chief shouted upon arrival, startling the tribe's people at the cave entrance and drawing their attention. Realizing he had spoken too loudly, the chief took a deep breath and gestured for Yushi and Luo to follow him, lowering his voice, "Let us talk elsewhere." Seeing the usually composed chief so flustered made Yushi grin. However, noticing the chief's gaze, he quickly masked his smile, returning to seriousness, "Let us go." The three found a secluded spot. The chief, now composed, tasted the soil from the beast's skin bag, confirming its salty flavor. Turning to Yushi, his expression solemn. He inquired, "Can this soil truly be used to produce salt?" Yishi nodded. "Rest assured, it can." Although he had heard this from Luo. Receiving confirmation from Yi, she finally eased the chief's mind, and he exhaled deeply. "Good. What should we do next?" After a moment's contemplation, Yishi replied, "Help me gather a few items." The chief responded, "Speak your needs. I will even venture into the jungle to hunt a fierce beast if required. Please prepare some grass. The longer the better, along with some wooden strips, shaved into long strips," Yishi instructed. The chief and Luo listened intently, expecting more to follow, yet after a pause, Yishi remained silent. They exchanged puzzled glances before the chief and Luo simultaneously asked, "Is that all?" Yishi nodded. "That should suffice. Once these are ready, the tribe should have everything else." The chief and Luo looked at each other, an awkward silence enveloping them for a moment. Eventually, the chief broke the silence. "I will instruct others to gather them shortly." Yishi nodded slightly, expressing that there was no need for haste, as tomorrow would suffice. The atmosphere once again descended into silence, and observing the flickering gazes of the two, who seemed to be on the verge of speaking yet restrained themselves. Yishi raised an eyebrow. The chief pondered before inquiring, "Yishi, can this method truly produce salt?" Was this what had been on his mind earlier? Yishi smiled reassuringly. "If you do not have faith in me, you should at least trust my mentor. Since we were able to resolve the water issue using that method last time, why should you doubt our ability to tackle the salt problem?" A glimmer of joy returned to their faces, and the chief, recalling something, hastily added, "Yishi, I do not mean to question the wisdom of that shaman. I was merely inquiring." Yishi chuckled and shook his head, indicating that he bore no offense. In truth, he could understand their concerns. The method did seem rather simplistic, and it was only natural for them to harbor doubts. Yet, often, the simplest solutions prove to be the most effective. Chapter 25, Salt Refining Beneath the Blazing Sun. In a concealed part of the tribe, Yishi directed Songpan to carefully lift a basin filled with salt water that had been allowed to settle overnight, slowly pouring it onto the stove covered with a thick layer of dry grass. Beads of sweat formed on Songpan's forehead as he held the stone basin aloft, cautiously controlling his strength. Observing the water trickle down as if from a reluctant faucet, Yishi could not help but exclaim, "Too slow." Songpan, startled, suddenly tilted the basin more sharply, causing a large splash of water to surge forth. Yishi flinched. "Too much." Songpan's face flushed crimson as he quickly adjusted, once again pouring the water in a thin stream. Yishi rubbed his forehead, watching from the side. She laughed. "Look at you. So frightened that you can't even pour water properly." Irritated, Songpan retorted, "Then you do it." She hesitated, falling silent. Yishi decisively commanded, "Chi, you take over for Songpan. This delicate pouring is going to take forever." With Yishi's words, Chi reluctantly accepted the stone basin, declaring, "I will definitely do better than Songpan." Reassured by Chi's confidence, Yishi felt relieved, knowing not everyone was as clumsy as Songpan, who treated pouring water like handling gold. Thus, Chi began his task. He lifted the stone basin, gradually tilting it, but soon his face turned a deep shade of red. Under Yishi's astonished gaze, the water began to flow, drop by drop. As the taunting gaze of Songpan bore down on him, Chi's face reddened further, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Overwhelmed by the pressure of the task, he hesitated to pour forcefully, finally understanding Songpan's earlier struggle. Yishi took a deep breath. "You can put it down. I will handle it." Dejected, Chi set the stone basin aside. Both he and Songpan, who had been so eager to assist Yishi, now felt disheartened by their ineptitude, having forced Yishi to intervene personally. Thanks to the transformation by the exotic flower, Yishi possessed enhanced strength, and lifting the large stone basin was no challenge. The muddy water flowed steadily, filtering through the thick layer of dry grass on the stove, dribbling into the waiting stone basin below. After passing through the first filtration, the water appeared grayish-yellow, still mixed with some unfiltered sediment, yet it was significantly cleaner than before. Gradually, the dry grass accumulated more dirt. "Change the grass, Songpan," Yishi instructed. Of course, Songpan quickly replied, promptly discarding the dirty layer of grass and replacing it with fresh ones. She noticed that Songpan had not spread the grass evenly and hurriedly adjusted it. Seeing their prowess in laying grass, Yishi nodded approvingly. "Well done." Songpan and Chi exchanged pleased smiles, delighted by the praise. As the water in the stone basin was finally emptied, Yishi proceeded to filter the water once more using the same method. After 5 rounds of filtration, the water emerged pristine, devoid of any sand, shining with a golden clarity. This was the brine. Wow, it turned out this color. She marveled, crouching beside the stone basin. He reached out a finger to taste it, but was swiftly swatted away by Songpan, who scolded, "Don't touch it. Your hands are filthy." Yishi glanced at the sky and announced, "All right, let it sit overnight. We will continue tomorrow." Songpan asked, "But there's no sand in the water now, right?" Initially skeptical about extracting salt from dirt, he now felt a glimmer of hope upon seeing the golden liquid. Yishi replied, "There are still invisible impurities that need to settle. Patience is key." The following morning, Yishi awoke with a start. Startled by two ominous faces illuminated by the flickering firelight, looming just inches from his nose. Reacting instinctively, he threw a punch at one of the faces and rolled away swiftly. "Ugh!" The struck person groaned. Once the distance was cleared and Yishi recognized the intruders, he scolded loudly, "Songpan, Chi, what are you doing?" The two had crept into his cave with torches, peering at him furtively. Songpan rubbed his nose. Yishi's punch had landed squarely, and despite not being a warrior, it still stung. Chi, sensing Yishi's fright, sheepishly chuckled, "We were just eager to refine the salt. Seeing it was getting late, we thought you might be awake." Yishi repeated incredulously, "Getting late?" He fixed a steady gaze on the torches in their hands, remaining silent. Chi hurriedly added, "Yishi, your cave is too dark. Just check outside. It's already bright." Songpan nodded in agreement. Yishi suddenly smiled, his tone gentle yet firm. "Even if it were noon, if you frighten me like this again, you will regret it." Anyone would be annoyed to wake up to two ghostly faces illuminated by firelight. Songpan and Chi shivered slightly, having never seen Yishi angry before. They quickly promised never to do so again. Yishi cast them a sidelong glance and stepped outside. Beyond the cave, dawn had just begun to break. The air was thick with mist, and the forest echoed with the songs of birds. Normally, the small pterosaurs that hunted for insects in the open were nowhere to be seen. The sun had yet to rise above the horizon, and the temperature was pleasant, the air refreshing. Yishi inhaled deeply and addressed the two, who were watching him closely. "Let us proceed. We are just one step away." After a night of settling, the brine had separated once more. Yishi personally poured the upper layer of brine into a prepared stone pot. Songpan and Chi arranged the firewood and ignited it. Yishi noticed that the firewood they had brought was red pine. The aroma of this would infuse the roasted meat with a delightful fragrance. Yet it was rare and far from the tribe, making it a luxury to use for roasting meat. As the fire blazed brightly, illuminating Songpan and Chi's faces, they focused intently on the flames, occasionally adding more dry grass to stoke the fire further. Yishi then observed the bloodshot eyes of his companions. "You two haven't slept all night?" Songpan and Chi exchanged glances, startled. Songpan sighed, "I couldn't sleep." Just as Yishi was about to respond, he noticed faint rustling sounds emanating from the jungle behind him. It was so subtle that without the enhancements from the exotic flower, he would have missed it entirely. The jungle remained still. Yishi stared at it for a while before sighing, "Come out. There's no need to hide." After a moment, the jungle erupted with strange noises. And to the astonishment of Songpan and Chi, 4 figures emerged: the chief, Yang, Luo, and a warrior marked with 2 flaming tattoos on his chest. Chapter 26. Tears the warrior. Yishi was aware that the individual named Pu Tai was one of only 2 second-tier warriors in Tushan, the other being the chieftain. To his surprise, they had been discovered, and the faces of the 4 were tinged with awkwardness. The chieftain cleared his throat, feigning composure, and said, "I heard you were close to completion, so we came to take a look." Yishi found their secretive behavior puzzling. The chieftain explained, "You only need Songpan and Chi to assist you. I feared we might disturb your work." Yishi realized they thought the salt-making process was a form of sorcery, and he chuckled. "It's merely a simple task that requires just 2 people. Too many would be wasteful." In truth, it was rather mundane. If you wish to observe, feel free to stand by. At that moment, the fire was nearly ready. Yishi placed the stone pot over the flames and instructed Songpan to stir the brine slowly with a wooden stick. The stone pot was less efficient at conducting heat than an iron pot, and after a while, white steam began to rise from the surface. Gradually, the brine began to bubble vigorously. "Add more firewood. The stronger the flame, the better," Yishi directed Chi. The eager Yong and Luo rushed to contribute more wood. "Is hay acceptable?" "It burns fiercely," Yong inquired. "Of course, but hay burns quickly," Yishi replied. Yong's face was nearly buried in hay, and Yishi was astonished. "Where did all this hay come from?" Yong grinned. "Jue likes to use hay for bedding. I gathered a lot," Yishi remarked. "So you brought the bedding to use as firewood?" Luo expressed regret. "Unfortunately, I do not enjoy sleeping on hay." The others nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a shared sense of disappointment. With a mountain of hay to fuel the fire, the flames blazed fiercely, causing the pot to bubble energetically. And white mist rose like smoke. The yellow brine diminished, gradually revealing white crystals. The chieftain stepped forward, his excitement palpable as he gazed into the pot, exclaiming, "What is this?" Ignoring the roaring flames around the stone pot, everyone gathered around the hearth. Putai, usually composed, was now flushed with excitement, his voice trembling slightly. "Is this white substance salt?" Luo stared intently at the white crystals in the pot, suddenly reaching out to touch them. Yishi gasped. Was it not too hot? Luo dipped his finger, now dusted with the white crystals, into his mouth. All eyes were fixed on him. Their expressions a mix of anticipation and dread, and Yishi wondered if they might devour Luo if he declared it tasteless. "Salty," Luo declared, dazed. "Salty," Chi echoed absently. "Salty," Song Pan shouted exuberantly. The chieftain stomped his foot in exhilaration, bellowing, "Salty! Ha ha ha, it's salty!" Yong laughed heartily, then dashed to a nearby tree, striking it fiercely with his fist. Yishi observed, bemused, as they reveled in their delirium. Luo, like a child, kept sucking on his finger until all trace of saltiness faded, reluctant to let go. Yishi noticed that a bright, shiny blister had formed on his finger. Yet Luo appeared oblivious to the pain, standing by the hearth and murmuring to himself. As the water in the pot evaporated completely, the yellow brine vanished, leaving only the pure, white salt behind. The frenzied behavior of the others subsided. Noting their stunned silence as they gazed at the pot, Yishi kindly reminded them, "The salt is ready." Then, Yishi watched in astonishment as the warriors, known for their stoicism, slowly, ever so slowly, began to shed tears. He froze, his hair standing on end. A group of towering, muscular men stood before him, silently weeping, a sight too overwhelming to bear. Songpan, with misty eyes, choked out, "Is this snow-white substance truly salt?" In his mind, salt had always appeared yellow, mixed with dirt. Luo's eyes were red, his voice trembling. "It is salt. I tasted it. Oh, it is salty." Chi sniffled. "One day, we in Tushan can produce our own salt." Yong wiped his eyes, his voice thick with emotion. "If only our ancestors could see this." The chieftain, tears streaming down his face, was the most moved of all. They will know. They will know that life in Tushan will only improve. Yong continued to wipe his tears, yet they flowed persistently. "Look at this salt, pure and bright. Far superior to that of the Huangpai tribe." The chieftain wiped his face and took a deep breath. "Indeed, I never realized salt could be as white as clouds." "Yishi, this is salt, isn't it?" the chieftain asked again, his concern evident. The others, having ceased their weeping, turned their gazes toward him. Yishi replied earnestly, "Yes, it is salt." A collective sigh of relief swept through the group as they resumed their affectionate gaze at the salt in the pot, as if it were their beloved from 8 generations past. "Just a few days ago, I received an invitation from the Hei's tribe for a trading event." The chieftain suddenly spoke, his emotions now fully subdued, returning to his usual calm demeanor. "A trading event?" Yishi's eyes lit up, catching the key phrase. "What? The Hei's tribe is hosting a trading event again?" The other warriors exclaimed in unison. Yong clenched his fists in frustration. "Had I known the Hei's tribe was organizing a trading event, I wouldn't he have exchanged salt with the Huangpai tribe just days ago?" Luo frowned. "Yes. Had we known, we could have waited to buy salt at the trading event. The Huangpai tribe wouldn't dare bring inferior salt to the Hei's trading event. We have suffered a great loss. Hey, in a few days, will we even need to buy any? We've produced our own." Putai scoffed. "The Huangpai tribe has a good relationship with the Hei's tribe. They might have received the news early and deliberately exchanged salt with us before we were aware." As those words left his lips, the atmosphere turned somber. Reflecting on the food they had traded away, everyone felt a pang of regret. Luo's fists tightened, initially. "The Huangpai tribe was no match for us in Tushan, yet they have gradually developed through salt, and now look down upon us." Yong's voice was tinged with bitterness. In the past, Tushan was certainly not inferior to them. Yishi looked at them, puzzled. The Tushan of the past? The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Songpan gazed solemnly, his meaning ambiguous. "Our salt is so white, it must be more popular than that of the Huangpai tribe." At this, everyone's eyes brightened. Yong laughed heartily, dispelling the gloom. "Exactly. Their salt is yellow like dirt. Ours is white like clouds. The Huangpai tribe cannot compare." The chieftain exhaled deeply, raising his brow. "Well then, our salt is far superior. We shall no longer be at the mercy of others regarding salt." Putai declared confidently, "In a few days, I will lead the team to the trading event. I can hardly wait to see their ugly faces." Yong's expression hardened. "Why should you lead? The shaman might send me instead." Of course, I should go. You led last time, so it's my turn. Despite saying this, Yang felt reluctant, yearning to witness the astonished expressions of the Huang Pai tribe firsthand. Enough of this bickering for now, the chieftain interjected. Everyone fell silent. Turning to Yishi, the chieftain spoke with gravity. Yishi, you have once again achieved a remarkable feat on behalf of the Tushan tribe. I thank you. With that, the chieftain firmly struck his left shoulder with his right hand, then thumped his heart, maintaining this posture as he bowed toward Yishi. Everyone paused, then followed suit. Bending at the waist in homage to Yishi, he graciously accepted the gift, and when they straightened up, he mimicked their gesture. Bowing with his right fist pressed against his heart, the warriors were taken aback. Yishi straightened up and smiled warmly, saying, without you, the salt could not be refined. As a person of Tushan, I should express my gratitude to you. The warriors exchanged glances, feeling inexplicably foolish for their earlier actions. Indeed, Yishi was one of their own. What was there to be grateful for? Laughter erupted from the chief, who clapped Yishi on the shoulder, his gaze revealing unmasked admiration and genuine fondness. You are right. I was being overly sentimental. We are all from Tushan. There is no need for such pretense. The other warriors looked at Yishi and smiled benevolently, their expressions brimming with warmth. Yishi sensed that the flicker of wariness and distance that had previously lingered in their eyes had vanished, leaving only pure sincerity and earnestness. He understood that from this moment onward, they truly regarded him as one of their own. Chapter 27. The Pendulum at Dusk, as customary. The people of Tushan lined up before the great rock, awaiting the chief to distribute the day's provisions. However, today the chief did not hastily allocate the food. Instead, he stood proudly atop the rock, his face aglow with joy as he surveyed the crowd. The tribesmen were astonished to see the chief radiating such exuberance, with even the furrows of his brow reflecting delight. The last time he had exhibited such happiness was during the successful water retrieval by the lakeside. What could be the reason for this? Whispers of curiosity rippled through the assembly. Loyal tribesmen, the chief began with a beaming smile, and instantly the crowd fell silent. Today, we have an extraordinary bounty to distribute. Please fetch your containers, wooden barrels, stone jars, and the like. Wooden barrels and stone jars? What manner of food necessitated such vessels? Could it be blood? Yet, they already had fresh water to drink, rendering blood unnecessary. Noticing the puzzled expressions in the crowd, the chief decided to reveal the mystery. With great care, he presented a stone pot from behind him, which seemed to contain something white and exquisite. Tribesmen, can you discern what this is? The atmosphere grew eerily still. The chief's face flushed with excitement as he shouted, "It is salt. Not the salt exchanged with the Huangbi tribe, but salt that we have produced ourselves." It was as if a colossal rock had struck the Tushan people upon their heads, leaving them momentarily dazed. Salt? Salt produced by Tushan? In the crowd, Jimu gazed incredulously toward a corner. There stood Yishi, silently observing, his expression unchanged, merely smiling at the assembly. As if he had anticipated this revelation, Jimu's heart raced with realization. Could it be that after solving the water crisis, Yishi had also managed to produce salt? Surely not. Chief, is this truly salt? Have we genuinely succeeded in producing salt? The tribesmen remained composed, yet beneath their calm exterior lay a volcano of anticipation, ready to erupt upon the chief's confirmation. Although the chief had never deceived them, the magnitude of this news warranted a second assurance. Gazing at the eager, expectant faces of his kin, the chief slowly and resolutely nodded. Boom. The volcano erupted. Ha! We Tushan have our own salt now. The crowd could scarcely believe it. Pinch me. I must be dreaming. No, don't pinch me. I'm afraid of waking up. Smack me. Is this not a dream? Laughter erupted and faces flushed with joy, confirming that this was indeed reality. Chief, how did we suddenly come to produce salt? The chief seemed to anticipate the question and affirmed, indeed. Yishi taught us how to create it. All eyes turned like searchlights toward Yishi in the distance, and Jimu's eyes widened in astonishment. It was indeed Yishi. Yishi, unfazed by their exaggerated stares, merely winked and smiled gently. The chief beckoned Yishi to join him, and with a resigned smile, Yishi approached and stood upon the rock as instructed. The chief grasped one of Yishi's hands and raised it high, shouting to the crowd, "Let us express our gratitude to Yishi." A moment of silence fell over the crowd, only to be shattered by a cacophony of shouts. Yishi, 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 each voice strained with fervor, as if they were expending every ounce of energy in their cheers. After a considerable time, the din gradually subsided. For Yishi, the process of salt making had been a simple task, and he felt undeserving of such fervent accolades. Contemplating this, he lightly tapped his left shoulder with his right fist, then his heart, and bowed slightly to the gathered crowd. The mountain breeze tousled his hair as it gently caressed his face. Standing upright, Yishi declared, "All for Tushan." The tribesmen stood momentarily in awe, their cheers faltering, before someone initiated a gesture of respect. One by one, they pounded their hearts and bowed deeply toward Yishi. Their bows not merely slight but profound, nearly folding at right angles. All for Tushan. The sight of hundreds bowing solemnly finally overwhelmed Yishi. He jumped down from the rock and pointed to the sky, exclaiming to the chief, "All right, if we don't distribute the food soon, darkness will fall upon us." Laughter erupted among the tribesmen. "A shaman?" Yishi was taken aback. The shaman waved him over. Yishi, taking heed, hurried over to the shaman, who, with his white hair and frail, gnarled hands, walked slowly yet resolutely, each step feeling substantial. They arrived once more at the deepest recesses of the cave. "Yishi, my good child," the shaman turned, gazing at him with affection. "I can see that you genuinely consider yourself one of us, bringing us both water and salt. For this, I thank you. I regret the earlier incident involving the wolf-tooth tribe. I hope you can forgive us." The shaman had long wished to forget that event, as he could not reconcile himself with the concept of cannibalism. While he bore no qualms about traversing to a primitive and impoverished tribe, he did not wish for it to be a tribe of cannibals. After a moment's hesitation, Yishi replied, "Shaman, cannibalism disturbs the natural order. My teacher, Shinno, led a tribe that refrained from such practices." The shaman regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before nodding. "I understand. Had it not been for the scarcity of food, I would never have allowed such actions. I promise you, even in times of need, we shall not resort to cannibalism." The shaman's gaze remained sincere and untainted as he smiled. "Now that you have produced salt, the tribe must reward you." Yishi's heart soared at the mention of a reward. He envisioned the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts, knowing that these would only serve to increase his strength. Yet, remembering the recent lack of successful hunts, his excitement waned. "Recently, we have not hunted any ferocious beasts, but I have something else to offer you as a reward." "Something else?" The shaman moved to a section of the rock wall and began to wipe away the dust with his palm. Dust cascaded down, revealing a narrow crevice as the shaman produced a bone dagger from his waist. Yushi's eyes widened in astonishment. The dagger was exquisitely crafted and as thin as a cicada's wing. The shaman deftly extracted a stone from the wall, revealing a hidden compartment. To Yushi's surprise, inside lay a delicate necklace, resting quietly within the shaman's aged palm. Yushi carefully accepted it, acutely aware of the rarity of this item. Upon examining the necklace, he noticed its icy touch. The pendant was a small, conical crystal, translucent like mist, with a subtle hint of purple, while the chain appeared to be made of fine silver strands, the material unknown to him. "This is a pendulum," the shaman said. Yushi looked up, bewildered. A pendulum can foresee fortune and misfortune, guiding one's direction. It is a treasure crafted by the great shaman. "Did you craft this yourself?" The shaman chuckled. "Of course not. I am merely a shaman, far from the realm of the great shaman. The great shaman is a legendary figure, one I have never even seen." At this revelation, Yishi learned for the first time that shamans were not all equal in status. The shaman's expression turned solemn as he earnestly warned, "You must keep this safe. If others from different tribes learn of its existence, they will stop at nothing to seize it." Yishi felt a shiver run down his spine. It was indeed that precious? He nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "Understood. Indeed. Wu, I wish to accompany the team to the Hei's tribe's trading fair. May I?" Wu pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well, prepare yourself. This time, I shall dispatch additional warriors to accompany the group. Remember, safety is paramount along the journey." A wave of joy surged through Yushi, pleasantly surprised by Wu's swift consent, and she promptly responded, "Yes." Gurgle, gurgle. Yushi's expression stiffened, and she hastily placed a hand on her stomach, realizing she had neglected to eat much today while engrossed in salt refining. Wu chuckled and waved her off, saying, "All right. You may go." Behind him, in the dim light, Wu gazed up at the vermilion totem of the painted mountain on the rock wall, exuding an inexplicable sense of unease. Chapter 28. The Crimson Dandelion. Days later, at dawn, the people of the tribe gathered outside the cave. The clearing was divided into two groups. One, a mere dozen individuals, comprised of formidable warriors, each towering and robust, their faces adorned with war paint, weapons strapped at their waists, and large animal skin packs slung over their backs. The other group, more numerous, offered their heartfelt farewells, cautioning them to stay safe on their journey. Salt ensured that their supplies were securely packed, warning not to spill any along the way. The weary yet determined Yuhuzi, with bloodshot eyes from sleepless nights, spent preparing salt for the trade fair. Reassured Salt that there would be no leaks, the chieftain leaned into the leader of the expedition, Pu Tai, and whispered, "You must protect Yushi at all costs. Your primary task is not to trade goods, but to safeguard him." As the tribe bid farewell, the expedition set forth. The towering totem warriors bore their massive packs on the periphery, while the slender, pale Yishi was shielded in the center. The warriors moved swiftly, and Yishi matched their pace, his black serpent skin attire fluttering elegantly in the wind. Jimu had crafted garments for Yishi, and upon receiving them, he was pleasantly surprised. Jimu's tailoring exceeded his expectations, fitting him perfectly despite no measurements taken. The serpent skin was selected from the finest part, its intricate patterns of black and dark hues harmonizing beautifully with Yishi's porcelain-like skin, drawing the attention of several young maidens from the tribe. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over them. Pu Tai raised his hand, signaling for the group to halt. Yishi stood still, his gaze fixed on a vast meadow ahead, where numerous large herbivores grazed peacefully. From the distant air, delicate white tufts began to drift toward them, resembling willow fluff. Yishi squinted, realizing these were dandelions. What troubles Pu Tai? Yishi pondered as he scanned the surroundings. Only 2 saber-toothed tigers lurked nearby, eyeing the grazing animals, yet with so many warriors present, they posed no threat. The dandelions danced closer, settling among the creatures. A small dandelion seed quietly landed on the back of a robust long-horned rhinoceros, oblivious to its presence. Continuing to graze, everything appeared tranquil and idyllic until a sudden transformation ensued. The animals collapsed, writhing in agony, their anguished cries piercing the air. The youngest warrior, Dahi, felt a chill creep up his spine at the sight, muttering, "What is happening?" "They are uninjured," Yishi gasped. Only he noticed that the dandelion seeds, once resting on the animals, had mysteriously vanished upon contact with their skin. The other warriors remained oblivious as fresh dandelion seeds continued to drift down, obscuring any evidence of the disappearance. A long-horned rhinoceros let out a heart-wrenching roar, its immense suffering evoking compassion from the warriors. It struggled on the ground, a bulge forming beneath its thick skin as if something within was fighting to break free. He exclaimed in horror, "What is this?" Yishi's heart raced as he realized the forest's eerie and perilous nature exceeded his wildest imaginings. Suddenly, with a loud pop, the skin ruptured, and a massive crimson dandelion flower burst forth from the rhinoceros' back, resembling a seed breaking through the earth. Moments later, the flower fully bloomed. The rhinoceros let out a final wail and collapsed, lifeless. As if triggered by an unseen signal, other creatures around them also fell to the ground, massive crimson dandelions erupting from their bodies. The clearing transformed into a surreal meadow, adorned with beautiful dandelions swaying gently in the breeze, deceptively serene. Who would suspect that their roots were anchored in living beings? Still, tiny dandelion seeds floated away, appearing harmless and minuscule, yet capable of bringing down even the mightiest dinosaurs and saber-toothed tigers. Yishi turned to Pu Tai, who, furrowing his brow, murmured, "How did these come to be here? Shouldn't they be on the other side of the Black Ridge Mountains?" Yishi inquired. "Indeed," Pu Tai replied, surveying the warriors, who bore expressions of trepidation. "Fear not. These dandelions are afraid of fire. As long as we carry torches, they will not approach us. And they drift slowly, there is no way they can catch us if we run." Yishi marveled at the dandelions, each measuring nearly a meter in diameter, capable of producing countless seeds. If they keep reproducing, will this jungle not be overrun? Pu Tai chuckled. "Do not be deceived by their dominance. They too have predators, any small insect can feast upon them." Thus, reassured by Pu Tai's words, the expedition regained its morale. Pu Tai extracted flint from his pack, fashioned a torch with wood and animal skin, declaring, "These creatures are ultimately repulsive. I shall burn them." He strode toward the enigmatic clearing, where dandelion seeds still lingered. As these seeds neared the torch, they withered, turning a sickly yellow before plummeting to the ground. Yishi silently acknowledged the dandelion's aversion to fire. Pu Tai approached a crimson dandelion, and upon contact with the flame, it shrank instantly into a tiny, charred remnant. He systematically extinguished each dandelion growing upon the carcasses, then gestured for the group to proceed. As they journeyed through the jungle, the myriad dangers lurking within opened Yishi's eyes to the wilderness. He eagerly inquired about unfamiliar flora and fauna from the warriors beside him, ravenously absorbing knowledge of the jungle. Though he had learned some about jungle life in the tribe, The adage, reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles, held true. Experiencing it firsthand imprinted these lessons deeply in his mind. They pressed on without rest. As the Blacksha tribe, while part of the Black Ridge Mountains was not close by, even with relentless travel, it would take them 5 to 6 days to reach their destination. Overnight stays in the jungle were unavoidable. On the first night, fortune smiled upon them as they discovered a cave lion's den, where they hunted the lion for dinner and sheltered for the night. The second night, they faced a formidable wormhole, battling a giant worm with great effort before spending the night amid the creature's slimy lair. Chapter 29, The Message on the Third Day. The expedition ventured into a grove of red canopy trees. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the group scoured the forest for quite some time. Yet they found no suitable cave to shelter them for the night. Reluctantly, they chose the largest of the red canopy trees as their resting place. As the name suggests, the leaves of these trees were a deep crimson, and their expansive crowns were laden with foliage, resembling the shape of a lotus pod. This area was dominated by these red canopy trees, their abundant leaves frequently shedding, blanketing the ground in a thick layer of red foliage, akin to a crimson carpet. After hastily consuming their evening meal, the group ascended the tree. Its vast trunk could easily support a dozen individuals. They graciously offered the prime position to Yi-Shi, while he placed a soft animal hide on a section of the trunk for Yi-Shi to recline upon. The other warriors, however, did not receive such comforts. Some, due to the limited space, resorted to sitting cross-legged to rest. As the last rays of sunlight vanished beneath the horizon, darkness enveloped the landscape. The jungle transformed into an impenetrable black, the shadows appearing to swallow everything whole. Though Yi-Shi had been in this place for some time, it was his first night spent outside a cave. Memories of the perilous and terrifying nights in this region surfaced in his mind. Had it not been for the lack of a cave, Putai and the others would never have opted to sleep in the trees. The jungle at night was a paradox of silence and noise. The daytime calls of animals faded away, yet the underbrush crackled with faint sounds, and glimmering eyes occasionally flickered in the darkness. Staring into the pitch-black expanse of the forest, it felt as though terrifying creatures lurked just beyond the veil of shadows. Yi-Shi closed his eyes, attempting to quell the tumult of thoughts. Worrying was futile. Given his current level of strength, he was powerless to change his circumstances. Surrounding him were 5 warriors who remained vigilant, weapons in hand, ever watchful of their surroundings. They were the sentinels for the night, committed to eliminating any threats that may arise. Reclining on a branch, Yi-Shi rested his hands beneath his head, gazing through the layers of intertwining shadows at the sky. A resplendent band of the Milky Way arched across the heavens, studded with countless stars, twinkling like fragments of diamonds amidst the vastness of night. High above, a hazy red moon hung, casting an ethereal glow. Yi-Shi pondered the unusual hue of the moon. Realizing it was no wonder the forest appeared bathed in a reddish light, he had initially attributed it solely to the crimson leaves, unaware that the moonlight contributed to this enchanting effect. After a long day of travel, fatigue began to envelop him as he fixated on the moon, and gradually, his consciousness faded into slumber. The following day, upon being awoken, Yi-Shi was startled to find an overwhelming sight before him. Beneath the trees lay a gruesome array of monstrous insect corpses, alongside grotesque creatures of unknown origin. The 5 sentinels, their eyes bloodshot and bodies marred by wounds, bore the marks of a night spent in battle. Those who had not taken the watch appeared equally weary, their spirits drained. It turned out that their heavy snoring had caused the sentinels to rouse them repeatedly, fearing that the noise would attract unwelcome attention. After several such interruptions, the sleeping warriors opted to stay awake together. Observing the exhausted state of his comrades, Putai ordered a respite of 1 hour before the group would resume their journey. The warriors, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, collapsed onto the ground beneath the trees, and soon the air was filled with the sounds of their snores. Yi-Shi, the sole member of the party who did not snore, remained alert and took it upon himself to keep watch. The multitude of insect remains attracted various creatures, who cautiously approached, glancing around to ensure the warriors remained oblivious, before gradually dragging the corpses away. In no time, the ground was cleared of all traces of the insects, save for the blood that stained the earth. The wind rustled through the red canopy trees, causing leaves to flutter down and blanket the ground, erasing even the remnants of the insect blood. Yi-Shi remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a furrow appeared on his brow as he nudged Putai, who had been sleeping beside him. Putai opened his eyes instantly, alert and devoid of any drowsiness. "What is it?" he inquired. Yi-Shi pointed westward, lowering his voice to inform him, "There is another tribe's party approaching from that direction." Pu Tai's body tensed, and he quickly turned to look, but saw nothing. There truly is a party coming, Yushi clarified. My vision, enhanced through transformation, allows me to see further than you. Pu Tai frowned. Encountering another tribe in the jungle was a disquieting prospect, for those with malicious intent were often more fearsome than wild beasts. He decisively roused the others. The warriors sprang into action, burying themselves beneath the leaves to conceal their presence. After a while, a group riding fearsome giant insects entered the red canopy forest. Near 200 or 300 meters from their location, Pu Tai squinted to discern the totems adorning their attire. It was the Firespark tribe. The air was thick with tension. Suddenly, a flock of black birds appeared overhead. Yushi looked up and murmured, "A group of crows is approaching." Moments later, the crows descended like a dark cloud upon the vicinity. Each raven was as large as a pterosaur, flapping their wings as they soared toward the Firespark tribe. Pu Tai exclaimed softly, "Those are red-eyed black crows, creatures from the other side of the Black Spine Mountains." The mounts of the Firespark tribe, the wrinkled-gilled octopus insects, began to stir restlessly. The warriors of the Firespark tribe hurried to calm their steeds. Each one swiftly produced a fist-sized, translucent stone from their waists, holding one in their palm while rapidly rubbing it with the other hand. To Yishi's astonishment, flames erupted from the stone's surface, swiftly transforming it into a fiery orb, which the warriors then hurled at the flock of crows. The red-eyed black crows, terrified of being struck by the fireballs, became disorganized, flapping their wings and cawing as they attempted to evade the projectiles. The warriors of the Firespark tribe launched wave after wave of fireballs towards the crows. Yushi marveled at their ability to hold fireballs in their hands, realizing that the members of the Firespark tribe wore an unidentifiable brown material as gloves, which must have enabled them to create fire by rubbing the stones. Indeed, the Firespark tribe had mastery over these remarkable flint stones. Pu Tai muttered in awe. No wonder they are named the Firespark tribe. Their flint truly is exceptional. The red-eyed black crows, despite their desire for the food, retreated, daunted by the fireballs. Once the fiery stones fell to the ground, they reverted to ordinary rocks. The Firespark tribe, mounted on their insects, conversed, but their words were indistinct due to the distance. Yushi focused intently on their lip movements, striving to decipher their conversation. Suddenly, he caught a phrase, "The eastern migration of the attackers. They're a fearsome beast as well." Yushi silently repeated the words he had captured, realizing the implications. As the threat receded, the wrinkled-gilled octopus insects regained their composure and continued to carry the warriors of the Firespark tribe forward at a leisurely pace. Yet, moments later, the insects grew restless once more. Danger! Yushi recognized the lip movements of the leading warrior. In a moment of disbelief, he witnessed the octopus insects seemingly lift themselves, their short legs elongating to a staggering 2 meters, as they galloped away with the warriors of the Firespark tribe. Something is amiss. Yushi and Pu Tai exchanged alarmed glances, speaking in unison. "We must go." Pu Tai decisively commanded the warriors to gather their belongings and descend from the trees. Yushi hesitated momentarily, then swiftly climbed to the top of the red canopy tree to survey the eastern horizon. Upon discerning the cause of alarm, his pupils constricted and he gasped in shock, hurriedly descending the tree at the urging of his comrades. "A massive herd of beasts is charging towards us." A herd of colossal beasts. The group felt a chill run through them. The members of Tushan, bereft of mounts from the Firespark tribe, could only rely on their own legs to flee. Fortunately, they had spotted the danger early. Had they not, the consequences would have been dire. Though the red canopy tree appeared imposing, it would offer no protection against such titanic creatures. Throughout their escape, the Tushan warriors dared not pause, resting only briefly at night, and finally, on the 5th day, they reached their destination, the Heish tribe. Chapter 30. The Black Marsh tribe. Before them lay an immense expanse of the Black Marsh. 2 warriors from the Black Marsh tribe, clad in white linen garments and wielding snow-white bone weapons, awaited at the marsh's edge. Yushi scrutinized them, silently marveling. Indeed, the Black Marsh tribe was renowned as the most formidable tribe in the Black Spine Mountains. Merely 2 of their warriors donned textiles for clothing, whereas in Tushan, only the shaman possessed a single linen garment. The bone weapons they held were translucent and exuded a chilling aura. Yushi had only experienced such a sensation from the weapons of the chieftain, indicating that these were no ordinary implements. The 2 warriors clearly recognized Pu Tai and approached him with a greeting. "You've arrived." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Pu Tai grinned sheepishly. "I hope we're not late." The Black Marsh warriors nodded, refraining from further conversation, instead casting a dismissive glance at the Tushan contingent, whose appearance was far from favorable. Devoid of mounts, they had traversed the terrain on foot, and with limited water for cleansing. They had become grimy and stained with the remnants of battle. Yet, although the warriors were reluctant to waste water on themselves, they generously dampened a hide for Yishi to clean away the grime. Thus, when the two Black Marsh warriors beheld Yishi amidst the disheveled Tushan fighters, adorned in sleek black serpent skin and exuding an air of cleanliness and distinction, their interest was piqued. "Who is this?" one of the warriors inquired of Pu Tai. With a hearty laugh, Pu Tai solemnly introduced, "This is Yishi, a disciple of our Tushan shaman." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Black Marsh warriors glimmered with intrigue. He appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old. Yet he had been recognized for possessing shamanic talent. Tushan was indeed fortunate. The taller warrior scrutinized Yishi with a penetrating gaze, the meaning behind it obscure. Pu Tai clarified, "Yishi has yet to undergo a talent assessment." The two Black Marsh warriors exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with skepticism. Pu Tai added, "Due to Yishi's contributions to the tribe, the shaman has made an exception to accept him as a disciple. The matter of Yishi's tutelage under the wandering shaman was to remain confidential, otherwise, rival tribes might attempt to seize him." Prior to their departure, they had all agreed to maintain this narrative. The two Black Marsh warriors nodded in understanding. Realizing the implications of Tushan's limited population and the unlikely fortune of discovering a talent of such caliber, is a disciple without confirmed talent still considered a disciple? One warrior smirked subtly, shifting their focus away from Yishi. The Black Marsh warriors chose not to engage further. One of them turned to face the marsh, raised a finger to his lips, and began to emit a series of sharp whistles. Moments later, the stillness of the marsh began to ripple, and from its depths, a colossal black-skinned fish creature emerged. This beast was as large as a house, its body dark and menacing, adorned with long, sharp spines, an intimidating sight. The fact that the Black Marsh tribe could command such a formidable creature astonished Yishi. "Come aboard," the warrior called, leaping onto the fish's back. The Tushan warriors, having witnessed this spectacle before, followed suit without hesitation. Yishi gathered his resolve and joined them atop the creature's back. The fish glided smoothly over the marsh, resembling a silent vessel as it ferried them to the opposite shore. Standing atop the monster, Yishi surveyed the dense, shadowy marsh, pondering the myriad of creatures concealed within its tranquil surface. He cast a glance at the Black Marsh warrior stationed at the fish's head. The lives of the Tushan contingent rested entirely in their hands. Should the warriors command the creature to capsize, they would plunge into the marsh, likely facing dire consequences. Fortunately, the journey proceeded without incident, and the creature navigated steadily, akin to a silent ship, until they reached the shore, a picturesque valley abundant with greenery. The Tushan group, burdened with their packs, stood within a bustling trading area, seeking a spot to set up their stall. After guiding them to the trading zone, the Black Marsh warriors departed, leaving Tushan to fend for themselves. Yishi observed that they were likely the last tribe to arrive, as the trading area was already alive with activity, filled with a cacophony of voices and vibrant exchanges. "Make way, make way." A burly man, hurriedly carrying an upside-down rhinoceros, barked as he approached the Tushan group, prompting them to step aside. After searching for a while, it became evident that they had arrived too late. Prime locations had already been claimed. Pu Tai reluctantly led the Tushan warriors to a corner. They set down their heavy burdens, and while Songpan spoke briefly with Pu Tai, he darted towards the nearby woods. The warriors retrieved small wooden jars from their packs and arranged them neatly on the hide they had laid out. They carefully unwrapped tightly secured bundles of pristine white salt and poured them into the jars. Pu Tai received a wooden board and, taking a small jar of red paint from the pack, began to meticulously create a design. Yishi silently observed as Pu Tai focused intently, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he drew a crooked representation of the Tushan totem. Crafting such an image of the mountains was no small feat. Yishi felt a twitch of his fingers, nearly compelled to assist in redrawing it. However, upon finishing, Pu Tai exhaled with relief, wiping the beads of perspiration from his forehead, and gazed at the wooden board with satisfaction. "This will serve as the flag of Tushan," Pu Tai declared, inserting the completed board into the soft earth behind him. At this juncture, the warriors had filled their jars with salt, creating small mounds of the pristine white substance. The only item Tushan intended to trade was salt. Some warriors had suggested bringing dried meat and hides, but Yishi had promptly refused. Currently, Tushan should focus on exchanging salt for meat and hides, rather than reversing their priorities. With their less-than-ideal location, traffic was sparse. Putai initially thought to draw a crowd from busier areas, but Yushi halted him. With their pristine white salt, they were undoubtedly in a seller's market. There was no need to demean themselves by soliciting customers. At that moment, two tribesmen clad in animal skins passed by and halted in their tracks upon seeing the salt at the Tushan stall. "What is this?" inquired one, adorned in yellow hide. Yushi smiled slightly. "This is snowflake salt." "Snowflake salt? So it's just salt then?" The two men nearly leapt in disbelief at the sight of such pure salt. "You may taste it to see if it is indeed salt," Yushi offered. The tribesman in brown hide's eyes lit up. "Really? We can taste it?" The one in yellow hide, more impatient, dipped his finger into the mound of white salt and brought a bit to his mouth. "Well, how is it?" the brown-hide man asked anxiously. It's salty." The yellow-hide man stammered, astonished. "It truly is salt. Such purity, far superior to what we have in the Huangpai tribe." The brown-hide man exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Though a moment later, his expression dimmed. "Such fine salt must be quite expensive. One jar of snowflake salt can be exchanged for 200 pounds of meat. Or other equivalent items," Yushi stated confidently. 200 pounds of meat. The yellow-hide and brown-hide men exchanged incredulous glances. The Tushan warriors frowned slightly. Was their salt not worth 200 pounds of meat? The mighty river, unable to contain its impatience, exclaimed in frustration. 200 pounds of meat for a can of salt. If you are unwilling, then be gone. Huang Shupi quickly interjected. It is not that we find it too expensive. 200 pounds of meat, is it? Please wait a moment. With that, he tugged at his Shupi, and the two hurriedly departed. How absurd it was that such exquisite salt was being sold for a price even lower than that of the Huangpai tribe. How could they possibly find it excessive? At that moment, they were almost compelled to run, for the last thing they desired was for the Tushan people to have a change of heart. Chapter 31. The salivating man-eating flower. Is there really salt as white as snow, and not expensive at all? Were you all deceived? The newcomers wore expressions of skepticism. See for yourselves. Upon approaching the stall at Tushan, their eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, are all those jars filled with salt? How can they be so pristine and devoid of impurities? Huang Shupi and his Shupi handed over the meat they had carried on their shoulders to the Tushan tribesmen. "Weigh it and see if the quantity is correct." Putai glanced at it and immediately assessed. "This will suffice." Yushi cheerfully picked up a jar of white salt and handed it to Huang Shupi. With eyes fixed on the jar of gleaming salt, Huang Shupi swallowed hard, wiped his hands on his beast's skin to ensure they were dry, and cautiously accepted the jar. "It's so white, it must be salt," murmured Huang Shupi's tribesman. Elated at acquiring the salt, Huang Shupi chuckled and responded, "Have I ever tasted anything false? If you don't believe me, you may taste it at the stall. I only bought it after sampling it myself." "Really? We can taste it? I want to try too." After tasting, each person's eyes sparkled with excitement as they exclaimed to one another, "It's genuinely salty. Such exquisite salt. I want a jar too. After all, it's just 200 pounds of meat." Having seen the impure, yellowish-brown salt from the Huangpai tribe, they were utterly captivated by the sight of such immaculate white salt. Word spread quickly, and the crowd surrounding the Tushan stall grew larger as everyone began to reserve their salt, anxious not to miss out. Yushi stood at the back, smiling as he observed the bustling scene of trade. Once the first jar of salt was sold, the subsequent sales would follow effortlessly, as word of mouth would inevitably draw more customers. No longer concerned with the stall, Yushi turned his attention to other tribes' booths, his curiosity evident. After negotiating the price, Putai looked up and noticed Yushi's gaze, understanding immediately. He chuckled, "We're busy over here, since it's your first visit. Why not take a stroll around and explore the trading area?" With Putai's encouragement, Yushi decided against being coy. After a brief acknowledgement, he wandered towards the stalls of other tribes. As he walked through the trading area, he felt like a country bumpkin in the city, his eyes wide with wonder. The variety of tribes was truly eye-opening. For instance, before him stood a booth adorned with a turtle totem. This tribe's stall was a colossal white turtle upon which everyone sat, with goods placed atop its shell. The turtle remained immobile, half-closed eyes resembling a statue. Yushi marveled at the giant turtle, realizing it was his first encounter with such an enormous creature. This tribe primarily traded ornaments, showcasing an array of exquisite items made from various materials, necklaces crafted from shells, headpieces fashioned from animal teeth, and beautifully designed bracelets made of precious stones, all far surpassing the craftsmanship of the Tushan tribe. Yushi approached and picked up a bracelet made of translucent green crystal, discovering it was indeed a fine piece of green quartz. "Would you like to buy a strand?" A female tribeswoman seated on the white turtle assessed Yishi's youthful appearance and said, "Just 5 strips of jerky, and I'll gift it to your mother. She will surely be delighted." Regrettably, Yishi shook his head, smiling apologetically as he set the bracelet down and moved on. After passing several booths, he stopped before one bursting with greenery. The people of this tribe were unique, as everything was made from leaves. Their flag was painted on a large leaf. The animal skins spread on the ground were replaced with thick leaves, and their clothing was crafted from leaves, exhibiting remarkable design and elegance. Yishi observed their totem, which featured 3 interwoven leaves. A handsome young man noticed Yishi's interest and eagerly called out, "Would you like to try a cup of Qinglu? It's just 1 piece of flint or something of equivalent value." "Qinglu?" Yishi inquired, his curiosity piqued by the wooden cup filled with translucent green liquid. "You may have a sniff," the man encouraged upon seeing Yishi's interest. Yishi lifted the cup to his nose, and an invigorating fragrance immediately wafted toward him. "Can it be exchanged for salt?" Upon hearing the mention of salt, the man quickly nodded. Of course, of course." However, Yishi merely shook his head, setting the Qinglu down, and instead turned his attention to other items at the stall. When he spotted a large, vividly colored flower with sharp teeth, his eyes lit up. Pointing at it, he asked, "Is this a man-eating flower?" "Indeed. Are you interested in it?" The honest man elaborated. "This flower was unearthed from the mountains half a month ago. We thought it beautiful and hoped to sell it for a good price. But it turned out to be quite the eater." He grimaced, continuing, "It consumes 10 pounds of meat daily and incessantly whines for more if we don't feed it. It drools everywhere." Yishi chuckled as he gazed at the flower. Its vibrant appearance was undeniably appealing. However, whether due to the heat or hunger, the flower's head tilted to the side, revealing a mouth resembling a human S, with 2 rows of sharp teeth and emitting occasional plaintive sounds. "How much for this flower?" Yishi inquired. The man perked up instantly, as it was the first time someone had expressed interest in the flower after hearing about its appetite. "Not expensive, just 50 strips of jerky. Or I can let it go for 40. "Wait a moment." The man took the salt jar, his eyes brightening as he dipped his finger into the white salt and tasted it. "Ah, this is salt?" Upon hearing this, the other stall keepers nearby stirred with excitement. "What? Such white salt? You're willing to trade this half jar of salt for our Qinglu and the man-eating flower?" The handsome man hesitated, though clearly pleased with the salt. He still questioned, "Isn't this salt too valuable for such a trade? Are you from the Huang by tribe?" Yishi shook his head. "I'm from the Tushan Tribe." Upon hearing this, the stall keepers erupted in astonishment. "What? The Tushan Tribe produces salt too? Is it expensive? I'd like some." "You'll find out if you ask." Sensing the conversation veering off course, Yishi added, "You're welcome to visit Tushan for salt. The innermost stall is where you can find it. May I take the flower and Qinglu now?" He pointed at the man-eating flower and the Qinglu. "Please hold on." The handsome man wrapped the flower in a piece of beast skin and handed it along with the Qinglu to Yishi, cautioning, "Don't get too close. It might attack you. Feed it for a few more days, and at 1 tea bite." Yishi smiled and nodded, accepting the items. The handsome man regarded Yishi with admiration, finding the young boy refreshingly straightforward. "By the way, my name is Shanyi. What's yours?" Yishi replied with a gentle smile, "I'm Yishi. It's a pleasure to meet you." Shanyu's eyes sparkled at the mention of the character Yi in Yishi's name, further endearing him. "Yishi, if you ever pass through our Yi tribe, you're welcome to visit." Of course, as Yishi left the Yi tribe's stall, cradling the man-eating flower in one hand and slowly sipping the Qinglu from the wooden cup in the other, he continued to meander leisurely through the trading area. As the pale green juice touched his palate, a distinctive fragrance wafted through, reminiscent of both the scent of grass and the sweetness of fruit, accompanied by a delightful sweetness that was incredibly refreshing. Subsequently, he procured a nest of green-skinned bird eggs and a few pieces of flint, feeling content with his acquisitions. He made his way towards the stall of his tribe. Chapter 32. The dispute. As Yishi approached the Tushan stall, he discovered a large crowd gathered nearby, with intense arguments erupting from within. Frowning slightly, Yishi maneuvered through the throng. The crowd was bustling, yet, despite his diminutive stature, he exerted considerable effort to push his way to the front. In the center of the gathering stood a formidable group of totem warriors clad in snakeskin, their expressions menacing as they surrounded the Tushan stall. Among them, Yishi recognized 2 familiar figures, Qi Shang and Jiao Xiong from the Huang Pai tribe. The usually composed Qi Shang now wore a dark scowl, his gaze sharp as he glared at the Tushan people. "How could you Tushan possibly produce such fine salt? This salt must be counterfeit. They are selling fake salt. Do not be deceived." Several members of the Huangpai tribe immediately echoed his shouts. Pu Tai snorted derisively. Just because your Huangpai tribe cannot produce such quality salt does not mean that others cannot. Qi Shang's gaze sliced through Pu Tai like a blade. Oh, just a few days ago, you exchanged a large sack of salt with our tribe, and now, mere days later, you claim to have suddenly produced such fine salt. If you assert it is genuine, then pray tell, how did you manage it? Pu Tai retorted flatly. There is no need for us to justify how we produce salt to you Huangpai. Very well, very well. Qi Shang sneered coldly several times. He had never heard the Tushan people speak to him in such a tone before. Now that the Tushan tribe had successfully produced salt, they seemed to regard the Huangpai with disdain. Smirking, Qi Shang's expression suddenly shifted from ruthless anger to righteous indignation as he turned to address the onlookers from various tribes. Ladies and gentlemen, our trade between the Huangpai and your tribes has always been amicable. For so long, you have utilized Huangpai salt. Surely you would not fall for their counterfeit. Not a single person responded. The experience of trading salt with the Huangpai tribe had been far from pleasant. Aside from a few powerful tribes whom the Huangpai dared not exploit, how many of the smaller tribes had not been taken advantage of? Whispers began to circulate among them, lamenting the exorbitant prices of Huangpai salt, often mixed with sand and dirt, varying from yellow to brown. In contrast, the Tushan salt appeared as pure as snow, devoid of any impurities. Even if the prices were comparable, they would much prefer purchasing salt from the Tushan tribe, especially considering that Tushan snowflake salt was a tad cheaper. As no one echoed his sentiments, Qi Shang's face grew increasingly dark. Pu Tai chuckled, ladies and gentlemen. Can the authenticity of this salt truly be determined solely by the words of the Huangpai? Come, taste it for yourselves and judge. As soon as Pu Tai finished speaking, the tribespeople, who had been murmuring among themselves, suddenly sprang into action. I'll taste it first. Me too. Don't push, I'm first. They clamored eagerly, rushing to the Tushan stall to sample the salt. Seeing this, Qi Shang's chest heaved with rage, his face darkening as he glared fiercely at the Tushan warriors, but he could think of no way to counter the situation. Meanwhile, other members of the Huangpai tribe wore equally grim expressions. Yishi smiled faintly, surprised to find that despite Pu Tai's robust appearance, his eloquence was commendable. He had managed to resolve the matter without Yishi needing to intervene. At some point, a Huangpai tribesman had stealthily squeezed to the front of the crowd, pretending to be one of those wishing to taste the salt. As he bent over, seemingly pushed by those behind him, the water pouch at his waist tilted toward the numerous salt jars displayed at the Tushan stall. The pouch was open, and dried bloodstains marred its spout. Yishi's expression hardened, and he strode forward with purpose, delivering a powerful kick that sent the pouch flying from the man's waist. The blood splattered across the man's face, drenching him in a thick, viscous liquid. What are you doing? Qi Shang bellowed, seeing his companion drenched in blood, his fury erupting as he confronted Yishi. Yishi regarded him coolly, unfazed by his wrath. Your man was secretly pouring blood into our salt. What do you suppose I am doing? If not for the quick reaction of the tribesman, that entire pouch of blood could have contaminated the salt, potentially tainting not just 2 or 3 jars. Given the tight packing of the Tushan salt containers, at that moment, the Huangpai tribe could claim it was unintentional, that the pouch had accidentally opened. And with the rules against fighting in the trading area, what could the Tushan do? Qi Shang, how dare you shout at him? Pu Tai, regaining his composure, surged out from behind the stall, furiously standing in front of Yishi and gripping Qi Shang by the collar. Yishi was a disciple of their Tushan shaman. Even if Qi Shang was a second-level warrior of the Huangpai, he had no right to raise his voice against their shaman's disciple. Several Huangpai tribesmen immediately closed in, weapons drawn against Pu Tai. The Tushan warriors likewise grabbed their weapons, rushing to Pu Tai's side. Yishi, positioned behind Pu Tai, lowered his voice. Do not engage, let him go. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into a commotion as several warriors from the Hei's tribe, clad in distinctive white linen, arrived brandishing weapons. The leader of the Hei's warriors, a towering figure radiating an undeniable authority, bellowed upon witnessing the confrontation between the two tribes. Lower your weapons. The force of his shout stunned the crowd, causing everyone to momentarily falter. Upon hearing the Hei's tribe's command, the two factions exchanged glances and reluctantly lowered their weapons. Qi Shang regarded the leader as if he were a savior, his lips parting to speak. But Yishi's eyes flickered, and he interjected swiftly, Sir, I am a disciple of Tushan's shaman. Please allow me to explain. He inclined his body slightly, performing a respectful bow. Upon learning that this young lad was a shaman disciple, the leader's demeanor softened slightly, recognizing the potential in someone so young to have attained such a status. Despite the Tushan's relative weakness, they were an independent tribe, and the respect shown by Yishi, coupled with the gravity of the situation, diminished the leader's ire. Though his expression remained stern, his tone shifted to one of moderation. Speak. Yishi spoke with measured calmness yet unwavering conviction. Sir, the conflict we just encountered arose simply from salt. The Huangpai tribe is dissatisfied that we have produced salt and accuses our salt of being counterfeit. Oh, you Tushan have produced salt? The leader's interest piqued. Yishi gestured towards the jars of white salt at the stall. Indeed, sir, please observe. This is the salt produced by our Tushan tribe. And because it is as pure as snow, we have named it snowflake salt. The Hei's warriors, who had been engrossed in the standoff between the two tribes, had not noticed the jars at the stall until Yishi pointed them out, and their eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the snowflake salt. Chapter 33. Diplomacy. Is it possible for salt to be so pure and white, devoid of any impurities? Due to the formidable strength of the Hei's tribe, the Huangpai tribe annually selects the finest salt from their production to present to them. Although this salt is seldom tainted, it still possesses a yellowish hue, far from the pristine, unblemished whiteness of the Tushan tribe's snowflake salt. Yishi bent down to lift a jar of salt and handed it to the leader, saying, My lord, the people of the Huangpai tribe, unable to produce such exquisite salt themselves, insist that this snowflake salt is counterfeit. Yet, can we truly conclude its authenticity solely based on their unfounded assertions? At this point, Yishi cast a disdainful and provocative glance at Qi Shang and his companions. Qi Shang, catching the gaze, felt a rush of anger, his face reddening as he stepped forward, ready to retort loudly. However, under the weight of Yishi's gaze, he felt a chill, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, rendering him momentarily speechless. My lord, I believe that only the Hei's tribe has the authority to determine the authenticity of this salt. Thus, I wish to boldly request that you taste this snowflake salt. If you declare it to be false, then it shall be deemed false, and from that day forth, we Tushan shall no longer sell this salt in the Hei's trading area. This declaration resonated powerfully, and the surrounding tribes' people took note. Both the Tushan and Huangpai individuals exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, while murmurs began to ripple through the crowd, some unable to contain their thoughts, only to be restrained by those nearby. The leader regarded Yishi with astonishment, as if seeing him anew, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, Very well. I shall taste it. Qi Shang felt a surge of joy at Yishi's boldness. If the leader declared their salt to be false, the Huangpai tribe would retain their monopoly on salt sales in the Hei's trading area. As for whether Tushan would dare to send individuals to sell salt to each tribe, it was unlikely, given their vulnerability and lack of battle companions. What the Tushan tribe remained oblivious to was that the Huangpai tribe had, over the years, sent countless salt offerings to maintain good relations with Hei's. In light of these offerings, the two tribes had always maintained amicable ties. In contrast, Tushan had no such rapport with Hei's. It was implausible that Hei's would advocate for them. As the crowd awaited eagerly, the leader dipped a finger into the salt and placed a grain on his tongue. As it dissolved in his mouth, his eyelids fluttered. This salt was not only visually immaculate, but also devoid of any bitterness. In every regard, it surpassed the salt of the Huangpai tribe by a significant margin. This salt, the leader began. The warriors of Tushan and the members of the Huangpai tribe held their breath. It is indeed genuine. The affirmation sent waves of joy through the onlookers, who leaped with excitement, fearing that if the Hei's warriors declared the salt false, Tushan would cease to sell this superior and affordable salt. The Tushan individuals also sighed in relief, their tension from Yishi's earlier remarks dissipating. Amidst the jubilant commotion, only the members of the Huangpai tribe stood pallid and dejected. Qi Shang's face turned a mixture of green and white as he ground his teeth in frustration. How could the Hei's tribe, whom he assumed would offer a non-committal answer out of past goodwill, side entirely with the Tushan tribe, disregarding their dignity? The Hei's tribe's declaration that the salt was genuine felt like a resounding slap to the face of the Huangpai tribe, utterly humiliating them. With so much salt produced annually, had it all gone to waste? The leader cast a discreet glance at the Huangpai tribe, his eyes betraying a hint of unspoken regret. As the disciple of the shaman had just stated, if he had declared the salt counterfeit, Tushan would honor their promise and cease to sell salt in the trading area. Would that not incite the ire of the other tribes against Hei's? He noticed some onlookers holding jars filled with Tushan snowflake salt. The truth regarding this salt would surely spread among the tribes, revealing that while Hei's may be powerful, they could not afford to provoke the wrath of many. Furthermore, Tushan's salt was undeniably superior to Huangpi's. If members of Hei's were aware they had rejected such quality salt, they too might find themselves at odds with others. Ultimately, the truth had to prevail. Yushi studied the leader's expression and suddenly spoke. "My lord, may I have a word with you privately?" The leader glanced at the Huangpi tribe once more, nodded solemnly, and led Yishi a few paces away to a less crowded area. Yishi, gazing at the leader with a smile, complimented, "Truly, you are a warrior of the Hei's tribe, remarkably just." The leader blushed, for his fairness was not the motivation behind his earlier statement. Yishi continued with praise, "Thanks to your affirmation, the people of the Huangpi tribe will no longer harass us. To think that on my first visit to the Hei's tribe, I would encounter someone as commendable as you. I believe the warriors of the Hei's tribe are all of such noble character." The flattery poured forth, and the leader found himself at a loss for words, unable to respond to Yushi's earnest gaze. "In gratitude for your virtuous act, we Tushan have decided to present you with 100 pounds of snowflake salt annually." The leader could scarcely believe his ears, confirming, 100 pounds of snowflake salt each year? Yushi nodded. "Indeed. I had not initially considered this, but your actions inspired me. I believe the members of the Hei's tribe deserve such a generous offering." The leader's heart raced. He had merely spoken the truth under pressure, and now it had resulted in Hei's receiving such a bounty of salt. 100 pounds of snowflake salt each year was no trifling matter. If the chief and the shaman learned of this, they would surely commend him. Furthermore, with the captain of the hunting team still undecided, this accomplishment might very well secure that position for him. With this realization, the leader's demeanor transformed. His previously stern expression melted away like ice in springs, and he regarded Yushi with newfound warmth. "If you insist, I must express gratitude on behalf of the Hei's tribe. Please, there is no need for such formality." The leader chuckled, waving a hand. "No need for titles. Call me Joie. You are about the same age as my son, so feel free to refer to me as Uncle Joie." Yushi's eyes sparkled with delight, readily acquiescing. "In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony, Uncle Joie." The two exchanged smiles, the atmosphere brimming with camaraderie. Joie raised a hand to silence Qishang, who was eager to continue his objections. "No more. There's no need for further discussion, my lord." Qishang gaped at Joie, utterly taken aback by the dismissal. He had not anticipated being excluded from this conversation, especially when Joie had just stepped aside with Yushi to speak privately. Yushi ignored Qishang, turning to Joie. "Uncle Joie, prior to your arrival, the people of the Huangpi tribe, in their desperation, attempted to sully our salt with blood. When I intervened, this Huangpi warrior even attempted to attack me. Such brazen behavior." "Uncle Joie?" Qishang was momentarily stunned by the term of endearment, but he quickly regained his composure as he witnessed Joie's cold gaze directed at him. "Oh, is that so? You attempted to taint the salt with blood?" Qishang's jaw dropped. He could hardly comprehend the gravity of the situation. Before he could articulate a defense, Joie interjected with a disdainful snort. "Are you aware of the consequences of willfully disrupting the trading area? The penalties range from immediate execution to expulsion from the trading grounds." Qishang's face turned ashen in an instant. Chapter 34. The old friend of Wolf Fong, however, considering that you have not succeeded, I shall let this matter pass this time. Should there be a next time, the Huangpi tribe shall no longer be welcome to trade at Hei's. Qishang's teeth chattered, leaving it unclear whether it was due to anger or fear. He could not comprehend how, in such a short span, the situation had deteriorated to this extent. What had they said behind him moments ago? Qishang dazedly led the members of the Huangpi tribe away from the scene. How could this be? Why had Hei suddenly allied with Tushan? The thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Turning abruptly, Qishang's gaze fell upon Yushi, who was surrounded by a throng of people. Could it be? Within the crowd, Yushi caught his gaze, glanced at him, and then, as if noting a passerby, disinterestedly turned away. Even without the endorsement of the Hei's tribe, everyone could discern the quality of Tushan salt. As news spread, the number of buyers surged, leading to a near frenzy in the Hei's trading zone. Soon, the salt brought from Tushan was sold out completely. Seeing this, Zhu borrowed 3 wrinkled gill octopuses from the Huisue tribe as laborers, barely managing to transport the goods. Yushi smiled gratefully at Zhu, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Zhu." Zhu chuckled heartily, responding, "It's nothing, just a trivial matter." Just as Yushi was about to express further gratitude, an enraged roar erupted from a corner by the roadside. "You can't even handle a simple task. What use is a slave like you?" Yushi turned in the direction of the sound. A Hei's warrior was berating a frail, filthy slave, kicking him repeatedly. The slave, holding a cream-colored linen garment, kept his head bowed in silence, enduring the blows until he was suddenly struck hard on the knee. The sharp pain sent him crashing to the ground, causing the linen to fall and gather dust. The Hei's warrior noticed the soiled garment, and his anger flared even more. How dare you dirty the clothes? Very well. It seems you no longer wish to be a slave. Once branded, a slave rarely had the chance to be freed from their bonds. In this merciless era, the words of the Hei's warrior, filled with rage, sent chills down one's spine. The frail slave struggled to rise, head hung low, his expression unreadable. Yet Yishi keenly observed the slight tremor in the slave's arm. Was it fear? In primitive society, useless slaves were often treated as mere fodder. Had this occurred in the Tushan tribe, Yishi might have intervened, but in the Hei's tribe, he shook his head inwardly, deeming the slave simply unfortunate. The Hei's warrior, incensed by the slave's continued silence, mocked, "Is the Wurm tribe filled with such worthless creatures? Even as a slave, you are despised." Wurm tribe? As Yishi prepared to depart, his pupils constricted in shock as he gazed at the slave. The slave trembled at the mention of these words, clenched his fists, and slowly lifted his head to meet his master's gaze. The Hei's warrior felt a jolt at the sight of those eyes, blood-red, filled with hatred and resentment, sending a shiver down his spine. What kind of gaze is that? You truly wish for death? The Hei's warrior, recovering from his initial shock, seethed with fury, his expression turning cold as he reached for a bone weapon at his waist. "Excuse me, brother." A melodious, youthful voice interrupted. The enraged Hei's warrior turned impatiently, only to find a fair-skinned, handsome boy clad in black snake skin standing nearby, smiling as he addressed him. The warrior's brow furrowed. He recognized this boy as a disciple from the Tushan Tribe shaman. Today, the Tushan Tribe had made quite an impression, producing snowflake salt that stirred the entire trading zone. With such salt, the Huangpai tribe's long-standing monopoly on salt would soon be challenged, heralding the rise of the Tushan Tribe. Given that the boy belonged to such a tribe, and with Zhu accompanying him as the patrol leader, the Hei's warrior refrained from venting his anger, gruffly asking, "What is it?" "Brother, to kill this slave would be a waste," Yishi replied with a smile. "I am in need of a slave. I find him intriguing. Why not sell him to me?" The Hei's warrior's interest piqued at the unexpected proposition. This slave was utterly useless, incapable of performing even the simplest tasks, and so emaciated that butchering him would yield little meat. If someone wished to buy him, it was indeed fortuitous. "How much will you offer?" 200 pounds of jerky, Yishi suggested. The Hei's warrior's eyes brightened, though he feigned reluctance. 200 pounds? That seems a bit low. Zhu frowned and retorted, 200 pounds for a slave is more than fair. Don't be unreasonable. The Hei's warrior, somewhat intimidated by Zhu, quickly acquiesced. Fine, 200 pounds it is. A Tushan warrior behind him handed over the jerky, and the Hei's warrior received it with a sense of satisfaction. No longer wishing to unleash his wrath upon the slave, he waved him off nonchalantly. "All right, you may leave now. I am no longer your master." Since Yishi's intervention, the slave had resumed his silent, head-down demeanor, making it difficult to discern whether he felt relieved or discontented after escaping one fate for another. Observing this, Yishi sighed inwardly and called out, "Come here." He recognized the slave as Diao, the son of the chief of the Wurm tribe. In the memories of Songcao, Diao represented a significant figure. One was an orphan, bereft of parents, barely surviving on the occasional aid from relatives with a dismal talent. The other was the chief's son, blessed with exceptional aptitude, having passed the reserve warrior trials early on and regarded as the hope of the Wurm tribe. Akin to a favored child of destiny, Songcao often gazed at Diao with a mix of jealousy and admiration, fantasizing about how splendid life would be if he were Diao. The contrast between the illustrious Diao of memory and the battered, dirt-covered figure before him was heart-wrenching. Diao, clearly not recognizing Yishi, silently walked toward the Tushan tribe's ranks. Yishi did not engage him further, merely instructing him to follow the group. They were still within the Hei's tribe's trading zone. Revealing his identity and acknowledging Diao would be an act of folly. Fortunately, the members of Tushan were not foolish, treating Diao as an ordinary slave to avoid attracting Zhu's suspicions. Chapter 35, Jiao. The Tushan tribe. The people of Tushan hurriedly spread the news, and those who had been taking refuge in the cave rushed out in droves, as if welcoming heroes returning victorious from battle. They eagerly approached, their enthusiasm palpable, to assist Yishi and his companions, each burdened with heavy loads. After setting down the weight, Yishi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He rubbed his shoulders and inhaled deeply the fresh air of Tushan. Exchanging smiles with his companions, a warmth surged within them. Yang scrutinized Pu Tai with a teasing tone. though concern shimmered in his eyes. Look at how haggard you all appear. The journey must have been arduous. Zue, noticing the sweat mixed with dirt on Yishi's face, unfastened his water pouch and offered it to him. Wash your face. Yishi, parched, accepted the pouch with gratitude and, under Zue's astonished gaze, eagerly drank, tilting his head back. After quenching his thirst halfway, he poured some water over his head, shaking his hair with satisfaction. Are you very thirsty? Would you like some more? Songpan asked as he snatched the water pouch and drank greedily. Nearby, as the three wrinkled gilled octopus creatures labored, the tribe members curiously inquired. These creatures seem to belong to the Huishu tribe's war beasts. How did they come to help us carry our load? Is the Hei's tribe truly so benevolent? Because the leader of the patrol in the trading area has developed a rapport with Yishi. The leader? Indeed. As Yishi listened to Songpan and the others animatedly recounting the events, he couldn't help but chuckle at the exaggerated descriptions. The stern Songpan from his memory now seeming a distant notion. Standing beside Yishi, the chieftain listened with a smile as Songpan recounted his tale. After filtering out some embellishments, he concluded, "It seems you encountered numerous challenges. The Huangbi tribe is indeed unwilling to let us encroach upon their trade. You have truly endured much." Reflecting on the incidents that transpired in the Hei's trading area, Yishi paused and stated, "I have matters to discuss with you." Noticing the seriousness in Yishi's demeanor, the chieftain's smile faded, and he adopted a more solemn tone. "Speak. What troubles you?" The two retreated to a secluded spot. "Go on. What is it?" Yishi recounted in detail the standoff between both parties and its resolution, including his commitment to Zhu. He had anticipated the chieftain would be displeased, requiring considerable explanation regarding his rationale, particularly since Tushan would need to deliver a significant amount of salt to Hei's each year. However, Tushan was currently weak. Possessing the method of salt production was akin to a child carrying gold through the marketplace, dangerous. The formidable Huangbi tribe saw them as a thorn in their side, and should a confrontation arise, the annihilation of Tushan was not beyond possibility. Yet, maintaining a good relationship with the Hei's tribe could greatly deter neighboring tribes that were stirring with ambition. 100 pounds of salt each year was hardly a loss. To his surprise, the chieftain's eyes gleamed with increasing interest. Once Yishi concluded, the chieftain regarded him with admiration, even without your suggestion. Wu and I were already contemplating sending someone to negotiate with the Hei's tribe. Now that you have acted, not only have you secured an alliance with the Hei's tribe, but you have also fostered a relationship with a soon-to-be third-tier warrior from Hei's, truly a double benefit. You have done exceptionally well. Yishi raised his eyebrows in astonishment and then smiled. The chieftain and shaman of the tribe were indeed wise. Tushan was fortunate to have them. Upon returning to the clearing, Zue, holding a stone jar, called out, "Where have you been? I almost forgot to tell you, your python egg has hatched." "Hatched? I must see." Yishi exclaimed, astonished, and turned to head towards the sandy pit behind the mountain where the python egg had been buried. Zue grabbed him, saying, "What are you going there for? Your snake is right here in this jar." Only then did Yishi notice the jar in Zue's hand. Blinking, he asked, "You put it in a jar?" Zue explained, "This snake is fierce once it hatches. It bites at anyone it sees." Yishi frowned. If it proved too wild, taming it into a war pet would be quite challenging. "Give it to me," he said, accepting the stone jar from Zue. The jar felt heavy and cold in his hands, devoid of any movement. Yishi placed the jar on the ground, sitting cross-legged beside it. He grasped the lid and slowly pried it open. "Be careful," Zue warned anxiously. Inside the dark crevice, silence prevailed, prompting Yishi to open it slightly more. Suddenly, a slender black shape darted towards him like a flash of lightning. Yishi, having anticipated this, deftly grasped its midsection. Indeed, it was lively. Yishi observed the small snake writhing in his grip, its body a striking, glossy black, flicking its vibrant red tongue and emitting a hissing warning. However, as it struggled, the little snake gradually stilled, its obsidian eyes fixed on Yishi. Yishi mirrored its stillness. "Remarkable. It has never been calm when held by anyone else," Zue remarked in awe. Yishi cautiously relaxed his grip. The little snake remained motionless, coiling like a noodle in Yushi's palm, its dark eyes unwaveringly gazing at him. Setting the little snake on the ground, Yishi released his hold. The snake slithered slowly, hissing as it crawled towards Yishi. A chill ran down Yishi's spine as he lowered his gaze, watching the snake ascend his leg, then continue along his body until it coiled on his shoulder. Lying still, Yishi looked down at his garment made of python skin, deep in thought. Tentatively, he reached out to stroke the little snake's head, which promptly tilted its inky head up, accepting his caress. Zue, standing nearby, was struck dumb. Does it recognize people? It's likely just the familiar scent from this snake's skin. Yishi replied with a smile, extending a finger to tap its head. I shall name you Jiao Jiao, since snakes transform into dragons. Jiao Jiao? Zue pondered, amused at the thought of this little snake growing into a massive python while bearing such a name. Jiao Jiao was quite gluttonous. Yishi fed it dried meat until it could eat no more, reluctantly coiling on Yishi's shoulder with drooping eyelids. Observing Jiao Jiao's drowsiness, Yishi sought a corner to lay it down, allowing it to digest its meal in peace. Chapter 36. The Forgotten Little Flower Hand in Hand. Everyone gathered to dance joyfully, indulging in a sumptuous feast. Unlike the past, when the warriors had restrained themselves out of fear of depleting their provisions, the abundance of food now allowed them to feast without reservations. Their voracious appetites left Yishi astounded, causing him to ponder if these individuals were akin to anthropomorphic dinosaurs. Amidst the revelry, the chieftain sat among the crowd, merrily consuming roasted meat while observing the boisterous scene with a beaming smile, shedding his previously austere demeanor. Seated beside the chieftain, Yishi noticed the chieftain mumbling to himself, urging, eat more, eat more. Only by consuming enough can one hope to grow stronger. Watching the warriors devour their meals, Yishi contemplated the possibility that the warriors of Tushan may have lower levels due, in part, to insufficient food. However, the chieftain's gaze seemed peculiar, though Yishi could not pinpoint what was amiss. A sudden thought struck him. Reminiscent of a pig owner insisting on feeding their swine to grow faster, sending a shiver down his spine. The following morning, Yishi awoke in his stone cave and ventured into the nearby woods to inhale the fresh air. Suddenly, a cool sensation crept up his calf, prompting him to bend down and scoop up Jiao Jiao in his palm. Since yesterday, Jiao Jiao had become quite clingy, even curling up at Yishi's feet while he slept. Yet, Yishi had discovered a notable advantage to Jiao Jiao's presence. It devoured insects. After their night together, the cave was devoid of any pesky critters, as Jiao Jiao efficiently consumed them as soon as they emerged. In the morning light, Yishi noticed Jiao Jiao's slender belly protruding, indicating it had feasted well overnight. With a hearty appetite, Yishi placed Jiao Jiao on his shoulder, intending to venture up Little Tushan to find fresh sustenance for it. Just then, Songpan approached, exclaiming, Yishi, have you forgotten something? Startled, Yishi inquired. What have I forgotten? Your beast's skin pouch has been making a fuss all night, Songpan replied. Yishi suddenly smacked his forehead in realization. He had completely forgotten about the flower. As he cautiously unwrapped the beast's skin pouch, he found the vibrant, oversized carnivorous flower had wilted, its head drooping lifelessly in the pot, emitting faint, pitiful sounds. Could it truly be on the brink of death? Yishi stared helplessly at the flower, uncertain of how to proceed. In his previous life, he had cherished nurturing various plants, particularly a flourishing scarlet claw hibiscus, which bore a striking resemblance to this beautiful carnivorous flower. Thus, when he spotted it in the trading area, he had not hesitated to purchase it. Yet, he had failed to care for it properly. With a heavy heart, Yishi gently stroked the flower's soft head and lifted it from its pot, carefully pouring fresh water onto its roots. However, despite the generous watering, the flower showed no signs of revival. In a panic, Yishi realized there were no remedies available for plants, leaving him at a loss for how to save it. Seeing its feeble state, he decided to take a gamble and brought over a piece of fresh meat, slicing it into thin strips and cautiously offering it near the flower's mouth. Resignedly, Yishi thought that it was unlikely the flower would be able to eat in its current condition, considering it a final meal. Yet, in the next moment, as the meat strip neared, the flower's small mouth suddenly opened wide, revealing a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, lunging at the offered morsel with surprising ferocity. Its swift and fierce movement belied its earlier appearance of weakness. The transformation was akin to a delicate blossom morphing into Godzilla, leaving Yishi momentarily stunned. However, after swallowing the meat, the flower tilted its head again, returning to its seemingly fragile demeanor, emitting faint whimpers. Who was it trying to deceive? Had it not been for Yishi's quick reflexes, his hand would have been bitten. With a mixture of disbelief and amusement, Yishi tossed more strips of meat, watching as the flower, akin to a playful puppy, deftly caught each piece with its enormous mouth. After consuming 4 pounds of meat, the flower finally regained its vigor. Shaking its head contentedly, its vibrant petals once again perking up. Meanwhile, Jiao Jiao, feeling neglected as Yishi lavished attention on the flower, expressed its displeasure by gently biting his skin in protest. In a sudden burst of speed, it lunged toward the carnivorous flower. The flower quivered, its mouth agape in an exaggerated circle, and in a flash, it devoured half of Jiao Jiao's serpentine body, leaving only its tail thrashing in the air. The sequence of events was swifter than that of a hunting feline. Alarmed, Yushi quickly grabbed Jiao Jiao's tail, attempting to pull it back. The flower, stubbornly clinging to its meal, refused to release its grip. Little flower, let go. Quickly, Yushi urged, anxious for Jiao Jiao's safety, tugging at the flower's petals in desperation. He felt a growing sense of helplessness. Was he to resort to violence against the flower, risking its stem in the process? In a moment of panic, his fingers inadvertently brushed against the flower's leaves. To his surprise, the flower froze, its entire form going rigid. Curiously, Yushi continued to scratch at its leaves. The flower writhed, twisting and turning in an attempt to escape his touch. A glimmer of hope ignited within Yushi. He intensified his scratching, eliciting frantic quivers from the flower, its petals trembling uncontrollably. Finally, with a dramatic expulsion, the flower released Jiao Jiao, and several slender roots emerged from the stone pot, using them as legs to scurry away. Yushi stood in astonishment, witnessing the flower flee as if struck by a thunderbolt. It had legs. Realizing the flower was about to vanish from sight, Yushi quickly scooped up the sluggish Jiao Jiao and dashed after the retreating flower, pot and all. Seeing that it had been caught up too, the flower flailed its delicate legs, baring its teeth in a futile attempt to bite Yushi. With a stoic expression, he extended 2 fingers and firmly pinched its mouth shut. Little one, you won't escape my grasp that easily. Chapter 37. The cellar. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, the earth grew increasingly warm. Yushi noticed that, at some point, numerous poles had been erected in the clearing, adorned with rows upon rows of hanging strips of meat. Each member of the tribe clutched a wooden bucket, busily weaving between the poles, threading fresh meat onto skewers and hanging them up. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of meat. Observing the jerky, which had undergone a second round of drying and had turned hard and blackened, Yushi felt his jaw stiffen. He recalled witnessing a man gnawing on a piece of jerky that had been dried 5 times. It had become as hard as stone, and despite his efforts, he left no mark on it, ultimately unable to break it even with a stone knife. Never mind, I don't mind the smell. Yushi raised his chin slightly and pointed ahead. Are we going to dry all the meat at once? Jue, grimacing, replied, there is no choice. It's best to dry it all today, or it will spoil. However, even if we turn it into jerky, it probably won't last long. So we'll need to eat it vigorously over the next few days. Yushi pondered, wondering if there was a way to preserve the food. With such a large quantity obtained from this trade, it would be wonderful if they could store it. But alas, there were no refrigerators here. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he clapped his hands in excitement. We can dig a cellar. With this thought in mind, Yushi immediately sought out the chief, ultimately catching him on Little Tushan. After discussing the matter, the chief promptly ordered the warriors to dig a cellar within the cave. The warriors accepted their orders, selecting a spot in the cave and swiftly set to work excavating the earth. Living closely together in this confined space had led to a collective curiosity. Whenever something novel occurred or there was a spectacle to behold, the tribe would flock to witness it. Thus, when some idle Tushan people heard about the method for storing food, they gathered to watch the excavation of what was to be called a cellar. To Yushi's surprise, the ferret had also come to observe the commotion. The previous night, Yushi had revealed his true identity to the ferret and freed him from his status as a slave, allowing him to choose whether to stay in Tushan or pursue other arrangements. When Shimu and Yaowan learned that the ferret had come, they rushed over, only to be overcome with grief upon seeing the ferret's body marred by the slave mark and scars from torment. The ferret, however, remained stoic amidst their tears. Ultimately, as Yushi had anticipated, the ferret chose to remain with the Tushan tribe. The warriors dug swiftly, and soon the ground was devoid of their presence, replaced by mounds of earth. After about half an hour, several muddy warriors emerged from the hole. Seeing that the cellar was complete, Yushi instructed others to prepare more wooden planks, placing them in the sun to dry out any moisture. Once dried, these planks would be laid on the cellar floor to insulate it from the soil. In the scorching dry season, by afternoon, the planks had dried completely, devoid of any moisture. The Tushan people worked efficiently, clearing the remaining soil from the cellar before laying down the dry planks. A spacious and clean cellar was thus completed. Why can this cellar preserve food? The chief inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. By now, the Tushan tribe's people no longer doubted the correctness of Yishi's words. They believed that even the most peculiar methods he proposed must surely be valid. Yushi pondered briefly, perhaps it is due to the thermal inertia of the soil? The chief looked bewildered. Huh? Yushi chuckled lightly, Regardless of the reason, as long as it works, that is what matters. The chief nodded, not pressing further. But how long can it preserve the food? Yushi found it amusing. Now that the cellar was dug, was it not a tad late to be asking this question? I estimate it should hold until before the rainy season. However, the fresh meat still needs to be dried into jerky. The jerky that has already been dried won't require further drying. Until before the rainy season. The chief's eyes sparkled with excitement as he directed everyone to carry the food into the cellar. They continued until every last morsel was packed tightly within. And the once spacious cellar was now filled to the brim. With a resounding thud, the cellar entrance was sealed with a thick stone slab. The chief squatted down, caressing the stone slab with a satisfied and dreamlike smile. In the nearby jungles of Tushan, a wooden stake stood half a person's height, holding a basin of clear water. Above the water, numerous birds of various sizes circled, all eyeing the precious liquid with longing, fluttering their wings as if ready to dive down. Finally, one bird could no longer resist. It broke away from the flock and dove toward the basin. 10 meters away, Yishi knocked an arrow, drawing back the bowstring until it resembled a crescent moon. With his thumb pulling the string and his index finger lightly raising the arrow's tail, he squinted along the arrow's path. Whoosh! The arrow whistled forward, striking the bird with the precision of a dark flash. The creature fell, pierced through the chest, not even uttering a sound before plummeting to the ground. Whoosh! Another arrow was released, and yet another bird fell. Despite 2 birds lying dead by the basin, the circling flock showed no signs of diminishing. Eager to swoop down at any moment, Yishi lowered his bow and retreated 10 steps, then drew back his bow once more. Whoosh! Another bird fell, struck down by the arrow. Yishi raised an eyebrow in surprise. With his enhanced vision, his archery skills had evidently improved significantly. Estimating his limits, he took a few more steps back. Whoosh! This time the arrow struck too far, merely grazing a wing. From then on, Yishi continued to practice his archery at this distance, losing track of time as he honed his skills. Yishi, are you hiding here? Dinner is ready. Yishi's finger twitched, causing the taut bowstring to slacken. Turning, he saw it was Songpan. He emerged from a state of deep concentration. Glancing at the sky to discover the sun had already begun its descent, he had practiced all afternoon. Wow, so many dead birds. Did you shoot them all? At this moment, there were 50 or 60 birds piled beside the wooden stake, all shot down. Songpan exclaimed, lifting one of the dead birds by its wing. Discovering each bore a blood hole, with some still retaining arrows embedded in them. It was evident that all these birds had fallen to Yishi's skill. Several birds had even plunged into the basin when struck, tainting the once clear water with blood. Yet, despite this, many birds remained overhead, unwilling to depart. They were simply too thirsty. Yishi lowered his bow, observing the scene with a sigh. Let us go? Songpan, undeterred by the mess, scooped up all the dead birds. These birds are too small. They lack substance. It's fine. I'll give them to Jiao Jiao and Xiaohua. They love this. Yishi replied nonchalantly. Are you practicing for the reserve trials? Yes, the assessment is in a month, and it's wise to hone another skill. With your current abilities, you have a good chance of passing. Songpan glanced at the bow and arrows in Yishi's grasp, hesitating before adding. But this bow is only effective against small creatures. Once you become a warrior, you'll gain great strength. Using a spear to hunt will be far more effective than with a bow. The arrows are too slender against large prey, like the dinosaurs here. A single shot barely causes a scratch. Songpan believed that despite Yishi's diligent practice, it would ultimately be of little use. However, the bow also possessed advantages that the spear could not match. Who says a bow cannot shine brightly? Yishi smiled and listened, offering no rebuttal. Although the warriors were somewhat obedient to Yishi in certain matters, they became obstinate when it came to their areas of expertise. It was only when confronted with undeniable facts that they would concede. Therefore, let time be the arbiter. The figures of the two gradually faded into the thicket. Above the basin, the birds that had been circling suddenly swooped down en masse, eagerly dipping their heads to drink water. Chapter 38. The trials begin a month later. As the sun struggled to rise above the horizon, the entire two-mountain tribe gathered in the clearing. Today marked the annual evaluation for the reserve warriors. The atmosphere was solemn. The tribe's people formed a dark circle, silent enough to hear one another's breaths. At the center stood the chief and the shaman, their expressions grave. Facing the aspirants of this trial, the chief's gaze slowly swept over the 10 individuals before him. The first 9 aspirants towered like iron pillars, their exaggerated muscles radiating strength. However, upon reaching the last, the chief's brow twitched slightly. A pale, slender boy, contrasting sharply with the other contenders, stood quietly. This boy, Yishi, noticed the chief's fleeting expression and blinked slowly. The chief had long opposed Yushi's ambition to become a warrior, even fervently persuading him not to partake in the trials the evening prior. For once one became a warrior, they would join the hunting team, and that could lead to injury or even death during hunts. The chief wished for Yushi's safety above all. Yet, Yushi was resolute, undeterred by the chief's pleas, steadfast in his decision to participate in the trials. After surveying the group, the chief's demeanor sharpened, and he spoke to the aspirants with measured clarity. You all understand that warriors are the foundation of our tribe. A tribe without warriors cannot survive in the wilderness. His voice resonated deep and powerful. To become a true warrior, you must first pass the trials. Only by doing so can you prove yourselves worthy. And only then shall the tribe entrust you with the precious beast cores, transforming you into true warriors. You 10 have already passed the strength and speed tests. You are but one step away from becoming genuine reserve warriors. Now just one step remains. Is the jungle perilous? Indeed. But true warriors do not fear danger. A true warrior is fearless. The tribe erupted in fervor following this impassioned speech. Particularly, the other 9 aspirants raised their fists, their faces flushed with excitement, veins prominently bulging in their necks. Yushi's heart raced wildly. While he did not shout out in excitement, he felt a swell of emotions within him. Once the uproar subsided, the chief gestured towards the back of the crowd. A warrior cautiously approached, cradling a ceramic jar. The chief accepted the jar with both hands and addressed the aspirants. Now, step forward to draw your bone tokens. The tokens will reveal the targets for your trials. One by one, the 10 stepped up, retrieving their tokens from the jar. Once they had all obtained their tokens, the previously silent shaman gently tapped the ground with his staff. The sound was subtle, yet instantaneously silenced the entire tribe. Even breathing seemed to vanish, as if a pin drop could be heard. Yushi gazed at the shaman's gaunt face, feeling an inexplicable sensation. As the incantation concluded, the shaman suddenly opened his eyes, which flashed with a momentary brilliance. Children, I bless you, he spoke in a slow, aged voice. Blessings? Was this the essence of the shaman's power? Yushi felt a rush of energy coursing through him, his eyes shimmering with wonder. The other 9 aspirants leaned forward, ready to pay their respects to the shaman. He accepted their homage with grace, waving his hand. Go forth, children of Two Mountain, your ancestors shall protect you. In the jungle, with a large bow slung across his back, Yushi sprinted eagerly. His spirits soared, for this was his first venture alone into the jungle since arriving here. Although he was still confined to within 5 miles of the tribe, he felt liberated, knowing that the area had been cleared of dangerous creatures by 2 mountain warriors. He ran boldly, akin to a bird released from its cage, joyfully soaring through the wilderness. Suddenly, a half-man-high insect lunged from a decaying log, menacingly rearing to attack. Yishi smirked, maintaining his pace, and executed a flawless roll, effortlessly leaping over its head. A few steps later, he encountered a massive fallen tree obstructing his path. Without hesitation, he pushed off with one hand, elegantly vaulting over the log and continuing onward. The wind whistled past his ears as he nimbly navigated the obstacles of the jungle. Ahead, a colossal yellow mushroom, towering to half his height, loomed in a narrow passage. Yushi decided against detouring. He planted his foot on the mushroom to leap over it. To his surprise, the moment he stepped on it, the mushroom erupted with a foul odor. The stench sent the lurking insects within 10 paces fleeing in panic, and Yishi, pinching his nose, stumbled forward in disarray. This mushroom turned out to be a stinking fungus. It resembled the peaceful mushroom far too closely, he lamented inwardly, amused by the unpleasant odor clinging to him. He couldn't help but chuckle. Removing the bone token from his waist, Yishi flicked it with his thumb, sending it spinning into the air before it landed neatly on the back of his hand, akin to a skilled coin toss. With a smile gracing his lips, he placed his hands behind his back, gently tracing the carved patterns on the token with his fingertips. Wait a moment. What creature is depicted here? Why does it feel so peculiar? He pondered the bizarre creature with elongated horns, a triangular face, a bulky, twisted body, and 4 short legs. If it weren't for the 3 lines etched on its back, I wouldn't have recognized this abstract representation as a mountain-jumping antelope. Yishi rubbed his forehead, feeling a wave of despair over the primitive artistry. The low success rate of the reserve trials was significantly attributed to misidentifying creatures, he mused. Upon returning, he would certainly reprimand them. However, for now, he needed to focus on completing the trial. After all, a mountain-jumping antelope posed a considerable challenge. As its name suggests, the mountain-jumping antelope possesses remarkable leaping abilities. Modern-day ordinary antelopes can leap approximately 3 meters, equivalent to the height of a single story. In contrast, the mountain-jumping antelope boasts a leaping capacity roughly 3 times that of its ordinary counterpart, reaching around 9 meters. This makes it a creature that can traverse the jungle with unparalleled ease. Imagine, when confronted by a dinosaur, it could effortlessly leap over its head. When faced with a small hill, it would bound right over, and when encountering a stream, it would simply leap across. The prefix mountain signifies its extraordinary strength. There were accounts of an enraged antelope charging at a rocky cliff, only to leave a substantial dent without breaking its horns. Consequently, even ferocious predators like saber-toothed tigers and spotted leopards often returned empty-handed when confronting mountain-jumping antelopes. The challenge of hunting such a creature was already formidable, and the fact that they were social animals compounded the difficulty. If it were any other aspirant, they might be despairing in a corner by now. However, Yishi touched the bow and arrows on his back, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his eyes. Let me show you what it means to have an arrow in hand and the world at my disposal. Yet, the chief's earnest visage suddenly flickered in his mind, and Yishi hesitated, questioning whether drawing such a challenging target hinted at some hidden agenda. But this thought was fleeting, quickly dismissed. No. How could a simple ceramic jar involve any underhanded dealings? Primitive people cannot be that cunning. Chapter 39. Disparity in Vitality. Klipspringer's favored habitats where grasslands thrived amidst sparsely wooded areas. Leaf-like, he inhaled deeply, allowing the crisp air to compose his senses. Methodically, he commenced his search through the undergrowth, scrutinizing every inch for any trace of their presence. It was an endeavor demanding patience, yet as time elapsed, no hint of impatience marred his countenance, only unwavering focus gleamed in his eyes. Perseverance bore fruit, for he eventually unearthed their droppings behind a thicket. And guided by this trail, he arrived at a lush meadow. The vegetation here was exceedingly dense, the verdant blades towering high, with even the shortest reaching waist-high. Klipspringers flitted through the sea of green, their backs and heads barely visible, and when they lowered their muzzles to graze, they vanished entirely within the foliage. With stealthy grace, Leaf-like ascended a nearby tree, gaining an elevated vantage point. He refrained from immediate action, instead casting a discerning gaze across the landscape. His keen senses swiftly detected the lurking presence of a cave lion stationed not far off, a saber-toothed tiger camouflaged within the grass, and a large flower snake draped from a branch, masquerading as a vine. These predators' covetous gazes converged upon a single target, the Klipspringer herd grazing peacefully. The saber-toothed tiger, fixated on a particular Klipspringer, crept forward with silent intent. Just as it neared its prey, the cave lion launched its assault, unleashing a deafening roar as it charged into the herd. Chaos erupted, as if a deluge had struck boiling oil. The tranquil Klipspringers scattered like fleas, leaping erratically in a desperate escape. Disaster! Leaf-like swiftly reached behind, seizing his bow. Seeing the herd fleeing, the saber-toothed tiger abandoned its stealth, bursting from the grass and lunging at its chosen target. The meadow descended into pandemonium, the Klipspringers bounding towards the edge of the grassland. If they escape, I won't be able to pursue them. Leaf-like acted decisively, knocking an arrow and drawing back the bowstring. The arrow hurtled through the air, striking a Klipspringer squarely in the neck. Despite their agility, their size made them vulnerable, and Leaf-like's month-long archery practice ensured his aim was true. With a sigh of relief, he watched the Klipspringer fall. However, the cave lion suddenly emerged, seizing the downed animal, its jaws clamping around its throat before leisurely commencing its feast. Leaf-like frowned inwardly. The cave lion's hide was far thicker than the Klipspringer's, and an arrow now would likely only enrage it. As the last Klipspringer neared the edge of the meadow, Leaf-like, disregarding the devoured carcass, focused and swiftly released another arrow. The distance compromised his accuracy, and the arrow struck the fleeing animal in its hindquarters. Though not immediately lethal, the injury caused a momentary lapse in its movement. Seizing the opportunity, Leaf-like prepared to loose a second arrow when the saber-toothed tiger emerged from its hiding place, swiftly pouncing on the injured Klipspringer. Damn it, Leaf-like chuckled mirthlessly. Are you all so inept that you must steal my kills? Should I shoot another for the python? One for each of you? The hell with you. This Klipspringer is mine. Leaf-like smirked, drawing the bowstring taut, aiming at the saber-toothed tiger's underbelly. The bowstring vibrated, releasing the arrow, which soared toward the tiger. The errant projectile struck the Klipspringer, piercing its neck. A fatal blow. Before Leaf-like could revel in his success, the cave lion, still devouring its prey, and the python, poised to seize the lion's kill, simultaneously abandoned their meals and fled in terror. The meadow was now deserted. Save for the two klipspringer carcasses. A shiver ran down Leaf-like's spine, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Such a reaction from the predators could only indicate the arrival of a creature beyond their capacity to confront. Escape was likely futile. Leaf-like lowered his bow, concealing himself amidst the densest foliage, slowing his breathing, then slowing it further, until his presence melded with the tree. 3 breaths later, the undergrowth rustled as 2 trial participants stumbled into view. Upon seeing them, Leaf-like's breath remained steady, though his pupils contracted slightly. The 2 were disheveled, their chests heaving, clearly terrified. Their faces lit up with relief upon spotting the meadow, and they immediately collapsed into the tall grass, hoping to conceal themselves. Moments later, a piercing cry echoed from above, followed by the gradual descent of a colossal avian silhouette. It was a monstrous bird of prey, its plumage of verdant hue, its wings spanning over 10 meters, its talons gleaming with icy menace. Its arrival silenced the chorus of insects. Leaf-like's chest constricted, feeling an oppressive weight descend upon him. The creature circled the meadow, its malevolent gaze scrutinizing every inch. Suddenly, it beat its wings, creating a veritable tempest that flattened the grass and sent the hidden figures tumbling. Screech. The bird emitted a deafening shriek, its sound lacerating the air. In the wind-buffeted trees, Leaf-like's eardrums throbbed, and he felt a trickle of warmth emerge from his ears. The 2, exposed, leapt to their feet, attempting to flee in opposite directions. Their faces were contorted in terror, blood streaming from their orifices. The bird, unhurried, beat its wings once more, sending them sprawling. The 2 men, reduced to the helplessness of children, were no match for the creature. Seeing them subdued, the bird descended, its massive talons gripping one of the men's shoulders. The talons, like razors, sank into the flesh, blood gushing forth. The wounded man screamed in agony, feebly kicking, while the other, weaponless, swung his fist at the bird. The bird casually swatted him away, sending him tumbling backward. The bird, amused by its prey's struggles, lowered its beak to take its first bite. Thwack! An arrow, whistling through the air, struck its feathers, falling harmlessly to the ground. The desperate men looked toward the source of the projectile. In the tree, a familiar figure clad in snakeskin stood poised with a bow. Seeing the arrow's ineffectiveness, Leaf-like's brow furrowed, and he quickly knocked another. Recognizing their savior, the 2 men cried out in despair, "Leaf-like! It's Leaf-like! Run! Flee!" They screamed. The bird's malevolent gaze fixed on Leaf-like, and it slowly withdrew its talons from its prey. At this moment, the 2 trial participants were engulfed by profound regret. Had they known that Yishi was present, they would have resolutely refrained from luring the ferocious bird in this direction, even at the cost of their lives. When the ferocious bird first appeared, Yishi felt an invisible pressure descend upon him, and now, as the creature fixated on him without a moment's distraction, the intensity of that pressure intensified, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. This was the stark disparity between levels of life. The oppressive force rendered Yishi's complexion pale, and his body quivered in distress, yet there was no trace of fear upon his face. Within the depths of his pupils lay a profound resolve. He inhaled deeply, nocking an arrow with deliberate slowness, and summoned every ounce of calmness and focus he had cultivated over 2 lifetimes. Steadying his hand as he aimed the arrow's tip directly at the ferocious bird's eye. Chapter 40. The blood-stained grassland. The ferocious bird fixed its gaze upon Yishi, suddenly flapping its wings and soaring into the air. The gusts it generated sent the grass sprawling, some blades even snapping under the force, swirling chaotically in the air. Then, it darted towards Yishi. No, no, no. The 2 trial participants immediately lost all color in their faces. The injured participant stumbled to his feet, attempting to pursue the beast. The uninjured one charged forward, bellowing, "You beast! Weren't you going to eat us? Come on, come eat me. Don't fly that way." Yishi's lips turned pale as he watched the ferocious bird drawing closer, his expression chillingly calm. His right hand pulled the bowstring taut to its limit. Just as Yishi prepared to release his arrow, a familiar figure suddenly burst forth from behind him, brandishing a bone knife and leaping downwards with ferocity aimed at the bird. Taken by surprise, the bird lost a few feathers to the attack. The figure landed, rolling to dissipate the impact, then sprang back up, launching a fierce strike toward the bird's abdomen. Enraged by the loss of its feathers, the beast saw the audacity of this 2-legged creature and retaliated, its wings flapping as its sharp beak dove toward the assailant. Uncle Pooh and Yishi were stunned, watching as the bird's beak aimed for Pooh Tai's head. In a split second, Pooh Tai twisted his body mid-air, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. though the back of his head was grazed, leaving a deep gash that oozed blood. As Putai landed, he crouched low like a swift leopard, springing off the ground with his bone knife aimed at the bird's ankle. The bird's sharp claws lunged at him, forcing Putai to evade the attack. Seeing that Yi Shi and the others had not yet fled, Putai shouted, "Yi Shi, you must run." Yi Shi felt a chill wash over him. Even Putai, a second-tier warrior, was no match for this beast. What manner of creature was this, and how had it come to be here? The two trial participants stood not far away, though pale, their eyes fixed on the bird, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to strike. Yi Shi furrowed his brow. If even Putai could not withstand the bird, then any additional trial participants charging in would only meet their demise. Resolving this, Yi Shi bellowed at the two trial participants, "Run, now?" The uninjured participant gritted his teeth, yanking the other and sprinting towards the edge of the grassland. Meanwhile, Putai, dodging the bird's attacks, noticed Yi Shi had not fled and shouted in exasperation, "Yi Shi, you must run." The bird, having missed several strikes, grew increasingly agitated. Relentlessly pecking at Putai, Yi Shi shouted back, "I will not run." Putai had come out for him, fully aware of the danger, yet still resolutely faced the beast. How could Yi Shi abandon him and flee for his own life? Such an act would fill him with self-contempt. Yi Shi readied his bow again, aiming for the bird's eye. If he could blind it in one eye, its offensive capabilities would surely diminish. Putai wielded a 2-foot-long bone knife, unable to attack from a distance, and could only dart about the grassland, evading the bird's ferocity. The bird's attacks intensified, its claws nearly grasping Putai's head. Reacting swiftly, Putai bent low, but the bird's claws left deep, bone-revealing gashes along his back, blood streaming from the wounds. Yi Shi's forehead glistened with cold sweat, the bird's movements making it difficult to keep his aim steady. Putai, enduring excruciating pain, rolled on the ground and retaliated with a slash of his bone knife toward the bird's claws. One claw was cut, blood seeping from the wound. The bird screeched in fury, its wings flapping wildly as it lunged for Putai. With a calm gaze, Putai observed the bird, continuously seeking its weaknesses, often trading wounds in his attempts to strike at its vital points, his own injuries accumulating. Just as Putai managed to inflict a wound on the bird's claw, and the beak was about to reach his head, a swift arrow was towards the bird's left eye. It grazed the corner of the eye, embedding itself into a distant tree, vibrating with a resonating hum. So close. Yi Shi's lips pursed in regret. Blood trickled from the bird's eye corner, and its rage surged as it turned its bloodshot gaze toward Yi Shi. This is bad, Putai thought desperately. As the bird prepared to launch itself toward Yi Shi, Putai shouted, leaping high with his bone knife aimed at its abdomen. The bird let out a piercing cry, its sharp beak diving at Putai like a storm. Putai struggled to resist, his body battered and bloodied. Yi Shi's heart raced, a singular thought igniting in his mind. He took a deep breath, leaping from the tree despite the pain in his legs, searching through the underbrush. His only hope now lay in toxins. His mind dismissed all distractions, utilizing his enhanced vision to its fullest extent. Where is it? Where is it? His face was as pale as snow, yet his gaze, sharp as a blade, scanned the underbrush, forcing himself to ignore the brutal scene of battle. No. The one-sided slaughter of Putai. Found it. Yi Shi's eyes ignited with fervor as he fixed his gaze upon a seemingly ordinary patch of green grass. As if he had discovered an exquisite treasure. This was the deadly black bone grass. Yi Shi lunged forward like a starved beast, wrapping his hands in snake skin to violently strip the leaves from the plant. He then retrieved the last arrow from his quiver, crushing the leaves of the black bone grass and squeezing the juice onto the arrowhead. Putai, you must hold on. Yi Shi gritted his teeth. On the grassland, Putai lay drenched in blood, gasping for air. He was on the brink of exhaustion, and with a sudden force, he was hurled towards a tree, crashing through 2 trunks before being pinned against a larger one, spewing a mouthful of blood before slumping to the ground. The ferocious bird now set its wrathful gaze upon Yi Shi. At that moment, Yi Shi's mind was devoid of all distractions, his expression unwavering as he swiftly drew his longbow and nocked an arrow. He had completely cast aside futile emotions like fear and worry. He did not contemplate whether Putai, lying motionless against the tree, was alive or dead, nor did he dwell on the fact that this was his last arrow. With no second chances, the bird drew nearer. The bowstring stretched to its limit, emitting a strained hum. Now, with a whoosh, the arrow was released, flying toward the beast's eye, piercing it directly. A deafening scream erupted from the bird, reverberating through the sky. Leaves trembled, and all the insects that had not fled perished under the sound. Yi Shi's head throbbed painfully, Darkness clouded his vision, a ringing filled his ears, and he could hear nothing. Warm, metallic liquid flowed from his eyes, nostrils, and ears. His insides ached as if someone had struck him with a heavy blow, and something surged up his throat, spilling from his mouth. Yishi shook his head vigorously, but the darkness remained, and he could still hear nothing. A massive shadow loomed toward him. Yishi's heart raced as he stumbled away in the opposite direction, fleeing. Chapter 41. A grievous encounter. The ferocity of the beast was astonishingly swift. Within mere moments, its razor-sharp claws had already sunk into the flesh of his back. In the blink of an eye, it seemed poised to pierce through his body as effortlessly as a knife through tofu, extracting his innards with cruel precision. Yet, just as death loomed, the beast suddenly froze and plummeted from the air. She was unable to evade in time. The weight of the creature bore down upon him like a mountain, pinning him to the ground. The beast was too heavy, and he felt a searing pain in his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his consciousness beginning to wane. The creature lay motionless atop him. She understood that the black bone grass had finally taken effect, a venom that kills upon contact, and yet the beast had struggled for so long before succumbing. With fingers digging into the earth, she laboriously crawled out from beneath the beast. Black blood dripped steadily from its beak onto the ground below. He gasped for breath, cautiously maneuvering to avoid the pooling blood. Leaf-she. A distant call echoed through the haze. Squinting towards the source, his vision remained blurred, obscured by the fog of his own suffering. Suddenly, a throng of dark silhouettes rushed forth, pulling him from beneath the beast. Leaf-she, how are you? A muffled voice reached his ears, as if filtered through water, rendering it difficult to comprehend. The chieftain half embraced Leaf-she, his pallor alarming, blood streaming from his orifices, and his gaze unfocused, igniting a sense of panic within him. Leaf-she squinted in an effort to concentrate, but as he opened his mouth, another spurt of blood escaped. You've arrived. Quickly, go check on Uncle Pooh over there. The chieftain's throat tightened, his heart heavy, and he hastily replied, All right. Don't speak, young. You all go. This time, nearly all the warriors of Tushan had armed themselves. According to reports from the messenger, the creature they had encountered was a pure-blood feral beast, equivalent to a third-level warrior. How could both Pooh Tai, a second-level warrior, and Leaf-she, an ordinary person who had yet to pass the trials, possibly contend with such a formidable foe? Upon receiving this news, the chieftain felt as though he were aflame with anxiety, sparing not a moment's pause as he led the warriors towards Leaf-she's location. Leaf-she grasped the chieftain's hand, struggling to rise. The uninjured messenger, upon witnessing Leaf-she's dire state, was filled with regret, tears streaming as he pounded his head, repeatedly muttering, I'm so sorry, it's all our fault for leading that beast here. What did you say? The expression of the warriors, such as Tsang Pan and Chi, shifted drastically. In the chaos, the messenger had not had the chance to elaborate, hastily guiding them instead. Now they realized that it was indeed these two trialists who had inadvertently brought the beast to Leaf-she. The warriors glared at the messenger, their faces pale with fury. Every member of Tushan understood Leaf-she's significance. Without him, they would still be starving and parched. Not to mention, there was Pooh Tai, the only second-level warrior aside from the chieftain. If they were to perish here, Tushan would suffer irreparable harm. It's not their fault. It was unintentional, Leaf-she interjected, catching their conversation. Sensing his unfocused gaze, the warriors became agitated, tugging at their hair as they exhaled harshly, yearning to vent their frustration. In a fit of rage, they began to kick the lifeless beast that had once threatened them. At that moment, Leaf-she was too consumed by his own dread to consider their emotions. Thoughts of Pooh Tai overwhelmed him. The image of Pooh Tai, bloodied and collapsed beneath a tree, haunted his mind. Was he still alive? Had he succumbed? The chieftain, upon seeing Pooh Tai's battered form, felt a shudder of despair but remained silent, casting a tentative glance at Young. Young nodded. As long as he is alive. That's what matters, the chieftain sighed in relief. As a second-level warrior, Pooh Tai's recovery ability surpassed that of others. And with the shaman and the hemostatic Sanchi powder available, there was hope. Despite the gruesome sight, Leaf-she's heart raced with anxiety. How is he? Several warriors hoisted the feral beast, while the chieftain personally crouched down to carry Leaf-she on his back. Within the tribe, the people of Tushan awaited anxiously in the clearing. The shaman, leaning on a bone staff, gazed deeply into the jungle, his expression inscrutable. Among the crowd, Jimu trembled, tears welling in his eyes as he anxiously asked Diao, Do you think Leaf-she will be all right? Diao furrowed her brow, remaining silent. hearing this, firmly asserted. Leafshe will be fine. Uncle Poo will be fine too. His tone was resolute, though one could not tell if he sought to reassure others or himself. Suddenly, the shaman took a step forward, and moments later, the chieftain and young emerged from the trees. Upon seeing Leafshe, bloodied and gasping on the chieftain's back, and Poo Tai, unconscious and drenched in blood, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The shaman's eyelids flickered at the sight. The crowd surged forward. Leafshe, Leafshe, how are you? As Leafshe, still atop the chieftain's back, perceived the swarm of indistinct figures closing in on him, he hastily dismounted. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and his legs faltered, but the chieftain and the crowd quickly steadied him. Worriedly, Leafshe glanced back, vaguely perceiving a crowd around Poo Tai as well, and he urged, "Everyone, don't crowd around Uncle Poo. He might have difficulty breathing." Before he could finish, a sharp pain twisted in his abdomen, and he tasted blood in his throat. The crowd shuddered. The chieftain, trembling, said, "We understand. Don't speak for now." The shaman inquired, "How do you feel?" Leafshe's insides throbbed painfully, and the world spun before him. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he managed to say, "I'm fine, shaman. Please go help Uncle Poo first." The shaman nodded, speaking softly, "Good child, don't worry." Poo Tai lay on the ground, bloodied and battered, without a single intact patch of skin, evoking a profound sense of dread among the onlookers, revealing the ferocity of the battle. The shaman placed his hand over Poo Tai's heart, gradually channeling his power. Some tribe members brought Sanchi powder, evenly sprinkling it over Poo Tai's wounds, and the blood that had been gushing began to slow. The tribe members let out a collective sigh of relief. The buzzing in Leafshe's ears persisted. The shaman's voice was quiet, and he could not discern the words. "Is Uncle Poo all right?" He confirmed, his voice strained. The chieftain responded loudly in his ear, "Rest assured. Poo Tai is fine. In a couple of days, he will be as lively as ever." Finally, Leafshe felt a weight lift from his heart. As long as he is fine, that's all that matters. As these thoughts settled, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him. The shaman placed a hand upon Leafshe's head, and a comforting warmth radiated from above, easing his pain almost instantly. After a moment, the shaman softly advised, "Rest as much as you can. It will aid your recovery. You should be back to normal in about half a month." "Yes, shaman." Following the shaman's treatment, Leafshe felt a significant alleviation of pain, his vision becoming clearer, though fatigue weighed heavily upon him, urging him to sleep. Chapter 42. Was it accidental? In a deep slumber, Leafshe awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. The pain that previously burdened him had vanished, and his vision and hearing had returned to normal. A cool weight pressed heavily upon his chest, prompting him to rise and gently place the little creature, Jiao Jiao, who had been sleeping on him, onto the ground. Jiao Jiao opened its eyes, briefly moved around his feet, then affectionately climbed up his ankle and settled around his neck. The little one had grown swiftly. What had once been the size of a thumb was now as thick as his wrist within just a month. Upon exiting the cave, he encountered Jue. Leafshe greeted him with a smile. Jue scrutinized him with concern, asking, "Why not rest a bit longer?" The shaman said, "You need more sleep." Leafshe spread his arms wide, showcasing his recovery. "Look, I am completely fine." Yet, Jue's expression remained troubled. "Is that so?" The shaman mentioned a recovery period of half a month. "Do not overexert yourself." "I truly feel well." Leafshe shifted the conversation, inquiring, "By the way, how long did I sleep?" "Just one night." Jue emphasized the word one with particular stress. The memory of Leafshe bleeding profusely the previous day made Jue's heart ache. How could such severity be resolved with merely one night's rest? Leafshe scratched his head, realizing why Jue was so agitated. He had thought he had slept for 2 days. He recalled the shaman suggesting a recovery of about half a month, yet he felt remarkably well, without a hint of discomfort. Surely, it must be the effect of the exotic flower? He wondered about Poo Tai's condition. Was he awake? "Ah," Jue exclaimed, watching Leafshe's retreating figure with a sigh of resignation, then smiled again. Upon entering Poo Tai's stone chamber, Leafshe was taken aback. The small space was filled with the leaders of the Tushan Tribe, including Poo Tai, the chief, the shaman, and Yong. Poo Tai leaned against the stone wall, his complexion waxen, eyes cast downwards. The others wore solemn expressions, deep in thought, the atmosphere thick with gravity. Hearing movement, they looked up to find Leafshe standing at the entrance. In unison, they exclaimed, "Leafshe?" The heavy atmosphere dissipated instantly. Leafshe smiled, first assessing Poo Tai. Although he appeared weary, he did not seem to be in mortal danger, which relieved Leafshe's heart. "Shaman, chief, Uncle Pooh, Uncle Yong, you are all here. He greeted each of them. Yong frowned disapprovingly. Why are you up already? Shouldn't you rest more? I am perfectly fine. Before they could voice further admonitions, Yushi turned to Pooh Tai. Uncle Pooh, how do you feel? Yushi understood that Pooh Tai was trying to comfort him, feeling a rush of emotion, yet was at a loss for words, as any spoken seemed overly sentimental. After a pause, he managed to say, Uncle Pooh, I owe you my gratitude. You were incredibly brave yesterday. Recalling the fierce confrontation, Pooh Tai chuckled awkwardly. Oh, it was nothing. Observing Pooh Tai's embarrassed expression, Yushi quickly amended. That beast was formidable. It was truly impressive of you to confront it. The chief chuckled. Yushi, you may not know, but the beast you encountered yesterday was a pure-blood ferocious creature, equivalent to a third-level warrior. The fact that you fought it for so long, and one of you even managed to kill it with a bow, is astonishing. As the chief spoke, admiration flickered in the eyes of the others. While Pooh Tai took it in stride, the thought that Yushi, an untrained trialist, could seize the opportunity to use a poisoned arrow to pierce the creature's eye and ultimately slay, it was indeed remarkable. However, the risk involved was also considerable. Pooh Tai earnestly warned, Yushi, it was fortunate that you discovered the black bone grass. Had you not found it or missed your shot, you could have perished. Next time, if you encounter such a situation, flee if possible, do not act foolishly. Uncle Pooh, you knew you couldn't win, yet still came to save me. Yushi grinned. So we are quite alike. The group paused for a moment, then erupted into laughter. Pooh Tai chuckled, patting his forehead. It seems I have no grounds to lecture you. The chief laughed. You two are both so impulsive. Yushi, puzzled, asked, have such powerful ferocious beasts appeared near a tribe before? A pure-blood ferocious beast, equivalent to a third-level warrior. Within the small Tushan Tribe, the strongest warriors were only second level. If such creatures were frequent, the tribe would have been annihilated long ago. As this topic arose, Yushi keenly sensed the atmosphere in the cave grew heavy again. The chief's smile faded, and he furrowed his brow, speaking slowly. Generally, pure-blood ferocious beasts do not appear near tribes. Generally? Yong clarified. Because the land east of the Black Spine Mountains, where our tribe resides, is quite barren, powerful beasts prefer the richer lands west of the mountains. Why is it considered barren? The trees here are quite lush. Consider this. Most of our people go their entire lives without encountering rare flowers or herbs. Are there many rare flowers and herbs in the West? I cannot say for certain, but there are certainly more than here. Ferocious beasts desire rare flora as much as we do, so they are reluctant to venture to our side. Then why would this pure-blood beast abandon the East for our territory? Was it merely this one? Or? The chief pondered for a moment. Perhaps it was. Perhaps it was not. Yushi pressed. What if it is not? At this, the room fell silent. Pooh Tai spoke hoarsely. If it is not, then a great upheaval may be imminent. Yushi's heart sank. A great upheaval? The chief reassured him. Do not worry, even if the sky were to fall. We elders will support you. The shaman, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Today I will conduct a divination. For the next few days, the hunting and gathering team should refrain from leaving the tribe. The Tushan shaman was a blessing shaman, primarily focusing on blessings, and divination was not his forte, as it demanded significant shamanic energy and often yielded ambiguous results. Thus, he rarely performed it. The decision to consult the spirits this time indicated genuine concern. Yushi slowly exited the dark cave, standing at the entrance, lost in thought as he gazed into the forest ahead. A mountain breeze rustled through the trees, causing leaves to whisper and tousling his hair and garments. He recalled the blood-red dandelions encountered on the road to Hei's, the herd of giant beasts, and the cryptic discussions at the Hua tribe. His heart raced, and an unsettling premonition surfaced. Chapter 43. The Thorn Trap. Are you feeling unwell anywhere else? As Yushi stood at the entrance of the cave, many members of the Tushan tribe gathered around him, expressing their concerns with warm greetings. The heaviness in Yushi's heart gradually dissipated in the warmth of their words. He looked around and saw familiar faces in the crowd, Songpan, Chi, Jimu, and Yaowan. When he noticed the silent yet concerned gaze of the weasel among the crowd, Yushi was somewhat surprised and offered a slight nod and smile. The weasel, momentarily taken aback, moved its mouth as if to smile but ultimately failed. By the time it looked again, Yushi had shifted his gaze. Thank you, everyone. I'm perfectly fine now, Yushi said with a smile. Truly remarkable for our shaman apprentice to recover so swiftly, one exclaimed. Indeed. How else could one slay a ferocious beast? Another added. Yushi, you are incredible. You managed to kill a ferocious beast before even becoming a reserve warrior. Someone remarked. What are you talking about? Yishi is already a reserve warrior, another corrected. Right. I misspoke. Yishi blinked, finally recalling that yesterday was his reserve warrior trial. Did that mean he had passed? Turning to Zue, he asked, did I pass the trial? Zue, smiling broadly, patted his shoulder. Yes. Uncle Pooh woke up last night and said he witnessed you shoot down a springbok, so you are now a reserve warrior. Yishi felt a surge of emotion. Uncle Pooh had sustained such serious injuries yet still remembered this event. That was a pure-blooded ferocious beast. And its core was far more valuable than that of a mixed-blood ferocious beast. It would have been a pity had it been left in the wilderness for others to claim. Did you strip the meat? You didn't eat it, did you? It's toxic. Yishi frowned. Rest assured, we are not that foolish. The blood that bird released was entirely black. Consuming its flesh would surely be fatal, Zue sighed. But it's such a waste to discard pure-blooded beast meat. Yishi felt a pang of regret, but at that moment, preserving his life was paramount. He couldn't afford to worry about the potential contamination of the beast meat. The beast core wasn't contaminated, was it? He asked. Of course not. Speaking of which, since you killed the pure-blooded ferocious bird, I believe the chieftain will bestow its core upon you shortly. A hint of envy shimmered in Zue's eyes. Zue was exceptionally gifted and had passed the trial early on. Yet he had delayed his transformation into a warrior during the grand ceremony, due to the lack of quality beast cores in the tribe. Using a mixed-blood beast core would be a waste of Zue's talent, so both the shaman and the chieftain advised him to wait, hoping for a chance to hunt a superior ferocious beast. This wait had lasted 3 years. This beast core should also belong to Uncle Pooh. If it weren't for his valiant efforts, I would have perished, Yishi insisted. Uncle Pooh has no need for the beast core. It rightfully belongs to you. Even so, Yishi felt it unjust to claim the spoils when Uncle Pooh had nearly lost his life battling the ferocious beast. Remembering the bird's formidable beak and sharp claws, Yishi pondered making a weapon for Uncle Pooh. After all, Uncle Pooh's bone knife had been damaged by the bird's beak and needed replacing. Suddenly, a gust of wind rustled the trees. What's wrong? Zue asked. Feeling uneasy, Yishi smiled and shook his head. Nothing. Today. Neither the foraging team nor the hunting team had entered the forest, leaving the usually spacious area somewhat crowded. People sat on wooden stumps or rocks, animatedly discussing the events of the previous day, particularly the ferocious bird. The loudest voices belonged to the warriors who had gone into the forest for the rescue, frequently glancing at Yishi as they exaggerated their tales. The area was small, and Yishi could hear every word clearly. One arrow to slay a pure-blooded beast. How foolish for it to provoke a shaman apprentice from Tushan. The beast met a dreadful end. The tales flew from their lips, eliciting a mixture of disbelief and amusement from the listeners. Is this exaggeration not a bit much? Yishi's face flushed with embarrassment, prompting him to turn to Zue. Do they have nothing better to do today? Zue, who had not witnessed the scene firsthand, was also captivated by the warriors' conversations. Indeed. What else can they do if not hunt? Yishi's expression darkened. It was merely an ordinary bow and arrow, not some divine artifact. I was nearly killed by that beast, you know. It was no easy feat, Zue chuckled, eager to say more, but Yishi shot him a sidelong glance. Since you're all so free, why not do something productive? What should we do? Zue asked. Yishi's expression grew serious. Reinforce the tribe's defenses. Defenses? A deep voice suddenly interrupted from behind. The two turned to find the chieftain. What do you propose? The chieftain inquired. In a society where tools were scarce, Yishi contemplated before responding. We shall plant poisonous thorns in the ground and enhance the traps. The chieftain nodded, seeing it as a feasible plan. Very well. We have little to do these days. The tribe had previously planted thorns around the perimeter, but they had not been coated with poison. Typically, poisons lose their efficacy within a few days once exposed to the air, and the nearby forest had been thoroughly cleared by the warriors of Tushan. Unless it was the dangerous night, daytime threats were minimal. To coat the thorns with poison, they first needed to gather some. The warriors, under the shaman's orders, dared not venture into the depths of the forest, but quickly collected a small amount of toxic plants and insects nearby. They unearthed the old thorns and, following Yishi's instructions, buried the new thorns from the outside inward, progressively deeper. Cunningly, a row of very shallow thorns was concealed under the cover of grass, just a foot outward from the thorn trap. Unless examined closely, they would be nearly invisible, and these thorns were coated with the most potent poison. Yishi directed the warriors to dig several deep pits around the perimeter of the thorn trap in an irregular pattern. The warriors, possessing immense strength, dug pits that were at least 5 to 6 meters deep. At the bottom of these pits lay an array of sharp spikes. Falling into one would guarantee a fatal outcome. With limited poison, the spikes at the bottom remained uncoated, trusting that their mere presence would suffice. Looks quite effective. Creatures with weak jumping abilities should shy away from this area, Chi remarked, setting down his bone spade and surveying the traps with satisfaction. Do you think this trap is complete? Yishi replied, not yet. Once everything was covered over the traps, they blended seamlessly with the surrounding ground. The warriors who had participated in digging were astonished at the grass, unable to discern anything amiss. Is there really a trap here? It looks just like the surrounding area. Those who had not witnessed the trap's creation were puzzled, pointing at the seemingly ordinary patch of grass. The warriors who had dug the pits looked on with amusement, enjoying the bewilderment of their fellow tribesmen. Yishi cast a bemused glance at them, carefully sidestepping the wooden spikes on the ground as she approached the trap. Crouching down, she lifted a patch of grass and warned, "Do you see? It's hollow beneath, filled entirely with wooden spikes. Falling in would be disastrous." The tribespeople were taken aback. Indeed, it was a trap. The chieftain expressed his satisfaction with their findings, not only commending Yishi, but also praising the warriors who had participated. The sun ascended higher in the sky. Chapter 44. The divination of the shaman. The shaman's countenance was grave, causing a group of individuals to cease their merriment and adopt a more solemn demeanor. Shaman. They all bowed in unison. The shaman gave a slight nod, yet his face remained devoid of any trace of mirth. Upon closer inspection, a pallor was evident upon his visage. A sense of foreboding gripped Yushi's heart. Could it be that the divination had yielded results? The shaman slowly surveyed the gathered clansmen. Under the weight of his serious gaze, the previously buoyant spirits, lifted by the setting of traps, began to wane. Finally, the shaman spoke, his voice ancient yet resonant. "You are all present, which is fortuitous, for I have matters of import to discuss." The crowd exchanged glances, for it was uncommon to witness the shaman in such a serious demeanor. What could have transpired? They were all aware that yesterday, their trial participants had encountered a pure-blooded beast in the forest. As soon as the shaman's words fell, excitement flickered across the faces of the crowd, their gazes frequently darting towards Yishi. After all, that formidable pure-blood beast had just been slain by one of their own, a disciple of the shaman. The shaman let out an almost imperceptible sigh and continued, "As you all know, our tribe typically does not host pure-blood beasts, and the emergence of that ferocious bird was not a mere coincidence." Not a coincidence. Murmurs of unrest rippled through the crowd at the shaman's proclamation. Pure-blooded beasts were seldom seen, generally maintaining their own territories far from here. The sudden appearance of one in their vicinity had piqued their curiosity, but most had dismissed it as a happenstance without further contemplation. However, hearing the shaman's words, whispers began to circulate, speculating whether another tribe had malevolently lured it here. Although rare, pure-blooded beasts could be sought out if one exerted enough effort, and if another tribe had indeed orchestrated this, it would signify grave enmity. The crowd's attention shifted towards Yang, the captain of the hunting team. Yang's expression was serious. Acknowledging the gaze of the crowd, he nodded. Additionally, creatures native to the eastern Black Ridge Mountains have begun to appear in the forest. Just yesterday, a pure-blooded beast attacked our clansmen. This beast, known as the Qingling Eagle, is also native to the west. The forest is awry, hence I conducted a divination today. The crowd held their breath, tension mounting as they awaited the outcome. The result of the divination was ominous. Ominous. The crowd stood frozen in place. Only a few innocent children, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, engaged in playful antics. The shaman had foreseen the looming panic among his kin, yet his expression remained unchanged. In the coming days, ferocious creatures will increasingly come from the east, rendering the forest ever more perilous. Beasts even more formidable than yesterday's pure-blooded eagle may make their appearance. A wave of disquiet swept through the crowd. Fear began to spread, with many women trembling slightly, supported by their husbands, while the women found solace in their partner's presence. They were oblivious to the subtle tremors coursing through their husbands' hands. To the west of the Black Ridge Mountains lay a forbidden realm. All knowledge of it was gleaned from tales passed down by the great tribes or ancestral lore. Few warriors had traversed the mountains to behold what lay beyond. Yet, it was said that the land was abundant with exotic flora and fauna, but also teeming with fierce creatures. Pure-blooded beasts, rarely seen in their eastern lands, were reportedly plentiful there, much like the ferocious bird that had appeared yesterday, equivalent to a third-tier warrior. In the entire Tushan Tribe, only the chief and Pu Tai were second-tier warriors. If such beasts proliferated, how could Tushan withstand them? Despite feeling pride and excitement at Yi Shi's successful hunt of the pure-blooded beast, each individual recognized the considerable luck involved. Within the throng, the chief and Yong exchanged a glance, both reflecting concern in their eyes. The shaman stood tall, leaning on his bone staff. Though his visage bore the marks of age and his frame was slender, he resembled a resilient pine rooted steadfastly on a cliff, ancient yet unwavering. As he remained there, the shaman allowed the anxious murmurs of his clansmen to wash over him, his eyes tranquil and undisturbed, as if no event could rouse panic within him. As the tide of discussion gradually receded, attention returned to the shaman. His demeanor was composed, as if he had merely announced a trivial matter. The familiar figure, exuding an air of certainty and calmness, gradually restored a sense of peace among the tribesfolk. The shaman embodied their faith. In the ensuing silence, the shaman spoke in a measured tone. There is no need for alarm. The influx of ferocious creatures from the west is merely a transient phenomenon. Tushan need only exercise caution, avoiding the forest, and we shall safely weather this upheaval. From this day forth, the Tushan tribe shall be under strict lockdown. No one is permitted to venture outside without exceptional costs. We have ample provisions, so there is no concern of starvation as long as we remain within the tribe. We shall be safe. With vigilance, Tushan will suffer no losses during this turmoil. Yes, shaman, the crowd replied in unison. The assembly dispersed. Despite the shaman's reassurances, worry lingered on every face, for this was indeed a significant upheaval. Many women began to glance anxiously towards the forest, fearful of any lurking dangers. Some men, upon hearing the shaman's words, hastened towards the small Tushan peak, hoping to survey the surroundings for any increase in menacing creatures. Two young children, unaware of the gravity of the situation, began to play and chase one another, only to be swiftly caught by their respective aunts and chastised with a firm swat. Between the forest and the open area lay a buffer zone, initially deemed safe, where children typically played without concern. However, in this moment, the women's expressions were tense and severe as they reprimanded their children, warning them that their play must remain confined to the open area and caves, forbidding any venture beyond that boundary. Startled by their unexpected punishment, the children burst into tears but quickly stifled their sobs under the stern gazes of their aunts. Nodding in compliance, after the crowd had dispersed, the shaman cast a glance at the chief before turning to make his way towards the cave. The chief promptly followed. They proceeded to a secluded area within the cave. The chief, sensing something amiss, glanced in the shaman's direction. Observing the distance was still considerable, he chose not to inquire further. The shaman regarded the chief with appreciation for his perceptiveness. You have discerned the truth. Perhaps, the chief replied, perhaps not. Chapter 45. Turmoil in the jungle. With a sigh, the shaman fell silent. How could these ferocious creatures have suddenly appeared to our east? The chief furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Over 30 years ago, a vast herd of colossal beasts migrated from distant lands, passing through the western Black Spine, forcing the creatures there to seek refuge on our side. Perhaps this time, it is also due to a large-scale migration of these giants? He recalled that Pu Tai had mentioned encountering a small herd of colossal beasts on his last journey to the Hei's tribe. The shaman pondered for a moment. It is unlikely. Large-scale migrations of colossal beasts follow a certain pattern, and when they traverse the west, the ground beneath us in the east trembles slightly. I have felt none of that this time. Could it be that we have overlooked the tremors, however faint? The chief asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. The shaman regarded him knowingly. Are you concerned that the western Black Spine may be facing drought, prompting the creatures to flee towards us? The chief exhaled a heavy breath. If that were the case, our tribe would be in dire straits. They would have to remain until the arrival of the rainy season. But we are only midway through the dry season. If we cannot venture into the jungle to hunt, what shall our people eat? The food we currently have is barely sufficient. Restlessly, the chief began to pace. What could be the reason? Sometimes, the unknown peril is the most terrifying. Just as our tribe seems to improve, we are confronted with this crisis once more. The shaman replied calmly. We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. Our ancestors will watch over us. He then advised, be sure to maintain the morale of our people. The chief's expression turned serious. Yes, I understand. After exchanging a few more hushed words, they parted ways, the shaman's aged silhouette gradually fading into the depths of the cave. Swallowed by darkness, the chief wiped his face with his hand, and his anxious demeanor vanished, replaced by a sense of composure as he stepped outside. Yi Shi quietly slipped away from his corner. The chief stood at the cave's entrance, lost in thought for a moment, before signaling for a warrior. Yishi, standing not far away, took note of this development. He recognized the warrior, whose movements were deft and adept at concealment, often tasked with scouting during hunting expeditions. He had also been part of the warrior contingent that attended the Hei's trade meeting, where his intelligence had helped the group evade several dangers. Yishi feigned casualness as he moved closer, straining his ears to overhear their conversation. His senses were sharper than they realized. They believed this distance was safe. Yet he could hear every word. The duration of this turmoil remained uncertain, and one could never be too prepared with water. The warrior nodded earnestly. Yes, he accepted his orders, armed himself, and his agile form gradually vanished into the jungle. In the clearing, the tribespeople were restless. Some were sharpening their bone tools, while others crafted implements. With little to occupy himself, Yishi picked up a piece of wood and sat at the cave's entrance, deciding to carve a teacup. Shavings fell to the ground as he meticulously shaped the rough wooden vessel. As time passed, the crude cup began to take form. The sun dipped lower in the sky. The number of wooden cups surrounding Yishi increased, each one lined up in succession, evolving from crude to somewhat presentable. He held a cup embryo in his hands, distractedly etching patterns into its surface, his attention continually drawn to the outside. Yishi set the cup down, his gaze shifting to the chief, who stood nearby. His eyes fixed on the jungle. Though his expression appeared calm, a closer inspection revealed the anxiety lurking within his gaze. As dinner concluded and the fire was extinguished, the warrior's figure still had not returned. The rocks rumbled as they were slowly pushed to seal the cave entrance. Yishi watched the darkness of the night gradually envelop the remaining slivers of light, his heart heavy. The following day, it soon became apparent that the warrior was missing. The chief informed everyone of the grim reality. They had not anticipated the jungle's sudden danger, where even the most skilled scout could meet with misfortune. Yet amidst the disheartening news, there was a glimmer of hope. Their traps had successfully ensnared a strange beast. This creature, with a blue face and sharp fangs, was covered in spikes and appeared formidable, yet it lay lifeless, impaled by the very spikes of the trap. The trap had worked. The tribe members extracted the unfamiliar beast from the trap and carefully concealed it once more. With this success, hope rekindled among them, and they united to dig several more traps. On the third day, 2 ferocious creatures fell into the trap. On the fourth day, a colossal beast trampled over the trap, invading the clearing with the intent to assault the tribe. Yet it succumbed to its own demise as its foot was pierced by toxic thorns, collapsing shortly thereafter. By the 5th and 6th days, the monsters ensnared within the trap grew increasingly formidable and bizarre. As dusk approached, the jungle echoed with spine-chilling roars. On the 7th day, a pure-blood beast intruded upon the tribe. Fortunately, Putai had recovered by then, and alongside the chieftain, with the shaman bestowing blessings upon the warriors, the 3 united to vanquish the pure-blood beast. Meanwhile, the terrifying roars from the jungle became ever more frequent. By the 10th day, the jungle resounded with a cacophony of beastly howls, some alarmingly close to the tribe. At the sound of these roars, children bled from their eyes and noses, their fathers hastily covering their ears and whisking them deep into the cave. On the 15th day, the entire tribe dared not venture outside, barricading the cave entrance with massive stones, huddled within as they trembled in fear, listening to the myriad of roars from outside. At times, separated by mere walls, they could hear the violent clashes of the ferocious creatures. By the 20th day, the food supplies in the cellar began to dwindle. On this day, a beast began to push against the rocks, attempting to breach their sanctuary. The warriors braced themselves behind the stones, successfully thwarting the creature's invasion. The tribe had lived in constant dread for days, confined in the pitch-black cave. Finally, a child could endure no more. Covering their ears against the roars, the child tremulously asked their mother, "When will they leave?" Their voice trembled with tears. Their mother, equally uncertain, could only offer solace, "They will leave soon. They will leave soon." The little flower, relocated to the cave by Yishi, was also restless. After days of hunger, it appeared revitalized, scuttling about the entrance with its tiny legs, no longer emitting whimpers, merely yearning to escape the confines of the cave. They had all been starved, after all. With the tribe's limited food supply, even the people were going hungry, and thus the needs of the little ones were barely met, just enough to keep them alive. Come the morning of the 21st day, the earth-shattering roars from outside abruptly ceased. The exterior was enveloped in silence. The cave, too, was still, quiet enough for everyone to hear the rhythm of their own heartbeats. It seemed as though all the ferocious creatures had vanished overnight. The chieftain, his gaze grave, scrutinized the boulders blocking the cave entrance as though he were confronting an ancient behemoth. Wait, do not remove the stones just yet. This wait extended until the afternoon, with the outside remaining eerily quiet. The chieftain directed the tribe to conceal themselves deeper within the cave. Then, along with several brave warriors, he cautiously approached to shift the massive stones. Chapter 46. The True Turmoil. A number of warriors, weapons in hand and bodies taut, fixed their gaze upon the cave entrance, ever ready for battle. Defying the chieftain's objections, Yishi insisted on standing with them. He held his bow, the string drawn taut. The massive stone slowly shifted, blinding sunlight pouring in. Having dwelled in darkness for too long, the warriors squinted against the sudden brightness. As the stone was fully removed, the familiar expanse of yellow earth greeted them, with distant trees swaying gently in the clear sunlight, casting dappled shadows, a scene of tranquility. No creatures emerged to attack. The warriors, however, did not allow the serene landscape to lull them into complacency. They gripped their weapons tightly, cautiously scanning their surroundings as several formed an arc and stepped slowly out of the cave. Yishi maintained his stance, bow raised, as he too cautiously exited. He observed the area vigilantly, his ears attuned to the faintest sound. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely as they stood exposed in the open air. The warriors fared better. But for Yishi, an ordinary man, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead from the heat. After a prolonged moment of tension in the clearing, with no signs of danger, they finally began to relax. Changpan lowered his weapon, exhaling a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "They have finally retreated." The other warriors shared in his joy. Suddenly, a swift black streak darted from the cave. Yishi focused intently, realizing it was Jiao Jiao, and rushed forward to catch it before it vanished into the thicket. Jiao Jiao thrashed violently in Yishi's grasp, hissing and attempting to bite him. Yishi furrowed his brow, gripping the serpent's head to prevent it from biting down. Changpan chuckled. This little one must be famished after days of hunger, eager to hunt in the jungle. With the beast horde having retreated, laughter resumed among them. Yishi continued to soothe Jiao Jiao, attempting to calm its frantic demeanor. Yet, the chieftain's tense expression remained unchanged, his eyes fixated on the jungle as if trying to discern a flower from the foliage. Changpan, you go over there. Dahi, you check that side. And you, go to the chieftain, he commanded, directing the warriors to explore the jungle. The silhouettes of the warriors vanished into the verdant depths, each face adorned with relieved smiles. They delighted in the thought that they had finally weathered this crisis. The tribe's food supplies were dwindling, and they could finally venture into the jungle to hunt. Chieftain, nothing is stirring over here. Chieftain, no fierce creatures are present on my end either. As reports of safety filtered back, the chieftain's rigid demeanor began to soften. Yet, Yishi's expression remained grave. Something felt amiss. It was too quiet. Upon closer listening, he realized that even the sounds of birdsong were sparse in the jungle. Yishi slung his bow over his shoulder and swiftly climbed a tree, standing atop it to gaze at the sky. Only a few birds circled above. As he scanned the surroundings, his keen eyesight failed to spot even a single large creature. Something was definitely wrong. Yishi felt every hair on his body stand on end. The shadows of the trees whispered as he dashed down the slope, moving with incredible speed, almost expending all his strength. A voice within urged him onward, faster, run faster. Driven by an inexplicable sense of peril, Yishi ascended the small mountain at breakneck speed. Upon reaching the summit, he stood on a massive boulder, surveying the distance. The winds tousled his hair while the sun blazed fiercely above. The landscape stretched far and wide. Yishi sensed something and turned his gaze toward a particular direction. There, the majestic snow-capped mountains loomed, the Snow Spine mountain range, standing in stark contrast to the dark ridges beyond. That was the end of this realm. Moments later, a small black dot appeared conspicuously against the peak of the Snow Spine mountains. This dark stone stood out like a tiny hole in a sheet of white paper, disturbingly incongruous. Yet, this dot was merely the beginning. Soon, it expanded rapidly, like ink spilled on a page, or an overturned anthill. As countless black entities cascaded down from the Snow Spine mountains, a shiver coursed through Yushi's body. He squinted, peering intently at the source of the commotion, only to see that the black tide was a horde of colossal insects. Countless dark creatures poured silently from the mountains, surging toward him, a sight both magnificent and terrifying. The once pristine white of the Snow Spine mountains was completely obscured by the encroaching swarm. This was an insect tide. A chilling wave surged up his spine, and for a moment, Yishi felt paralyzed with fear. He had to run. It is said that descending a mountain is often more treacherous than climbing. One must be cautious not to fall. But at that moment, Yishi could heed none of this. His heart raced violently in his chest. Thump, thump, thump. In a frantic dash, he stumbled and fell, rolling several times down the slope. Yet, feeling no pain, he sprang back to his feet and continued to run, only to fall again and rise once more. By the time Yishi reached the base of the mountain, he was a mess, covered in dirt and scratches. At the foot of the mountain, the tribe had all emerged from the cave to bask in the sunlight. The warmth of the sun, which they had found irritating before, now felt incredibly welcoming after hiding in the cave for so long. After living in fear for days, the absence of danger brought smiles to everyone's faces. Quick! Back into the cave! Yishi roared at the crowd. Everyone froze, not moving. Seeing Yishi in such a disheveled state, Zoe looked on in astonishment, laughingly asking, "What happened to you?" Yishi was frantic. The insect tide moved with alarming speed, and he had already lost precious time descending the mountain. There is danger. Everyone, back into the cave. Yet the crowd remained unmoved, staring at him in confusion. Yishi shouted, "I command you as a disciple of the shaman, everyone, immediately return to the cave." Now, having never seen Yishi in such a state of agitation, the people were taken aback. However, his words had carried weight in recent days, prompting them to comply and hastily retreat to the cave. The chieftain, Yang, and Changpan were among the last to withdraw. As the chieftain and Changpan pushed against the stone, the chieftain inquired, "What is approaching that has you so anxious?" Suddenly, a rustling disrupted the air, and from the verdant thicket emerged a horde of grotesque, terrifying giant insects, rapidly advancing toward them. Many stood at the cave entrance, some women shrieking in fright at the sight. Yang, witnessing this, was momentarily stunned. Yishi, seeing the scene unfold, lunged to assist the chieftain in pushing the rock. His face flushed with urgency as he shouted at Yang, "Hurry, come help." Though the chieftain and Pu Tai had not yet seen the approaching horror, they recognized the alarm in Yishi and Yong's voices and intensified their efforts. Those behind them, gripped by fear, scrambled to aid in pushing the stone. Yang quickly joined in. Panting heavily against the rock, Yishi finally paused, having sprinted without rest. The chieftain, who had been focused on the stone, noticed Yong's reaction and urgently asked, "What happened? What did you see?" Yang took a deep breath, his usually steady voice trembling. "There are countless giant insects. They swarm the jungle everywhere." A wave of dread filled him. Had Yishi not warned them in time, he could not fathom the consequences for the tribe. The chieftain's eyes widened in alarm. "You mean the insect tide?" Yishi's voice was low and somber. "From the summit. I witnessed those creatures surging over from the other side of the snowy mountain, in numbers so vast they completely obscured the mountains themselves." Yang's voice trembled, and despite his efforts to maintain composure, it was evident. "I just saw that in the jungle. Each of those insects was as large as a giant rhinoceros beetle." A chilling sensation surged through the hearts of everyone present. A tide of such insects was indeed unstoppable. It was no wonder that even the ferocious beasts had vanished. The creatures from the west must have been frightened into retreating to the east. Yet, those insects had followed them eastward, causing the beasts to disappear overnight in sheer terror. The chief's chest heaved violently. The divination had foretold calamity. He had believed it pertained to the ferocious creatures from days past. But the true menace lay in this tide of insects. Chapter 47. The onslaught of the insect tide. Yishi appeared disheveled, his body caked with mud, and he was still panting heavily. All eyes were fixed upon him. The chieftain's heart swelled with a tumult of emotions, regret, fear, gratitude, and a touch of relief, each vying for expression within him. After a moment's pause, he clenched his right fist and, in a manner befitting a friend, delivered a hearty thump to Yushi's shoulder. Yishi felt a powerful force strike him, causing him to stagger backward several steps before regaining his balance. Pain shot through his right shoulder, and he winced, cradling it with a grimace. The others cast reproachful glances at the chieftain. Seeing their expressions, the chieftain's face flushed as he stammered, "I forgot to moderate my strength. Are there truly many insects rushing in from outside?" The first to rush into the cave, the Tushan people, who had taken refuge deep within, remained unaware of the chaos outside. Upon hearing the commotion, they approached quickly, uncertainty evident in their voices. "Yes, a multitude of black insects are swarming in from the forest. It's terrifying. Each one is enormous. Ancestors, this is the insect tide. This is indeed the insect tide." They spoke in a flurry, still reeling from the earlier shock. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from behind the rocks. A cacophony of movement, suggesting a multitude of legs scrambling. The crowd fell silent, many swallowing hard. Yishi, did your urgency in getting us into the cave stem from seeing the insect tide? In the hushed atmosphere, one voice, barely above a whisper, inquired. The speaker hesitated at the mention of the insect tide, as if the term itself was foreign and daunting. More and more people gathered around. Suddenly, the shaman strode in with his staff. Shaman. The crowd bowed in unison. The shaman's brow furrowed in agitation as he declared, I sensed a disturbance, as though something critical was amiss. You must not leave the cave. The crowd exchanged glances. They had already ventured outside, but the shaman had been deep in meditation, unaware of their actions. The chieftain, feeling remorseful, spoke up, Shaman, we did step out for a moment. We did not mean to disregard your presence. We merely wished to avoid disturbing your meditation. The crowd lowered their heads, feeling as if they had committed a transgression. The shaman frowned, fixing his gaze upon the rock wall. It dawned on him, now that he was calm, that the rustling sound from outside had intensified. The chieftain spoke with a gravelly voice. Shaman, the insect tide has indeed arrived. The shaman's pupils constricted as he stared intently at the chieftain. You speak of the insect tide? The chieftain nodded. Outside, it is likely that a veritable sea of insects has descended upon us. Had Yishi not alerted us in time, the Tushan tribe would likely have been obliterated. At this revelation, a wave of dread washed over the crowd as they turned their grateful gazes toward Yishi. The shaman, too, felt a rush of fear and relief, his aged hand gently stroking Yishi's head as he murmured, Good child, good child. To be thus patted by the shaman was a coveted honor for every member of Tushan. Yet Yishi felt uncomfortable, aware that this gesture was one of gratitude. And he endured it with reluctance. The rustling outside grew increasingly pronounced, and insect appendages began to emerge from the crevices of the rocks. Suddenly, the rocks shifted slightly. Many sensed the movement, their hearts racing. The shaman noticed too. His expression sharpened as he commanded, Send a few warriors to fetch a large rock from the cave. While the rest of you, 5 of you, brace against the rock. Yes. The warriors responded, and several hastily grabbed their weapons and dashed deeper into the cave, while others positioned themselves against the rock. Yet, it seemed that the very gap was drawing the insects closer, their instincts sensing the warmth of life within. As the rock trembled under their weight, shock painted the faces of the warriors bracing against it. How could these enormous, heavy stones be moved by mere insects? The number of appendages pushing through the gap surged, becoming a chaotic mass, and soon a flattened insect had forced its way into the opening. The chieftain's gaze hardened, his bone knife flashing like lightning. Black ichor splattered as he severed a portion of the insect head, which fell with a thud, grotesque, and nearly half a meter wide. If such a fragment was so large, one could only imagine the enormity of the insects outside. The very tide of these colossal creatures was a sight to behold, so fearsome that even the mightiest pure-blooded beasts fled from the Snow Ridge Mountains, seeking refuge elsewhere, abandoning any thought of resistance. In the dim cave, an icy dread enveloped the Tushan people, their limbs growing cold. A scraping sound echoed as stone met earth, and the rock shifted inward by half an inch. The force from outside was intensifying. In that fleeting moment, more flattened insect heads squeezed through the gap, writhing and struggling to force their bodies inside. The women instinctively bent down to clutch their children, recoiling in horror as they took several steps back. Putai and the chieftain exchanged sharp glances, their hands striking down as more insect heads were severed. Black ichor spewed from the severed ends, cascading down the rock face, splattering onto the warriors bracing against the massive stone. The shaman suddenly called out, Send 3 more warriors to brace the rock. His voice was steady and commanding, his frail figure leaning on the staff like an unyielding tree, orchestrating their defense. As they looked to the shaman, a sense of calm washed over them. 8 warriors pressed against the massive stone, their feet sinking into the earth, leaving deep impressions in the soil. Yishi clenched his fists, watching the swarm of insect appendages still crowding the gap. He could imagine that if one were to gaze down from above, the once verdant jungle would now be utterly consumed by black. Even atop this small Tushan, it was likely that great insects swarmed all around. They were encircled by the insects, and if they could not hold the cave, none would survive this ordeal, not a single bone would remain, as they would be devoured whole by these creatures. For the first time, Yishi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for their little Tushan, for having a cave to shelter them. The small mountain was still substantial, its foundation not as fragile as some sandy hills, which could be easily breached by the insect tide. Yet, a shadow of concern lingered in Yishi's mind. He knew that some smaller tribes had caves so diminutive that he doubted they could withstand this impending onslaught. Survival in this perilous land was indeed a daunting challenge for humanity. Chapter 48. The pillar of the tribe. The sound of a delicate crackling echoed softly, stirring curiosity within Yishi. He perked up his ears and scanned the surroundings, directing his gaze towards the rocks from which the sound seemed to emanate. 8 warriors, flushed and straining, stood against the massive stone, leaving no room for him to press his ear against it to discern the source of the noise. An unsettling feeling gripped Yishi, compelling him to investigate the sound further. After a brief glance, he seized a stone knife hanging at one warrior's waist, hastily uttering, "Let me borrow this," before swiftly approaching the crevice, where he wielded the knife to sever the insect legs that were emerging. He then pressed his ear against the rock, closing his eyes to listen intently. This sequence of actions transpired with remarkable speed, and by the time the chieftain and the others realized what he was doing and attempted to intervene, Yishi was already in close contact with the stone. As the insect legs fell away, new ones immediately wriggled through the gap. Yishi, undeterred by this development, focused entirely on the sounds around him. Suddenly, he felt a sharp sting on his face, prompting him to open his eyes and discover several slender, sharp insect legs probing towards him. Before he could react, the chieftain yanked him away, his face darkening with reproach. "Foolishness," the chieftain chastised. Yishi furrowed his brow and averted his gaze, still preoccupied with the enigmatic noise. A thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning, causing his pupils to constrict as he exclaimed, "They are gnawing on the rocks." "What did you say?" The moment his words left his lips, several voices echoed in disbelief. All eyes in the cave turned towards him, tension palpable among the tribe. Yishi, startled by his own revelation, wished it were not true, yet the more he recalled the sound, the more certain he became. "There is no mistake. I distinctly heard those insects gnawing on our rocks." A collective gasp swept through the crowd as they stared in horror at the immense boulder. Though it was colossal, the ceaseless swarm of insects posed an unfathomable threat, threatening to consume the rock in no time. Wu inhaled deeply and quickly instructed, "Send out 2 more warriors, along with all the stone masons. Everyone, grab your tools and join the warriors inside to excavate the rock. By the way, I know of a particularly resilient rock face in my dwelling." He paused momentarily before decisively adding, "I will lead the way. Follow me, Pu Tai. You come along as well. Ling, guard this spot." The chieftain nodded in agreement, rest assured, as Wu led a group of tribesmen deeper into the cave. The remaining individuals fixed their gazes intently on the entrance, hearts pounding like drums. Initially, the 8 warriors felt secure, but soon the force pressing against the stone intensified, veins bulging in their necks as their feet sank deep into the earth, nearly to their knees. A sense of shock coursed through them. They understood the immense strength of a single warrior, and now, with all 8 straining to hold the door, the sheer number of insects outside was inconceivable. "Keep going. Hold on. Dahi, you are doing great." Many cheered for the warriors at the barricade. It was evident to all that the 8 warriors were struggling. But the boulder could only accommodate this number. Any additional warrior would have to position themselves at the crevice. The chieftain vigilantly observed the warriors' expressions, and upon noticing signs of fatigue, he immediately instructed the others, "You need to relieve them. Remember, it must be one at a time." If all 8 warriors withdrew simultaneously, the swarm outside would surge forward. With one warrior stepping away, the remaining 7 had to exert even greater effort to hold the door, while the departing warrior needed to replace them as swiftly as possible. After a strenuous effort, they finally managed to execute the exchange. The previous 8 warriors collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, while the newly positioned warriors felt as though an ancient beast were attempting to break through. They emitted low growls from their throats, their feet firmly planted in the mud, resisting the terrifying force. In the midst of this struggle, one warrior inadvertently stepped into an empty space, slipping momentarily. The rock shifted an inch. In that instant, several insects partially wriggled through the opening, and as the stone was abruptly pushed, they were immediately wedged in the narrow gap. Their bloated bodies were cruelly constricted, causing them to writhe and screech in agony, their grotesque mandibles snapping at the warriors blocking the entrance. The warriors at the barricade, having expended all their strength, paid no mind to the threat of being bitten. Remaining steadfast, the previously exhausted warriors sprang up, brandishing their weapons at the insect heads. Yishi, meanwhile, drew his bow and aimed at their vulnerable spots, systematically dispatching the encroaching insect bodies. The chieftain, straining against the weight, felt the pressure mounting, beads of sweat mixing with the black ichor of the insects, gasping. I sense that the rock is becoming thinner. We can only hope the warriors inside are hastening their excavation. The depths of the cave were shrouded in darkness. Just as these thoughts raced through his mind, a figure clad in rough linen and leaning on a staff emerged from the shadows. Yushi was momentarily taken aback. It was Wu, striding forth from the depths of the cave. As the crowd expressed their astonishment, Wu raised a hand to silence them. His hair was streaked with gray. His face lined with age, yet his demeanor exuded unwavering resolve. He firmly planted his staff and began to chant an ancient incantation. The air seemed to tremble subtly in response to his archaic words. Yishi closed his eyes, a thrill coursing through him. This sensation was truly extraordinary. The 8 warriors at the barricade felt a surge of boundless energy, while those resting experienced a miraculous revival of vigor. Even Yishi, though not the primary focus of Wu's attention, felt rejuvenated. Wu's expression remained calm, as if reassuring everyone that, as long as he was present, no challenge was insurmountable. In this precarious moment, Wu stood as a steadfast pillar, anchoring the spirits of the tribe. Yishi felt warmth welling in his eyes. Wu was indeed the pillar of the tribe. As long as this pillar remained unyielding, the tribe would endure. Chapter 49. The crack time passed slowly. It was infuriating to be merely an ordinary person while a group of warriors labored tirelessly in the depths, with his presence as a reserve soldier offering little assistance. As Yang took a break, leaning against the wall and massaging his sore arms from overexertion, he remarked to Yishi, "The rock wall inside won't budge so easily." "I know that section well. It's exceptionally hard." A clansman opened a water pouch and handed it to Yang. After hastily gulping down a few large sips, he noticed the anxious expressions of his kin and reassured them. "The rock blocking the entrance is not so fragile. It should hold for a while longer." Crack. Just as he finished speaking, a faint yet distinct sound of shattering emanated from the boulder. Yishi and Yang froze, turning in disbelief towards the source. A thin and distorted crack appeared at the top of the massive stone. The clansmen, who had been fixated on the rock, collectively inhaled sharply as the fissure manifested. The shaman's chant momentarily faltered, unbeknownst to the chief, who was desperately holding the door. The veins on the warriors' necks bulged as they exerted all their strength against the immense pressure, while the shaman continued his incantation, unable to pause. The resting warriors, as if awakening from a dream, sprang to their feet, disregarding their aching bodies, and rushed deeper into the cave. Crack! Another slight sound of fracture echoed. This time, even the warriors bracing the door noticed, their eyes widening in alarm as they glanced upwards. "Focus on holding," Yishi shouted. "Do not lose your concentration." At the entrance, only the 8 warriors holding the door remained. If their resolve wavered, the tide of insects would surge into the cave in an instant. Crack! The fissure spread from the top of the boulder to its midsection. Yishi fixated on the crack, his grip on the bow tightening, palms slick with sweat. The women clutched their children tightly, their faces etched with sorrow, casting terrified glances at the fracture. The men gripped their weapons, jaws clenched, resolute to fight to the death against the invading insects. None had any intention of fleeing deeper into the cave, for even the innermost recesses would be inundated by the swarming creatures. All eyes were fixed on the crack. Perhaps in the next moment, the entire stone would shatter, and an endless tide of gigantic insects would flood into the cave, rendering their bows ineffective. Only the triangular blades might offer a glimmer of resistance. The air was thick with tension. Apart from the shaman's unceasing chant, silence enveloped them. Thump, thump. In the oppressive quiet, Yishi could almost discern the rhythm of his own heartbeat. 10 breaths passed, and the rock remained still. 20 breaths elapsed, and still no movement from the stone. 60 breaths later, it was as if time had frozen, yet the ominous sounds of cracking ceased, igniting a flicker of hope within Yishi. Perhaps there was still time. At that moment, hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed from behind. Crack, crack, crack. The rock erupted with a series of sharp sounds. Yishi turned in disbelief, witnessing the massive stone now adorned with a spider web of fissures. Quickly, Yishi bellowed in desperation. Ah, ah, ah. Crack. Another fracture erupted. Putai and several other warriors, their faces flushed and eyes wild, charged forward, carrying a massive boulder. Boom. A resounding crash echoed from behind. A large chasm split open in the boulder, revealing a grotesque insect head emerging from the void. The cracks on the giant rock had transformed into gaping fissures, and as it seemed poised to shatter, the relentless tide of insects from outside threatened to invade the cave, with the warriors barely a few dozen meters away. Yishi's face turned ashen. Unwillingness surged within him. Why? They were so close. Just a little more. At that moment, the shaman forcefully planted his staff. Boom. The ground reverberated with a dull thud. The shaman's gaze was fixed intently on the entrance, and his chant suddenly grew loud, piercing, and sharp. The insect poised to enter through the crack became momentarily paralyzed, halting in its tracks. The warriors bracing the door felt the immense force from outside dissipate abruptly. Clear the way. The warriors behind, only steps away from the entrance, roared in unison at those holding the door. The warriors guarding the entrance immediately retreated en masse. Boom. The assembled warriors worked together to seal the entrance with a new boulder. The shaman ceased his chanting, taking a few short breaths before his complexion paled. As the incantation halted, the tide of insects surged towards the entrance, and the old rock was shattered into fragments. Just as the old rock crumbled and the new one had yet to settle into place, the insects began to force their way through the gaps. The warriors united their strength, pushing the new rock outward. Bang! The sound of rock colliding with the cave wall echoed. Finally, they had blocked the entrance. Yushi stared intently at the stone ceiling the cave, exhaling a heavy sigh of relief, only to feel his knees weaken, slowly sliding down against the wall. Yushi turned to look at the shaman. The shaman declined the food and water offered by the clansmen, closing his eyes to rest on the ground. All the clansmen, mirroring his actions, gazed at the shaman with profound respect and reliance. After a brief respite, the shaman opened his eyes. This rock should hold for about a day. We do not know when the tide of insects will recede. Warriors, rest a moment before returning to excavate deeper into the cave. Yes, shaman. The warriors replied in unison. Clansmen exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with excitement and relief after the harrowing ordeal. The despairing tide of insects did not recede until 3 days and nights had passed. During this time, the insects relentlessly assaulted. Unlike humans who needed rest, their assault intensified under the cover of darkness. The warriors of Tushan were utterly exhausted. Had it not been for the shaman's continuous incantations, replenishing their strength, they would have surely succumbed. Throughout these 3 days, the ordinary clansmen suffered as well. The tribe's food stores had nearly been depleted during their earlier retreat. As the warriors guarding the entrance consumed vast amounts of energy, the tribe could not allow them to starve. Thus all provisions were allocated to them, leaving only water for the ordinary clansmen. Aside from the children and elders who received minimal rations, Yishi refused any special treatment, enduring 3 days and nights without food. Sharing the same plight as the other clansmen, 3 days without sustenance would not lead to death, but if the warriors lost their strength, they would surely perish. During this period, the shaman bore the heaviest burden. While the warriors could take turns resting, the shaman had not rested at all. For 3 days, Yishi anxiously observed the shaman's condition, fearing he might collapse. Yet, the shaman persevered, standing resolutely until the tide of insects finally receded. At which point he finally slumped to the ground, his once stalwart figure now wavering. Chapter 50. A scene of devastation. Yushi was taken aback. Witch, how do you feel? The witch's complexion was exceedingly poor, taking on a ghastly hue. He waved his hand weakly, murmuring, I am fine. After a moment of resting, the witch attempted to rise again, leaning on his staff. Yishi hurried to assist him. With Yishi's support, the witch gradually stood up. Once steady, he expressed his gratitude to Yishi, his demeanor calm as though he were merely an ordinary, benevolent elder. As Yishi helped the witch, he was startled by how alarmingly thin the witch's arm felt beneath his hand. The witch, leaning on his staff, slowly turned to head deeper into the cave, with Yishi closely following him. No need, my good child, the witch said slowly. You may go outside and bask in the sun. Yishi wished to protest, not wanting to sunbathe, but upon seeing the witch's determined expression, he reluctantly released his hold. The witch, hunched over, proceeded alone deeper into the cave. Fearing the witch might collapse midway, Yishi trailed behind at a distance, watching until the witch safely ascended a stone platform and sat cross-legged before he departed. Upon exiting the cave, Yishi was greeted by blinding sunlight, causing tears to well in his eyes. The land lay in ruins after the insect tide. The ground was strewn with the viscous secretions and excrement of the creatures, alongside the remains of those unfortunate enough to have been caught. The trees in the forest resembled victims of a tornado, mercilessly ravaged. Many of the less robust trees leaned at precarious angles, their leaves and bark devoured, leaving them mottled and bare. The forest was eerily silent, devoid of even a single bird call or insect chirp. With a strange odor pervading the air, an unmistakable scent of insect excretions, Yishi stood in the clearing, surveying the unfamiliar landscape as if he had been transported to another world. Thankfully, they had the cave. This little Two Mountain served as a guardian spirit, shielding the inhabitants of Two Mountain. Without its protection, they would have perished long ago in the face of such a devastating insect onslaught. In a perilous world teeming with dangerous creatures, a sturdy cave might very well be humanity's greatest treasure. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped his stomach. Having gone 3 days without food, the overwhelming pangs of hunger surged forth now that the immediate danger had passed. Outside the cave, ordinary tribespeople, equally famished, were scouring for food. Yishi gazed at the ravaged forest, sensing an insatiable fire burning within his belly. The chances of finding food after the insect tide seemed slim. Yet he had no choice but to search. The tribe was now entirely devoid of sustenance. Weak from hunger, his body felt feeble, but his indomitable will compelled him to run, his eyes scanning the jungle like searchlights, leaving no corner unexplored. Yet, apart from the bones of dead animals, there was not a single rabbit to be found. It was as if the entire jungle had been rendered barren in the wake of the insect tide. Even the fruit grove yielded not a single white fruit, its bark stripped bare. Gurgle. His empty stomach protested loudly, followed by a familiar cramp. Yishi pressed his hand against his abdomen in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort, gazing at the trees with their bark gnawed away, revealing white cores. A dismal thought crossed his mind. Would he have to resort to gnawing on tree bark? Dejected, Yishi made his way back to the tribe. Upon reaching the trap site, he froze. In the clearing, members of the tribe who had ventured into the jungle for food were returning one by one, all empty-handed. They pressed their hands against their aching bellies, despondent. Some began to peel bark from trees, scraping away the rough exterior to munch on the slightly tender inner bark. After a moment's hesitation, the remaining tribe members, succumbing to their hunger, joined in the effort to strip bark, while others crouched in the grass, gnawing on roots. When they caught sight of Yishi slowly approaching, all fell silent. They blamed him for their current plight, for it was his presence that had nearly cost them their lives, and now they faced starvation. The tribe members, clutching strips of bark, gathered around him, curiously regarding the grotesque corpses of the insects scattered on the ground. "Can that be eaten?" they asked, gazing at the repulsive sight before them. The insect's carcass was indeed hideous, the size of a rhinoceros, its exterior covered in a black shell, punctured by wooden spikes from the trap. Oozing black blood, an utterly revolting sight that made it impossible to associate the word food with it. Perhaps it could be worth a try. With that thought, Yishi borrowed a bone knife, prying open the insect's shell along its back, then dissecting it along the seams. When he revealed the meat hidden beneath the shell, his eyes widened in surprise. The flesh on its back was a pristine white, resembling fish meat and appearing edible. The insect's bodily fluids seemed non-toxic, suggesting a high likelihood of being safe to consume. Without a second thought, Yishi cut a piece and brought it to his mouth. "Don't eat that," cried the tribespeople surrounding him, who were nibbling on bark and had gathered to see what he was doing. They were alarmed at the prospect of him consuming the insect meat, fearing it might be poisonous. "I'll eat it first," came a voice from the crowd. Yishi turned to see Jiao, the burly man who had nearly bled him dry on his first day in this world. Jiao's expression was serious. "What if it's poisonous? I'll take the first bite." Yishi, staring at the tender, white insect meat, felt even hungrier as his stomach twisted. He was eager to fill his gnawing hunger, convinced that the insect meat was likely safe to eat. Yet, upon seeing the insistence in the eyes of his fellow tribesmen, he ultimately yielded. Jiao took the insect meat, closing his eyes as if consuming poison, and swallowed it whole. Gasps of astonishment filled the crowd as they witnessed Jiao's action. Most were not as untroubled as Yishi. They harbored a deep aversion to eating insect flesh, preferring to gnaw on bark instead. Their admiration mingled with disgust as they watched Jiao gulp it down without hesitation. After consuming the insect meat, Jiao initially felt a wave of revulsion, gagging slightly. However, after a moment, he realized his body exhibited no adverse reactions, and his stomach, now filled with food, felt less tormented. Yishi rubbed his belly and asked, "Can I eat now?" His hunger was palpable. Jiao touched his own stomach, noting the absence of discomfort. Yet, he understood Yishi's significance to the tribe and did not want to risk any misfortune befalling him. Thus, he hesitated and cautiously advised, "Let us wait a little longer. What if the poison only takes effect later? Perhaps you should nibble on some bark for now." The tribe members, concerned for Yishi's hunger, eagerly offered him their strips of bark, insisting, "It's not bad at all." Yishi found himself with a handful of bark. Chapter 51. A feast. Yishi certainly did not consume tree bark. In his understanding, tree bark was akin to food only meant for dire hunger, comparable to items like cotton husks. He then cut a large piece of pristine white insect flesh, slicing it into chunks with a sharp bone knife. Next, he fashioned a wooden skewer, threading the pieces of white insect meat onto it, as if preparing kebabs, and began to roast them over the fire. The tribespeople, observing that Yishi was merely roasting and not eating, refrained from interrupting. As the flames licked the meat, the white insect flesh gradually cooked, developing golden char marks and releasing an enticing aroma. Suddenly, the sound of gnawing on tree bark and roots ceased, with everyone frozen in a moment of anticipation, hands still raised as if the action had been paused by an unseen force. All gazes were fervently fixed upon the skewers of golden, fragrant meat, and a collective swallow echoed through the air. Yishi sprinkled a few grains of salt over the roasted meat, lifting the skewer with anticipation as saliva pooled in his mouth, unable to resist the temptation. A glance at Jiao revealed him staring intently at the skewers as well. Yishi flashed a toothy grin, his demeanor gentle as he asked, "Is your stomach feeling unwell? May I eat now?" Before he could finish, he took a hearty bite of the insect meat, chewing with delight. Wait a moment, Jiao's voice trailed off, subdued. As Yishi savored the meat, he was pleasantly surprised by its flavor, reminiscent of fish and shrimp, devoid of any unpleasant odor, instead offering a subtle fragrance. Initially, Yishi intended to consume the insect flesh merely to satiate his hunger, but he discovered that this unappealing creature was, in fact, a delicacy, prompting him to devour it with increasing urgency. After finishing, Yishi felt unsatisfied and quickly prepared several more skewers of insect meat. Holding them in both hands and placing them over the fire, the aroma intensified. Unbeknownst to one individual, the tree bark they had been holding slipped from their grasp. Their focus solely on the skewers of insect meat. "May I have a taste?" Someone finally blurted out, unable to contain their desire any longer. At that moment, the insect meat was nearing perfection, and Yishi graciously offered a skewer. "Here, try it. It's no less delightful than any other meat." The person cautiously pulled a piece from the skewer, savoring it slowly. As they chewed, their eyes widened in delight, and soon they were voraciously consuming the meat. "How is it?" Those nearby, feeling increasingly hungry, eagerly inquired. "Delicious, absolutely delicious," they exclaimed, savoring the flavors and licking their lips after finishing the last bite. Now, everyone could no longer contain their cravings. "Yishi, I want a skewer too." "Me too. Could you spare some for me?" Voices clamored from all directions. With a jovial smile, Yishi gestured towards the pile of insects, saying, "There is plenty of meat left. Feel free to indulge. Don't worry about depleting it." There are many more in the traps. Fortunately, they had dug traps previously, and it was fortuitous that the tribespeople had excavated several more upon seeing their effectiveness. Now, after the tide of insects had receded, there lay at least 20 insect carcasses stacked in the pit. Since the insect meat was so delectable, they would not have to worry about food for the next few days. Given the number of people, a single giant insect was insufficient, and they eagerly dragged several more from the traps. Their gazes towards the giant insects transformed from disdain to fervor. To them, these creatures now represented sustenance. Yishi brought out Jiao from the cave. After days without food, Jiao was emaciated and lethargic, half asleep as it hung limply around Yishi's neck. However, upon being brought near the roasted insect meat, Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment, lifting its upper body and hissing as it observed the delicacies. Since snakes cannot consume hot food, Yishi sliced off some raw insect flesh and fed it directly to Jiao. It devoured the meat with an urgency that surpassed even that of humans, consuming nearly 2 pounds before finally stopping. The tribespeople gathered around the bonfire, reveling in their feast. The calamity had passed. They could emerge from the dim cave to bask in the sunlight and fill their bellies, leaving them with no further wants. Suddenly, someone pointed towards the cave entrance, exclaiming in astonishment, "Yishi, your flower has come out looking for you." Yishi turned to see Xiaohua slowly crawling towards them with delicate roots. The past few days had left Xiaohua famished. Initially, it protested against hunger with feeble cries, but gradually its sounds diminished until it fell silent. Perhaps due to its hunger or the confinement within the cave, the once vibrant green leaves of Xiaohua had turned yellow, and its large flower head drooped toward the ground. Yishi hurried over to embrace Xiaohua, which had grown significantly since he first acquired it, feeling its weight in his arms. In its hunger, Xiaohua momentarily forgot its previous fear of Yishi and took a bite of his arm. Ouch! Yishi winced, surprised by the unexpected strength of the creature. "Release me." he commanded. Amidst the feeble whimpers, Xiaohua clung tightly to his arm. With no other option, Yishi allowed it to continue biting while he approached the insect meat, holding a skewer near its mouth. The enticing aroma wafted through the air. Yishi noticed Xiaohua's grip on his arm loosening, and he brought the skewer closer. The flower petals trembled, and with a sudden motion, Xiaohua opened its mouth wide, voraciously consuming the entire skewer along with the branch, initially intending to feed it piece by piece. Yishi was taken aback by Xiaohua's eagerness. Even after swallowing the skewer, Xiaohua remained unsatisfied, whimpering for more. Yishi inspected his arm and found only a minor scratch, realizing Xiaohua was merely expressing its hunger rather than intent on harming him. After a gentle flick to its head, he allowed it to continue. Yishi placed Xiaohua directly onto the pile of insect carcasses, permitting it to feed at will. Xiaohua, truly famished, consumed not only the soft flesh but also devoured every part of the giant insect, leaving no remnants behind. Witnessing Xiaohua's voracious appetite, Yishi instructed the tribespeople to leave the remains intact for later, intending to provide Xiaohua with sustenance. He silently resolved that for the next few days, Xiaohua's diet would not include the white meat, thus serving a dual purpose of cleaning up while satisfying his beloved pet. Chapter 52. Dogtooth. A faint cry of suppressed pain echoed from a distance. Yishi, who had been merrily chatting while savoring insect meat, suddenly froze. He immediately rose and turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. What happened? His fellow tribesmen inquired, noticing his change in demeanor. At this moment, the warriors of Tushan were all resting in the cave, leaving behind only ordinary folk, necessitating extreme caution. The atmosphere among the Tushan people grew tense as they exchanged glances. The women quickly retreated into the cave, cradling their children, while the men hastily armed themselves with spears and stone knives. Leading the way, Yishi, accompanied by a group of determined men, advanced toward the sound. In the pit, Dogtooth lamented his misfortune. A warrior from the Earth Tribe, he had been dispatched by the chieftain to gather intelligence on the Tushan Tribe. However, he had encountered not a single figure before inadvertently falling into a pit. The pit was lined with sharp spikes, and despite his quick reflexes, a cruel wooden spike pierced his foot as he fell. These Tushan people are truly treacherous. He cursed inwardly, realizing the trap was cleverly concealed. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would surely have met a grisly fate. Enduring excruciating pain, Dogtooth attempted to extract his foot from the spike, forcing himself to remain silent. He feared attracting the attention of the Tushan people, as he had faintly heard their laughter moments earlier. Their mirth indicated that Tushan had likely suffered minimal losses during this insect onslaught. If discovered, it would spell doom for him. The wooden spike was thick and long, and after considerable effort, he finally managed to free himself. However, as he prepared to climb out of the pit, he was taken aback to find a throng of hostile men surrounding the edge, their faces etched with animosity. Each man brandished a spear or a knife, their weapons pointed threateningly at him. "Get down," a man shouted, thrusting his spear toward Dogtooth. Though injured, Dogtooth was a warrior, and it would take more than a mere reserve soldier to wound him easily. He sidestepped the attack, but the surrounding weapons moved closer, menacingly pressing against him. A quick glance at his captors revealed that they were all ordinary folk, devoid of any warriors. A glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes as he pushed against the pit's wall, attempting to leap upward. Suddenly, a heavy stone fell upon his head, striking him painfully. Dazed, he nearly lost his grip, heart racing with cold sweat. Below him lay a bed of sharp spikes, and he could not afford another fall. His previous luck could not be relied upon. "Get down," the man shouted again, the spear tip dangerously close to Dogtooth's eye. Meanwhile, Yishi raised a large stone threateningly, arching an eyebrow at him. Lowering the stone, he unstrapped his bow and, in an instant, released an arrow aimed at Dogtooth's left arm. Another arrow swiftly followed, targeting his right arm, both aimed at the critical arteries. Taken by surprise, Dogtooth was struck by both arrows, the searing pain overwhelming his senses. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Yishi and bellowed, "What are you doing?" With an impassive expression, Yishi stowed his bow. He would not underestimate any warrior. With the Tushan fighters absent, they had to exercise utmost caution. If this warrior were to suddenly lash out, escape would become a real threat. Observing Dogtooth's wounded arms and foot, Yishi smirked and said, "You're not here with ill intentions, are you? I am Dogtooth, dispatched by the Earth Tribe as chieftain to see if you need assistance." Silence enveloped the air. No one acknowledged his words, their faces remaining cold and unyielding. Yishi regarded him with a bemused expression before responding. Oh? Your tribe is not preoccupied with feeding itself, but rather wishes to inquire if we require assistance? What could you possibly offer? Yishi's tone lingered as he glanced at Dogtooth's visibly hollowed stomach, continuing with a slow drawl. Food, perhaps? Laughter erupted among the Tushan tribe, their voices ringing with derision. Did they consider the Tushan people fools? If he truly wished to assist, why would he sneak into their territory and remain silent when surrounded? Dogtooth understood they would not easily be convinced, yet he had no alternative. Should he confess that the Earth tribe was on the brink of starvation, seeking to assess Tushan's weakened state to potentially overpower them and resolve their food crisis? I genuinely came to see how you are faring. Knowing you are well puts my mind at ease, he insisted, adamantly asserting his lack of malice. Yishi chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying his claim. Noting Dogtooth's injured arms and foot, which hindered his ascent from the pit, Yishi turned to his tribesmen and commanded, "Continue your meal. There is nothing to worry about here." Although his kin were eager to interrogate this dubious character, they respected Yishi's authority and left without hesitation. "Shui," Yishi called out to a departing tribesman, whispering a few words before allowing him to leave. Once the area was cleared, only Dogtooth and Yishi remained by the pit's edge, seated cross-legged beside the pit. Yishi casually remarked, "Your Earth tribe must have suffered considerable losses, yes?" Dogtooth evaded the question. "Young one, could you help an injured uncle out of here? I am gravely wounded and unable to do much once I'm up." Yishi retrieved an arrow from his quiver and toyed with it, raising an eyebrow and smiling. "Young one?" A chill ran down Dogtooth's spine as the pain in his arms intensified. He suddenly recalled the 2 arrows that had pierced him, realizing that it was this youthful figure who had shot them. Offering an awkward smile, he refrained from speaking further. "This uncle still hasn't informed me of the severity of your tribe's losses," Yishi continued with a grin. "You show such zeal in visiting us. If your situation is dire, we would be inclined to pay you a visit as well." Dogtooth considered this statement with skepticism. Yishi appeared healthy and vibrant, his lips glistening with remnants of a recent meal. If even this non-warrior youth had not gone hungry, surely the Tushan warriors were faring even better. Should the Tushan people behold the Earth tribe's plight, they would likely feast upon them whole. Chapter 53. Awakening the Warrior. Dogtooth carefully maintained his expression. "Our tribe is well. As you should know, we do not prefer living in caves. We typically reside underground. Therefore, upon discovering any danger, we promptly retreat underground, suffering no losses." Yishi smiled enigmatically. "Is that so? Yet, I observe your abdomen appears quite gaunt. If you, a warrior, are this famished, I fear others may be on the verge of starvation." Dogtooth felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. "Our tribe values food preservation. Hence we have managed to endure this ordeal. It is merely my fondness for fresh meat over the dried provisions that has left me somewhat hungry." Suddenly, a sleek black serpent, Jiao Jiao, slithered towards Yishi's leg. She bent down to stroke its head, and Jiao Jiao submissively tilted its head upward. After a moment, Yishi abruptly flashed a toothy grin at Dogtooth. "You are quite the picky eater, unlike my little snake, who consumes everything." The last 4 words were delivered lightly, accompanied by a meaningful glance at Dogtooth's form. Dogtooth's hairs bristled as he let out a dry chuckle. Yet, his hunger was overwhelming. And after having fed the serpent generously moments ago, it had returned seeking more food. Just then, Yishi fell silent, fixing her gaze upon Dogtooth with an odd smile. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Suddenly, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing Dogtooth to turn his head sharply. Like a ravenous wolf that had not eaten for days, it was she, approaching with a skewer of roasted insect meat. Yishi took the skewer and crouched down, bringing the delicious morsel closer to Dogtooth. "Would you like some?" Dogtooth's eyes turned crimson as he fixated on the skewer, swallowing hard. He felt driven to madness by hunger. Unlike Tushan, their tribe lacked ample food supplies. Weeks ago, their provisions had been exhausted, leaving them with no choice but to resort to cannibalism. Yet, it was still insufficient. He was starving. "If you truly desire to eat, then tell me the truth about your tribe's situation," Yishi said, holding the food aloft. Looking down at him, the warriors were utterly exhausted, and it was not until the following morning that they gradually awakened and emerged from the cave. Kangpan, feeling revitalized after a good sleep yet still hungry, rubbed his stomach and lamented, "I am so hungry." Yang surveyed the silent jungle, devoid of even a single bird's chirp. "It seems we may have to endure hunger for a few more days." Ji approached cheerfully, holding 2 skewers of roasted insect meat in front of them. "Come, take a whiff. Doesn't it smell delightful?" Kangpan and Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. The insect meat was pale, its exterior roasted to a crispy golden hue, appearing exceedingly appetizing. The aroma danced around their nostrils, and Kangpan could no longer resist, snatching a skewer. What kind of meat is this? Where did you acquire this food? Why ask so many questions? It's for you. Will you eat it or not? Ji replied. Eat, eat, eat. They feared nothing. After all, Ji would not serve them toxic meat. During their days of refuge in the cave, although the warriors were prioritized for food, the tribe's supplies were limited, making it impossible for them to indulge. Having slept soundly, they were now ravenous, and with such delectable food presented before them, how could they refuse? The two devoured their meal hungrily as Ji watched with a grin. You were curious about what kind of meat this is, right? It's insect meat. To ensure they understood, Ji added cheerfully, it's from those insects in the swarms, the black ones that ooze black liquid when cut. Kangpan and Yong froze in disbelief. They had just consumed insect meat? A wave of nausea washed over them, and Yong retched while pointing at Ji. You little rascal. Kangpan felt equally nauseated, wanted to strike him. Ji, chuckling, hastily fled. Yi Shi, observing their reactions, approached with a smile. What's wrong with insect meat? Is it not tasty? Kangpan and Yong exchanged glances. They didn't find it distasteful, merely revolting. After all, it was insect flesh. The image of the grotesque creatures made them want to vomit. Turning to serious matters, Yong quickly resumed a grave demeanor. Have you explored the jungle? Not a single rabbit in sight. Suddenly, a familiar deep voice resonated from behind. The tribe's cellar was now empty, and the clan's folk had endured 3 days of hunger. They could not afford to starve any longer. After a night of rest, the chief appeared to be in good spirits. Footsteps echoed behind him as one warrior after another emerged from the cave. Yushi gazed at the familiar faces, smiling. Do not worry about food. We can consume insect meat. Insect meat, exclaimed the warriors in unison, aside from Yong and Kangpan. The chief had only heard them discussing the creatures of the jungle and was surprised to hear about insect meat. Yishi glanced at Kangpan and Yong. They just had some insect meat. Quite tasty, wouldn't you agree? Kangpan and Yong forced a smile. Yong remarked, it is indeed palatable. Provided you do not mention it as insect meat. Yushi's expression turned serious. At this moment, not only are there no game animals in the jungle, but even the edible plants and fruits have been ravaged by the insects. During these trying times, let us make do with insect meat. The warriors' expressions grew solemn. Yong and Kangpan began to reflect on whether they had been too finicky, observing Yishi and she consuming the meat, along with the other tribesfolk. They questioned why they themselves could not stomach it. The chief spoke up. Yishi is right. Since insect meat is consumable, we shall eat it. Tushan people are not so delicate. Then, recalling something, the chief turned to Yishi with a hint of concern. How long can insect meat sustain us? Another matter arose. Yishi recounted the details regarding the individual captured from the Earth tribe, including the information he had gleaned from Dogtooth. Pu Tai, after listening, sneered. The Earth tribe has quite the audacity to covet our Tushan. The Earth tribe's strength was slightly inferior to Tushan's, and their attempt to scout had been driven by sheer luck. She coldly chuckled. Have they lost their minds from hunger? To feast upon us, they must first possess the capability. The Earth tribe's covetousness ignited the fury of every Tushan warrior. Yishi paused before continuing. According to him, they initially intended to assault the Yohu tribe, yet they found the Yohu tribe's cave had collapsed, with all its members perishing in the insect onslaught, leaving only scattered bones behind. Upon hearing that the Yohu tribe had been annihilated in the recent insect disaster, a somber mood enveloped the group. The Yohu tribe was relatively weak. Their inferior strength had led them to occupy smaller caves. Their demise was likely due to their cave's inability to withstand the insect tide's force. Once again, they felt fortunate that their cave was sturdy, otherwise, they too would be in the belly of the insects. The chief said, Li Tu, go investigate the current status of the Earth tribe, if they are indeed faltering. At this point, a glint of malice appeared in the chief's eyes. Chapter 54. The slaves as Yishi observed the excited demeanor of Li Tu and the chieftain engaged in conversation. He understood that the strength of the Earth tribe had indeed been diminished due to the recent turmoil in the jungle. Shortly thereafter, the chieftain emerged to announce to the entire tribe that the Two Mountain would attack the Earth tribe the following day. At dawn, the warriors of Two Mountain surged forth to assault the Earth tribe. Within the tribe, the waiting clansmen busied themselves with their tasks, though they frequently glanced toward the jungle. Their expressions a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, their focus on their work faltering. In contrast to the worried tribespeople, Yushi harbored a deep confidence regarding the impending attack on the Earth Tribe. Thus, he sought out a sturdy tree, comfortably leaning against its trunk as he picked up a piece of wood and diligently practiced his carving skills. He aimed to sculpt a teapot adorned with intricate patterns that day. The essence of carving lies in concentration and patience. Consequently, Yushi approached his task with utmost seriousness, meticulously chipping away at the wood and revising his work with great care. The undertaking was not insignificant, and time slipped by unnoticed until a teapot, embellished with hunting motifs, gradually took shape. With a gentle exhale, Yushi blew away the wood shavings from the pot's surface. He regarded the teapot with satisfaction. Although the body was somewhat warped and the patterns slightly askew, it represented significant progress compared to his previous works. He set the completed teapot aside. Suddenly, a loud crack interrupted his thoughts. Curious about the source of the commotion, Yushi turned to find Zue, chopping wood with fervor. Zue, wielding a stone axe, glared at the log before him as if it were a personal adversary, delivering a powerful blow that split the log in two with a resounding crack. Yushi approached, chuckling. Has this what wronged you? The Earth Tribe is faltering due to the turmoil. Are you still afraid we won't prevail against them? Zue forced a smile. I know, but I fear unforeseen circumstances. If only I were a warrior, I could join them. His voice dwindled as he bent down to pick up another piece of wood, returning to his labor. In truth, Zue had long been capable of awakening as a warrior. However, he was the most gifted reserve warrior in Two Mountain for decades, and the tribe deemed it wasteful to utilize a hybrid beast core to awaken him, as the quality of the beast core directly determined a warrior's potential. If he were to use a hybrid beast core, he would likely remain a level 1 warrior for life, though there were rare instances, like Pu Tai, who managed to break through to level 2 under dire circumstances. Conversely, a pureblood beast core could potentially elevate him to level 3, or even offer a faint chance of reaching level 4. Regrettably, the tribe had not acquired higher quality beast cores, which had delayed his awakening. Yushi reassured him. During the initial turmoil in the jungle, did the tribe not jointly slay a pureblood beast? That core must belong to you. This year, you will awaken as a warrior. Suddenly, a sharp signal sounded from the lookout. The tribe's people dropped their tasks and rushed to the clearing, gazing toward the lookout. Laughter echoed from the jungle. And in the next moment, jubilant warriors of Two Mountain burst through the foliage, striding towards them. The warriors were drenched in blood, their weapons dripping with the remnants of battle. Fresh from victory, they radiated a fierce and brutal aura that instilled a sense of dread. The chieftain, standing before the eager crowd, proclaimed with fervor, "From this day forth, the Earth Tribe shall no longer exist. We, Two Mountain, have obliterated the Earth Tribe." With that, he threw back his head and laughed heartily. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers, rushing to embrace the warriors, unperturbed by their bloodied appearance, caught up in their excitement. The victorious warriors grinned broadly, their ferocity giving way to a childlike glee. As Yushi observed the revelry, a smile crept upon his face. However, standing at the back of the procession were over 50 captives from the Earth Tribe, tightly bound with vines. None of these captives were warriors. Most were women and children. Tribes would never retain warrior captives due to their inherent danger. The Two Mountain people dared not defy the shaman's wishes, leaving the dead behind. The captives shrank back, their eyes filled with a mix of hatred and fear as they regarded the Two Mountain people. Yushi sighed inwardly. The principle of the survival of the fittest is an unchanging truth, particularly in primitive societies. Even though he hailed from a peaceful era, he would not naively aspire to alter this reality, for civilization is eternally built upon the foundation of blood. Yet, the consumption of human flesh was a line he would never cross. As long as he lived, the people of Two Mountain would rather starve than resort to cannibalism. To commemorate their victory, a large bonfire was ignited, and the people of Two Mountain joyously danced around the flames. The annihilation of another tribe was a momentous occasion worthy of grand celebration. For Two Mountain, this victory represented far more than merely acquiring a handful of slaves. It signified the acquisition of the Earth Tribe's storied reserves of beast cores. What do beast cores represent? They symbolize warriors. And what do warriors represent? They herald greater prey and enhanced martial prowess. Observing the chieftain and the others, their faces split with smiles. Yushi understood that the haul of beast cores from the Earth Tribe would be substantial. It seemed that this year, Two Mountain would see several new warriors emerge. Amidst the fervent celebrations, a few exuberant warriors seized a woman from the captives, disappearing into the woods. This initial act was quickly followed by many more warriors dragging women from the throng of captives. The tribe's people erupted in laughter and cheers at their antics. The festivities continued until nightfall. Upon returning to the cave, Yishi called to the chieftain, who was preparing to rest, and exchanged a few words with him. Initially, the chieftain's face still bore the exhilaration of victory, but as Yishi spoke, his expression shifted to one of gravity. After a moment of contemplation, he stated that he would consult with the shaman. The following day, the chieftain summoned everyone in the tribe, including the 50 captives, and announced a significant decree before all present. First, a female slave who bore 3 children for 2 Mountain would be granted her freedom and recognized as a member of 2 Mountain. Furthermore, her children would not be considered slaves. Second, any child under the age of 8 who became a reserve warrior before turning 18 would also be freed from slavery. Lastly, any other slaves who made significant contributions to 2 Mountain could also earn their freedom. The tribe erupted in astonishment. Slaves were always slaves. They had never heard of such a possibility for emancipation. However, since the chieftain had made the announcement, it was clear that the shaman must also have consented. Thus, despite murmurs of disbelief, none dared to voice opposition. The captives from the Earth tribe, whose eyes had previously been dull and resigned, began to reflect shock and disbelief as the chieftain's words sank in, a glimmer of hope illuminating their gazes. At the very least, the future no longer appeared entirely bleak. Chapter 55. Tribal Battle Pets. Noticing that most of the tribe members were idly standing around, Yishi proposed that they engage in salt production. The salt intended for Hei's was still short by several dozens of pounds, so it would be prudent to utilize this time when the tribe's people were free to gather the necessary amount to send to the Hei's tribe. Although they were aware of the tragic fate that had befallen the Tiger tribe, the community remained confident that the Hei's tribe, being a large faction with geographical advantages and formidable overall strength, would not face significant danger. Thus, they felt it essential to honor their commitments. With that, everyone energetically set to work, digging salt from the earth and preparing brine. The recent victory over the Earth tribe had imbued the tribe with a jovial spirit. And even though their meals consisted primarily of insect meat, smiles graced their faces throughout the day. With high spirits and motivated by their success, the salt meant for the Hei's tribe was fully prepared within 3 days. From that day forth, faint sounds began to echo through the jungle, signaling the return of various creatures. The hunting team could scarcely contain their excitement as they ventured into the forest. Zue stared in astonishment at the 2 massive prey before him. "Uncle Yong, when did you all become so formidable?" he exclaimed. Yong's face radiated joy as he replied, "We were simply fortunate this time." Day chimed in enthusiastically, "Our hunting team has truly experienced incredible luck, encountering 2 ferocious beasts engaged in a brutal battle. And they both fell prey to our opportunism." In the tribe, dinosaurs were commonly referred to as ferocious beasts, with smaller ones termed small ferocious beasts, while the larger ones were simply called ferocious beasts, and the truly gigantic ones were designated as giant ferocious beasts. Though these 2 creatures stood at an impressive 6 meters tall, they still paled in comparison to the true titans of the prehistoric world. Thus, they classified them as mere ferocious beasts. Suddenly, faint and delicate cries drew everyone's attention to the back of the hunting team, where 2 tiny ferocious beast cubs stood amidst the crowd, crying out and inching toward one of their deceased mother-esque carcasses. The tribe had long adhered to the tradition of sparing cubs during hunts, a custom that had been passed down since the time of their ancestors. Day cast a resigned glance at the cubs. "These 2 little ones are the offspring of that mother beast. They have followed us back to the tribe, and no amount of shooing them away will make them leave." Since they could not harm the cubs, their presence was proving troublesome, and some tribe members began to kick at them in an attempt to drive them away. The cubs, having likely just hatched, were incredibly small and delicate, easily toppled by a gentle nudge. However, their tenacity was remarkable. They wobbled back to their mother-esque corpse with unwavering determination. After several failed attempts to dislodge them, one tribesman picked up a cub and started to carry it away from the tribe, while another seized the other cub by the tail. "Wait a moment," Yishi suddenly interjected. The recent calamity had reinforced for him the significance of strength. In order to survive in this perilous prehistoric world, one must enhance their capabilities. However, his current resources were limited, and he could only strategize for the tribe incrementally. The sight of these 2 ferocious beast cubs sparked an idea in his mind. Why not try to domesticate these cubs? Our tribe lacks battle pets, and having some would greatly facilitate our hunting endeavors, Yishi mused, recalling the wrinkled gill octopus bred by the Hwasue tribe and the giant bears from the Huampi tribe. With such large battle pets, the warriors would traverse the jungle with much greater ease. The beasts would possess their own combat prowess while also assisting in carrying heavy loads. If the ferocious beasts could be successfully domesticated on a large scale, envisioning a horde of armed warriors riding fearsome creatures in pursuit of prey stirred a fervent excitement within him. Yong, noticing Yishi's intense gaze fixed upon the cubs, swiftly comprehended his intentions. Given that our tribe can produce salt and no longer has to worry about food, it is indeed worth considering the domestication of battle pets. However, while ferocious beasts are swift and powerful, they are notoriously difficult to train. Why is that? They are often quite dull, excessively wild, and resistant to training. Showing little willingness to heed commands, Young explained. Many have attempted to domesticate ferocious beasts in the past, but most have failed. Dull-witted? Wild? Yishi pondered as he gazed at the cubs nestled in someone's arms. Let me give it a try, after all. They are still young and will not consume too much food. The people of the Tushan Tribe would naturally not oppose Yishi's wishes regarding such a minor matter. The two individuals carrying the ferocious beast cubs approached him and handed them over. Yishi accepted them and gently placed them on the ground. He looked down at the cubs, contemplating how best to train them. Having raised dogs and cats in his past life, he knew how to cultivate their obedience. Yet, these ferocious beast cubs were fundamentally different. They possessed a far wilder nature. Do not disturb the mother beast. Let these two cubs stay close to her. Yishi instructed after organizing his thoughts in his mind. The cubs continued to cry until sunset, at which point they finally succumbed to fatigue and nestled against their mother. Drifting off to sleep, Yishi then discreetly instructed a tribe member to carry them away to a cave. One must not underestimate animals. They possess remarkable memories. For instance, in his past life, when he took a cat for sterilization, the veterinarian advised that one should not simply hand the cat over but rather act as though a villain was attempting to snatch it away, compelling the owner to feign protectiveness, making the cat feel as though it was being forcibly taken. Otherwise, when the cat awoke from surgery, it would harbor resentment toward its owner. Although it was said that ferocious beasts are dim-witted, one cannot dismiss the possibility that they might also remember and hold grudges. Yishi did not wish to take that risk. Therefore, he waited until the cubs had fallen asleep before allowing them to be quietly taken away. The following day, Yishi officially commenced the training of the two ferocious beast cubs. With their mother gone, the cubs were left hungry, crying out in search of her. Of course, they would find no solace. Their mother had already been skinned and butchered into strips for drying. Yishi prepared a bowl of minced wild boar meat and, without hesitation, scooped up one of the cubs. The little creature squirmed desperately in his grasp, but upon catching a whiff of the meat, it ceased its struggles and eagerly took a bite. The other cub, having caught the scent of food, leapt excitedly at Yishi's feet, yearning for a taste as well. After feeding the first cub half a bowl, Yishi set it down amidst its protestations and picked up the other one for a taste as well. He did not intend to fill them completely at once. He gauged that he had offered them about half of what they needed, then retreated a few steps while holding the bowl of meat. The two ferocious beast cubs, no longer searching for their mother, were drawn by the allure of food and bounded toward Yishi. Once they reached his feet, as if to reward them, Yishi squatted down to feed them a little before rising and stepping back again. The cubs quickly grasped that following this person would lead them to food, stumbling eagerly toward Yishi once more. Finally, when they reached him again, he rewarded them with a full meal. Chapter 56, Taming the Beasts After Several Days of Nurturing. The two juvenile dinosaurs learned that staying close to Yishi would ensure a steady supply of food. Consequently, it became a common sight near the Tushan tribe to see Yishi walking, trailed by the two juvenile dinosaurs like reluctant shadows. Xiaoyi, Yishi crouched down, holding a bowl, and glanced at one of the young creatures not far away. He noted that this dinosaur bore some resemblance to a theropod, and thus named them Xiao-Yi and Xiao-Te. Upon catching a whiff of meat, the two juvenile dinosaurs rushed towards him. Yishi stood up, withholding the food, and gave a gentle kick to Xiao-Te, who had surged forward unwarrantedly, then took a step back. This process was repeated over 20 times until Xiao-Te finally learned to refrain from rushing forward. Yishi affectionately patted Xiao-Yi's head, lifting it into his arms and feeding it a spoonful of minced meat. Xiao-Te, he called, lowering the juvenile dinosaur he had held. Once again, both young creatures charged towards him. Thus, after half a month, the two colossal young beasts had grown significantly. Their once soft teeth had sharpened and hardened. Through relentless training, they finally comprehended that they could only approach for food upon hearing those two words. Ignoring the command would lead to hunger and punishment. Today, Yishi continued his feeding routine, granting food only to the obedient juvenile. Each time, he provided only a small portion. As a reserve warrior, he was adept at evading their bites. They were no longer the soft-toothed creatures of yore, and a bite now would certainly draw blood. Yishi swiftly kicked Xiao Te as punishment, sending it tumbling over. He had anticipated that they would exhibit their wild instincts even before the taming commenced. However, such behavior was inevitable, and he could only teach them gradually, ensuring that any aggression towards him was met with strict consequences. So they would learn that attacking their master would bring them pain. After punishing Xiao Te, Yishi cradled Xiaoyi, filling it to satisfaction with minced meat. When Xiao Te approached, mouth agape for food, Yishi callously turned away, bowl in hand. With a growl, Xiao Te, hungry and frustrated, lunged at Yishi's calf. Without hesitation, Yishi delivered a stronger kick, causing Xiao Te to roll on the ground before finally coming to a halt. Shakily, it stood up, whimpering in submission, no longer daring to bite. The foraging team, unwilling to remain idle within the tribe, ventured once more into the jungle, hoping to uncover any overlooked fruits or wild vegetables. Their perseverance paid off when they unearthed 5 sweet potatoes from the earth. Upon learning this, Yishi eagerly claimed them, regarding the 5 tubers as treasures. Previously, he had thought the food acquired through barter with salt, along with the hunting and foraging team's bounty, was sufficient for the tribe. However, the recent calamities and hunger taught him that in a prehistoric society fraught with turmoil, food would always be in short supply. Thus, he resolved to pursue agriculture. What could be easier to cultivate and more filling than sweet potatoes? With the tribe's longing gazes upon him, Yishi carefully safeguarded these 5 precious tubers. Lacking seeds, he needed to first water propagate the tubers. He cut each sweet potato into 4 pieces and submerged them in water, patiently awaiting their sprouting. With the chief's approval, Yishi had a small terraced field cultivated on the mountain, intending to transplant the sweet potato sprouts once they were ready. A month later, whoosh! A wooden stick soared through the air in a graceful arc. Xiaoyi, Yishi shouted. Well done, he praised loudly, ruffling its head and retrieving a piece of fresh meat from behind him to toss. Xiaoyi skillfully caught the meat mid-air, swallowing it whole without a second thought. Xiao Te, watching enviously from the side, scratched at the ground in agitation. The wooden barrel containing the meat was right behind Yishi, brimming with fragrant, blood-scented flesh. Yet it dared not approach, having learned its lesson from past pains and hunger. As their scars accumulated, they became increasingly obedient. Even as they grew, the fear and dependency had become ingrained in their instincts. After feeding Xiaoyi, Yishi threw another stick into the distance. Xiao Te, he rewarded it as deserved. Observing the 2 creatures, now frolicking and playfully wrestling after their meal, Yishi marveled, you truly have trained them well. They are quite obedient. Yet, he acknowledged that this was merely the beginning. They still required extensive training, for they could only follow simple commands, struggling with more complex ones. The dinosaurs were indeed rather dull-witted and feral. Up until now, he had expended considerable effort in training them. Only through repetitive, mechanical exercises could he instill a semblance of obedience. He began to regret not having chosen a more intelligent and trainable creature. Although such beings might not match the utility of the dinosaurs, they would certainly be less taxing. Nevertheless, at last, his efforts were showing fruit. As long as they are obedient, that is a victory. He chuckled, recognizing the labor-intensive nature of the training. It was no wonder other tribes had failed. It required immense dedication. Not only was the effort substantial, but the young creatures were freshly hatched, coupled with the long-term reflexive training involving food, commands, and the combination of punishments and rewards, they had finally begun to yield some results. Hiss! The black serpent, Jiao Jiao, slithered up to Yishi. Attempting to climb his leg, Jiao Jiao had grown from a slender finger-sized serpent into one as thick as a basin. As a hatchling, it delighted in draping itself around Yishi's neck or coiling on his shoulders. Now, it still tried to cling to him. However, Jiao Jiao had grown heavy, and its weight was cumbersome. Yishi had removed it several times, yet Jiao Jiao persistently returned, embodying a spirit of tenacity, becoming agitated and frustrated with his rejections. Yishi resigned himself to the cold, slithering body wrapping around him, feeling as if he were burdened with several bags of cement. Go ahead, hang on. Perhaps you will crush me under your weight, and then you will be pleased, Yishi mused. Yishi laughed. These 2 dinosaurs are for you both. Yong paused in disbelief, never imagining that the creatures Yishi had arduously trained for over 2 months were intended for him and Pu Tai. You trained them with such effort, and now you wish to give them to us? Yishi gave a hearty pat to the serpent's head that had nudged his face. I already have this fellow. Another dinosaur would serve little purpose. Hiss. With a combat companion, hunting will become much easier for you. Yong gazed at Yishi with gratitude, unable to refuse such an enticing gift. Thank you, he said. Yishi replied with a smile. No need for thanks. Chapter 57. The Mysterious Stone Pile. 2 months later, Yishi, armed with a bow and arrows, rode through the dense jungle on the back of a small creature known as Xiaoyi, which had grown to over 4 meters in height. Beside them, the massive black serpent, Jiao Jiao, glided swiftly, its girth comparable to a stone basin. Following closely behind was the equally towering Xiaote, who would occasionally halt to survey their surroundings. With the companionship of Xiaoyi, Xiaote, and Jiao Jiao, Yishi felt emboldened to venture further afield in search of suitable fruits and vegetables for planting, often exploring the terrain with them. Naturally, he remained cautious not to stray too far from Tushan, for the world was fraught with perils. Seated atop Xiaoyi, Yishi found the fearsome beasts rather fitting as mounts. Their necks and bodies bore a gentle concave curve, providing a stable seat that alleviated the fear of falling during their swift movements. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered over 10 miles from their tribe, arriving at a place Yishi had never encountered before, a foreign grove of fruit trees. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he commanded Xiaoyi to halt and began to survey this unfamiliar orchard. The trees towered above, their leaves reminiscent of sensitive plants, adorned with delicate pink blossoms, while sparse clusters of purple fruits dangled below. Upon observing the mottled trunks of these trees, Yishi surmised that this grove had suffered from a pestilence, explaining the sparse yield of fruit. The fruits, roughly the size of an infant's fist, emitted a tantalizing fragrance, their smooth skin promising ample juiciness. However, Yishi hesitated to indulge, preferring to capture a small creature for testing the edibility of the fruit. Thus, he urged Xiaoyi deeper into the grove. The orchard was not expansive, and after a fruitless search for a suitable test subject, Xiaoyi continued to guide him until they reached the grove's edge. There, unexpectedly, stood a peculiar stone pile. Yishi regarded it with curiosity. In this lush environment, how could such a barren, grassless mound of stone exist? Yet, in a world so filled with oddities, he was not a scholar compelled to uncover every mystery. Stone was a vital resource. Quality stone could be fashioned into useful tools or sharp weapons. Yishi dismounted from Xiaoyi, eager to examine the stone's quality. The pile was modest in height, approximately 7 to 8 meters, its surface remarkably smooth, unlike the jagged walls of most rocky formations. Drawing a weapon from his waist, he revealed a dagger crafted not from the bones of a thunder beast, but from the beak of a pure-blooded ferocious creature. Initially, he intended to retrieve only the core of the beast, leaving the remainder for Pu Tai. However, after Pu Tai fashioned a weapon from its beak and discovered excess material, he gifted Yishi a dagger. This dagger, forged from the beak of a pure-blooded beast, was exceptionally sharp. Even the hardest wooden sheath he could create was frequently damaged due to the blade's keen edge. Yishi pressed his hand against the stone wall, which felt cool and gray, yet its material remained indiscernible. With resolve, he struck the stone pile with the dagger. A piercing sound echoed, and to his astonishment, the blade left only a faint white mark upon the surface. How curious! Yishi exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. It was astonishing that not even a fragment had chipped away. His interest in the stone pile intensified. Since acquiring the dagger, he had found it effortlessly cleaving through most materials, yet this stone exhibited an extraordinary hardness, undoubtedly suitable for weapon crafting. Gripping the dagger firmly, he summoned his strength and delivered another fierce strike. Sparks flew as a thin shard, as delicate as paper, broke free. Bending down, he picked up the fragment, truly astonished. What manner of material was this stone pile to possess such resilience? Yishi sheathed the dagger and began to circle the small stone mound, attentively examining its smooth surface and patterns, searching for a suitable vein from which to extract a piece of stone. This peculiar stone pile was indeed enigmatic. Its walls were too polished, as if they had been meticulously crafted by a skilled artisan, devoid of any sharp angles. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. A small fissure had appeared in the stone wall, approximately 2 to 3 meters above his head, with a dark brown substance congealed nearby. Climbing atop Xiaoyi, Yishi leaned in closer to inspect the crack, then cautiously touched the dark substance with his finger and brought it to his nose. The scent was unmistakably that of blood. Had this blood seeped from the stone wall? Yishi's eyes widened in shock. The fissure measured about 5 centimeters. He aligned the dagger with it and thrust forcefully. The blade penetrated the stone wall with an eerie ease, as though it had sunk into flesh. Dark, viscous blood oozed from the wound. Staring at the sanguine liquid, Yishi withdrew the dagger and probed with his finger, feeling the unmistakable texture of flesh. Instinctively, he urged Xiao to retreat, examining the stone pile from a distance. A chilling thought crossed his mind, causing his scalp to prickle and his heart to race. Could this stone pile be an unknown form of life? The notion filled him with an overwhelming impulse to flee. Such a bizarre entity was not one he wished to confront. Who could ascertain its strength? Yet, as Yishi steadied himself, he realized he had been overly anxious. The blood was thick, somewhat congealed, and dark. Even if it were formidable, it likely lay in a state of demise. As this thought settled in his mind, his gaze remained fixated on the stone pile, increasingly convinced of its plausibility. Taking a deep breath, he dismounted Xiaoyi and unsheathed the dagger once more. If it were indeed lifeless, a few more thrusts would clarify the matter. The stone was too resilient to yield easily, yet Yishi maneuvered the dagger into the fissure, cutting deeper. The stone pile remained unresponsive, silent as though it were merely a heap of stone. However, when he attempted to pry the dagger sideways, he felt an immense resistance. As if the blade could not sever the material, Yishi mused that the internal flesh must be remarkably tough, allowing only minimal resistance at the fissure. Determined, he continued to cut along the crack. The viscous, somewhat coagulated blood flowed out, yet the resilient flesh around the fissure yielded little. He managed to extract only 2 strips, each as thick as a finger. As he delved deeper, reaching an arm's length, Yishi sensed he was nearing something substantial. An exceptionally hard object obstructed the dagger's progress. Raising an eyebrow, he cautiously pried the dagger, sensing he had encountered something significant. Chapter 58. Raindrops of blood-stained object fell to the ground with a thud. Yishi leaped down from Xiao's back and bent over to pick it up. To his astonishment, it was a palm-sized, crystal-clear gem radiating a mysterious blue glow. Before Yishi could examine the gem closely, he noticed a disturbance emanating from the stone pile. Startled, fearing the creature within might awaken, he quickly hopped back onto Xiaoyi. Just as he was about to command Xiaoyi to flee, he observed cracks beginning to form along the stone walls of the pile. He tapped Xiao's head, urging it to hurry. They had barely taken a few steps when a cacophony of shattering rocks erupted behind them. Turning around, Yishi was left speechless as the stone pile fractured into countless pieces, scattering across the ground. Xiaoyi and Xiaote roared incessantly at the rubble, while Jiao emitted anxious hisses. Lowering his gaze to the gem in his palm, Yishi pondered whether its extraction had caused the stone pile to collapse. He wiped the bloodstains from the gem's surface with a piece of animal hide. Once cleaned, it gleamed even more beautifully, resembling a pool of crystal-clear water with hints of pale blue, evoking an immediate fondness. If the stone pile had indeed harbored an unknown creature, then this gem was likely a core from a ferocious beast. However, the pureblood beast core he possessed was blue and only the size of a jujube, whereas this gem was the size of a palm and as transparent as the finest crystal. The disparity left Yishi questioning its true nature. Rustling sounds emanated from the distant jungle. Given the commotion just caused, it was likely to attract some creatures, and his current strength was insufficient to confront them. So he decided to retreat swiftly with his 3 companions. Within the tribe, Yishi cheerfully responded, "I was delayed for a moment." Upon returning to the clearing, he jumped off Xiaoyi. Spotting Pu Tai refining weapons, he called out, "Uncle Pu." Pu Tai turned his attention. Yishi gestured toward Xiaoyi and Xiaote, saying, "These 2 have been running all day and are famished. I leave them in your care." "All right, coming right up." Since learning that these 2 fearsome beasts were being trained for them, Pu Tai and Yong had become quite proactive in their care. Eager to spare Yishi from exhausting himself over them, Yishi dashed up the small mound, eager to check on the growth of his sweet potatoes. Halfway up the slope, he had cultivated a small terrace, not large, its widest point barely 3 meters across. The sweet potato vines were lush and vibrant, swaying gently in the breeze, indicating healthy growth. The soil in the field had been tilled to a soft, loose texture. Yishi walked along the ridge and squatted down to inspect the sweet potato vines, reassured to find no signs of pests. Drip. A drop of water fell upon the parched ridge, quickly absorbed. Yishi looked up in astonishment. To his surprise, a faint cloud had formed above him without his notice. Drip, drip. A few more drops of rain fell, swiftly absorbed by the dry earth, leaving no trace. Is it raining? The rain was light, barely falling for a moment before ceasing, and the thin cloud above dissipated almost immediately. Yet Yishi understood this was an omen. heralding the end of the dry season and the imminent arrival of the rainy season. Although the two mountain tribe had ample water reserves, rendering the dry season bearable for Yishi, he knew that the creatures of this land and the inhabitants of other tribes had long endured the torment of drought. This week, he had come across at least a dozen decaying animal carcasses in the jungle. Reports indicated that the struggles across the lake had escalated, as creatures, unable to withstand the drought, rushed to drink from the dangerous waters, causing the lake's inhabitants to feast continuously, turning the water nearly crimson with blood. Many tribesmen discussed the recent brief rainfall. The dry season is nearly over. It feels like this year has flown by without notice. Indeed, last year, I nearly perished from thirst, counting the days with my fingers. Now that our tribe has sufficient water, we are no longer fearful of the dry season. Other tribes must be celebrating. I've heard even the Hei's tribe has begun to face shortages, risking trips to the lake for water. I've heard rumors. It seems a warrior has perished. Goodness, if even the mightiest Hei's tribe is struggling, one can only imagine how the other tribes are faring. What is there to imagine? Just consider how we managed last year. They are enduring the same trials now. Last year, our tribe lost 5 people to thirst. At this remark, the crowd fell into a pensive silence. One of the deceased had been a centenarian, alive yet claimed by thirst. Let us not dwell on that instead. Let us think about the upcoming grand sacrificial ceremony. Yes, the grand sacrificial ceremony is upon us. The crowd buzzed with excitement. After this year's ceremony, our tribe is likely to gain 10 new warriors. Haha, we've seized the beast core from the 2 tribe. It's surely worth at least 10 warriors. As the conversations grew increasingly jubilant, anticipation for the upcoming ceremony soared. Yishi smiled gently, touching the gem nestled in his animal hide pouch, and made his way toward the cave. Deep within the cave, Yishi bowed to the shaman and retrieved the gem from his pouch, presenting it to the shaman. Shaman, could you please ascertain if this is a beast core? Upon seeing the gem, the shaman's eyelids flickered, nearly leaping from the stone platform. His eyes ablaze with fervor as he exclaimed, "Where did you acquire this?" Yishi was taken aback. He had never seen the shaman so animated. "I unearthed it from the remains of a peculiar deceased creature." The shaman regarded Yishi with an unusual intensity, then lowered his aged hands to caress the gem, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is a beast core, and it may even surpass the purity of a standard beast core." Surpass the purity of a standard beast core? I thought pureblood beasts were the mightiest. Yishi queried with curiosity. I cannot say what the strongest beast may be, but I do know that there are feral breed beasts that surpass pureblood beasts. I once had the fortune to witness a colossal feral breed beast, an enormous eagle soaring above our tribe, emanating an aura that instilled terror. One cry from it could cause even a warrior to bleed from their nose and mouth. Yishi gazed at the beast core, feeling a dryness in his mouth. Swallowing hard, he asked, "Are you suggesting that this beast core could belong to a feral breed beast?" "Perhaps, but it could also be a unique variety of ordinary pureblood beast." The shaman returned the beast core to him. Clutching the core, Yishi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He sensed that this gem was anything but ordinary. The grand sacrificial ceremony is in a few days. Are you preparing to become a warrior this year? Yes, I believe I am ready. The shaman nodded, not discouraging him. Any reserve warrior was deemed a qualified candidate for awakening, irrespective of age. Observing Yishi's youthful visage, the shaman remarked, "At 13. You may be the youngest warrior our tribe has seen in centuries." Chapter 59, The Grand Sacrifice, Part 1. At long last, the day of the grand sacrifice had arrived. Yishi awoke early, lying on a pelt, his eyes wide as he gazed at the dark ceiling of the cave. His right hand instinctively moved to his left chest, where his heart raced with anticipation. Sitting up, he exhaled deeply. Today, he would become a warrior. Memories of his initial arrival at the tribe flashed through his mind. The strength of the totem warriors he once admired, now just a step away. Approaching the cave entrance, a gust of humid wind greeted him. To his astonishment, he found that a torrential rain had begun to fall, enveloping the earth in a dense curtain of water, which the wind swept into the cave. The entrance was bustling with activity, as it seemed all the tribespeople had risen, crowded together, engaged in spirited discussions. A glance around revealed that the tribe had put considerable effort into their appearance. The once commonplace straw skirts had vanished, replaced by an array of intricately crafted animal skin garments. It appeared that everyone had taken the time to wash up. Previously greasy hair was now clean and adorned with bone ornaments that jingled with every movement. The excitement in the air was palpable, undeterred by the downpour outside. "Jue, bedecked in bone ornaments and countless tiny braids, was animatedly conversing with others when he spotted Yishi and hurried over, interrupting his conversation. "Yishi, you're awake too," he exclaimed. Yishi nodded, surveying the extravagant new hairstyle, which he found rather garish, choosing to remain silent on the matter. Jue, noticing Yishi's expression, tossed his head with pride. "What do you think of my braids? Aren't they splendid?" With emotion, the clattering of bone ornaments filled the air. "My mother spent all morning doing this." However, as he spoke, one of the white animal teeth that hung from his braids was dislodged and fell to the ground. "Oh!" Jue quickly bent down to retrieve it, wiping the mud off with his fingers. "It fell. Yishi, help me put it back on." He thrust the tooth into Yishi's hands. Yishi, holding the tooth, glanced at Jue's crouching figure, taken aback. Studying the braids, he noticed that all the bone ornaments were tied in with strands of hair. As he examined the tooth, he discovered a small hole at its base. Like threading a needle, Yishi inserted a hair strand into the tooth and tied it securely. "There you go," he said. Jue patted his hair and grinned. "Thanks." "You're welcome," Yishi replied. Jue then eyed Yushi's bare hair, devoid of any adornments, and enthusiastically offered, "Let me braid your hair." Jue thought to himself that poor Yishi, lacking a mother and seemingly not close to any women in the tribe, must have no one to help him with his hair. Yushi's expression stiffened as he observed Jue's numerous tiny braids and the over 50 bone ornaments adorning them. "No. Thank you," he replied firmly. "Why not? It's a grand sacrifice today, and it's raining so heavily. Are we still going ahead with it?" Yishi quickly shifted the topic. Jue looked at him curiously. Of course. How could the grand sacrifice be postponed because of rain? At that moment, Yishi caught sight of Diao standing in the corner. After exchanging a word with Jue, he made his way towards Diao. In the corner, Diao had his head bowed. Lost in thought, Yishi stood before him. "Diao." Slowly, Diao lifted his gaze, his eyes devoid of any sparkle, resembling a still pond. The slave tattoo on his cheek was particularly prominent. Despite being brought to Tushan by Yishi, he still emanated the aura of the silent slave he had been in the Hezi tribe, a sense of desolation surrounding him. Yishi spoke candidly. "Do you wish to become a warrior?" Diao's eyes suddenly ignited with a flicker of flame, yet he remained silent. "Do you want it?" Yishi pressed again. Diao clenched his teeth, his voice hoarse as he managed to utter a single word. "Yes." He yearned for revenge, hungering for strength, loathing his own weakness. He despised his inability to retaliate against his enemies, forced to endure their contempt. But what was the use of desire? Even if he possessed extraordinary talent, what would it matter? It was already a blessing for the Tushan tribe to accept him. Would they truly allow him to become a warrior? Upon hearing Diao's response, Yishi extended his hand, revealing a green, walnut-sized core from a fierce beast. Diao's pupils constricted as he stared at it, then abruptly looked up at Yishi. With a gentle smile, Yishi said, "This is for you." Diao trembled. "This is a pure blood beast core, the one you fought to obtain." "You're giving it to me? What will you use?" "Take it. I have another," Yishi insisted, pressing the core into Diao's palm. "Use it wisely to grow strong. Do not make me regret this decision." Diao clenched the beast core tightly, and in that moment, something within him shifted. Understood. Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed from within the cave. "They're coming." The tribe's people halted their conversations, their faces alight with excitement as they turned to the cave entrance. Emerging from the depths of the cave were a group of warriors, resplendently adorned. Yishi had thought Jue and the others' attire was extravagant, but he realized there was no limit to how ostentatious one could be. At the forefront, the chieftain donned two massive horns that were nearly half a meter long, with a colossal, unidentifiable beast skull hanging from his chest. His wrists and neck were laden with heavy necklaces, some made of animal bones, others crafted from unknown minerals. Behind him followed a multitude of warriors, each adorned in equally flamboyant attire, some sporting vibrant feathers atop their heads, resembling peacocks in full display, a dazzling array to behold. After observing their extravagant appearance, Yishi glanced down at his own simple black snake skin attire, engaging in silent self-reflection. The chieftain's gaze fell upon Yishi, momentarily pausing at the sight of his plain appearance before continuing forward. The warriors, undeterred by the torrential rain, advanced with formidable presence, marching boldly into the downpour. Once all the warriors had exited the cave, Yishi turned to Diao. "Let us go too." As they stepped out of the cave, the deluge drenched them instantly, transforming them into soaked chickens. Rainwater cascaded down, blurring his vision, and Yishi squinted against the downpour, occasionally wiping the water from his face. The group stood in unison in the open space, warriors and common folk alike, gazing toward the cave as if awaiting something significant. Silence enveloped them, each figure standing resolutely in the rain, the warriors resembling iron towers forged from steel, exuding a silent yet palpable aura of strength. Seeing that no one spoke, Yishi remained quiet as well, joining the others in their watchful stance. After a moment, heavy footsteps echoed from within the cave. Yishi's eyes widened slightly as he beheld 10 warriors emerging, each carrying an extraordinarily large drum. The drums were nearly 2 meters in diameter, capable of supporting a dancer atop them. Dyed a deep crimson with intricate carvings, they were exquisitely crafted, and each drum bore a fearsome, white beast skull hanging from its front. The skulls, luminous and pristine, were certainly not the remnants of lesser beasts. Yishi suspected these belonged to pure-blood ferocious beasts. The drums appeared incredibly heavy. Even 2 warriors struggling to carry one seemed to exert immense effort, their faces flushed and muscles straining, each step resonating with a heavy thud. The rain-soaked earth had turned to mud, causing the ankles of the warriors transporting the drums to sink into the mire. 10 warriors arranged the large drum in a sequence, gently placing it upon the ground, and then stood silently behind it with bowed heads. Some warriors brought over logs, stacking them in a peculiar order upon the earth. The rain poured down incessantly, drenching the jungle and the ground, producing a cacophony of splashes and crackles. However, Yishi observed that when the raindrops struck the surface of the drum, not a single sound emerged. After a brief pause, a familiar figure slowly emerged from the cave. It was the shaman, clad in a pure white linen robe. His hair, unlike its usual disarray, was neatly arranged and tied back. He leaned on a staff and stepped confidently into the curtain of rain. "Shaman," everyone greeted in unison, their voices resonating powerfully. The shaman nodded, surveying his kin, and proclaimed, "The grand ritual commences." Chapter 60, The Grand Sacrifice, Part 2. 10 warriors stood beside the drum, mysteriously producing 20 enormous bones. At the shaman's command, they raised the colossal bones and struck the drum with great force. Boom! The great drum emitted a deep, resonant sound that echoed throughout the surroundings. Boom! Yishi felt as though his heart trembled in unison with the drum's reverberations. Boom! 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 This was merely the beginning. The rhythm intensified rapidly. The drummers, robust and imposing in stature, exerted all their strength as they swung their arms, their exaggerated muscles rippling like stones, glistening under the rain. The performance radiated an aura of primal ferocity. Boom! 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 Yishi sensed his own heartbeat synchronizing with the relentless drum beats. He placed a hand on his chest, astonished to discover that this was not a mere illusion. His heart rate had genuinely altered. Boom, 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 boom. The drum beats grew increasingly urgent and thunderous, the warriors striking with their bone hammers, their faces flushed and veins in their necks bulging like serpents, clearly straining with effort. Yishi felt his heart racing faster, as if the blood coursing through his veins was on the brink of eruption. He gazed at the rain-soaked warriors, sensing a surge within him. At that moment, the shaman began to chant. Eyes closed, he tilted his face slightly towards the sky. The esoteric incantations were not drowned out by the drum beats or the rain. They resonated in the ears of every member of the Tushan tribe. Suddenly, all eyes, except Yishi's, turned toward the central pile of logs. Yishi felt a flicker of curiosity. What purpose did this log pile serve? Surely, it could not be for a bonfire, as the wood was whole and uncut. How could such logs possibly ignite? Moreover, with the rain pouring down, even a tent overhead might not shield the flames from being extinguished by the deluge. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a wisp of white flame unexpectedly erupted from the center of the log pile. Yishi was taken aback. He blinked heavily, shaking the raindrops from his lashes, and indeed, a flame was rising, and it was white. It defied reality, appearing from thin air. The flame was small, no larger than a palm, flickering gently amidst the torrential downpour, as if it could be extinguished at any moment, fragile and pitiful. The shaman continued his incantation. Rain lashed mercilessly against his aged cheeks, soaking into his white hair. A gust of wind swept through, the rain intensified, and thunder rumbled overhead. The downpour transformed into a tempest. Yishi struggled to keep his eyes open. The world around him shrouded in a misty white, the earth seemingly submerged by the storm. He anxiously glanced at the log pile, fearing that the delicate flame might be extinguished by the rain. Yet, the white flame flickered defiantly, seemingly unafraid of the torrential downpour, even growing slightly in size. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The drum beats echoed, drowning out the thunder above. Shi turned his gaze to the scene before him. Amidst the rain, the sacrificial ceremony grew ever more magnificent and grand. Were it not for his presence in this primitive and wild ritual, Shi could scarcely imagine a scene so exhilarating and stirring in the world. He clenched his fists, intently observing the unfolding spectacle, yearning to shout out in a release of his pent-up emotions. At that moment, the chanting shaman paused. He opened his eyes, gazing at the tribe members before him, and resumed reciting the incantation. Shi felt an inexplicable familiarity with the words. Yes, this was a blessing incantation. He had heard it recited during the resistance against the locust plague. Yet, it felt slightly different. Even as the rain relentlessly pounded upon him, it could not diminish the sense of comfort enveloping him. The rain. Yes, he was in the midst of a sacrificial ceremony. What had he been thinking moments ago? Standing at the front was a tribal warrior, while Shi, as a reserve warrior, stood in the second row of the crowd. He noticed the warrior in front of him, whose skin was enveloped in a white light, the scars covering it gradually fading. The warriors bore deep and shallow scars from hunting, but within this white light, both types of scars vanished as if they had never existed. His gaze shifted to Luo. Luo had injured his left leg during a hunt 2 days prior, limping as he walked, awkwardly favoring his right leg. Yet now, Shi observed as Luo's bent left leg straightened slowly, and with the passing moments, he stood upright, like a spear. This blessing was incredible, Shi marveled. He looked to the shaman, who continued to chant, a faint white glow pulsing gently upon his forehead. Shi gasped. The shaman's figure grew increasingly enigmatic in his mind. The power he wielded surpassed Shi's imagination. After a while, the shaman ceased his chanting and proclaimed loudly, "All reserve warriors preparing for this awakening, come forward." Shi and a few others obeyed the summons. Diao, clutching the beast core, stepped forward as well. All eyes turned in surprise. They wondered how he had come forth. As Diao was not supposed to possess a beast core, the shaman immediately thought of Shi, casting a searching glance in his direction. Shi nodded slightly. Presiding over the awakening ceremony during the grand sacrifice would deplete the shaman's energy. The more reserve warriors he helped awaken, the greater the toll it would take. Yet, considering Shi's influence, everyone accepted Diao's participation. This time, there were many warriors to be awakened. With Diao included, there were a total of 12. In previous years, due to the limited beast cores in the tribe, only a select few reserve warriors could be chosen each year, while those without cores had to wait until the following year. However, following the great defeat of the Earth Tribe, the Tushan Tribe had an abundance of beast cores, allowing all reserve warriors to have their chance. Even exceptionally gifted individuals like Jue and the chieftain's son, Tu-Tun, each received a pure blood beast core. Jue, Shanjia, Diao. You 5 stand by the fire. Assisting warriors in their awakening was taxing on the shaman's energy, and with so many participants, they had to be divided into 2 groups. Shi and the other 5 stood to the side, awaiting their turn. Boom, boom, boom. The drumbeats grew heavier and more resonant. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted, sending Shi's heart racing. In the next moment, he noticed faint phantoms appearing on the surfaces of the 5 drums. Boom, boom, boom. As the mallet struck, the phantoms became increasingly solid, taking the form of fierce beasts, as if they had come to life, roaring in unison. A fierce, ancient energy surged forth. Chapter 61. The Grand Sacrifice, Part 3, Present Your Beast Course. The shaman gazed at them with a calm tone, devoid of any inflection. The 5 reserve warriors, Zue, Diao, and others, promptly produced their beast cores. Affix your beast cores to your left chests, over your hearts. The 5 reserve warriors complied without hesitation. Once they had assumed their positions, the shaman turned to face the southwest, striking the ground heavily with his bone staff. Thud. The staff lodged firmly into the earth. He raised his face towards the heavens, his eyes ablaze with fervor, and suddenly spread his arms wide, beginning to chant incantations aloud. The white light at his brow intensified. Boom, boom, boom. The rhythm of the drums became increasingly dense. The spectral images of the ferocious beasts on the drumhead seemed agitated, growing more menacing. Their front claws clawing at the ground as they emitted roars towards the sky. A faint roar echoed in the air. Shi, astonished, gazed at the 5 phantoms. To his disbelief, those apparitions were growling as if they were alive. Suddenly, a palm-sized flame burst forth, soaring to over a meter high, fiercely ablaze. The shaman glanced at the 5 reserve warriors and resumed his chanting. Expressions of agony began to manifest on their faces. As the incantation continued, their pain intensified. Veins bulging on their foreheads like gnarled roots, their bodies trembling violently. Eventually, one warrior could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest and wailing. As if triggered by this event, Zue, Diao, and the others knelt in agony, emitting cries of distress. These robust men, who usually bled and sweated without shedding tears, now howled as if they were wounded beasts. The shaman remained unfazed, as if oblivious to their suffering, continuing his incantation with even greater volume. Boom, boom. The 10 warriors relentlessly struck the large drum in the pouring rain. Water splashed everywhere. Suddenly, the shaman swung his staff, pointing towards the white flames, making a beckoning gesture. The white flames surged forth from the fire pile, splitting into 5 streams that rushed towards the 5 reserve warriors, who were writhing in anguish. The white flames spread across their bodies, enveloping them in a thin layer of fire, which gradually dissipated as if absorbed. As the flames encased them, Yishi keenly observed that their cries began to soften. The white flames continuously erupted from the fire pile, dividing into 5 streams that flowed into them like gentle springs. Their skin slowly reddened, as if being cooked by the flames. With the relentless influx of white flames, their pain seemed to vanish, and they ceased their cries. Eyes shut. Hands clutching their left chests, their expressions tranquil. The rain pelted down upon them, splattering mud onto their bodies, rendering them somewhat disheveled. Gradually, a layer of mist began to rise around them, as if they were clad in a shrouded armor. Yishi's gaze flickered. This mist was the result of rainwater evaporating upon contact with their heated bodies. How hot must they be to cause the rainwater to evaporate instantaneously? The mist thickened, enveloping them in a hazy cloud. The 5 at its center became indistinct. Some of the mist drifted towards Yishi. Upon contact with his skin, he was startled to discover that this mist was warm. Their body temperatures were astonishingly high. Was it truly safe with such heat? At that moment, one reserve warrior abruptly opened his eyes and rose from the ground. No, he should now be referred to as a warrior. Yishi, with his keen eyesight, could discern the small flame insignia on the left side of his chest, symbolizing his warrior status. The warrior gazed at his chest with excitement, clenching his fist. Another warrior stood up shortly thereafter. The remaining Zue, Diao, and Tu-Tun remained motionless with closed eyes. After a brief moment, Tu-Tun was the first to awaken, followed by Diao. As the 5 warriors successfully awakened, the mist began to dissipate significantly. Only Zue remained on the ground, steam rising from him in the rain. All eyes turned towards Zie. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the shaman's eyes as he continued to chant, urging the white flames to flow into Zue's body. Yishi surmised that the greater a warrior's potential, the slower their awakening. Diao cast a resentful glance at Zue, then at the flame insignia on his own chest, clenching his fists in determination. After approximately 5 breaths, the mist surrounding Zie gradually faded, and he opened his eyes, rising from the ground. The shaman ceased his chanting and stowed away his staff, regarding Zue with a look of approval and delight. The gazes of the 2 warriors clashed with intensity. In the next moment, as if in unison, they swung their fists towards each other. Their iron fists collided with a heavy thud. Following their exchange, Tu-Tun was actually forced to step back, astonished as he looked at Zue. Zue smirked proudly, tightening his fists. Diao stepped forward, defiantly staring at Zue, eager to challenge him, but the shaman interjected, "You may step back. Yishi, you 6, come forth." Diao had no choice but to hold back, retreating alongside Zue and the others. Yishi and the 6 others encircled the fire pile as instructed. Yishi's heart raced slightly. Was it finally his turn? He gazed at the white flames at the center of the fire pile, which blazed fiercely just half a meter away, yet he felt no heat. "Present your beast core," the shaman commanded. Yishi retrieved his beast core from his leather pouch. His core was palm-sized, transparent like a pool of blue water. While the others' cores were the size of jujubes, various colors tinged with a gray hue, appearing somewhat dull in comparison. The contrast was stark. The other 4 reserve warriors, having never seen Yishi's beast core, cast curious glances. Boom. The drumming resumed. As the rapid beats echoed, Yishi felt his blood surge, a wave of warmth enveloping him. Following the shaman's instructions, he grasped the beast core with his right hand and pressed it against the area over his heart. The shaman began to chant incantations. Yishi closed his eyes, maintaining his posture with his right hand against his left chest. As the chanting continued, Yishi felt the beast core tremble slightly in his palm, then it seemed to dissolve, merging into his chest. A sudden, sharp pain surged through his heart, as if molten iron were being poured upon it. With the shaman's incantations, the beast core flowed incessantly into his heart, like scalding magma infiltrating his being. The pain intensified. Yishi's lips turned pale, his teeth clenched tightly, determined not to let a cry escape his lips. Chapter 62. The Grand Rite, Part 4. Yishi has always possessed an admirable tolerance for pain. In his previous life, during episodes of cardiac distress, he would silently endure the agonizing spasms, fearing to alarm his family. The palm-sized core of the ferocious beast in his right hand gradually dissolved, seeping into his heart. The pain intensified, akin to a branding iron searing his very core. Surrounding him, the anguished cries of the other 4 warriors echoed in despair as they collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Yishi's knees buckled, and he knelt in the mud. His complexion pale, veins bulging on his forehead. His teeth were nearly ground to dust, yet he stubbornly refrained from uttering a sound of distress. The onlookers, including the chief, were visibly pained. In their hearts, Yishi was different, a frail figure of merely 13 years, a disciple of the shaman, who had made tremendous contributions to the tribe. Witnessing his suffering, veins protruding and yet silent, stirred their compassion. Yishi's body trembled slightly, his consciousness beginning to waver. Kneeling, his dark hair, drenched by the rain, clung to his alabaster cheeks, while his left hand, claw-like, sank into the earth, mud embedding itself beneath his nails. At that moment, the shaman, under the watchful gaze of the tribe, finally raised his bone staff, directing it toward the white flame. The flame flowed like water into the bodies of the 5 others, wrapping around them before being absorbed. Yet, when the white flame approached Yishi, it was instantaneously devoured, as if the parched earth greedily drank in the rain. The shaman's brow twitched as he observed Yishi, reciting the incantation with increasing urgency. The flame designated for Yishi expanded from the width of a thumb to that of a garden hose. A warm current surged into him, gently enveloping his heart and significantly alleviating his pain. Yishi felt a slight easing in his brow, slipping into a mystical realm that made him forget everything around him. Lost in this sensation. As time passed, the other 4 warriors transformed into full-fledged warriors. Only Yishi remained, half-kneeling, eyes closed. As the white flame continued to flow into him, unbeknownst to him, thick mist emanated from his body, more potent than the combined efforts of the 5 awakened warriors. The nearest newly transformed warriors felt their skin burning from the mist, taking a cautious step back. The mist enveloped the participants of the rite, slowly expanding outward toward the jungle. After a considerable wait, Yishi showed no signs of transformation, an inexplicable delay that ignited whispers among the tribe. I heard Yishi acquired an unknown ferocious beast core. It must be extraordinarily powerful to prolong his transformation. The excitement surged through the crowd. Could their tribe finally produce a 3rd-tier warrior? As the shaman continued his fervent incantation, maintaining his firm grip on the bone staff, he compelled the white flame to flow into Yishi's being. Over time, astonishment flickered in the shaman's eyes. He recognized that Yishi likely wielded a core from a formidable beast, one that would require more time for transformation than others. But the duration had far exceeded his expectations. What was the level of this beast's core, or was there some extraordinary element at play? The mist penetrated the forest, enveloping the creatures within. Nearby, a massive flower stood, its petals spanning 2 meters in diameter. Suddenly, a pterosaur landed near it, only for the flower's center to open wide, bending down to swiftly devour it, crunching as it chewed. After what felt like an eternity, Yishi slowly opened his eyes and rose from the ground, having finally transformed into a warrior. With his consciousness restored, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength, as if he could shatter the earth with a mere gesture. He cast his gaze upon his left chest, where a vivid flame-like mark had taken root, resembling a birthmark over his heart. As Yishi awakened, the mist gradually dissipated. He noticed the tribe had retreated, their eyes ablaze with fervor, including the 5 newly awakened warriors, leaving him feeling somewhat bewildered. He was entirely unaware of how long his awakening had taken. The drumbeats faltered. Yishi turned to the 10 drummers. Witnessing their gritted teeth and the fatigue in their movements, akin to marathon runners nearing the finish line, utterly exhausted, he shifted his gaze to the shaman, who appeared equally agitated, his hand trembling slightly around the staff. Surprised, Yishi recalled the shaman's usual composure, unwavering even in the face of calamity. What had transpired? The shaman closed his eyes, exhaled deeply, and resumed his chant directed toward the southwestern sky. Drawn by an inexplicable force, Yishi too gazed skyward, feeling an unnameable allure from that expanse, as if something within resonated with his newfound power. Yet, heavy rain persisted, thick clouds obscuring any view of the heavens. After approximately 20 breaths, the shaman's chanting ceased as he raised his staff high towards that direction. To Yishi's astonishment, a faint beam of light seemed to descend from the sky, landing upon the shaman's staff, illuminating the white mark on his brow. Simultaneously, the white flames in the fire pit surged to heights of 3 to 4 meters before bursting apart, scattering tiny flames that cascaded from the sky. Yishi looked up, captivated by the white flames mingling with the rain. Some flames struck the ground, burning briefly before vanishing, while others landed upon the people, instantly absorbed into their bodies. All the tribe's people extended their arms, yearning to catch more of the ethereal white flames. Yishi felt several flames drift toward him, akin to warm clouds brushing against his skin, gently penetrating his being, an extraordinary sensation indeed. Chapter 63. An unexpected power. The rain gradually subsided. With the disappearance of the white flames, this year's grand ritual came to a close. Standing in the light drizzle, Yishi gazed down at his palm, clenched his fist, and felt the power coursing through his body. Yishi, what level of beast core have you used to awaken for such a long time? He looked up to find Zue, whose eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief, eagerly watching him. More and more tribesmen gathered around, mirroring Zue's expression, their eyes burning with fervent anticipation as they looked at Yishi. Amidst the crowd's expectations, Yishi spoke. It should be the beast core of a barbarian beast. Patai, one of the 10 warriors who had just beaten the drums, pushed through the crowd to stand before Yishi, his cheeks flushed and sweat-drenched, evidently exhausted from the grand ritual. The other tribesmen were unfamiliar with the concept of a barbarian beast, but Patai was well aware, and thus even more astonished. How did you find the beast core of a barbarian beast? Yishi replied, I was fortunate enough to stumble upon the corpse of a barbarian beast. This response left Patai speechless. No way. You have such incredible luck. That is the beast core of a barbarian beast. Someone inquired of Patai. Are barbarian beasts even more formidable than pure-blood beasts? Does this mean Yishi could become a warrior of a higher level? Surely a level 3 warrior is within reach. Patai scoffed dismissively. Level 3? He could potentially reach level 4, maybe even 5. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. A level 5 warrior? What an extraordinary notion. Even the most powerful Hei's tribe boasts only level 3 warriors, and the thought of reaching level 4 was beyond their wildest dreams, let alone level 5. For a moment, everyone was engulfed in shock, unsure of what to say. If luck could indeed elevate someone to a level 5 warrior, could the two mountain tribe not stride boldly through the Heijiang Mountains? Even the Hei's tribe would have to regard them with respect. Zue scrutinized Yishi from head to toe, noting that aside from a flame-like mark on his chest, he appeared unremarkable, hardly someone destined to become a level 5 warrior. He declared, I want to test just how powerful a warrior awakened with a barbarian beast core truly is. Yishi smiled slightly. Very well, come at me. Zue, feeling somewhat challenged by Yishi's casual demeanor, retorted, I am using a pure blood beast core. Do not underestimate me. Of course not, Zue continued. I will not hold back. Despite feeling immensely powerful, he would never belittle Yishi, especially considering the extraordinary duration of Yishi's awakening and the legendary nature of the barbarian beast core he possessed. Yishi sensed the surging power within him and deliberately infused a hint of provocation into his tone. Give it your all. Let loose. The surrounding tribesmen retreated, clearing ample space for their impending duel. The chief and the shaman were also keenly observing, eager to witness the prowess of a warrior awakened with a barbarian beast core. The tribesmen engaged in fervent discussion. One warrior awakened with the precious pure blood beast core, the other with the legendary barbarian beast core. How vastly different could their strengths be? Most believed Yishi would prevail, but the margin of victory would likely not be too great. With fierce determination, Zue focused intently on Yishi and assumed a combat stance. Yishi, however, merely stood nonchalantly, blinking innocently. Ready, Zue shouted, launching a powerful punch aimed at Yishi's head. The strike was swift and fierce, the sound of the wind slicing through the air attesting to the immense force and speed behind it. Yet, to Yishi, the attack appeared as though it were unfolding in slow motion, astonishingly gradual. He stood his ground, unperturbed. As Zue's fist neared Yishi, he realized Yishi had yet to move, his eyes widening in disbelief. He attempted to retract his punch, but it was too late. The onlookers, witnessing the impending impact, instinctively rushed toward Yishi in alarm. However, just as they were about to take a step forward, Yishi deftly sidestepped at the last moment, narrowly evading Zue's strike. Zue's punch swung through empty space, causing him to stagger momentarily. Regaining his composure, He stared at Yishi in shock. You. Yishi chuckled lightly. Try again. If you hit me, I will concede. Your last attempt was too slow. Zue's gaze sharpened, and he grinned. Is that so? Then brace yourself for another punch. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly kneeled and thrust his knee powerfully into Yishi's abdomen. Yishi swiftly sidestepped, avoiding the strike with perfect timing. Zue's pupils constricted, and he unleashed a flurry of punches toward Yishi, each one accompanied by a fierce whoosh. The display left the assembled tribesmen dumbfounded. Yishi effortlessly dodged every attack, evading what they perceived to be an overwhelming barrage of strikes with graceful ease. After hundreds of blows, Zue found himself unable to even graze a hair on Yishi's head, leading to his growing frustration as he panted, "Stop dodging." Yishi flashed a toothy grin. "Are you sure?" Zue suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, yet he brushed it aside, insisting, "Come on, this is getting dull." "Very well," Yishi replied, and as he accepted the challenge, Zue took a deep breath, steadying himself. His demeanor sharpened, exuding an intense aura. He shouted and charged at Yishi like a cannonball. Yishi too adopted a serious posture, focusing intently, his right foot stepping back slightly as his arms hung at his sides, gradually forming fists. Zue hurled a punch straight at Yishi's face, the force of the blow whipping up Yishi's bangs. In that moment, Yishi's eyes flickered with sharp intensity as he met Zue's oncoming fist head-on. The two fists collided. A resounding crash echoed, a sound of flesh meeting flesh. Yet, in the next instant, Zue emitted a muffled grunt and was propelled backward. To the astonished eyes of the onlookers, Zue flew backward until he was caught by members of the crowd, finally coming to a halt. Yishi was equally taken aback. He knew his strength was formidable, yet he had not anticipated it would send Zue flying. Concerned for Zue, Yishi rushed over. After becoming a warrior, his speed had increased dramatically, and he covered the distance of several meters in the blink of an eye, standing before Zue. Zue, emerging from the throng, grimaced as he climbed to his feet, shaking off his arms before wincing in pain. His hand was a bloody mess, and his right arm was unnaturally twisted, clearly injured. Yishi furrowed his brow, feeling guilty. "I apologize, I did not control my strength well." He had only exerted 80% of his power, yet it had inflicted such severe injury on Zue. Chapter 64. Grow up quickly. Zue grimaced in pain, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, yet he feigned indifference, saying, "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Yishi, however, recognized the insincerity in Zue's words. Standing nearby, Yong, noticing Yishi's lingering self-reproach, offered words of consolation. "Do not dwell on it. Totem warriors are unfazed by such trivial wounds. A few days of care will suffice. It's only natural for warriors to sustain injuries during sparring, right? Look at Zue, he's not in pain at all, is he, Zue?" Internally, Zue was overwhelmed with tears, forcing a stiff smile as he replied, "Indeed, it doesn't hurt at all." Oh, how he wished to challenge that assertion. Hadn't he just suffered a fracture? As far as he knew, fractures required at least 2 weeks to heal. How could someone so casually dismiss it as just a few days? Seeing the tribe members rally to comfort him, the instigator of the injury, while Zue's head hung lower in silent grievance, Yishi couldn't help but find the situation amusing. After all, it was his actions that had inflicted such harm, and he felt a sense of responsibility. "Zue, I have some beast blood from the ferocious beasts over there. I shall give it to you." The blood of ferocious beasts could expedite a warrior's recovery, and Yishi had a jar or so left. It would be wise to offer it to Zue. Zue looked up in astonishment. "You want to give me beast blood?" Recovering quickly, he hastily replied, "No, it's unnecessary. Once I become a warrior, I can join the hunting team, but by the time I heal, the rainy season will likely arrive. And then I want to be able to venture into the jungle. Don't you want to hunt?" Zue hesitated, longing to participate in the hunt. Yet Yishi interjected, "Enough of this indecision." After much contemplation, Zue finally nodded firmly, "Thank you." He was desperate to join the hunting team. The rainy season would arrive within a month, and when it did, everyone would relocate to the mountains, ceasing their hunts. Without the beast blood, his arm might take a month to heal, causing him to miss out on this year's hunting, a prospect he could not bear. What is there to think about? I am the one who caused your injury. At this, Zue's eyes widened in wonder. The core of this ferocious beast is incredibly potent. Yishi, you already possess such strength. I believe Uncle Pooh was right. You may indeed become a level 4 or even a level 5 warrior in the future. As he spoke, Zue's gaze shimmered with hope as he envisioned the scene of Tushan possessing a level 4 or 5 warrior. Just imagine, the tribe's hunting yielded double. With a level 4 warrior, there would be no fear of pure-blooded ferocious beasts. They could even take the initiative to hunt them. With the cores of pure-blooded beasts, the tribe would see the emergence of even more formidable warriors in the coming year. At that moment, the shaman approached, leaning on his bone staff, followed closely by the towering chieftain. The tribe members quickly made way, creating a path for the shaman and the chieftain. The shaman's face glowed with unprecedented joy as he addressed the crowd. You are all aware that Yishi awakened with the core of a ferocious beast. The tribe had never witnessed such elation from the shaman. Their excitement intensified further. The shaman continued. Warriors awakened with the core of a ferocious beast have a high probability of becoming level 4 warriors, or even the legendary level 5 warriors. The crowd erupted in excitement. But the shaman suddenly sobered, stating, however, this requires time. If other tribes stronger than ours were to learn of this, can you imagine the consequences? His expression grew grave, and his voice lowered. The crowd's exhilaration dissipated, replaced by unease. Considering the situation, if Tushan were a powerful tribe, it would undoubtedly seek to eliminate a weaker tribe with such boundless potential before the warrior could mature. What if that warrior grew strong enough to lead the tribe to their demise? This thought transformed the expressions of the tribe members. The shaman continued, therefore, the matter of Yishi must remain a secret. Not a single word must be shared with other tribes. This concerns the future and safety of Tushan. Do you understand? At this, his voice sharpened, piercing gazes sweeping across each individual present. We will not speak of it. Not a word, even under duress. The tribe members vowed. Their eyes resolute. Satisfied with their assurances, the shaman nodded. Furthermore, we must keep a close watch on the slaves from the two tribe. Having been vanquished by Tushan, they may harbor resentment and could attempt to relay this information to other tribes. The shaman's caution was evident, considering even this potential threat. Upon hearing that the two tribes' slaves might endanger them, the tribe members' expressions darkened, their gazes revealing a cruel intensity. Should any slave dare to escape, the consequences would be dire. At this juncture, the chieftain stepped forward, his voice booming. Listen carefully. For the safety of Tushan, our women shall not attend this year's Red Grass Valley Festival. The primitive tribes understood the dangers of intermarriage, aware that it could lead to the birth of deformed offspring. However, with a tribe often comprising only a few hundred individuals, distant relations were inevitable. This festival served as a grand matchmaking event. Should a woman find a tribe that meets her criteria, she might marry into that tribe, thus becoming one of them. Currently, should any women from Tushan marry into another tribe, it could potentially compromise Yishi's secret, leading to catastrophic consequences for Tushan. Therefore, the chieftain could not allow such occurrences. The women, hearing the chieftain's decree, raised no objections. Life in Tushan had improved significantly. Hunger was less frequent, and salt was plentiful. They likely wouldn't find such favorable conditions in other tribes, so they were not particularly inclined to marry out. Yishi observed the shaman and chieftain's vigilant demeanor as they regarded him with trepidation, and he felt a twinge of guilt. The women would not even have the opportunity to marry this year. The shaman stood beside Yishi, keenly sensing his emotions. He turned to Yishi with a gentle smile, saying warmly, do not blame yourself. This is a fortuitous development. You are now Tushan's greatest treasure. With your presence, we may no longer need to fear any tribe. In times of danger, we shall not merely evade but stand our ground. So, let us endeavor for your swift growth. Yishi felt a surge of determination. Yes. The shaman gazed at Yishi with increasing satisfaction, the smile in his eyes deepening, as if the wrinkles on his face were smoothed away. Now, those warriors who have awakened this year, follow me. It is time to paint the totems. Chapter 65. The Grand Hunt commences. The Grand Hunt is about to begin, and everyone is busily preparing. This continent becomes exceedingly perilous during the rainy season, with torrential downpours lasting for 4 to 5 continuous months. The plains are submerged, transforming into vast marshlands, and the terrifying aquatic beasts from lakes and rivers emerge onto land to devour terrestrial creatures. In such dire circumstances, human survival necessitates retreating to the mountains. Hunting becomes an impossibility, as the towering trees of the jungle will be completely engulfed, and the land will be rendered a paradise for aquatic dominators, making hunting utterly unfeasible. The mountains will resemble isolated islands, trapping people and rendering movement nearly impossible. Therefore, it is crucial to stockpile sufficient food before the rainy season arrives, enough to sustain the entire tribe for 4 to 5 months without resupply. Adequate pelts must also be prepared. As the later stages of the rainy season bring an intense chill, cold enough to make one shiver even while wrapped in 2 or 3 layers of animal skin. Consequently, the 1-month transition from the dry season to the rainy season is invaluable for every tribe. It is said that there was once a tribe that failed to secure enough game, and after one rainy season, only half of its members survived. Their diminished strength soon led to their elimination from this treacherous land. The sound of weapons being sharpened fills the air as warriors strive to enhance their armaments for the forthcoming grand hunt. Meanwhile, the common folk seize the opportunity of a clear day to chop wood, stacking the split logs in clearings for drying. The importance of firewood cannot be overstated, as it will be crucial for warmth during the latter part of the rainy season. The vines, about the thickness of a thumb, have been meticulously processed, their leaves stripped away, resembling a length of grass rope at first glance. These vines are remarkably resilient and difficult to break. The people of Tushan refer to them as tough vines. In everyday hunting, when prey is scarce, warriors may carry their weapons easily. However, during the grand hunt, the abundance of game, both large and small, renders transportation cumbersome. Thus, tough vines are employed to bind the spoils together for easier transport. A multitude of tough vines lies piled at the feet of Li Tu, who meticulously tests the resilience of each strand to ensure they are sturdy and reliable when the moment calls for them. The first grand hunt is ultimately led by the hunting team under Putai. Yishi has been assigned to the second team, which is also under Putai's command, and shortly, he will officially step into the jungle as a warrior. The warriors of the second hunting team, while gnawing on jerky, engage in animated discussions filled with excitement and anticipation for their imminent venture into the jungle. The mere thought of it invigorates them, as they become increasingly spirited, devouring their jerky with greater fervor. They contemplate the possibility of exerting themselves to secure more game, and if fortune smiles upon them with partners, perhaps even children will follow after this rainy season. Amidst the throng of jubilant warriors, one stands out with an air of quiet contemplation. Meow. Assigned to Putai's hunting team, he too is poised to enter the jungle. At this moment, he hangs his head, lost in thought, continually polishing his weapon. Is he not excited for his first hunting experience in the jungle? Is he worried? Meow does not strike one as timid. After a moment's hesitation, he finally speaks. I am concerned for the tribe members who remain in the Hei's tribe. I wonder if they will survive this rainy season. Food is precious during this time. Will Hei's be willing to share some with them? More likely, they may consider them as food themselves. Yishi falls silent. The second hunting team gather. A thunderous voice commands from the ground. Is it about to begin? Yishi's body tenses, shaking off the suffocating topic, and gently nudges his companion, Jiao Jiao, to keep pace as they advance. Putai, atop his steed, gazes down at them with a stern countenance. At that moment, little Tay has grown considerably in size, radiating a powerful aura. The so-called battle beast contract involves transferring a portion of the warrior's internal flame seed to a prospective battle beast. If the beast can open its soul without resistance during the contract process, the bond is successfully formed, and it officially becomes a battle beast. With the flame seed implanted, the battle beast's strength becomes significantly augmented, even allowing it to level up alongside its warrior. However, the innate wildness of beasts complicates matters. Ultimately, Little Tay successfully formed a contract with Putai, while the usually obedient Xiaoyi failed, resulting in a backlash that left it recuperating in a cave. Subsequently, Yishi formed a contract with Jiao Jiao, which progressed smoothly as she offered little resistance to the embedding of his flame seed into her soul. After becoming a battle beast, Jiao Jiao also experienced a growth spurt, her aura now chillingly formidable, leaving even Yishi unsure of her current strength. The seasoned members of the hunting team rapidly assembled before Putai, while the remaining 5 newcomers stood uncertainly at the periphery. Though the hunting team appeared loosely arranged, each member held a designated position. Newcomers, move to the center and take your place in the 5th row, Putai commanded coldly. After his instruction, the other 4 newcomers hesitated, allowing Yishi to choose his specific position first. Yishi smiled at them and, along with Jiao Jiao, casually selected a spot. Once Yishi settled, the others followed suit. Observing this, Putai said nothing further and instructed Li Tu, distribute the tough vines to them. Li Tu, adorned with an array of tough vines, resembling a suit of vine armor, approached to allocate them to the warriors of the hunting team. Yishi received several loops as well. The veteran members deftly wrapped the vines around their waists or slung them over their shoulders. Yishi observed their methods and emulated them, ensuring that everything was securely fastened. It was imperative that nothing fell off during their run. If it did, the team would not halt to allow retrieval. The other newcomers, feeling a surge of anxiety, quickly sought the veteran's assistance to verify the security of their bindings. Yushi tugged on the vine slung over his shoulder, satisfied that it was tightly bound and unlikely to come loose. Putai's piercing gaze swept over the eager faces below, and he spoke in a flat tone. I trust you all understand the significance of the grand hunt for our tribe. I need not elaborate further. The singular principle of the hunt is this: kill. Relentlessly kill. Kill more. His tone shifted, becoming fervent. This declaration, imbued with a brutal bloodlust, ignited the warriors' fervor, stirring them into a restless excitement for the impending hunt. Especially for the newly awakened warriors, the anticipation was palpable, their energy crackling in the air. Seated high upon the fearsome beast, Putai's expression remained unchanged as he surveyed the 5 newcomers in the hunting team. This time, our second team has welcomed 5 new members, including Miao. The newly mentioned warriors felt a surge of exhilaration, their ears perked in anticipation of Putai's words. Newcomers. Putai's face remained stern as he gazed intently at them. Your sole task during this grand hunt is to protect yourselves. Do not concern yourselves with hunting. Your primary role is to assist in carrying the spoils. Do you understand? Chapter 66. The leopard pack. The group was taken aback. They were not hunting, merely assisting in carrying the spoils. This revelation fell upon them like a bucket of cold water, swiftly dousing their excitement. Even Yushi furrowed his brow in discontent. After establishing a bond with his battle pet, Zhao Jiao could sense Yushi's mood. It raised its serpentine head and hissed softly, flicking its tongue. All right, Team 2. Let's move out. Newcomers, stay close and do not lag behind. Putai announced, fastening a vine around Xiaoti's neck as a makeshift bridle. With a firm tug, he led the fearsome beast into the thicket. Such a magnificent battle pet our captain has. He need not walk like us. Yishi overheard a voice filled with envy. Turning to look, he found it belonged to a newly inducted warrior named Hulu. Hulu, though plain in appearance, was distinguished by his prominent, fan-like ears that drew attention whenever he was seen. Having been a reserve warrior for quite some time, Hulu had not made it into the ranks of the ferocious beasts until this year, when luck finally favored him. Just moments ago, he was disheartened by the inability to hunt, yet now he envied the captain's battle pet. When Hulu noticed Yushi's gaze, he chuckled and scratched the back of his head. You were truly impressive, having trained a fearsome beast as your battle pet. Such respect. In the primal jungle, the warriors moved with remarkable swiftness. Previously, Yishi would have found this pace exhausting, yet now he kept stride with effortless grace, even taking the time to observe his surroundings. As they traversed the jungle, countless creatures were startled into flight. Mountain deer bounded away, and flocks of flying squirrels glided past. Insects, previously camouflaged against the trunks, scurried up towards the canopy. Even formidable predators like saber-toothed tigers dared not approach, keeping their distance. The team pressed onward, seemingly oblivious to the wildlife around them, advancing deeper into the jungle without a moment's pause. Time slipped away, and soon the scenery transformed into something both unfamiliar and breathtaking. The trees towered with an awe-inspiring grandeur, their expansive canopies casting shadows over vast areas, some as large as 2 or 3 acres. The trunks were so massive that even 10 individuals could not encircle one. The roots twisted grotesquely through the soil, some protruding above ground, reaching heights that required a leap to clear. Wandering through such a forest induces a curious sensation, as if one has been diminished in size. The magnificence of this primeval jungle left Yishi spellbound, his eyes wide as he marveled at this divine creation. A piercing eagle's cry echoed overhead. Yishi looked up to see a majestic bald eagle, towering and watchful from the treetops, its keen gaze fixated upon them. What a formidable bird! Such an eagle must surely prey upon ferocious beasts. Heavy breathing reached his ears. Glancing sideways, he noticed Hulu, flushed and panting heavily. The others, including Miao and the rest, were wiping sweat from their brows, equally exhausted. The seasoned warriors appeared less fatigued, though their faces were slightly flushed. Unbeknownst to them, they had been running continuously for 3 hours. Yet Yishi felt no strain, his complexion unruffled, as if he had just entered the jungle. Rest for 15 minutes. A command rang out from the front. The warriors came to a halt. This resting spot was surrounded by clusters of aloe-like plants, taller than a man, lush and inviting. One warrior took a knife and pierced one of the plants, causing transparent sap to flow forth like a fountain. He eagerly rushed over to taste it. Most warriors simply hacked off a segment, the sap oozing profusely from the cut, some drinking directly, while others filled their water pouches. Yishi clicked his tongue in appreciation. This vegetation was a treasure, serving as a natural supply station to replenish moisture and energy. Would you like some? Luo approached with a friendly smile. Yishi drew his dagger and strode over. Of course, I must try it. He severed a leaf, and the sap splattered from the cut. Taking a sip, he found the liquid sweet and refreshing, imbued with a fragrant essence of greenery. You can eat this leaf too. It tastes quite good, Luo suggested. Yishi took a bite, finding the texture reminiscent of processed aloe vera flesh, but without the overly sweet taste, just the right amount of sweetness. Jiao Jiao swam over. However, upon sniffing, it quickly lost interest, hissing and turning its head away. Attention! Something's amiss, Pu Tai bellowed. All warriors froze, their actions halting as they instinctively reached for their weapons. Rustling sounds emanated from several treetops behind them. Pu Tai shouted, "A leopard pack is approaching. We must flee." Yushi's heart raced. A leopard pack? Throughout their journey, every creature in the jungle had scurried away. Even predators like cave lions and fearsome beasts kept their distance. The reason for their fear lay not in the individual strength of the warriors, but in their sheer numbers. The aura exuded by the collective totem warriors was enough to instill terror and panic. Yet, Yishi had overlooked the fact that not only humans hunted in packs, some ferocious predators did as well. But when did leopards ever hunt in groups? Yishi was astonished. Pu Tai immediately urged the hunting team to flee ahead, fearing the leopard pack was numerous enough that he did not even consider countering. With no time to spare for the scenery, the team heeded Pu Tai's warning and began to run, and Yishi had no choice but to follow. The entire hunting team accelerated sharply. Yishi bent down and scooped up Jiao Jiao, allowing it to coil around him. Unsure of Jiao Jiao's current speed, he opted for caution and chose to carry it. Despite its weight, it posed little challenge for Yishi's newfound strength. Jiao Jiao sensed the urgency and carefully wrapped itself around Yishi, ensuring it did not entangle his legs. Rustle, rustle. The sounds from the treetops grew closer. Mere meters behind the team, the leopard pack showed no signs of retreat. The forest floor was a labyrinth of tangled roots, slick moss, and shattered rocks. Many predators disguised as foliage lay in wait, some venomous, poised to strike when prey passed by, ready to savor a hearty meal. The hunting team deftly navigated these obstacles, sprinting forward with unparalleled speed. Suddenly, a massive fallen tree barred their path. The trunk loomed as high as a 3-story building. Pu Tai leaped from Xiaoti's back, bounding onto the fallen tree, only to discover it was a blockade of such logs, completely obstructing their route. Without hesitation, Pu Tai made a swift decision, instructing Xiaoti to flee on its own, then grasped a vine and climbed up to a nearby colossal tree. The branches were sturdy, and under Pu Tai's lead, everyone ascended, leaping from branch to branch as they surged forward. Each warrior dashed along the branches with agility, their speed rivaling that on the ground. The immense tree felt as solid ground beneath Yishi's feet, and he had no fear of the weight of so many individuals above. The wind tousled Yishi's hair, causing his serpentine attire to flutter wildly. The branches on his right rustled ominously. Yishi turned his head to gaze, only to behold 3 magnificent black panthers leaping gracefully atop the treetops on his right, their cold, golden eyes occasionally glancing in their direction. To the left, the branches rustled. Upon closer inspection, he discovered 4 more black panthers bounding above. This sight caused him to instinctively draw in a sharp breath, his body covered in goosebumps. Behind him, the treetops were swarming with no fewer than 100 black panthers, silently and stealthily trailing behind. Chapter 67. The cliff not good. They're catching up. This was Yishi's first reaction. Their target is the entire hunting team. This was Yishi's second realization. If they merely intended to hunt down a few humans, they could have attacked by now with absolute certainty of success. Yet, they refrained, seemingly intent on blocking the path ahead, poised to strike all at once. The hunting team consisted of barely 20 individuals, while the leopards numbered over 100. If a confrontation ensued, annihilation was a distinct possibility. As the leopard pack closed in, Yishi felt an urgent sense of dread. Don't hesitate. Jump with all your might. Pu Tai, leading the charge, shouted with fervor. The verdant trees gradually gave way, revealing a sheer cliff ahead. There was no path left. An opposing cliff loomed, a daunting 20 meters away, far beyond their reach. The sturdy branch beneath them extended precariously over the chasm, but even reaching its end would not suffice to leap across, as they would still fall short by several meters. Yet, Pu Tai's speed showed no signs of faltering. If anything, it quickened, as if he were oblivious to the precipice ahead. Upon reaching the branch's end, He let out a fierce cry, leaping into the air, grasping a slender branch overhead with both hands. Using this leverage, he swung himself across to the opposing cliff. It turned out there was indeed a branch above that could be utilized. Yishi, with keen eyesight, discerned Pu Tai's maneuver and couldn't help but cheer for him internally. The soldiers trailing behind, Pu Tai trusted him implicitly, never once considering their own ability to make the leap, nor the possibility of falling to their demise. They accelerated without a second thought, following Pu Tai's lead, each one successfully swinging to the other side. Mink, running ahead of Yishi, displayed an impassive demeanor. With no hesitation, he leaped and landed safely on the opposite side. It was now Yishi's turn. Before him lay a narrow branch, while below, the abyss yawned ominously. The warriors who had successfully crossed were anxiously watching him. He felt his blood surge with excitement. Heaven knows how envious he had been of those daredevils performing extreme sports in his previous life. Now, he was about to partake in such thrilling exploits himself, perhaps even more perilous and exhilarating. Yishi inhaled deeply, accelerating towards the branches and before launching himself forward. To his dismay, he had misjudged his jumping ability. This full-force leap overshot the slender branch he intended to grasp. Oh no! Panic surged through him midair. The branch he should have clutched slipped beneath his feet, but Yishi reacted swiftly, pushing off with great force, finally landing on the opposing cliff. Thud, thud. Standing on solid ground, Yishi's heart raced wildly. The massive serpent coiled around him slithered near his face, flicking its tongue, startled by the commotion. Yishi patted the serpent, which had remained calm throughout the perilous situation, offering no disruption. Pu Tai clapped Yishi on the shoulder. What a guy! You nearly scared the sweat out of me. Following Yishi was another newly awakened warrior, 2 Ton. The chief's son, he was as robust as a wild boar. Crashing onto the cliff with a resounding thud. Next was Hulu. His expression displayed a hint of anxiety. Although his feet kept moving, he hesitated. And this faltering diminished his momentum, leaving him perilously close to falling. Fortunately, Pu Tai had anticipated this. He had already untied a vine from his waist, held it in his palm, and upon witnessing Hulu's plight, he hurled the vine towards him with a thunderous shout, "Catch!" Hulu grasped the vine and landed safely. Meanwhile, nearly half of the warriors still remained on the other side. The pack of black leopards had reached the center of their formation. Upon realizing the situation, would they allow the remaining warriors to cross unscathed? As if answering his thoughts, a black leopard's head emerged from the shadows. Yishi unfastened his bow and arrows. The next warrior sprinted across the branch, but a leopard lunged ferociously at him. Whoosh! An arrow whistled through the air, piercing the leopard's forehead. The creature froze, eyes wide as it plummeted into the abyss. The warrior successfully reached the opposite side. In the next instant, 3 more leopards emerged, poised to pounce on the next warrior attempting to leap. Yishi's expression shifted. He swiftly drew 3 arrows from his quiver, firing the first at lightning speed. Whoosh! The first leopard was struck in the neck, tumbling down. Whoosh! The second arrow found its mark in the leopard's head, causing it to fall as well. Despite Yishi's rapid response, he was too late for the third leopard, which had already lunged at the warrior, sinking its teeth into his neck. In a panic, as he prepared to shoot the third arrow, he miscalculated his strength, resulting in a loud snap. The bowstring broke. Yishi's mind went blank, helplessly watching as the warrior embraced the leopard, both plunging into the chasm. Everyone, unfasten your vines. Quickly, Pu Tai bellowed. The stunned Yishi snapped back to reality, discarding the broken bow and untying his vine. As all the warriors gripped one end of their vines, Pu Tai roared across the chasm, warriors on the other side. Jump together. The remaining veterans, hearing Pu Tai's command, acted without hesitation. The leopards, unable to restrain themselves, launched an assault on the warriors. Yet, in the next moment, 12 warriors leapt from the branch, evading the leopard's charge. The warriors sprinted toward the cliff face, and the leopards pursued relentlessly. Known for their speed, the leopards closed the distance with alarming rapidity, their dark forms looming ever closer. Just as the shadows threatened to engulf the warriors, the 12 soldiers reached the cliff and, without a moment's hesitation, leapt as if embracing death. Throw! Pu Tai commanded, and everyone hurled their vines toward the opposing side with all their might. The warriors airborne on the other side instinctively grasped the vines, swinging towards safety. Several leopards, unable to halt their momentum, tumbled into the abyss. Yishi felt the weight on the other end of the vine and exhaled in relief. It was Li Tu who had grasped it firmly. The warriors swung to the opposing cliff, climbing with agility, while those at the summit pulled upward with all their strength. However, at that moment, Monstrous insects suddenly emerged from the rocky crevices, disturbed by the commotion. The soldiers, clutching the vines, could only use their feet to fend off the fierce creatures while desperately climbing higher. As some warriors neared the cliff's summit, the relentless swarm of insects followed suit. Yishi's brows knitted in concern at the sight of the grotesque beasts climbing up the cliff. He kicked a stone downwards, striking one of the monstrous bugs, sending it plummeting from the top. One fell, yet countless others continued their ascent, with the warriors still scrambling to climb, tethered to the vines. They could not escape this perilous place. Meanwhile, the leopards on the opposite side were unwilling to depart empty-handed, leaping onto the branch extending from the cliff, crouching low, preparing to spring across. With their remarkable leaping ability, they might just succeed in their audacious attempt. With one hand gripping the resilient vine, Putai swiftly unsheathed the stone dagger secured at the waist of a nearby warrior. The dagger spun through the air with a sharp whoosh, striking a branch with precision. The branch cracked audibly, and at that moment, for leopards perched atop the treetop were rendered precarious. The branch, unable to bear their weight, creaked ominously before snapping. The 4 black panthers flailed as they plummeted into the abyss below. The severed branch extended over the cliff was truncated significantly, rendering any leap to the opposite bank impossible for the panthers. The warriors finally ascended the cliff. Yishi grasped Li Tu's palm and yanked him upward with force. Covered in numerous colossal insects, the warriors' first instinct upon reaching the summit was to leap and swat them away. The giant insects on the cliff face seemed to awaken from a deep slumber, surging towards the summit in increasing numbers. With a commanding shout, Putai led the group in a hurried descent down the mountain. Before departing, Yishi cast a final glance at the opposite shore. At that moment, it appeared shrouded in darkness, as hundreds of black panthers squatted densely along the cliff's edge, their golden eyes coldly fixated upon them. The hunting party raced down the mountain, leaving all of it behind. Chapter 68. The astonishing hunting ground. Silently, everyone pressed forward on the path. The death of a comrade, someone they had shared their days with, left no room for conversation. Yishi felt a heavy heart. If only his archery skills were sharper, perhaps he could have saved him with a swift volley of arrows. After descending this mountain and traversing 5 more, as the sun began its descent, a vast plain unfolded before him. Yishi stood transfixed at the summit, rendered speechless by the breathtaking panorama before him. Before his eyes stretched an expansive plain, a verdant sea that seemed to extend to the very horizon, merging seamlessly with the sky, blurring the boundaries between earth and heaven. In the near distance, a colossal herd of giant deer, several kilometers long, flowed like a river, galloping toward the horizon. Great herds of stegosauruses lumbered clumsily through the underbrush, while far atop the mountain, a towering Tyrannosaurus rex stood, its earth-shaking footsteps resonating in Yishi's ears, accompanied by its ferocious roars. Earlier, Yishi had been mired in sorrow for failing to save the warrior who had fallen from the cliff, but now, confronted by this magnificent spectacle, his melancholy dissipated like mist in sunlight. The other 4 new warriors stood dumbfounded, their gazes fixed on the distant beauty. Luo approached Yishi, gazing into the distance, and remarked, "This is our hunting ground, the hunting ground for all predators." Yishi, enraptured by the majestic scene, murmured, "No wonder there seemed to be so many prey ahead. I had no idea it was this abundant." "Indeed, but in half a month, it will be deserted." Luo replied with a tinge of regret. Yishi, stirred by excitement, let out a long howl and sprinted down the mountain. The creature by his side, the agile Jiao Jiao, darted eagerly as if it too yearned to reach the ground below. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, a colossal herbivorous dinosaur thundered past them, its footsteps reverberating through the ground. Yishi marveled at its size, his own foot appearing no larger than a single toe of the beast. Putai addressed Yishi and the other newcomers. "We shall hunt over there. You 5 remain here and do not move, understood? This area is relatively safe with this giant creature around. Other predators will likely avoid us." Though the new warriors, including Diao, felt a sense of discontent and longed to join the hunt, they recognized Putai as their captain and had been instructed to heed his commands. Reluctantly, they nodded in agreement. Yishi understood Putai's rationale. The new recruits lacked hunting experience and might hinder the seasoned members during the hunt. With the imminent rainy season approaching, they could not afford any delays. Putai led the group toward a distant cluster of large, shaggy beasts grazing peacefully. Their thick, soft fur was ideal for the cold of the approaching season. As the hunting party disappeared from view, the remaining 5 newcomers exchanged glances, sharing a bittersweet smile. "Yishi, I never expected you to be left behind as well, remarked Tushan, a sturdy man akin to a wild boar. Hulu interjected. The captain is likely concerned for your safety, Yishi. After all, hunting can be unpredictable. Indeed, Tushan replied cautiously, surveying the surroundings to ensure no other tribesmen were nearby, relieved to find it safe enough to continue. Hulu sighed, but they are being overly cautious. With your current strength, you should be comparable to the veteran warriors. Perceiving Hulu's skepticism, Yishi offered a gentle smile. Let us abide by the captain's orders. After all, we have become warriors now. There will be many hunting opportunities in the future. There is no need to rush. Observing their methods will be invaluable for us later. The others readily agreed, and they found a large tree to sit beneath. Comfortably settling down to watch the seasoned warriors hunt, Yishi scanned the area, ensuring there were no formidable creatures nearby, before issuing a command to Jiao, encouraging it to attempt to hunt on its own, free to pursue any animal it could find. Jiao, eager to respond, flicked its tail and darted away. After setting Jiao on its course, Yishi sat at the base of the tree, inhaling deeply as he took in the splendid scenery. Warriors are not made of iron. After such a long trek, fatigue set in. Leaning against the tree, shaded from the sun and surrounded by beauty, he felt a profound sense of contentment. Yishi observed the hunting techniques of Pu Tai and the others. Noting their strategy, they divided into groups, with one member drawing the prey's attention while the others surged forward to take it down. This pattern repeated itself, simple yet effective, yielding frequent success. Yet for Yishi, this method felt somewhat rudimentary. He could readily conceive of at least 3 more efficient and lethal hunting strategies. However, these would require extensive practice, and sharing them now seemed unnecessary. Having grasped their hunting approach, Yishi turned his attention to finding Jiao again, only to discover it facing off against a large peacock. The peacock, as large as an ostrich, glared at Jiao with hostility, strutting defiantly, its magnificent tail feathers trailing behind, occasionally casting sharp glances in its direction. Jiao hissed, its ruby-like eyes locked onto the peacock, poised to attack. The peacock, sensing the provocation, suddenly unfurled its resplendent tail, creating a fan of vibrant colors adorned with eye-like patterns. The more splendid an entity, the more perilous it often proved. This was an instinctual understanding shared by many creatures. Jiao faltered, and Yishi felt a pang of disappointment. How could it fear such a magnificent bird? Yet he reminded himself that Jiao had been raised within the confines of the tribe, never having hunted in the wild, and thus he needed to exercise patience. He commanded Jiao, go forth, engage in battle. With newfound resolve, Jiao surged forward, launching itself at the displaying peacock. The peacock emitted a piercing shriek, flapping its wings defiantly as it fought back. Suddenly, Jiao called out, look. His gaze fixed intently on a distant point, he stood up slowly. A herd of wild cattle is charging toward us. Yishi sprang to his feet, startled. In the distance, a large herd of wild cattle, their long horns jutting from their heads and their dark skin glistening, surged erratically across the plain. Behind them, 2 massive carnivorous dinosaurs were in pursuit. A small group of the wild cattle, panicked, dashed recklessly toward their position. Jiao pressed his dry lips together, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. They are coming straight for us. Yishi, do you think it would be permissible for us to hunt the wild cattle now? Yishi slowly smiled and grasped the dagger at his waist. Certainly, this does not contravene the captain's orders. As the small group of wild cattle drew closer, the two exchanged glances, igniting a shared fervor within them. In the next moment, Yishi drew forth his dagger, while Jiao unsheathed his bone knife. The two leapt simultaneously towards the herd of wild cattle. Ha! Tushan bellowed, just in time. The remaining 3 warriors also charged towards the herd of wild cattle. Chapter 69. The herd of wild bulls. A solitary wild bull may not instill fear, yet when a horde of them, with their formidable horns raised, rushes forward amidst a cloud of dust, it is enough to evoke trepidation. However, faced with such a terrifying spectacle, Yishi remained remarkably unperturbed, boldly charging directly towards the herd. From an aerial perspective, Yishi's figure appeared diminutive against the vast expanse of the wild bulls, resembling an ant attempting to shake a tree, which was indeed alarming. Dio gazed in astonishment as Yishi drew ever closer to the herd. Initially running alongside Yishi, he soon found himself left behind due to Yishi's astonishing speed. Jiao had never anticipated that Yishi would dare to confront the herd head-on. His original plan was to maneuver to the side of the bulls and wait for an opportunity to hunt one. Yishi, it's dangerous, Jiao shouted, hoping to divert Yishi's path. Yet, Yishi seemed oblivious to the warning, continuing forward like an arrow released from a bow. As Jiao watched in shock and concern, Yishi approached the herd. Just as he was about to collide with the wild bulls, he leaped with great agility, landing atop one of the beasts. The bull, sensing the weight upon its back, increased its stride in an attempt to dislodge Yishi, firmly gripping a horn. Yishi steadied himself and decisively plunged his dagger into the bull's skull. With a mournful bellow, the bull collapsed to its knees. As the encroaching herd threatened to engulf the fallen creature, Yishi executed a nimble leap, seizing another bull's horn and clinging to it. The bull, now burdened, shook its head violently, trying to throw off Yishi, but he held on with a grip as strong as iron. Frustrated and enraged at its inability to rid itself of Yishi, the bull began to charge recklessly, inadvertently straying from the group. Yishi, still grasping the horn, attempted to climb onto the bull's back. However, the tumultuous motion made it difficult to maintain his hold. Just as one leg swung over the bull's back, it violently tossed its head to the side. Yishi felt a sharp pain in his back as he collided with a solid object, and his grip loosened, sending him tumbling to the ground. The bull, its eyes now bloodshot and filled with fury, charged at Yishi. Ignoring the pain, he swiftly sprang to his feet. The distance had closed too quickly, and as the bull's sharp horns bore down upon him, Yishi instinctively swung his arm. The blade flashed, severing one of the horns, which fell to the ground. The bull, having lost its horn and unable to maintain speed, collided with Yishi. The impact was jarring, but he felt little pain, brushing off the dust from his chest as if nothing had occurred. The now dazed bull turned to inspect the fallen horn, its earlier ferocity dissipated, replaced by a look of fear as it eyed Yishi and retreated a few steps, eventually bolting in panic. Yishi stood momentarily stunned, glancing at the severed horn. Was it truly frightened by the dagger? The blade was forged from the beak of a pure-blooded beast, slicing through the horn as easily as one would cut tofu. The horn was soon trampled by its companions, now covered in dust. Meanwhile, the other 4 members of the hunting party had successfully slain 2 wild bulls, proudly sitting beside the carcasses with radiant smiles. Who said we could not hunt our own prey? They laughed, as dark clouds began to gather in the sky. The camaraderie was palpable, despite the exhaustion evident on their sweat-soaked bodies, now marked with dirt and minor wounds. Each bore trophies of varying sizes, their bountiful harvests evident. Pu Tai, carrying a slain cave lion on his shoulder, frowned upon seeing the 3 wild bull carcasses beneath the tree. Instead of rejoicing, he questioned them sternly. Did you go hunting on your own? The warriors, who had anticipated praise, froze in surprise, their expressions shifting from pride to apprehension. Huru, losing his smile, explained no. We did not initiate the hunt. A herd of wild bulls charged at us, and we merely retaliated. Pu Tai's gaze shifted to Yishi, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that is the truth. Pu Tai's expression softened. If that is the case, then it is forgiven. Now, the weather looks ominous. It may rain soon. We must leave this place. With that, he took the lead, carrying the lion's carcass as they departed. The sky darkened further, clouds gathering ominously. The new warriors exchanged glances, shouldering the wild bull carcasses as they fell in line behind the group. In the jungle, the hunting party hurried towards their destination, laden with their spoils. Blood flowed continuously from the wounds of their quarry, the scent of carnage attracting lurking predators. However, the sheer number of the hunting party kept the predators at bay, for now. As more and more predators, lured by the scent of blood, began to emerge from their hiding places, either lurking behind great trees or concealed among the roots. Pu Tai furrowed his brow and urged, "Hurry." The group quickened their pace, arriving at a cave concealed by massive stones and foliage. This cave had long served as a shelter during the grand hunts of the 2 mountain tribe. To prevent wild beasts or rival tribes from claiming it, they would seal it with boulders and cover the entrance with branches and vines, ensuring its high concealment. Several warriors set down their burdens, moving to clear the vines and shift the boulders. As the stone was displaced, a swarm of small insects scurried out. Yishi looked around, horrified to see the cave floor and walls teeming with countless black insects, an utterly repulsive sight. Yet the hunters were unfazed by the sight. As they ignited the dry leaves, a blue smoke began to rise, exuding a peculiar aroma that filled the cave. The smoke grew thicker, driving the insects to flee in droves, until only a few sluggish creatures remained, which the warriors promptly dispatched. Chapter 70. Who was right having not visited in a year? The cave lay cloaked in dust and cobwebs, presenting a somewhat dilapidated appearance. The warriors undertook a brief cleaning. Li Tu spread a beast hide on the ground for Yishi to sit upon. Accustomed to such treatment within the tribe, Yishi sat without hesitation. The other warriors, however, could not yet rest. They commenced the processing of the day's hunt. The cave was soon filled with the pungent scent of blood. Outside, dark clouds amassed. The sky transformed into a somber gray, rumbling ominously. After much anticipation, the first thunderclap echoed through the air. Shortly thereafter, a torrential downpour began, drenching the earth and releasing the scent of wet soil. The warriors took the dissected game into the rain to wash it. Li Tu unearthed a large stone pot from a corner of the cave, rinsed it in the rain, and filled it halfway with water. After constructing a makeshift stove with stones next to the fire, he began to simmer a broth. Bubbles rose in the pot, and the aroma of meat wafted through the air. The warriors carved rough wooden bowls and each ladled a generous serving of broth, savoring it hungrily. After a long day of hunting, their thirst and hunger were greatly assuaged by the pot of soup. Outside, the thunder rolled and the rain poured relentlessly, while the warriors inside the cave enjoyed their broth, engaging in conversation. What about Xiaotai? Was it captured by the leopard pack? Yishi inquired of Pu Tai. When the leopard pack pursued them, everyone had no choice but to climb trees, but Xiaotai, being large and unable to climb, had to escape on its own. Pu Tai had been preoccupied, and only now, with a moment's respite, did Yishi find the opportunity to ask. Xiaotai was Pu Tai's war pet, capable of sensing its own fate. Pu Tai shook his head. I can feel that it is alive. The leopard pack targeted us. They would not specifically attack Xiaotai, the fearsome beast. Why did the leopard pack attack us? Yishi pondered, perplexed. If they had chosen another target, their chances of success would have been higher. Why were they so fixated on them, even attempting to leap over a cliff to reach them? Pu Tai sighed. Last year, our hunting party inadvertently killed their leader. This year, they likely seek revenge. I hadn't anticipated their grudge would be so profound. Da Hong even fell from a cliff because of it. At the mention of this, Yushi's expression darkened. He had wished he could save the warrior who fell with the Black Panther. Do not mourn. Injuries and deaths among warriors during hunts are commonplace. Pu Tai consoled Yushi. If I could have shot 2 arrows at once, perhaps he would not have perished. It is not your fault, Yushi. Noticing Yushi's lingering guilt, Pu Tai paused and asked, have you noticed there are very few older warriors in the tribe? Yushi was taken aback. Upon reflection, he realized there were indeed not many warriors over 50, and those above 60 could be counted on one hand. The mortality rate among warriors was alarmingly high. Pu Tai sighed deeply, especially for small tribes like theirs, whose strength was modest. He gazed outside the cave. The perilous jungle was now shrouded in rain. This jungle was rife with dangers, harboring countless terrifying predators. Even as warriors, encountering such beasts could spell doom. This was why the chieftain opposed your becoming a warrior. You need not be too disheartened. Even if Da Hong survives, he will eventually meet his fate in 5 or 10 years. Even I do not know how long I will live or how many beasts I can bring to the tribe. At this, Pu Tai's voice turned melancholic, and his expression bore the weight of experience. Yishi offered reassurance. That will not be the case, Uncle Pu. You will live a long life. Pu Tai laughed heartily. Little one, you've always been so mature. I never expected you to utter such naive words. Yishi frowned, ready to retort. Yishi, listen, Pu Tai interjected. Adopting a serious tone, this world is perilous beyond measure. Like today, when we were attacked by the Black Panther pack. A mere moment's difference could have led to the demise of our entire hunting team. Do you think today was an anomaly? No, it is our daily reality. The life of a warrior. You feel discontent for not being allowed to participate in the hunt, do you not? This is because you are all still too inexperienced. In the face of unexpected circumstances, a moment's hesitation could lead to death. Only when you are more familiar with the rules of this jungle and adept at wielding your skills can I trust you to join the hunts. Especially you, Yishi. Your potential is sufficient to elevate you to a level 4 warrior, perhaps even level 5. I cannot afford to let anything happen to you. Do you understand? Yishi bowed his head, remaining silent for a moment. After a while, he lifted his gaze. A weapon is only truly a weapon after being tempered. Pu Tai was taken aback. Warriors grow and break through the boundaries of life and death, do they not? If I never allow you to face danger, will you truly attain the status of a level 4 or even level 5 warrior? Pu Tai's eyes widened slightly, wanting to argue yet finding it difficult to formulate a rebuttal. His own ascension to a level 2 warrior had come after a fateful encounter with a giant ape, where he broke through at the brink of death. Observing Yishi's youthful yet resolute expression, Pu Tai faltered, murmuring, Is a weapon only a weapon after being tempered? After a long pause, he finally conceded, perhaps you are right. Warriors are invaluable to the Tushan tribe. They are reluctant to lose even one, treating them with the utmost care, as a parent would a fledgling, unwilling to let it leave the nest. Perhaps this very attitude has deprived them of opportunities to forge new warriors. Thus, for so long, only 2 level 2 warriors have emerged from Tushan. What then constitutes the right approach? Putai, momentarily lost in thought, abruptly stood and walked to the cave entrance, gazing out into the downpour. Yushi joined him, standing by his side. Outside the rain, enormous earthworms writhed joyfully in the deluge, reveling in the downpour. The ground heaved like small hills, their thick bodies burrowing in and out of the moist earth. What is that? Yushi exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Putai remained composed. That is a giant earthworm. It feeds on insects and poses no threat to humans. Yushi continued to stare in disbelief at the colossal earthworm. How can such a large earthworm exist? It is terrifying. The warriors washing the game in the rain had likely also observed it, yet they remained calm, as if they had long known the giant earthworm posed no danger. Gradually, Yushi regained his composure, striving to accept the astonishing reality of prehistoric earthworms. The sky remained thick with clouds, showing no signs of clearing. Putai gazed upward, lamenting, it seems this rain will not cease any time soon. Before he could finish his thought, a white thread, seemingly from nowhere, shot forth like lightning, ensnaring the ankle of a warrior washing the game. Before anyone could react, the warrior was swiftly dragged into the depths of the jungle by the thread.